actually, when they can get into melee, I think they're quite good. There's the Earthquake. Taking down a town center, nothing more than that. We'll see if it even takes down a town center. Ulysses can repair this. The citizens
It should go down, right?
Oh my god, it does.
What?
It's gotta be it now.
Is
kind of messing up here. He's way outside of his comfort zone.
Rock Giant gets spawned! Are you kidding me? Bruh, Ulysses may be caught out. Has Rapple found an opportunity here? There's the chaos.
Oh my god, now Flaming Weapons is in. Surely Flaming Weapons is in now.
He's gotta use it. There it is, He's gotta use it. A couple of battle boards are down. Another giant gets spawned. But look at the army of Rapple. Okay, there it is. It was kind of hiding behind the manor. Oh my goodness! Look at the carnage. Look at Ulysses' army numbers, his citizen numbers. He's getting thrashed.
Yes. Which only costs 100 resources Frey. Here's a big fight occurring. A lot of military numbers for the Frey player. There's a Minotaur
and no restoration suit.
No restoration, but there's a Herser killing the Minotaur. Really well michael from Ulysses. Rebel not managing to pull it back either. And I think the Norse player will come out victorious here. There's a
What? Okay, but hang on, Soup. Is the play here for Ulysses to go ultra aggressive and try and end the game in classical? Does he back off and go heroic? What's the play here?
It's looking like the play is to go ultra aggressive, although I'm not sure if I like it. I'm not sure if I like it. The Achilles is, this fight, the Achilles is perfectly positioned against the Valkyries, although they in turn are taking down the Minotaur, which is exactly what Ulysses wants here. These two heroes are gonna die in no time. And then 7 Valkyries with Thundering Hooves and Disha Blood up. Whoa, is that fighting it? Huh.
Yo. Look, he's at, Rapple, okay, Rapple's at 53, 54 favor. He's close, he's inching closer to getting a restoration. Has he pushed too far, though? Has Rapple pushed too far? If he gets cut out here, like I said, the open spaces are so much better for the Norse, and the Valkyries are in, dude! Where are the heroes?
They're dead, and Rebel isn't even rebuilding them just yet, because he doesn't have the food for it. Oh, Golden Burst has been used, but very slow at this stage.
Is the Chonkers trying to hit the battlefield, but he's gonna barely get there. There's a restoration. Look at the army of Ulysses, or Rapple. The army of Rapple is like double, dude. Look at the numbers up top, 115 to 51. Are you kidding me?
Taking his villages all the way up there now, forced to retreat, and Flaming Weapons used. Flips used. Big fight.
Big fight indeed. Is the Flaming Weapon's gonna be strong enough, man? If Flaming Weapon's gonna be strong enough, there's a decent number of Hearse here to try and take down the Sphinxes. But still, there goes the battle board almost right away. Soup, who's taking this fight? It's looking pretty darn even, is it not?
Did you see the Hearses? How effective the X-Men took down the Hearses?
Dude, by all means, look at the military population! Look at the military population! Is this the day? Is this the day? The first loss of a tournament for Mista! Are we witnessing history? The Trolls for the win! Maybe! The Villagers! Oh, come on! How much longer can he hold on?
There's no way Mista does this. There's too many numbers for Super FM.
Oh my god! This is it, dude! Soup, this is it! The eclipse is almost over, but whatever, the damage hath been done! So, Aphrodite is in just about now, so that curse that you were hoping for is on the table.
Oh, there's 15 cents coming in, this is huge. Big fighting coming, there's Ancestors available, but Ceasefire cast, obviously. Not gonna be an Ancestors. What a big play, I love that play from Mista.
Absolutely. That just saved the game for Super Fame, that ceasefire by all means. And he survived it though. Dude, these spears are so brutal, man. No archers, no centaur, a couple of centaurs, but no archers, no hippispus. Just a bunch of hippie-yas, hippie-yees, hippie-yays. There's another centaur, but it's just not enough, man. It's not enough. These Wajits are picking them off so quickly. And this has got to be it, right? It's got to be it.
Arcus spam versus infantry spam, it's so good for Mista. Even on the Lush as well, where you move faster, you constantly heal. Very, very hard to deal with.
Oh my god, look at those centaurs, man. They're getting sniped so hard. Are you kidding me? Those things are dropping like flies. Look at this army from Super F. Bro, he's got no Athena, no restoration, and no army either.
Magic still has big, military numbers is very equal now after the curse. Forcing resto is really big here for Magic.
I mean, by all means, Soup, Hoplites and Tox, and, you know, some heroes and maybe a Lion or two. Is that the composition that's going to really allow Vortex to push out here? But we've seen how strong those frickin' can carry. I think that might be the KO right there, Atlas. Like, I was going to say, this army of Vortex, it's starting to get pretty strong. You're absolutely right about those satyrs, however. Look at all those dead bodies! Oh!
The Satyr special attack is a force to be reckoned with. Achilles is supposed to be reckoned with too, though, and he's surviving the Arcus onslaught there.
Very, very difficult to make a fight happen, though he's trying to as he pushes forward.
Darius trying to right around the side. The spear's going to be there. The chaos gets activated on the entire army. That means it's not going to last for very long here. So he needs to target down those spears as quickly as he can. Choke point is being held. A thin line of spears holding the wave back. And Siege Tower, it may actually open a wider fight here. The question is it going to be wide enough? Darius, they are going to go in. Sphinx's intercept. Scorpion Man as well. A lot of focus fire coming in on him, so he's going to pull away. And the priests are exposed now, but the spears are seemingly being ignored. There's not many of them, but if you target the priest, it means you will eventually get wiped out by spears. Sayers and the Arcus is trying to help now, but the TC has gone down, and it feels like the exhaustion is starting to set in for the army here. Vortex barely holding that 40 pop, doesn't have a front line anymore.
We see the Underworld coming through. Will we see it happen or not is the big question.
He's also in trouble, and there it is, there's the freeze.
Too quick, not possible.
He comes back, though. He's came back. So he's going to try to demolish the Underworld and then take the fight here. This is the other option, and considering production is now on his side, if this army gets wiped, Pegasus could be in mortal peril here.
Yeah, this is a huge amount of population advantage for Vortex.
And also, that hill fort is not going up quick enough. He gave up on it because of the Pestilence here, right? Wouldn't be able to operate for another 25 seconds. Meanwhile, the Frost is going to run out in 2. So that's 20 seconds to fight before he'd even be able to use the defenses. But here we go. Stuck in the choke point. Unable to escape here. But the Cyclopses, they're not attacking right now. They get a few dwarfs on the backside. But really, you need the kills on the military, not just on the eco. So, swarms him to the south. A lot of the army is just getting erased here. It looks like the Myth units clustered up like this may have done Pegasus a better service than it done Vortex. And there isn't a vault to deal with that. So we'll have to shift the hero units around to quickly clear that up. Restoration is going to be popped. A lot of damage onto the primary TC here. The Carnivora has been finished off, and I actually think this TC is going to get finished off as well. The citizens are trying to save the day, but the Minotaur shuffling around, finally blocked out by the Mimillos. Health is low. Looks like he's also targeting down the Galadra, so no heal, no debuff coming through there. More citizens being lost.
Is really, really strong.
This is so uncomfortable what Super Film is doing. Bolt comes in on the separate Wajit. Commits the hippies into mass spears. Has to relocate on top of the Wajit to try and be safe. And the shifting sands is going to be there, but he screws up. The Spearman, he fumbles. 5 of them get left behind. So he's going to try to maybe retreat away from this still, but you have to fight. You have no choice here. Shunt comes in. Restoration gets popped. And this heal with the Nemean line coming in, if he roars that back line, that's going to give the gap close now. So he's able to overwhelm the boar, being targeted down. Could be rippling over. Not the best of micro there from Efim. Instead, he chooses to retreat here. Flaming Weapon still has about 15 seconds left. Nemean line is still alive. The front line is dead for the Norse, and this allows him to charge forward. Nemean line moves in. The Minotaur as well. This fight looking harder and harder as the seconds edge on for Tunison.
He can't even garrison all into this fortress. His units popping out, and they're not going to be flying into the corner of the map. You can use that to take out Fishing Economy now at very little HP. Fire Giants in as well as 160 favor for Tunison. He's going to be getting Mountain Giants and Jotun here. No, he doesn't have Jotun, but he's going to be able to get Mountain Giants through.
The crap! Okay, that's it.
It's all going to come down to this move right now. He's just going to be charging in. Answers to the clips coming in.
Got the rocks. Can he get the hits though? No, he wastes them on the mummies. So the big blob hasn't been attacked yet. He's diving in with the flaming weapons, trying to overwhelm the north side. But Tunis's position in this fight isn't going to be good enough from here. Armies both being whipped away at, but I think that the mummies on the backside may have just baited him a little here. It splintered the fight too much, and as a result, it looks like it's an overwhelming victory for Efim. But it's okay, guys. It's just the trash unit. Like, it's all the peasants. Let them die. Finally realizes that it turns around, but the trolls from the hills. My words are gone because of what we just watched there. That runaway somehow not ultimately punished, and now once again, the Giants on the backside, the Trolls, they're not able to get those good shots out. So the big chunk, the big splash of units that could have been hit there.
And you can't, if Tunison micros this really well, the Axemen are just going to melt. You retreat those Ragnarok heroes back, to throw an Axeman, clean everything else up on the front line, and you just can't engage this. It's looking like he's going for it, but everything's going to get massacred here, KP.
The villagers, they can't get away. They're way too slow to make that retreat, so that's going to be extra economy lost here. The cast coming in from the heroes to the north side. He goes for a quick build, doesn't quite get it up in time to block them.
So many Cyclops here, though. He's going to be able to deny that town center.
Try to will it down now. We have got the use of the brass already, so we're going to come through with the bronze. He's holding on to the restoration, doesn't need to use it just yet. This is a good way to kind of min-max this, and there we go. Pops it now, so the settlement does get cancelled. He's able to deny him that, but he's not able to stop him indefinitely. He's going.
I don't see any reason for him. If he knows there's a town center, that's the question. I don't think he does. And there's some Spider Legs getting some value. Pegasus gets a good tornado usage. Maybe he can re-muster up a whole bunch of those Horus Spearmen, which he needs.
Oh, Ancestors. Oh, sorry, has to be made pretty early, like pretty defensively. And the Imploder's there. He's overextended. So, sucky, fun time. Everyone being dragged in. No escaping it either. Most of the army just gets evaporated.
That.
But, clean this army
Can
up.
we get the units?
It could be a breeze. Here we go, age up complete. Tornado is in. And the Cyclone is moving favorably. Psych, it's given up. It's gonna switch around the other way, but it's done enough damage there. Check the military count now. An overextension that is now punishable. Pegasus stands his ground, finally has to start shifting away as the cavalry reaches in. But the damage, they might have already been reaped. It's a double military advantage. That backstab attempt, shut down by the stun, gave him enough control here. Ulysses' army swept away, and it looks like a win for Pegasus.
The army here way too strong for Pegasus. That second restoration just completely carries him through that Tempest, and Ulysses probably could have retreated there, but thought, I've got my heroic age gold power. It just was not enough. But he could probably get up to 175, 180 population very, very quickly.
By coming in, Curse is going to be popped there. It looked like he was maybe trying to catch the camels more so, but unable to do so. The heroes dive into the back though, straight into the wedges. He's still the laser gator as well, but the spearman on top of him, so not able to get that good of a trade. Ends up taking down one myth unit. Losing 2 heroes, but the follow-up damage is good. The Toxic are targeting them down. One watch is still alive. The Nemean line staying out of the way. Military is favoring Tunison though. Where are we going?
Where are you going?
Apparently half the army really hates this building. The other half is just trying to venture out into the world. Big mistakes being made there. The Minotaur tries to reset things a little bit. The Toxite do just about get back behind the front line, but that discombobulation has a lasting effect here. He's been overwhelmed. The Hoplite no longer here to hold it back. The Toxite's heavily outnumbered. There's enough raiding cavalry to clear him up. Grass, once again, the push is the bane of his existence here. It's like, oh, got it, boys. Don't worry. Where are we going? I got 15 seconds. Why are you so far? Why are you scared? Okay, we're deep into the night. Watch this, boys. I'll teach you how to lead from the front.
Once back.
And he's building a settlement right now. Split.
You can't.
Vacuum
You
cleaner
can't
time.
garrison away from this. It's all over for this. This army is going to say night,
No,
time
no,
for
no,
bed.
no.
The wrong time. That's kind of funny. Wait, does he get out?
No.
Come join the party. Come join the party. Everyone into the party. If Tunison wants to fight here, he's fighting under those units getting healed.
He has 2 clips. There we go. Goes in. Uses the tornadoes. Needs to pull the Sphinxes back here so they're not front lining anymore. Don't want to use them too quickly. More blasts coming out. And the priests, they are there to start focusing down that troll. So not able to get an extra boulder attack out here. Health bars are being lowered. The healing springs isn't doing enough though. It looks like he's weathered the storm. The backline is still pretty strong. However, pushes him back. Heavy damage on the health bars there. And that means gold's going to be forfeit here. Grass on the verge of taking this to decide in game 5. Troll reload. More rocks coming in to shake the foundations. He's going to try to take the splash. Kantaris are going to move in. Baits him forward. Chaos hasn't been committed just yet. The lines are going to spread out here. What is he waiting for?
He's waiting for the army to get a little smaller so he gets more value out of the Chaos is the only thing I can think of here.
The Say's alive, so that's good. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to a legendary Age of Mythology tournament to kick off the launch of Retold. We have had a long and arduous path here, and we are finally at the verge of the end. $15,000 on the line, 2 days to go, 8 series to decide it all, and we've seen many a potential champion fall up to this point. I'm, of course, Killer Pigeon, but to help me go through what will be a long day, 5 best of 5s, it's my pleasure to welcome our opening casters for Saturday. We have got Fitz and Iron Maiden. Ah, boys, look at that. Pumped and ready. We've got the Bang Tash on one side. We've got the energy of a Duracell bunny on the other, because I know he's excited about this. A long, long day, but my God, to think it's almost already over, yet we've had so many memorable series, and to think we could still have so many more here, Iron Maiden. I mean, we were just talking behind the scenes, 3, 4, 5 games already that could be tournament game of the entire thing, right? The best that we've seen. But we still have the best to play, and a lot of it's happening today.
I know. I mean, what's juicy is that so far we've already had some. There's some newcomers to the AOM scene, like Vortex, for example. Magic Mista coming back, Pegasus coming back, etc. There's already some juicy like drama and matchup and revenge matches that have already happened so far. Today we're gonna kind of have one of those, kind of a little bit with Recon and Mista, a rematch of sorts. So there's a lot of juice. There's plenty more juice that we can squeeze from this thing, but I don't know, man. I'm thirsty.
I don't know how much there's more you can squeeze out of Recon, right? Like historically, Fitz, that's a matchup that most people would say pub matches, about 90-95% for Mista. In scrims, even higher percentile leading up into Wallalol. But it's got to be said, the Mista we've seen in this tournament, while he's as resounding as always, is one that can bleed. He finally dropped a game in competitive Age of Mythology Retold.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see that Red Bull rematch finally happening. I'm sure Recon is probably excited to hopefully get back in there, studied all of his games night after night from his last matchup. And we've also had in the last few weeks several patches for good and bad coming around, and a lot of things have been changing up. So there's opportunities for players to find a new strategy, do something new. Maybe they've been practicing off the ladder, on the ladder, and it shakes it up. We don't really always know what you're going to see in some of these matchups.
And, we should have a look at the brackets to show the story, right? Because, the stories that have been moving so far are worth being retold here. We do have that upper bracket where we saw Super FM lose, but take a game from Mista. That is the chink in the armor that we're talking about. On the other side of the brackets, we've seen performances that look astounding. For example, Recon, if he loses here, he would be in for a rematch up against Pegasus. But the Pegasus we've been seeing later on this tournament has been a different beast. Magic now turning up. Didn't look himself at Red Bull Wallalol's qualifiers, but so far has yet to drop a single game here in Retold. In this tournament. He's the only person, in fact, remaining in the tournament to yet drop a game. The question mark is whether Aces Rappel can do it, because this beast has been leveling up hard. We talk about Mista, we talk about Recon, we talk about Magic all the time, but Rappel has been looking succinct in his execution. I think we can agree, Maiden.
Succinct is the perfect way to put it. I think that Rappel is slowly, every single tournament over the past several years, he just is building and building and building and building. And he's just a hop, skip, and a jump away from getting that S tier win, getting all the glory. So if he has an on day, I think he can absolutely take it. Magic is a beast of the game, legendary tournament beast. So he's got to fight Goliath today. I think he can do it too. I think he can do it, and I'm actually ultra stoked for this matchup.
Mm-hmm. And, just before we get to this first series, you need to see what the series is, what the day is looking like, because we actually have 5 series. I wasn't lying to you guys. It's crazy how jam-packed full this Saturday is going to be. We open with Magic Rappel. We follow up with a Mr. Recon, the rematch of the last grand finals for Retold. And then we will get into that lower brackets where blood will be spilled and people will be buried. Grass waiting for an opponent, which will be either Magic or Rapple. And then on the other side of it, we are going to have Pegasus with a potential rematch against Recon, or having to slay the dragon in Mr. himself. And then finally, we will get into that absolute deepest of rounds where we will see who will be verging forward into the grand finals of the lower bracket to try and stand a chance of making the best of 7, of also making that first place that, of course, would lock them in for a very desirable $3.75 thousand, a big chunk of the 15K on offer here. But I believe we are about ready to start hopping into the draft and have a look at what's happening for our first series of the day. 5 best of 5s ahead of us, and this is the opening one. Maiden, talk to me quickly about what we see from a drafting perspective here, because I'm seeing Magic with a very familiar raw pick, but not many extra Egyptians in there for him these days.
Do we have this? Are we looking at the right thing? This is the exact opposite draft that I expected these players to have.
Right?
Rapple historically being lots of Greek, lots of Norse, etc. Magic being lots of Egyptian. I'm super surprised to see this. I'm ultra surprised to see Kronos versus Isis in game number 1. It seems like we're just about ready to go. So
I think so. Let's get ready to kick it off. I mean, reverse drafts. One of them playing the others Greeks, one of them playing into the Egyptians. But this opening game, Kronos versus Isis, a best of 5 in the upper bracket. Magic versus Rapple. Game 1's now.
Welcome to game number 1 of Genesis Retold. We are here in the finals, and we are taking our first look at the Rapple. Going to be playing as Isis down here on the south side of the map in the color blue. And over on the north side, he has no losses yet. He's trying to go for a complete tear in this tournament. We've got I Am Magic. Going to be playing Kronos. Been really coming up lately in the latest meta as far as the stats have been going. And he'll be playing as the Atlanteans here with Kronos already dropping down those manners, shifting them around, and getting started here on All Fame.
all right, Fitz. I think this is completely bonkers. I know you know all the stats. The creator of AOM.GG, but the Genesis stats of Kronos is almost complete losses. Last week was the first time that we actually saw 1 or 2 victories for Kronos. So I know that Magic has been, so far in the main event, he is straight sweeping his opponents. It'll be interesting to see if he can continue this with what I think is kind of proving to be a little bit of a weak god. I don't know. I'm still shocked at their drafts. I'm still really shocked to see Rapple preferring Egyptian and Magic going for the more aggressive whatever gods. Anyway, I'm really surprised about that, but still, Kronos against Isis. What? Where does that?
And-
What?
And coming into this, as you talked about, where we see Kronos going for a more aggressive style, most likely, this is a map that's got a considerable number of choke points. It's not necessarily as easy as always to run around and raid on every side. Pretty easy to wall some of this stuff off. Particularly, you can just do pretty tiny wall segments between a lot of these tree lines. You have basically a second settlement that's, kind of back behind-ish of your town center compared to some of the maps where everything is forward. So, could really play into some of the strengths of, if Isis goes for a defensive play style. But, sometimes you think they're going to play super aggressive, and maybe he'll turn things around and go for a boom as well. As we see Age Up already underway for Atlanteans.
Speaking of the aggression, right? There's Prometheus incoming, 45 seconds.
There you have it.
Does he see? He sees the temple, right? He sees the temple. Ooh. And Vodka, how about a monument? Can we see a monument on the Isis side to potentially block a clear on the other side? Okay, so that monument, it's very far away from that gold mine, so we can maybe see some aggression, some deconstruction action here. Real quick, before we jump into like the meat and potatoes of this game, before it really ramps up, on the other side, Magic, he doesn't have a great map for booming. If you look at like what a lot of players do is they'll go aggressive with the temple and then they'll take a backup TC, and it looks like he's probably planning on doing that. Rapple has a Zobelisk there in preparation to already see it. And actually, here we go. Let the games begin, baby. Okay.
Yep.
Look, this.
Parade coming in. He's using his houses. Egyptian houses, of course, are free to build. So he's just giving them, a few hits, 1, 2, 3, just to block those out. Force him to wrap all the way around, taking a lot of hits from the priest. But the villager is able to escape to the town center. He loses one of them, will duplicate. And I don't think this is going to actually be majorly impactful, short of maybe just slowing down a little bit of this gold gathering. But he's going to be able to knock down this rush pretty quickly, as you're already seeing here.
Man, darn it, man, exactly. It does force a reaction. It forces Rappel to get a couple of priests out, make sure he can defend. Maybe one additional priest, actually. And there's the town center, exactly. I'm just a teensy bit surprised, because if you look at Magic's side of the map, all of his reasons, he's got a lot of cows and whatnot in his base, but he's got a lot of exposed resources. So going for that boom and kind of the slower burn, it starts to get a little bit risky when Rappel can potentially go get some aggression going himself. I don't know.
And he's taking out some of those obelisks. Of course, rather cheap for ISIS to put out. They got the discount rate. You've got the oracles in the corner. They're able to get some favor generation going. And there we have some lovely split screen. We've got a second town center up for Magic. So basically, you feign some aggression, or rather go for that forward temple. Does a little bit of harassment, but his goal wasn't really to do any kind of majorly damaging blow, just to kind of mess with your opponent. And I would imagine in this situation, Rappel probably kind of expected that. Not going to super overreact to something like that. Get some scouting in. Of course, he's got these obelisk around, so he has a little bit of intel what's going on in the field. And you see the Sphinx wrapping around, trying to get a little bit of harassment going on here, but nothing really for him to find back there on that north side of the town center.
Well, that's the thing, though. Here's one. Last time, I believe it was I can't remember who Rappel played against in the previous round, but I think they started off in almost the exact same matchup. ISIS on Alfheim against some Atlantean. I think it was probably Kronos, and he completely smashed his opponent. Maybe it was earlier on against El Matador. Anyway, so I think that if Rappel decides to go aggressive here, aggressive pre-siege can be a little. What is that bad boy again, Vodka? I missed that. Relic. Ooh, increase. Okay, ranged soldiers. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, with the aggression, he's going for barracks units instead of pre-siege. Okay, I'm miscall on my part, but still, he's getting the aggression going, and already he's hitting the hunt, man.
Yeah, trying to raid a little bit with spearmen. Now, spearmen are going to be your fastest option with Egyptians here in the second age. They've got kind of the best mobility since they don't have any access to cav till they get to the third age. But also, when you're trying to raid the Atlanteans, they've got these manors around that they just hop inside, right, when you go for a raid. But you can nonetheless force the idle time. And right now, look at this. He's actually going to be working on bringing that manor down. We've got just a few Terma, but might not be enough to really hold that off and defend this position. But for now, we're going to see positioning on both sides. A little yoink of the relic. Not sure what relic he's got in his hands there, but let's take a look at that. Heroes regain hit points while fighting enemy units. Well, that certainly would be nice for some mass priests if that comes out later on. But of course, I would think the Atlanteans want that as well, since they can heroize their whole army.
Yeah, that's a super valuable relic right there. Dude, that is a great relic. Dude, here's the thing, though. Sure, spears are your fastest unit for Egyptians in the classical age, but those Terma, you can shoot and scoot and boot and etc. and just micro to, till the cows come home, and you're going to snipe all this army without losing anything. Sure, spears do some bonus damage against the Terma, since Terma are categorized as cav, but yeah, this is exactly what Magic is doing right here. Rappel's going to have to bust out some slingers, possibly, maybe go the priest route like we were talking about. I don't know.
And we do see right now it's going to be an age up on the way for Rappel. He's going to be aging up with Nephthys. And we're basically going to be looking at a one town center, age 3 versus the 2 TC Atlanteans, maybe a little bit stronger eco. So it'll be interesting to see if Rappel follows up with some settlements or if just goes all out, maybe some Migdal units and starts to push. But we'll be finding out here very shortly as we get to the next stage. We'll see the Scorpion Man coming out as well. And you can also, of course, bring up the undead to fight.
Indeed. And speaking of the undead, I mean, those priests are going to be creating a lot of dead here pretty soon. Is he using Prosperity just yet? Not quite yet, but he's got those temples coming down. So he is going for the pre-siege, but he started it off with the barracks units. I don't know, man. I've seen it. Pre-siege is such a deadly strategy against Atlantean. I'm sure Magic is expecting it, so it'll be interesting to see how he handles it. There's a really big window of opportunity here, Fitz, in the next 3, 4, 5 minutes maybe for Magic or for Rappel to get into a really nice position.
And we do see, well, did he cancel it? I saw a Spearman upgrade. I'm not sure if it finished or if he canceled it, because I thought that was interesting there at first. Oh, yeah, he did. He must have canceled that one out there. We do see an Age Up has been queued just now, getting started there for the Atlanteans. Going ahead and adding another hero to the arsenal. And there we go. We've got securing that next gold mine. As the Egyptians, very, very gold heavy. You always want to make sure you've got those next second and third and fourth gold expansions secured. And you kind of want to make sure you get a Migdal down on that, which is what he's doing right now to power his economy. Only, is that playing with like one? Oh, that's a Siege Works. I'm sorry. I thought that was a Migdal. So not going to be dropping that down yet.
Well, so Fitz, you were talking about the walling potential early on, right? We see no walls on the side of Magic. So that means that Rapple can drop his siege works, he can, build whatever he's planning on making, and he can just trot right into that forward gold mine and for all the forward gold actually. Inside Magic space. I mean, it's hard to really wall with Atlantean because you have to use a citizen instead of an individual villager, a little bit of some aggression coming in here. Anyway, so it's hard to use a citizen to really invest into walls, but in a situation like this, I think it maybe would have been really valuable.
Yeah, look at all those priests he has there. He's going to start pushing. He could even heal up some of those low HP units if he wants to pull back for just a moment. But it looks like going to be playing rather aggressive. There we go. We've got Chaos going to be forcing his army to fight each other. And there we go. Here come all of the god powers. We've got Eclipse, which will be buffing up all of the myth units, followed by Ancestors. You see them popping out of the ground, going for a little fight there. They spawn a little slower than they used to. It used to be really, really deadly. But look at this. He's able to push the Atlanteans off of gold. Got them all chasing to the north side of his base. But doesn't really have, of course, the siege we've been talking about maybe could be coming out. He did build that siege works, but we don't see any towers up right now. Maybe starting to work on some of those military buildings, but the priest mass just continues to grow. And I think Magic has done an okay job hiding this, holding this, a little bit delay in his eco, but probably gonna be okay coming out of this situation because, there you go. Your opponents used all their god powers.
Oh, dude, he is Magic. If I was in Magic shoes right now, I'd be chilling, baby. He's heroic. He's got Contarius coming out. He's handled the Ancestors Eclipse combo. That pre-siege, it's still a teensy bit, as we see, there we go. It's still a teensy bit scary, but he's got those Contarius coming out, so they're going to be pretty decent to counter this army. I think, dude, he's even got a Palace coming up on that gold mine. Sure, it's still a little bit scary, but considering what Magic needs to do to try and counter the strat, I think he's chilling, man.
And boy, did you call it. It is pre-siege going on right now. We've got a handful of priests out there, 2 or 3 siege towers, and it's going to be a lot of Contarius on the other side. And it really looks like he's mixing anything else. It's going to be all, you can see he's built training, nothing but priests. So yeah, going to be all in on the strategy. And it's kind of like he needs this to work out for him. His opponent's sitting on 2 TCs, and he's kind of going all in on this military push. He's really going to need to make some big progress here on the military front.
Dude, absolutely. If he does, if Rapple's able to push through this palace right here, the gold situation for Magic is sketchy. But again, like I said, Magic is playing this really well.
I just think the Contarius, he's got a ton of priests, but look at these things. They're just ripping through that front line. He doesn't have any spearmen or anything. No camels. It's just all priests versus all Contarius. Now, a nice choke point to take this, I guess, if you are Rapple, but I'm not sure who's coming out ahead. I'm trying to keep an eye on these numbers, but it looks like the Atlanteans are breaking through.
Oh yeah, Contarius 2 OP, man. That's the thing. When you go priest, and there we go, there's the GG. Magic played that basic, I don't want to say perfectly necessarily, but he countered that, let's say. He countered that perfectly, man. If you delay that heroic age too much as Atlantean, it's so hard to deal with pre-siege if you're only in the classical age. So he got heroic right at the right time, and boom, Contarius for the win.
And so often we see a lot of more Egyptian boom play, but it was kind of the other way. Kronos came out with kind of a fake aggression, as I call that, right? It's just his free myth units, and then he took his temple back home, and then he just built a second TC on that and just took the more methodical economic route, and it worked out. Rapple went for a very aggressive kind of heroic timing attack there, and just didn't work out. So a little bit of the gamble. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. For this one, Magic going to be easily getting point number 1 on the board here today.
Indeed. Real quick, can we, Vodka, can we see Age of Time? Technology tab, yeah. Hiroki, Rapple got Hiroki. Okay, I was gonna say Rapple got Hiroki at 820. That's a pretty good time for doing a pre-siege strat. I was wondering if maybe because he went for spears early on, I wonder if that would have delayed his heroic time. Maybe it did a little bit, investing all those resources into human units early on. Anyway, maybe he could have gone aggressive a little bit earlier. Maybe he could have gotten siege out earlier, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know. I think Rappo was just a teensy bit too slow there. Teensy bit too slow.
One little thing you should have noticed in that final fight when we're sitting there in those choke points is Atlantean's doing a very good job using that Valor to, when one of those Contrarians on the front line would start to get low on HP, boom, would turn him into a hero and bring him back to full health. So just a good way to take an already expensive heavy cav unit and just prolong it further and further. So now we're ready for game number 2. Looks like it's going to be Watering Hole, Freyr versus Set.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty excited about this, Fitz. Freyr is becoming. For those of you who don't know, I'm a big fan of Norse. Been playing Norse for many moons, and so with Freyr, them adding a 4th god to the game, it being a Norse god is really exciting for me. I love all the new aspects of Freyr. Anyways, in addition to that, this is if you didn't know, Fitz, this is actually the best map in Age of Mythology.
Oh yeah,
oh yeah, and I could go on a diatribe, and I just might let's start a diatribe. No, we don't need to actually get into it. But I love Watering Hole so much. It's really strong for Norse because of all the hunt, but at the same time, all the hunt can be really good for Set to convert, to eat, to go aggressive with, etc. There's a lot of options here for both gods. I don't know if I necessarily give an advantage to either. It kind of maybe depends on resource layout a little bit, but I think this is going to be a fun game to watch. I'm not quite sure which direction it's going to go, honestly.
AP says that Ghost Lake is the better one, so we got a little bit of competition going on here. I don't know what my favorite map is. I don't think it's. I get frustrated in Watering Hole. I'm having fun in Watering Hole until my opponent starts having like a siege ship shooting at me, and it's like, hold on a second, this is a land map. What do we got? Boats all of a sudden? Like that sort of things get a little crazy on Watering Hole. But I know it's good chaos.
That's the point.
It's good chaos.
It's the point. It's the point. That's the beauty of it. Okay, so just give me 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Okay, it's high hunt, which means economically you can do a variety of different strategies with a strong economy. It's good for essentially every civilization. The amount of hunt, the resources on your side typically pretty safe. So again, you can do whatever strategy you want. There's a lot of hunt in the middle. So if you go aggressive, it's viable, you get that advantage, but defensively, you also have that. You have your back TC, you got the town centers in the middle. So again, aggressive is what's the word I'm looking for? Benefited, it's rewarded. That's the word I'm looking for. But also there's viability to playing defensive and boomy, plus the siege ships, transport ships, etc. There's the water complication. It's just there's a lot of possibilities, man. It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
It'll be really interesting to see how he decides to play Freyr here. I mean, he can go for trying to take some of that mid-map control to try to, you've got 2 settlements there in the middle, a lot of resources available if you can hold all of that. But he also could sit back. Of course, you've got, one of the most defensive god powers in the game there, the Guild Bursty that could come out. So kind of depending where he gets that, could have it in the middle of the map roaming around, or could just stay in his base and keep his opponent at bay. I mean, Set will be going out there probably grabbing a bunch of animals early on, and could be quite fun. You said you like Freyr a lot. I think you've got a very similar looking facial hair to Freyr here. Is that what we're going for there? Or what do you guys think? Who wears it better, Freyr or Iron Maiden?
No. Wait. Fitz, I got the length, right? I got the length and girth on him, but he's got it up top on me. He's got the golden locks up top.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
we just need to morph together to become, the ultimate Viking.
Yeah, absolutely. I was worried there in the middle. We had like freezing for a moment. I felt like it was like the Netflix Tyson fight all over again for a few seconds.
Well, I'm gonna try and hold back on making too many, Tyson Paul fight jokes and comparisons today.
I'm pretty sure everyone in chat was probably watching that thing last night, up super late.
Indeed, not for me. I'm way out here on the west. It was prime time for me.
Oh yeah, that's true. Okay,
well, okay. So Hang on. About Watering Hole, you mentioned Golden Bursty, right? That's my second favorite god power these days. Golden Bursty, the big pig that you can drop, the defensive pig, right? Well, so you mentioned maybe Freyr taking the middle. I think that we've seen players try that. Usually, you think of Freyr going up through Ullr with Asgardian Bastion, the Hill Fort, god power, playing defensively, probably taking a back TC, etc., etc. That seems like it's kind of the most straightforward, intuitive play. But at the same time, we have seen players try to go forward, take the middle of the map, and establish that defensive stronghold, I guess you could call it, in the center of the map. That if Magic decides to do that, I'm not sure if he will, but if he decides to do that, that could be super beneficial because like I mentioned, there's typically a lot of hunt in the middle for him to take. It also prevents Set. He can prevent Set from converting all the middle hunt, but also that defensive Golden Bursty turns into offensive Golden Bursty because you can only cast it on a town center, right? So if you take that forward TC, boom, you drop that bad boy, and that defensive god power turns into a big fat pig right in your opponent's face, right? So I would be particularly tantalized or titillated to see something like that. I don't know if Magic's got that in his back pocket. Can I mention one thing real quick? We have about a minute or so before we're going to jump into the game. Magic has chosen game 1. Look at the draft. Game 1, he chose Kronos, his last god pick. Game 2, he's going for Freyr, his last god pick. What's up with this? That's very atypical, eh?
I mean, I'd be worried if I was on Rappel's side, because if that's the case, if those are his weaker picks towards the end of his draft, that means he's only got up to go, So I don't know. That's an interesting way to draft for certain. Of course, you also have depending on the matchup and how much scouting they've done of their opponent, maybe it was like, hey, I wanted to take this god away from my opponent. Could have been, something you see early on, not necessarily, they want him. But of course, at this level, these guys are comfortable playing just about any god, but they all have their favors. But yeah, that is very interesting. He's kind of going in reverse order, and you do see on Rappel's side, he's going Isis is first pick, now Set. So maybe Arnos will be next or something like that. But I mean, certainly for a player who has been doing so well in this tournament, I'm sure Magic's very confident with whatever he's got picked here, coming from any order from his draft.
Of course.
Okay, well, I think we're getting into game number 2 of Genesis Retold. We've got I Am Magic versus Rappel. Down here on the south side, Magic is going to be playing as Freyr, our newest major god here in Age of Mythology Retold, part of the Norse pantheon. And on the north side, we've got Rappel, and Rappel is going to be playing as Set here today out on Watering Hole.
Once again, the best map, Fitzy. Best map, best god in Freyr. Super stoked for it. Again, we've talked plenty about what to potentially expect in the pregame. It'll be interesting to see how this actually pans out. We do see Magic building forward already, which is maybe a hint, maybe a little something. Maybe he is going to think about trying to establish that forward stronghold. It's not surprising seeing Rappel grab these aggressive animals right here. I don't know. It's I guess we can maybe look at build order, age up time, that sort of thing. But I think where Zolsark ends up, where his temple ends up, that's going to give us a big clue as to how Magic is planning on playing this game.
Yep, and I mean that house placement also, he built it right by a settlement. That could also be, just some nice scouting intel to see if his opponent tries to go for some, forward map map control. So he kind of has some intel on that, or if he stops to fight it, it kind of slows him down, gives him intel what army his opponent has. It kind of serves multiple purposes. It's just a cheap little house. He can put it out there, and we've got the little pigs be walking around, get some scouting going on. Can we get a look at maybe the relics as we have some moment here? I would love to check in what we have options here today. Okay, heroes regain hit points while fighting enemy units. We saw that in the last game. We've got the Trojan Gate Hinge, increases wall hit points. Okay, that'd be nice if you go for some walling here of these Watering Hole. The Blue Crystal Shard, villagers gather wood and gold faster. That's definitely a nice relic to get for your economy. Dwarven Horseshoes improves cavalry speed. So not going to be super helpful to the Egyptians early on. Could be nice for camels later in the game. But yeah, some nice relics out there on the map, and we'll see who decides to grab them.
Well, on the side, since that relic, the Horseshoes relic is over on the side of Magic, and there we see his, yeah, we see his temple. It's 10% cavalry speed. We see his temple, yeah, getting dropped within his base. So here's the thing, just so that everybody knows, these matches that we're going to be playing today, it's on the current patch. Last week we ended up playing on the previous patch. There's a whole thing, a whole story behind it. Anyway, we are on the most up-to-date current patch right now, which means there's a couple of differences on the side of the Egyptians. One, chariot archers a little bit stronger. Two, slingers are a little bit, I guess you could call them a little bit weaker. The upgrades, the divine damage has been cut in half essentially. So there's some really crucial changes there on the Egyptian side of things. But it's a lot of players. There's a lot of hullabaloo, so to speak, around chariot archers, around bone bow, which gives, if you go up through Sekhmet through the third age, that gives you more range on your chariot archers. So, long story short, there's Uller coming in. Long story, and we got Ptah coming in for Rappel on the other side. Long story short, having faster, what are they called? Faster cavalry. That could maybe be really nice for Magic to just try and counter any potential archer masses. We've seen in the past archer masses are a struggle for Norse. So I don't know if he necessarily sees that relic since he scouted forward, but eventually if he gets it, that could be really nice.
We already see just a little bit of defensive posturing here. Magic is just built a little wall segment down there in the southwest side just to make sure that he's plugging up some of those gaps. And we do see as Rappel hits the next age, he's got his animals on the front line with his Wadjet, and he's building some barracks up. So going to be making some of those barracks units. Of course, when you're looking at set with that monument, you see the barracks is glowing a little bit. They get bonuses from being built next to their monument. So there we go. We see leaning into that bonus as the Axemen are coming out. Axemen always good against Norse because a lot of infantry likely going to be out in the field.
Probably. I'm a teensy tiny bit... maybe I shouldn't be surprised. He went up through Uller, so he has the Asgardian. We're talking about Magic. He has that Asgardian Bastion, God Power. His back town center is not, Magic's back TC is not that wonderful, so having that really solid boom, it's not that great. Dude, Fitz, this is exactly what I was talking about, man. Like, oh, watering hole, it's going to be a boom fest. Not necessarily, man. We have double barracks, maybe even triple barracks already on the side of Rappel. He's starting to push out into the middle of the map. We got Magic not going for second town centers and, Asgardian Bastion and everything already. So it's like a box of chocolates, man. It's like a dusty, deserty box of chocolates. A meaty, hunty box of chocolates. Anyway.
Another wall segment being built. I was just watching that the alligator going crazy on that house out there in the middle of the map. That looked pretty brutal if you decide to settle here on Watering Hole. But going to be moving up using those obelisks to get to some line of sight of what lies beyond, see what's going on. He's got some spearmen and some axemen there. There we go. Yeah, I love the split screen. We've got house under fire by the Gators. And there we go. We've got the Dragger taking some shots there at the Egyptian army as it works through that wall. And Magic's going to have some visitors. Now, we saw Rappel playing rather aggressive in our previous match, too. Early on, and even into the later stages of the game, Magic is amassed just really good at defending. So be interesting to see what he's got in store here. Now, he hasn't put down his... Say it. He puts down his Bastion. Okay. Perfect timing.
Good call, Fitz. Good call. That's perfect, man. That is a really great position for it as well, as we see some RC trying to find a little bit of some picks here and there. And actually Rappel is headed over to that left-hand side. It'll be interesting to see if he gets a glimpse of that fort going up over there. I think he's headed over there, man. That thing could possibly... I don't think it's going to be denied.
It's going to be a close one, that's for sure. He's going to take some heavy hits here because those Axemen will just do so well against everything in this composition. But he's got mostly spears, it looks like. Trying to finish that up. It will build on its own, of course, but... Oh... No, the double, insult to injury. Down goes the house. The absolute value out of that Gator, and then down goes the fort. Oh boy, can we get an F in chat for that one? Not looking good right now for Freyr. Magic, hopefully gonna be able to recover. We'll see for his sake, but right now, facing the Egyptian wrath. 4 barracks, there's no end in sight to this attack.
Oh, yeah. Actually, we need a double F. One for the house, one for the... There goes the croc! No! Revenge.
Oh, man. What great observing, didn't we? That's-
Oh, poor
oh,
guy. He
oh
did his job
man.
well, though, right? He did his job well. It's 40. He got the wood, or the house down. Anyway,
Hopefully they will. Go ahead.
I'm super stoked to see so many barracks from Rapple because all of the aggressive potential here could be completely brutal because he took down that hill fort, right? So a lot of the resources of Magic, because he's kind of stuck back into his base right now, he doesn't have a ton of resources. His gold is on a timer. Sure, we see he's got a Rhino right there. Okay, sure, but he's got no town center for a boom. He's got no more hill fort to help protect a gold mine. He's just gonna have to straight up. He's got Golden Bursty, I suppose, which we could possibly see here sometime soon.
Yeah, especially as he wraps around the south side of the base. But you gotta think, like, he knows, right? Rapple knows that's in the bank. We're like maybe trying to even trigger him to get him to come out. He's got a little escape route to the northeast if he doesn't want to take a fight. This is kind of the interesting spot. If you look here, actually, Magic's moving north. Yeah, the army split up. And this is how, when you're in these situations where you're kind of backed in the corner, your opponent's got a big army, and maybe you can't take that fight, but look at this one. He can take this one. It's, a few rhinos, a few priests. Like, this is how you take out those reinforcements and how he can start to snowball his way back into the fight here. So, of course, Rapple's like, shoot, my army split up, and he's probably going to, like, circle back, try to get the surround, maybe go for some villagers, and Magic just making the best of a bad situation here.
Absolutely, man. That's honestly, if you're getting aggressed, then trying to pick off all the reinforcements, that's one way to try and claw your way back into even footing. He needs to be really careful though. Those spears are pretty brutal against raiding cavalry. And the walls, man. We didn't see the walls on Alfheim, but Magic definitely taking advantage of walls here on Watering Hole. I love it, man. It's great. He's doing what he needs to do to try and after losing the house, he's got to find a way back into the game.
I was hoping to see maybe him pick up those horseshoes relics so that this cav would be a little bit faster. It's so close to home, but right now getting chased all around, and man, that army count just keeps growing. We see 97 units out on the field for Rapple versus the 73 right now for Magic, and he's looking to take down that wall segment so he can get in a little easier and harass the gold. Magic getting ahead of the game, says, okay, that gold's off limits. I think maybe he'll circle over to the east side of the map, but Rapple's just trying to just control his opponent, keep him off of those outer resources.
Okay, so real quick, Fitz. Left-hand side, exposed gold, exactly where Rapple's army is right now. He kicks him off the hunt, kicks him off the gold mine, etc., etc., etc. You see him dropping an obelisk right there. Okay, so over on the right-hand side of Magic's base, that's where his other gold mine is. Boom, the Archie Belows, okay? That's not that bad, but it's also not that good either. So it's definitely a defensive gold mine. Town center I love this town center coming up. I think it's going to be difficult for Rapple to get the kill early on. He can definitely go for plenty of gold control, especially with Aegir coming in. Vodka with the, we got the pro observer here, baby. Anyway, it's going to be tough for him to actually get the gold starve early on. So I love that he's taking the second town center. But the gold starve is tough with gold on both sides. Anyways, Rapple also has shifting sands that Magic needs to be super careful with.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So he can shift so quickly from one gold mine over to the other and potentially do a ton of damage, or potentially shift away from a Tempest. Again, as we see Aegir coming in for Magic, the heroic Aegir.
Yep, and for Magic, like, this is his best shot right now, right? Trying to age up, try to do something with the God Power in the third age, just do something to get himself out of this situation. But I also like Rapple. He's played so aggressive, but also taking the time to keep his economy in mind. He's been able to expand to a settlement, get some of that map control, get control of some of his resources in the middle of the map. Going to be set up really, really well. So for now, for Rapple, what you do, it kind of feels like it's going to be hard for him to put the kill on. He can keep trying to keep him off the gold, but as you see, Magic's just going to keep dodging. I think he's going to keep this up, and then maybe need to think of an age up as his own, as Magic's just going to keep taking his time turtling up here.
Indeed, as long as he can, honestly, the two big worries of Rapple right now, those rock giants potentially so strong. Another hill fort going up. It'll be interesting to see if that thing actually goes up. Anyway, what was I saying? Tempest, that god power. He can shift away from Tempest if he really wants to. Maybe he's just going to take it right on the chin. I think that hill fort's probably going up, which is going to be awesome for Magic. Magic needs to be careful to make sure he doesn't get behind economically, You're absolutely right. Rabble continuing that eco churning. He's got the second town center, so he should be able to, jump ahead pretty uh, quickly, decently, well, whatever. But still, can he defend against the aggression?
Oh, he's delivering food to his opponent. Oh, I mean, he should be pretty happy about that. I mean, that's a lot of food just to drop on the doorstep. Big fight coming in, and there we go. Tempest going to be bringing down the hailstorm on the Egyptian army. They don't like the cold out here. They live out in the desert, but it looks like, as you mentioned, he might shift away, and he did that, shifting to the middle of the map, but kind of splits his forces up. He's able to pick off a few of these units and, kind of zoning out his opponent, getting a few kills. Maybe the best you could have expected for that moment.
That wasn't too bad, man. He got most of his he shifted away, what, 3/4 of his army, about a quarter of it was left over. He lost a bunch of HP on those units right there, but he I think Rapple really only lost a Wadjet right there. Not the worst thing in the world. Definitely not the best thing either.
Man, look at all those snakes. So beautiful and majestic flying around, and a nice amount of slingers now able to pick off even some of this cav as it gets closer, as he gets a little more critical mass. Age up is on the way. Rapple going to be aging up. Neptus on the way. Of course, some upgrades for the priests who have the ancestors, all that jazz, and upgrades coming in for Magic as he turtles this one up, continues to hold despite so much aggression from Rapple.
Indeed. Real quick, can we click on those slingers? Do those bad boys have Electrum Bullets by chance, Vodka? We'll get them here in just a second. There she blows. Yeah, Electrum Bullets used to give +1 divine damage, now only +0.5, so might cut in half. Slingers are still strong, man. They're still really strong, but they're not as deadly as we have seen over the past month or two.
Okay, so age 3 for both players now. Some of those upgrades coming in, both them taking their time. I thought he was going to build his obelisk, but turned around, and we got a little bit of a raid coming in. Cav going to be chasing down the Egyptians, and he's going to be moving north, and that's going to be kind of annoying as far as just the mobility of the Egyptians at the moment. If he just keeps running around with that raiding Cav, if he can maintain that. We do see a second settlement coming up very quickly on that southeast side, as Rapple's had this really big army, but mostly just kind of been slithering around. Hasn't been doing a whole lot for the last few minutes. And there you go. You can see that split screen. There's that those Cav coming in, picking off a few villagers. And yeah, Magic looking like he's starting to get some steam back in this game.
Oh, more than just steam, man. Look at the villager numbers. Even, completely dead even right now.
Yeah.
Ooh, a little bit of a catch on those RC. Not too shabby. Gonna lose a handful of those bad boys. Lots of HP as well. Anyway, sure, Rapple took the earlier town center, but he's not in an economic advantage. Sure, he caused a little bit of idle time on the gold, but still, with the hunt and everything, the dwarves eventually getting the gold income. Magic's economy should be pretty decent. Ooh. Yeah. Oh boy.
So kind of sacking his hill fort. He's not going to try to defend this, but he's going for the attack of his own. It looks like he's pushing villagers off of gold, which of course going to slow down the Egyptians anytime you can stop them from gathering gold. And I think also moving in towards that settlement there. Yeah, look at 1, 2, 3 of those rock giants. There they go. They're going to be taking down that town center pretty quickly. Will he turn around to try to defend this? There goes his ancestors and the shifting storm. There we go. Okay, shifting sands in. Big battle, all the Egyptian troops on the front line, and there goes mountain giants, or sorry, the rock giants going to be fortifying there, and I don't know, it looks like Magic's trying to get out of there. He keeps trying to move to the northwest side, but the Egyptians able to get a nice defense there with the second shifting sand.
Oh my god, dude, what a play by Rapple right there. I wasn't even looking at his favor income. I didn't think. I was about to say, what a play by Magic. There's no more shifting sands. Yeah, JK LOL. This is Retold, baby. Nice raid here. This is Retold. We can reuse God powers, right? Dude, what a defensive play there by Rapple. He had to have had that in mind, the fact that he could use his shifting sands again defensively. That was such a good play by both players, honestly.
A lot of villager kills. If you're looking right now, 65 for Magic. We're looking at 47 right now for Rapple. So lost some of his military on the way out, but taking down that economy over time, Magic can draw this out much longer. That's just fine. He can reboom his military up. And yeah, I think particularly for players who've come from playing Legacy Age of Mythology, sometimes that second shifting sands you just forget about it. It used to be one and done, right? But like it's just kind of something different you got to be ready for now. I'm sure these guys are used to it at this point, but it even catches me off guard. I see it like the first time, you're like, okay, it's out of the way, and then boom, bringing it back in such a great aggressive way to do that, but still taking a lot of villager losses despite the great positioning.
I mean, you're absolutely right. Having said that, there's soon to be 4 town centers for Rabble. Yeah. So he's, I mean, already there. I mean, there we go. We could see more actual Vil kills here, which would, yeah. I mean, those are heavy RC, man. They're low HP, sure, but still, he could get a couple kills. Okay, that went a lot better for Rabble than I thought it would.
Yeah, this was a low HP, but very good use of just kind of booming up now. He knows he lost some villagers, that he's behind right now on economy, and using this time, okay, he's got some map, going to take 4 town centers and just let that boom back. So he's going to be working on that. We do see the farm transition coming in now for Magic as well, adding some farms there on that south side. No walls on the east side, so rather susceptible to raid still if those were to come in. No camels or anything like that for the Egyptians, so nothing really too speedy as far as raids. It looks like he's got something moving in on the far east side, but game's going to continue to move on here. Wow, just really impressive. Just turtle so far for Magic. He was in such a dire spot there for a moment there early on, and now we really got ourselves a game.
Oh, absolutely. I think that, you know, a little Berserker conversion there to get those spears. Vision just came in. He's Rabble wants to take a look at what Magic is doing. Here's the big thing, though, Fitz. Okay, this is a pretty sexy looking army here for Freyr, right? Tons of rock giants. He's got Goaty throwing axe when he's got a heavy RC. The big thing that Rabble needs to be careful of is either losing to the rock giants or maybe a mythic age up from Magic as well. It looks like Magic he's super close. Honestly, he's close to doing everything.
Those pushing in with the rock. Such a good job. Yeah, just taking so much damage, being tanks on that front line. Same time, Rapple's been able to move his Wadjet back to stay out of range of this Goaty that are trying to take him down. They're still able to get the snipe off. Man, but mercenaries right here on top of the settlement, he's able to spin that extra gold and just get some mercenaries out. And I feel that really changed the tide of this game, or this fight. Being able to get those mercenaries on the back line really helped him hold his fight.
Oh, dude, absolutely. Real quick, Vodka, can we see if those priests are upgraded? Those priests are... I'm surprised how quickly... He had, what was it, 3, 4? What are they called? Rock giants. Those things are usually such tanks, man. But they just dropped like flies, honestly. I'm completely flabbergasted how fast that army just was deleted by Magic. So, sure... Oh, bro, check it out. We got ourselves... Vidar is coming in. We're going to have a nuke, folks, and I am super excited for that. Mythic Age coming in at about a minute and a half at this point in time for Magic. Maybe he can explode his way into the middle of the map, possibly. Rapple's got a lot of control, though.
Yeah, Nuclear Inferno Wolf will be here in the Mythic Age soon for the Norse. Looks like Magic just continuing to buy himself some time as he's aging up. It's going to take some time, getting more and more throwing active. And of course, there's a lot of slingers there in the Egyptian army. So, oh, and the Kraken! Oh, there he goes. He gets a throw off. There he... That's what you don't expect to see, the Kraken in Watering Hole.
I'm telling you, man, it's the best map. It's wonderful. How often do you see it's swimming up the Nile? Anyway, dude, what do you think? I like Rapple's position here, man. Obviously, he's on 4 town centers. He's got Migdal in the middle. He's got plenty, double Migdal in the middle. Plenty of villagers. He's basically up at the Vil limit. Doesn't quite have that farm trail. Oh my goodness, look at that production. What is that? Is that Horus coming in? Is that yeah? Horus is coming in. So we've got Mythic actually coming in for both players. Rapple's a little bit behind. I don't know, man. The thing is that Vidar, the Inferno Explosion, that gives you a really nice push on one position, but that doesn't give Magic the middle of the map. Rappel still owns the whole thing, and I think Vidar is only maybe going to give him half of the middle. It's going to set him up for a nice pushback, but there's Horus, a tornado coming in on the backside of that potential Inferno. I don't know, man. I think Magic is in some dire straits here.
Yeah, and looking at the total pop space, we were just drawn out 200 versus 260. Here we have it. We're in the Mythic Age. Will he pull the trigger now on his God Power? Will he wait on it? There it is. Gonna be coming in the Inferno Wolf. Go for it. Oh! And
Yes! Yes!
whoa, Slinger's taking some heavy fire. Not what you want to see as he's aging up, losing his army. Of course, has all economy. He wants to try to repop this, but one thing to note, he doesn't have trade locked down yet. Not that he's really needed it, but just to think as his opponent's pushing. But there you have H4 is up, and now we've got a tornado. What? All the Mythic Age God Powers coming out, going in for a spin. Pick up the water, becoming a water spout for a moment. But man, there you go. There's some Age of Mythology action for you.
Woo! That's partially why we're here, folks, for the beautylicious God Powers.
Oh!
Oh, the poor priest. Dude, that was awesome to watch, but that was catastrophic for Magic. Because A, he still has zero control. He has, barely any control of the middle of the map. No TC control. He's down on population big time, and Rappel's in the Mythic Age himself. I think Rappel's A-okay. He should be able to close out this game, but dude, like we were saying earlier on, part of the beauty of Watering Hole, you got the siege ship potential with the water. There's plenty of harassment potential by utilizing water. So there are little windows that Magic can maybe open and climb through back into this game. But if I think Rappel should be able to put this in the bag. What do you think? Do you think there's a way legitimately that Magic can come back into this?
I think if there is, it's the fact that he's got his trade set up really early on. You see him grabbing some of those late game upgrades. I mean, he's really got that locked down where Rappel will need to make this transition. Now, has all the space in the world to do that. Shouldn't be too worried. It's still plenty of gold on the map. But there can be a moment if suddenly you get choked off from gold as Egyptians, that things can turn south really, really quickly. Things like a dragon torching all of your villagers. But that's probably like his best thing he's got going for him right now. And we got the turtle going after the armory there. Oh man, a lot going on. But I think some of the bigger things right now is going to be Rappel having those Mythic Age infantry upgrades that Horus provides. Really going to be putting him in such a great spot up against the Norse. Look at these slingers. They don't care. They're pushing. It's really looking like Rappel starting to close in towards the end of this, but he needs to finish it.
Absolutely. And I think you're absolutely right. With 4 town centers, that's all. There's the golden bursty, baby! Woo! Good defensive,
What's he
little
do?
God power there.
5 slingers.
Yeah, right. Little underwhelming. Ooh,
oh, mythic fight! Look at this. Now there we go. That's the arena of the myth units, the gods, the god powers. I don't know if I've ever seen this matchup before, but there you go, Golden Bursty.
Golden Bursty for the win, baby. The Jonker for the win. The Croc. Get the Croc.
What if the Croc has special bonus damage?
What kills a boar? What is, a shotgun? What eats a boar? I don't know. They seem like they're an apex predator, right? Look at that guy.
Yeah, this kind of feels like he's buying himself some time. I do see some more upgrades coming in for his berserks, it looks like. But I'm actually surprised how much damage Fafnir's been able to do. He kind of let him live for a long time. He just walked from gold mine to gold mine, taking out Vils.
Yeah, dude. I think that's probably the only recipe for success for Magic back into this game. Gold control. You're absolutely right. There's no trade route yet for. Speaking of gold, no trade route just yet for Rappel. Trade is not as wonderful as it once was back in the old school days. But still, once you're on that 260 pop limit, oh boy, do you need an economy to to support that.
Here we go. We got these fully upgraded. Oh, there's still some upgrades coming in for him. Berserks, but he's got some siege too, which is showing he's ready. He's trying to push out a little bit. We got a rock giant in the mix, but man, there's that Egyptian death ball complete with spin to win and the rhinos. Look at this priest just taking out those myth units from so far away. Not gonna stand a chance.
Is this a push? Is this a game-ending army though? Fitz,
Magic
has a nice
capabilities either.
Exactly. So especially with the ballista coming out, that's 5-6 ballista coming out for Magic. He's actually super close to this TC right here. Honestly, he can maybe even drop a dock and get some dock play, some water play on this position right here. I like where Magic is mounting an offense right here. I don't know if it's gonna work, but if he's gonna win, going for gold, hitting those gold mines, maybe get another Fafnir out, some RC, something like that. And then abusing those ballista, man. Trying to get that range going.
Lots of ballista, and we see those upgrades just take so long to come in, but of course, that's a feature of playing as Freyr. You got cheaper techs, but they take a long time. But look at that Slinger Death Ball is really just absolutely destroying everything it comes across. So it looks like he has stopped making throwing axemen altogether, as you should, and really leaning in the Berserks, and Berserk's not doing half bad there on the front line, starting to push, and now we do see Egyptians starting to get some of those catapults in and start to work on that hill fort. But Magic doing a good job fighting up against this army, and there comes a raiding cav as well up against those siege towers.
Fitz, remember, these Rappel advanced heroic through Nephthys, not Sekhmet. Which means, oh wait, obviously not. Oh yeah, he said he could have gone up through Sekhmet. That means that those slingers, they have Electrum bullets, but they don't have that Slings of the Sun upgrade, which gives them, what is it? Is it bonus damage or extra damage or whatever? I believe it's against infantry off the top of my head. So there's sexy slingers, of course, Electrum bullets still OP. It's not quite as OP as it used to be, however. So I don't know if slingers are really that late game unit that he wants to really close this out. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
Let's take I think this fight's going to rage on for a little bit more. I'm kind of curious. Is he setting up some trade? He was looking in the east side of the map because I'm just looking at the gold reserve, because you can have all the map control, maybe even be winning the game, and then suddenly you lose your gold income. You could be in very quickly, everything can shift, especially for the Egyptians. And we see these upgrades all starting to hit right now, cheap late game upgrades. I think on the other side, Rappel spent a lot of resources for these later upgrades, and he's starting to lose a little ground. Ballista starting to push forward.
Oh my god, big time. Dude, here's the thing. As a Norse player, I'm terrified of Horus barracks units, right? Particularly the spears and the axemen, especially the spears. They are terrifying. I don't know if all of those Horus upgrades have come in for the spears necessarily, but still, these barracks units are terrifying. I wonder if if maybe a winning composition is the front line of barracks units, and instead of slingers, maybe some chariot archers. I'm not quite too sure about that.
He hasn't. I don't think he even has his upgrades for his big doll. He's gone all in on infantry this whole game. I think at this point, I don't think he can really afford to make that switch. And if you actually look at the bank, we actually see he's starting to actually have a little bit of bank left. Rappel's starting to run out, and he's trying to start to trade as well. This is not a great spot to be in right now for the economy, as it looks like Freyr's pushing forward, even bringing the ox carts, getting in on the fun.
Bring everybody, baby! He just converted a bunch of those gold gatherers into berserkers, I believe. Rappel just lost a town center, dude. Magic is just ballistaing his way back into this game. I thought that Rappel had it in the frickin' bag, man. But it's actually Magic who's looking pretty sick here. What is happening?
Ballista spam, and this, we've had the trade set up. He could afford to take that fight that was happening right there at that choke point. Went on for a long time, and they were both yeeting resources away at that. But we got trade just really fueling the Norse economy, and look at these ballistas being able to get so much value from the backline with that now fully upgraded berserks. We even look at that Secret of the Titans on the way. Magic is barreling forward.
Wow, dude, Rappel has to get units back into the back line of Ballista, man. He is getting shredded a new one. He has to get something back in there. Spears, like we talked about last game, spears are kind of speedy. He does have Migdals up to, get some camels out, something. He's got Avengers. He's got to do something to pick off that
He just started making chariots. He just started making chariots, but I don't know. I don't even know if they're fully upgraded. And the gold is what I'm really worried about right now. He does have villagers look like gold on the east side. It's hard to tell. Sometimes the minimap lies to you a little bit. I'll be kind of curious how much gold is actually available out there right now for the Egyptians to gather. But Magic barreling forward. Ballista's able to hold us in that Secret of the Titans. Boy, oh boy, that will be Not be good for Apple to see.
Indeed. By all means, it's still 3-3 town centers. Rappel's getting his trade route back up. He's switching into chariots. Maybe that's the way to go. But this death ball, right? I don't know if you call this a death ball per se for Magic, but this army he's got is looking pretty sexy.
It's styling.
Oh yeah.
Spinning out in the middle, taunting his opponent. There's that Pharaoh. He looks a little lost right now. He needs to get back to leading the people. He's just walking around, but
seriously. They're brutal, man. They're super brutal, and he's in a nice position here. Magic's in a nice position to hit. The Ballista have such good range. He can hit that TC, that next middle town center of Rappel here pretty darn quickly. I would like to see Magic to supplement, whatever, this push with additional buildings. He needs to drop towers. He needs to drop hill forts. He needs to drop, just every type of building in order to continue this push. Maybe he's pushed too far, actually.
Yeah, this is the first moment we've actually kind of seen Magic lose a little steam, but here comes the Berserk. He kind of needs, as you mentioned, to get some infrastructure on the front line, because that's the big difference. Rappel's been able to really quickly repop. Magic's troops are making a long march from home. Hopefully he'll work on fixing that on the front line, but Chariot's now in the mix. Those weren't really there in the earlier stages of these mythic battles that were going on, so Chariot's going to be contributing, but maybe like to see them just pull them back just a little bit to get some extra damage. They have some great range, but they're just getting completely mopped up there.
Oh, dude, look at all those dead bodies. Oh, mama. Oh, God. Dude, if any of the Retold devs are out there, we would love to see the caravan numbers and the spectator stats. Like looking at the Vil numbers, Rappel's still up there at that 100 Vil number, but Magic is on 53. It's a little deceiving. It looks like his eco has completely died, but no. He's got a boatload of trade credit.
And doesn't it work so perfectly as like you get pop capped? You're like, okay. Where other players would have to like delete villagers or something, you're like, okay, I'll just turn these into army, and then you can train more traders or whatever. Send them off to war, and yeah, there we go. Secret of the Titans, we got the Titan on the way, and Rappel is gonna have a clock ticking here as that Titan will surely bring the end of this game if it goes that far.
Probably, man. And I'm just looking at the potential options for Rappel to stop a Titan, prevent a Titan, fight a Titan, for crying out loud. He does have a potential tornado usage, but he's on 8 favor, and that ain't happening. So I believe that Titan is almost certainly going up.
Are those? It looks like maybe there's a raid on the trade line going on in the east corner. What's going on? Oh yeah, there's some raiding calves starting to work on the pharaohs, some of those traders. Yeah, just starting to do. There really hasn't been a ton of split play here as far as what Magic's been doing. I think just focused on turtling in that one square for so long. It's kind of crazy. This game's been going on for quite a while now. Of the position he was once in those early stages of Age 2, to bring this game really the distance.
Oh yeah, man. I'm telling you, Watering Hole's the best map, baby. You get games like this, you got aggression, you got Vidar, you got late game, you got ships, you got some random boar attacking a turtle. It's wonderful, man. I love it. Look at that, look at the army. By the way, dude, that army, 52, 48 army pop, 45 to 150.
Oh my gosh.
This is it. This is it. What? This is it, dude.
There we go. Wait. What? He stopped the Titan?
Magic?
I guess he just decided he didn't want to do it. He just wanted to just push with everything right now. This is the Ragnarok.
Berserker Rock incoming, baby. Dude, it might be the play to really just put all of his military power here in the center to solidify that center. Oh, okay.
There's a few more. Okay.
He's just
small pause. That was a union break. They had to take a little break. Chariot's trying to take out this Berserk, but yeah, it just looks like Magic is just barreling forward here. Another settlement going up. Boy, how the turntables. Once Rappel had 4 settlements, now it's about to be Magic if he can get this one up. Down goes the Migdol. And he taps out. I am Magic with a defensive masterclass with Freyr. This is the one we'll be looking at for the ages.
Unbelievable, dude. I know I shouldn't have called it. I didn't necessarily call it early, but I think I think that was a little bit of a throw for Rappel, man. I really think it was a little bit of a throw for Rappel. He survived the nuke. He had his own tornado. He had 4 to 2 TCs. He was in such middle. He had such a good position. He just let Magic ballista his way back into this game. He even won, like, Rock Giants, dude. He completely mitigated Rock Giants. He basically did every single thing he needed to, except ballista. That's like the one missing piece that that Rappel was missing. He just didn't have the answer to ballista, and he just got ballisted into game number 3.
I think Magic was just thinking, I had him right where I wanted him the whole time. He had this in control. He was running to the left gold mine, to the right gold mine, building these tiny wall segments. It was all part of the master plan there. Let's take a little look at there we go, civilian units. As you see, there were definitely some bumps along the way, but all through and through, this was a great game. Both players bringing out all the stops. It looked like Rappel had Magic on death's door, but Magic bringing in that trade. I think that setting up that trade early on was allow him to just really throw units into that front line and the choke points for so long, and was able to just get that's all over the place as far as gold. But yeah, even like getting a Titan gate, the Titan didn't even come into play. But just doing such a good job holding on. So I think some of those early hits on the gold mine, when we think about, I just remember Rappel did those amazing shifting sands plays that were so nice. Man, oh man, this was just an absolute great game from both of these players. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Absolutely. Well played, gentlemen. Well played. Excuse me.
Where are we going now?
Well, so Fitz, here's the thing. Excuse me. Before we jump, get into Ghost Lake, KP. Sorry, I got a frog in my throat. Here's the thing. Magic is a legendary. I know that there's plenty of AoE4 people who know Magic. There's plenty of newer AOM players who know Magic, right? Here's the thing. Magic is one of the goats of AOM, partially because playing Magic on the ladder it's a completely different story from playing against Magic in a tournament. Magic is it's almost like, like we can make Dragon Ball Z comparisons. Like, it's not even his final form until he gets into a tournament. Historically, he has been a completely different beast in tournaments. And we haven't seen it. We didn't see it in Willaloo. We didn't really see it in the Genesis qualifier. But in this main event, I don't know what he did, but he has just cranked himself up to 11, and he is a freaking powerhouse. He has blasted his way here into the, are we calling this the semifinals? I know it's double elim. Are we calling this the upper bracket semis, I guess you could say. But honestly, Rappel should feel confident because he's such a strong player himself. He's been practiced this, and everything. But he might be a little bit like a deer in the headlights. Like, holy smokes, what freight train has just smacked me in the face?
Man, and you better be careful. You don't want to jinx the man here. He's on a roll up to the last. And we were talking about before this previous game started, Magic has been picking from his draft in kind of backwards order, right? He's, a lot of times you think maybe your last few drafts might be more some of your weaker gods, perhaps. So he went Chronos, Freyr, and now straight to Ra. And I know that Magic is very, very good at Ra. I am a Ra enthusiast myself and have watched many of Magic's Ra guides on YouTube, which you go check it out. All these guys are content creators. Go check them out on Twitch and YouTube and give them follows. They're great guys and do a lot for the Age community. But yeah, Ra going to be absolutely good here on Ghost Lake. And we're seeing Thor brought out as well. Thor has been, I feel like on an absolute tear for like the last month. Early on, we didn't see like a ton of Thor in the early tournaments. And it was like, it switched and everyone discovered the magic of Thor. And Thor's been very, very strong. But Ra versus Thor, I feel like Magic's Ra is going to be very, very tough take on in this game.
I agree. Like I mentioned, he's had some struggles in a Retold tournament so far. I've not been very impressed with Magic's Ra. I know it's a beast. I know he knows the god, but his execution and maybe a little bit of luck, something like that, he hasn't had. It's not like Ra is just some powerhouse instant win for him. So I think I 100% agree with you, Fitz. Having said that, Thor on Ghost Lake, Retold Thor on Ghost Lake is a very interesting one because you can either we got a couple minutes here, so it'll take us some time to get into the actual map spawn. But one of the more interesting parts of Ghost Lake, you can start with either 1 or 2 gold mines in your starting base. And so what Ra often struggles with is securing that external gold mine. So that either gives Thor a really nice heroic age push where there's some strength there, but at the same time, if Ra gets a little bit of some initiative, we saw Mista against Kvoth a couple of rounds ago. Mista chilled in his base, and he just was reusing his Dwarven Mine God Power to just keep gold. He's just 1 TC. He's got endless gold in his base, essentially. He's taken just enough fights to get that favor, and he's just got essentially an endless gold mine inside of his base. So this matchup plays super differently compared to how it used to. I don't know if Rappel's necessarily going to go for that same 1 TC idea that Mista pulled off. But I don't have much of a prediction here for what we're going to see, really, until we see what the gold mine situation.
Well, and you mentioned, 1 TC, from the Norse, but also in Retold, you're more likely to see 1 TC out of Ra, going for the very aggressive play early on. We've seen a lot of Ra players do that. Used to always be, right to 2C into farms into age 3, right, is the classic Ra template. That might not be what we see, especially, on Ghost Lake where you got to secure those extra golds. That's not always so easy to do just to go straight to the 3rd age. He might play this in age 2 and do that area empowerment on all those barracks and his pump units. Particularly, you could see some, axemen if he goes for a big infantry, heavy push early on, maybe some axemen and spearmen. But yeah, we'll have to see here. I'm sure Magic's got something cooked up for us. Chad, I hope you guys got some snacks cooked up for yourself. It's a long day. We've got the finals going on here. The Genesis Retold all weekend. Just absolutely banger after banger of game. Right now, we've got Magic versus Rappel going on. Coming up later today, the next series you're going to be seeing is going to be the Mista versus Recon. So I hope you're comfy because we're going to have this going on. It's going to be a great day of Age of Mythology.
Yeah, buddy. Excuse me. Yeah, buddy. Speaking of Mista, that's right. We got him queued up. Him against Recon, a rematch of the Woolulu finals. Fitz, I just realized something real quick. This is a best of 5, which means Magic has the potential to get his 3rd sweep of the main event. Rappel's on the ropes. Speaking of, Mike Tyson against Jake Paul, Rappel's a little dazed. Rappel's, embodying his inner Mike Tyson right now. He's a little dazed right now, hitting those ropes around whatever. We could see a 3rd sweep in a row from the behemoth, the beast, Magic. What do you think about that?
I think there's probably a lot of players at home right now that, they got on DraftKings. They got a parlay that this has to go at least to game 4 before anyone gets knocked out. So... I think Rappel needs to come out, needs to get a little action, maybe get this cuts fixed there in the corner, and hopefully the servers keep moving beautifully, just as they did during that fight. And oh no, I probably jinxed us. It's been going so well.
Knock on wood, everybody.
Looks like the countdown's almost here, so get ready. It's match point coming on up here. Ra versus Thor on Ghost Lake. Who is going to win? It looks like the channel prediction has just about wound down. So quick, get your EGC points in at the top of your screen. Get your Gamba on. And here we go. Match point Genesis Retold. We have got game number 3 here of the Rappel versus I Am Magic. Rappel's going to be playing as Thor here today on the northern side of the map. You see him out there on the gold with all of his dwarves, and on the south side, we've got I Am Magic pulling out Ra. A little more comfy out in the desert biome. Snow, not really Egyptian's thing, but he's going to be playing Ra here on Frozen Lake. Let's see what we've got in store today.
Dude. Vodka, go over to Rappel's side. Yeah. He's going for another perk, whatever you want to call it, feature of Ghost Lake. We already talked about either 1 or 2 starting gold mines, but yeah, goats in the middle. That is such a big deal. If Rappel potentially wants to try and play defensively. And Boomy in his base, he's got to get those goats. And actually, Magic knows the same thing. He sent his priest out in the middle trying to grab his own goats. This is exactly what I was looking for. Usually you see Thor build orders where they drop the armory right away. I guess I need to update my Thor build order knowledge, because in this patch, the Thor armory is just a little bit more expensive. The technologies, the upgrades, they research just a little bit slower compared to older patches. So, okay. He's got the dwarf armory build order going. I was panicking and freaking out there for a second, thinking he wasn't going to do it, but he is. We do have the Thor eco incoming. Never mind. False alarm, people. False alarm. I thought he was going to skip that and go for like double berserker for goat numbers or something like that. But anyway.
So he gets his goats going, and just for those of you at home wondering, why do we have an armory in the first age? Why would you want upgrades? Well, it's because for Thor, they've got a bonus for each of these techs that they research at their Dwarven armory. That's going to be popping out a free villager or a free dwarf. So it's an eco bonus. Now you're getting techs early on, and not only that, you've got some more eco coming out with some more dwarves. That's also going to mean you've got maybe the best upgrades out on the battlefield when you go to fighting here in the later ages. So makes Thor very, very strong. And yeah, just as was called out, it was made this a little bit more expensive. So it's not as lucrative as it used to be, but still, of course, a great bonus nonetheless.
Absolutely. Well, back to basics. Goat numbers here pretty soon. Once we get into class gauge, we'll maybe see what the final goat numbers are going to be. Right now, how many does he have? 7. That's really not a lot, honestly. Fits 4 goats. Like 7 is a very small amount of goats. That's potentially not good news for either player, honestly. The other detail: 1 gold mine, man. 1 gold mine, and looking at the map. Yes, go on.
There was just a little idle time there. I was like, you didn't get this guy herded in, but they're gonna get on that. I don't know if for Ra, I'd be super like concerned about my opponent having a bunch of. I mean, you don't want him to have the goats, but I'm like, whatever. I'm gonna go to farms anyways. I don't know if Matt is gonna be super concerned.
Well, I mean, indeed, it's just either player. It's a big concern for either player, in my opinion. Just because potentially the food is so exposed. However, I think food-wise, this is not too bad. For Rappel, we see he's got the 4 starting Aurochs. There's the goat numbers starting to come in. He's got a couple of boars on the back up in the very top corner that we saw a moment ago.
Yeah.
Or boar Aurochs rather.
Oh.
I think there's food. Real quick, Vodka, can you click? There's a little bit of food outside Rappel's base. Can we see if those are berries or animals? Just outside, there's one. Okay, some caribou over there on that left-hand side, right-hand side. A couple of caribou patches, okay. But over, we see that Magic already has 2 monuments up. So I think, what is he going for, by the way? He's going for bass. He's going for cats, man. He's going for the Sphinx play. Yeah, so Thor, by all means, we got Forseti coming in for Rappel. So Forseti, faster Hersier potentially. That's a good way to fight against Sphinxes. But that's also potentially a lot of exposed resources there for Rappel, a lot of exposed hunt that potentially Magic can try and hit with Sphinxes and barracks units, etc., going aggressively.
Well, we talked about farms, right? Going for Bast, he's not going to have access to the cheaper farm upgrade you typically get if you go for Ta. And he also does have access to the Sphinx you see coming out right now, but also have access to faster food gathering rates. Is a nice upgrade you get, kind of the other side of the food gathering. So maybe kind of portrays that perhaps he isn't going to go for farms early on. He's going to stay on the natural resources and use those food gathering upgrades, and getting upgrades immediately for that Sphinx. So going to be looking to probably go for some harassment there.
Absolutely. And there's the barracks also coming down. Is that 3 racks? Is there an armory mixed in? Are those 3 barracks? Oh mama, that's 3 racks. We got ourselves aggression here, buddy. And
I called it.
I'm liking it. Dude, I didn't really think it was, I don't know, just, okay, it's happening. I'm super stoked about that as we see a little Creo Sphinx action over there on that side. Here's the thing though, Fitz. Remember what I was mentioning about the gold mine, or the fact that Dwarven gold mine can be used by Thor. The gold mines, the exterior gold mines outside of your base are ultra exposed for both players. They're both super exposed. We don't need to necessarily click on them right now, but if you take a look at that mini map, You know, you'll see, okay, there we go. Those things are pretty darn exposed. So seeing so much aggression, Sphinx play, all the Axemen, I'm kind of liking that for Magic, but I don't know how effective it's going to be because Thor has all that gold potential with the Dwarven Goldmine God Power.
And I would like to see you guys name a unit in the game that has a cooler upgrade progression than the Sphinx. You just, boom, there we go. Just got the bird upgrade. Those things, they have the coolest cosmetic upgrade as they go through each of their stuff. And in H2, they got a few options to upgrade. It's just cool, nice little touch.
I agree. And here's my hot take right here. The second upgrade, or like the second level, let's call him Cryosphinx.
Yeah.
They have like that big, it's like that big headdress thing. I think it looks a little bit cooler than the little raven. What is this? Is it a raven little head or hat? Or bird,
yeah, I don't know.
A hawk, perhaps?
Yeah, there he goes. Moving. Oh, man. Beautiful zoom. Moving on in there. Chasing the Norse all the way back, and you can see he's actually built walls on both sides of his base, kind of building this choke point. He's got his healing spring there. Yeah, those Axemen, this is why he doesn't want to get caught up out in the open grounds, because those Axemen just will obliterate those Herser. And Magic able to kind of keep Rapple pinned down at the moment.
Whew. That was so close, man. He with that one Sphinx, all 1 HP. It's a beautiful thing that, well, if you're an Egyptian fan, that those priests can heal up that myth unit over there. And actually, dude, Magic is he's got the map control right now. He's forced Rapple into his base. He's building walls, etc., etc. As we just saw, he can jump outside of the hunt, no problemo. His goats can fatten up, no problemo.
Barrack's gonna be. Oh man, it's just outside the town center range. He's trying. Oh, he's pre-queued that tower upgrade. He's not actually researching. Just now started that upgrade, but also got an age up coming in. So he's kind of been light on the military because he doesn't want to stay in age 2 up against the Egyptians. He wants to get to the heroic age, and you see those watchtowers will be upgraded here in just a moment as he heads up to the heroic age.
This is interesting, man. Sphinx can do a decent job killing buildings. Sure, the tower upgrade is going to be nice. But given enough military power, you can bust through that no problem. Nice micro there by Rapple with the garrison action going on. I don't think it's enough to try and stave off this group of units, however.
He just needs to buy time right now. He's aging. That's his goal right now. And
Sure.
yeah, he's able to look. He take that fight out away from the tower, so that they're taking those spearmen and those axemen were taking fire from both the town center and the tower. That was actually really nice micro, nice positioning there. And now Magic's taking some hits, lost just kind of like his momentum with his aggression as his opponent hits the next age. This puts Rapple in a nice spot. Going to be dropping down that Great Hall right away. Be interesting to see what he does here next. And there's that Dwarven Armory. I'm sorry,
yeah.
mine.
Yeah, both of them, dude. We got the Dwarven Armory and the mine.
Yeah.
That fight around the tower was excellent micro by Rapple. I thought that, it was just a lost cause, just scrap it, throw it, just get out of there, save your units. That was excellent micro, man. And he's actually in a nice position, killing some units of Magic, etc., etc. He's in a decent enough position here, man, jumping into this heroic age now.
Kind of feels basically like similar to the matchup we just saw, where we had the Norse turtling go to the next stage. You had the really aggressive Egyptians. Similar we see here, of course, a way different map. Man, a lot of 1, 2, 3 Sphinx out there. There's 2 boars. Ooh, needs to watch out for that. He doesn't have any priests in the lineup that I can see at the moment. He just won. There goes Eclipse, though, going to be using the Sphinx to try to get some spin to win there on the front line. But there goes the flaming weapons. Okay, we got them all out.
Dude, the boars! There's nothing to counter the boars except for the cats, but there's enough Herser there to counter those things. There's our flaming weapons, everybody. Boars and flaming weapons for the win, I guess. That forces, Magic. You can't fight that, dude. So he just decides to go for a raiding, I guess, with his Sphinxes.
Man, the Sphinx raids during Eclipse could be so good because it makes your special recharge faster, so they can spin on like a group of villagers, really quickly recharge, spin again. It can be really devastating, and I'm sure Rapple's aware of this. There goes moving him on the dwarves right now. We're going to see a big spin, and while we got a fight raging back at the home front for the Egyptians, just kind of drawing out that those flaming weapons as he brings them all the way back home. Now he's able to get some priest reinforcements to take on those boars, and it looks like he should be able to hold off the rest of this. I'm not sure how many villagers got picked off there. It does look like Magic is up by 2 vills at the moment. But for now, yeah, he's held off flaming weapons, which can be just so devastating. Villagers find that raiding cav, and this game will continue on.
Oh boy, oh boy. That was big right there, Fitz. That was a big about, 60 seconds or so. Looking at the Vil numbers, it looks like Rappel did not really lose many dwarfs, maybe one, maybe two, picks off a Sphinx. Very nice. You're absolutely right. The fact that Rappel had to use that flaming weapons defensively, that is excellent news for Magic, because we talked, dude, he's losing Sphinxes. This is huge for Rappel. But remember the gold mine issue, man. The gold mine issue is with a farm. The gold mine issue is potentially really scary. No flaming weapons anytime soon on the side of Rappel. So Magic can take a breather, build up, etc. Exactly. Yes, exactly.
Yep. Whew. So we see right now, looking at the army count, 57 for Ra versus the 75 of Thor. We've got Magic out very far from a hone on that gold mine, so he can't really afford to run away from this right now. It's not like he has shifting stance or anything like that. He can't take a losing fight at the moment. He's still in Age 2 up against an Age 3 Thor, who's of course getting upgrades as they go as well, right? So it gets hard. Nice pick off there, kind of a waste of that board. Maybe could have brought him back to the Healing Spring, but easy for us to say. These guys are busy. A lot of stuff going on, lots of action, split focus. And looks like a lot of Cav into the mix, as we do see Magic is answering it with some Spearmen, also getting his Slinger upgrade. And yeah, he's targeting that gold. This is a big win condition for Rappel. If he can win a fight here, this would be pretty much GG if he pushes him off of gold.
I think, dude, this is so big. There's so much going on right now. For those heavy raiding cavalry are so important. That's going to be rough, potentially rough. Big fight coming in here, folks. There go the trolls with the special attack. Who's going to take this fight? The Slinger. Dude, those heavy RC are doing a pretty decent job. Magic is pulling the boys. He's going for it, man. And I think it's enough. It's enough to force Rappel back. Take a big breather if you're a fan of Magic, folks. I think he just held on for another minute or two. Rappel's got to back off and
that's that Rhino skin.
Exactly.
Yep. So it's the unique upgrade you've got there with Ra is Rhino skin. Gives your villagers more sturdiness. And I'm assuming, let's just double check. I'm pretty sure they had it, I would imagine, in that fight. He did it.
No. Wow.
Those were just out naked villagers fighting up against these mighty upgraded Thor units. I mean, it worked for one fight, but he's coming back for more. He looks hungry. Is he going to be able to survive another round of that?
Dude, it's 1-to-1 TC without Skin of the Rhino. You can't be throwing away Vils too heavily. I know you need a gold mine, but for crying out loud, man, those Vils are squishy. They are weak without that upgrade. Real quick, super important thing right here, Fitz. There are no farms. Yes, the food situation for Magic. Okay, look, he's just about out on goats. He's only got a little bit of hunt left over, and those heavy cav on the side of Rappel, if he needs spears or something, towers, something to try and fight against those heavy cavalry. Okay, so I think that Magic is actually in some dire straits right here potentially. He doesn't have that Shadoof upgrade for cheaper farms, so he's going to have to get that food eco situated ASAP. Rappel doesn't necessarily know about the economic situation. He's backing off, taking a TC. Okay, sure, playing this a little bit cautious, not very, YOLO. So he is kind of solidifying his own infrastructure, but that also does give Magic his own bit of time, breathing room to solidify his own food eco at the same time.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time seeing right now how Magic is going to be able to get up to the next age. He's going to be trapped here for so long. Man, that was about as grouped up as a fight you could take there with those Sphinx. But these Cav are upgraded. You can see they don't even take that much damage from this. As chat says, he's looking like Mike Tyson in round 8 right now. Not looking so great here, just kind of stalling. But Spearmen get a little surround, taking their time positioning. But I don't know if it'll be enough.
Dude, I don't... Wow. What is he doing, man? What is he doing? He's just running through the base, losing all those heavy RC. I was saying how sick those things are, but you can't just take fights under a base like that. That was weird.
They were getting tickled by the Sphinx, but when they just kept spinning like 3, 4, 5 times, I mean, he just took a lot of... He needs to go like sit next to that healing spring and cool off for a second.
Exactly, dude, exactly. There is Rain. I forgot about Rain. So
Okay,
once
he's aging.
is he aging up?
Oh yeah, we got Sobek. Let's get some alligators in the chat, boys. Here we go. Laser crocodiles are on the way.
Wow. He manages to get up, and it looks like he's dropping farms at the same time. A little bit of a force and magic off of this gold mine, dude.
It's okay. This is fine. He's invested a lot in this gold mine, and he it kind of looked like he was ready. He pulled off. He's going to the other side of the map. He kind of planned this. He'll go over there, probably drop a Migdol. I think he's okay with this. It looks like Rappel knows this too. Well, I don't know. He's still chilling there. Does he know that those villagers are migrating? Spearman in the middle of the map. Okay, could maybe just distract the army here for some time. Give him a little run around.
If you got
on the ice.
I know. It's honestly, Sobek coming in is going to be so clutch for Magic. Sure, the Locust God Power is not the most amazing. Spread formation. It's not the most amazing God Power in the world, but still, it should probably be enough for him to secure a gold.
Here comes the rain. Okay, you got a little bit of rain out there. I mean, I'm not sure that Mike Tyson had this much mobility in round 8 as we're seeing right now. Magic has just went across the entire map. He's got his gold mine on the west side, and Rappel's kind of been bleeding units, taking a lot of damage, certainly in these recent moments. It kind of felt like he had that gold clutch down. Here comes those locusts doing minimal damage, I guess, zoning just a little bit there. Okay, get a little bit there, but Locust typically not doing the most, and Magic seems to be migrating his ass off.
Absolutely, he's got a million little units here, but dude? That front line completely melted once that heavy spear upgrade coming in. Oh my gosh! It's still kind of a close fight, but that front line of RC completely melted. Lots of low HP from running through that base a little bit earlier on. Fight's still going on. It's kind of hard to, honestly, heavy units on both heavy infantry, heavy cavalry for Rappel. It looks like that's going to be enough. Plus the spam, the reinforcements, that's enough to push Rappel through that fight. It was looking sketchy, but he had the stronger units eventually. Can Magic hold on to a gold mine here, Fitz?
Those troll, I mean, Rappel had such a strong backline there. He had a lot of throwing action, but he had like three or four trolls there, and there's only like one priest in that fight. So the myth unit's doing a lot of damage from the backline, not to mention the Goatee. Here he comes. Migdol's up, but can he defend it? We'll be seeing here for just a second. Where's his army going to be looking maybe to pick off some of those reinforcements, as this is his lifeline. He needs this gold, and I don't know. It seems like it's not looking good. Let's hope they got skin in the rhino now, because they're going to need it here in a moment. Trying to distract the army is about all he can do, but Rappel says he wants a point here in this matchup, and he very well might get it here. Looking very, very good at the moment. And Magic, with the flawless record, drops a game. Ladies and gentlemen, Rappel takes a victory off the GOAT. Magic gonna be losing with his Ra on Frozen Lakes.
Man, dude, honestly, Rappel says 2-0, I ain't best of 5. I ain't going down without a fight. And he smashes back with such a nice win there, dude. I can't believe that. The Sphinxes really couldn't find a lot of damage, a lot of value. It forced Rappel to go defensive, but he just had enough resources in his base that he could handle it, no problem. The flaming weapons against the Eclipse, no problemo. And then after that, it took Magic a little bit too long to get heroic. I don't know. That's about it. Rappel fighting back. He's back into this, man. Reverse sweep incoming, possibly. Possibly.
Well, I was a little bit worried we're about to see another edition of Ratatouille, but I forgot there was Rappeltouille time. We finally have a series. He finally turns up. The beauty of best of fives, times to feel out. And I mean, what an incredible series this is so far, Fitch. You know, I think about game 1 and the way Magic executed there into game 2, a very different style, very incredibly defensive. But the cool thing that I think we saw is this adaptation in game 3, right? It was almost like Rappel was playing with the correct amount of urgency, because after that game 2 in particular, it can be very easy for a player to feel drained, exhausted, and demoralized.
Yeah, definitely very long games going on. And I mean, looking at the map we're just on with Ghost Lake, I think I call it a Frozen Lake. You've got the golds just so exposed. When you got Egyptians like going into that middle late stages of the game, and if you can't decisively win a fight, that's it. The game's on the line right there. There's nothing to fall back to, and he just really got pushed off that gold mine there on that right side of that map. Maybe he was just a little too aggressive under that tower. He was pushing early on. Perhaps should have looked for a window to age up, but yeah, look. Rapple played this very, very well. Good defensive play style there from a Thor, and able to pick up an absolutely huge victory.
And an interesting pattern now developing, I made him, because the man that historically is known for being the Egyptian god of playing the Egyptian gods also loses with them. They are now completely lost. Isis, Set, Ra, all Egyptian gods falling victim here in this series.
Oh man, that's actually a really good point. Straight losses with Eggy, right? Oh, dude, that's really interesting. Plus, that's that's the first picks for both of these players. Boom, boom. Set Isis for Rapple, and then Ra is down for Magic as well. Very interesting. I'm telling you, man. It's I know that Magic knows his stuff with Ra with Egyptian, but he seems to be a little bit more successful with in the Norse territory. I think we have Magic's known to be an Eggy pro. Of course, he can play everything, but I think we have a budding Viking over here.
Do you think it's also the playstyle, right? Because like someone that has really been known, it's almost like Egypt Legacy compared to Retold is probably the most polarizing, I want to say, right? Like, historically they were just kind of a boomy Civ. They like to play that style, whereas nowadays they're almost seen more as a Zerg Civ, right?
I don't know because I never played StarCraft 2, but I'm going to take your word for it. But no, I get your point. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Yeah, it seems it's kind of refreshing in a way that Retold has really mixed things up in that manner. I've been playing this game for so freaking long that it's really refreshing to see the shakeup. I think you might be right, honestly, that maybe it just plays more into Magic's strengths, honestly. You can't just straight up do that. Like Fitz said early on, you can't do that standard 2TC TAW farm into a heroic age and, just cruise your way to victory.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get to the late game, Fitz, I think Magic is going to be the most comfortable player we're going to see in this bracket. In fact, I made some notes on that game too. Late game, trade, Titan. Of course it's a Magic game.
Yep. I mean, that previous game we had that was like, what, 35, 40 minutes long, whatever, like, it looked like Magic was on the ropes for just like so long, and he was just able to turtle. And once he got to that late stage of the game, was just like, it just like was boom. Here he came. It was like he was in control the entire time. But yeah, absolutely looking just so dominant there when we finally got there. Now, we talk about late game, looking at an interesting map coming up here with Kurlager. This usually has a lot of scrappy early game fights on these rivers. You got rivers on two sides, docks, early action on that. I mean, we're going to probably see a lot of happen very quickly on this. This is going to be very different, I think, from the other maps we've been seeing.
Right, mate. I mean, looking at this pick as well, like Zeus, very good on these type of maps where you can bolt one side, kind of lean into the water a bit more. But on the flip side, maybe Oranos having a little bit more potency in that mid game if Rapple can get to it in good shape.
I suppose we've seen a lot on Kurlager, this map. We've seen a lot of Hades, a lot of Zeus. But other than that, we've seen a lot of Atlantean in general, but not a specific god. We've seen, someone try Kronos, Gaia, just because, strong eco stuff. We've seen a little bit of Aranos, but I haven't really been impressed with the Aranos on this map. I'm not super sure what Rapple's going to bring to the table on, to fight against something crazy like Zeus on a map like this that can be so scrappy and aggressive.
Why do you think that might be, Fitz? Because I'm thinking of Kalauga, I'm thinking the way you want to play it. You do have the fish, of course, which draws you in a bit, but there's a lot of wider resources in it. It feels like Oranos really benefits from those type of maps because, of course, the sky passages let you just freely move your economy to both sides of the map.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested to see. We haven't seen Greeks pulled out yet in this series at all. We've got Zeus being the pick here. Maybe we can come with that Minotaur to have maybe a better chance at taking down those docks that you're likely going to see on those left and right side. But I'll be kind of curious to see. We're here in these later stage. I mean, we're really deep in the picks for these players going to round 4. I feel like we're going to see variants of strategies, maybe what you might typically see as the #1 strategy out on the ladder might not necessarily be what you're seeing in a tournament here. We're looking at like game number 4 on a map like Kurlager that is so unique. So I don't want to speculate too far about what we might possibly see out of these guys on a very crazy map coming up.
I mean, if you can pull it out, if you can get us to 5 games, we mentioned that Eggies are losing all the time. Another interesting statistic to look at here, Maiden, is the fact that the Norse are always winning in this series so far, and Magic still does have that Odin pick for Game 5.
Ooh, so that's the ace in the back pocket, huh?
Maybe.
Possibly.
I mean,
if we do get... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think when we look at stats, and Odin was, like, at least on pubs, I think he was the most underwhelming performer just behind Freyr. But so far, I want to say, like, from what we've been seeing in the competitive pool of Genesis games, he's like maybe mid-pack in terms of performance.
Yeah, and I think part of that has to do with map selection, how it's, I mean, I agree. I think it's still a really strong pick. Kind of, my mind is going a million different places right now, so I'm not sure what to think. But ultimately, if we do get to game 5, it'll be Odin against Poseidon on Oasis.
Yeah.
And I think that is probably favored for Odin. So aside from the ace, the playstyle that we mentioned of Magic and everything, I think ultimately that's going to favor Odin at least a little bit.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky to call Oasis as well, right, Fitz? Because quite often we do get the one big central blob of trees in the center. But every once in a blue moon, the generation code does like to throw us what the icon's showing there. This 4 different ponds, 4 different pocketed woodlines, and as a result, a lot more raiding potential.
Yeah, and of course, a map that you don't have a large concentration of food. Even in the map we're just looking at, like there is a lot of hunts available. When you think of like Legacy Ghost Lakes, not really the case, but Oasis, you've got to typically move to farms really early on, or go for those rather exposed food, kind of central in the map. So when you're looking at something like, I mean, both Sifs, Poseidon and Odin, so much raiding can really make a huge difference. And you also could see, of course, walling on the sides, depending on how it all lines up there.
Now, I think it's actually a good time to have a look at the schedule and show people that this is actually just the start of the day. I realize we're 2 hours in the broadcast, and Myth can play a little bit fast, a little bit aggressive. But no, folks, we are still in the first series here. Funnily enough, especially that game 2, dragging the average length for this pretty deep. I actually joked behind the scenes. I went, we've just lined up the schedule nicely because we have 5 best-of-5s today, 3 series tomorrow, on the off chance that it's Magic and Recon in the upper brackets, because that series could actually be longer than 3 series altogether. Both of them loving that late game so damn much.
Yep, and as you guys can see here, we're sitting at any moment. Like, it could be match point. Magic can still put this away, or Rabble could go for the reverse sweep. But coming up next, you've got Mista and Recon. That is going to be an epic showdown. This is the rematch of what happened at Red Bull Wololo just at the launch of this game, and that's going to be super fun. Mista, of course, just always sitting on top in a lot of these tournaments. Recon will be looking to take the wins. I think, who can't help but root for the underdog in a lot of cases. But Recon, deadly as always. Will be fun to see that series. And then later on here today, we've got Grass Pegasus going to be playing some of these guys as they move on down. It's going to certainly be entertaining all day long.
Oh, yes. So many series to come. It made, that kind of little bit of insight on that Recon Mista, thinking about that. I know you would have watched a lot of both of them in the last few weeks. Is this a different breed of raccoon compared to the one that we saw at Wololo? Is this one that can truly make Mista bleed? Because even though the last Grand Finals they met in was a 3-0, 2 of those games were uncomfortably close for Mista.
Absolutely, dude. And it's, having said that, we've seen more than just chinks in Mista's armor, missing scales in the dragon, so to speak. Not just against Recon. I mean, you're absolutely right in the Willowloo finals, but also in earlier rounds of this tournament. I wonder if Mista's like, I wonder if he is his greatest enemy. Like mentally, hubris, like the idea of, not that he's like arrogant or anything like that, but when you're seemingly comfortably winning so many games and not really losing any, mentally that does something. So I know that he lost against Super Afim. I wonder if that shook him a little bit. Like, hey, now you're a rock star, but get your game on, right?
Yeah, like a Joel, a wake-up call type thing. It's interesting on the other side as well, because, I mean, you'll be familiar with this, Fitz. Like, Recon, across the years, he's kind of... It's been no secret that Mister's his hero. He's the guy he looks up to. He's the guy he believes in the most. But as a result, you can have that hero on a pedestal. And I've talked to him about it before, is that sometimes he'll be like, yeah, but, it's just Mister. And it's cute to hear, but at the same time, you got to find a way to beat the Greek god.
Well, what's interesting, they know each other personally, right?
Yeah.
Like they've like, uh-oh, we're into the game.
All right, scrap it all. It's time to go. They kept us waiting, but we're hopping into game 4. Can Rappel make it a comeback? Let's find out.
We have got Kurlager coming on out. An absolute interesting map, and Rappel trying to pull off a reverse sweep here today. The score currently 2-1. This could be match point if Magic can get the victory. He is going to be playing as Zeus down there on the south side of the map. And we've got Aces the Rappel going to be playing as Ordinos, bringing out the Atlanteans and already setting down that dock as these guys will be looking to get some fish.
The bolt has already been casted. What did he bolt? Was it possibly an Oracle? Is that what we're counting here? Yeah, I bolted an Oracle. That's really nice. So I mean, that's picking off those oracles. It's so clutch against Aranos specifically, because you don't want to give Aranos the time to bank up some of that favor. Shockwaves. I mean, we were talking with KP during the break, during the middle of the game rather, when Aranos starts getting a little bit scary. Some of the upgrades coming in from Ermilo, possibly Heroic Age. We see Shockwaves potentially getting used. Potentially Caladra, not Caladra, Carnivora, that whole thing. So I like the bolt on the Oracle. Here's the thing though, Fitz. It's match point for Magic, which means if we want a game 5, Rappel in the red, he has to win this. He has to win this, otherwise he's dropping down to the lower bracket, right? So does Aranos have enough? Is Aranos the solution here? I know it's a map draft, god draft. You work with what you can. What other option does he have? But is Aranos really the answer?
I think at this point, when you get this late in the stage of these series, like they're going to do what they can. These probably aren't their ideal, to make it to these points of the game. I'm sure Rappel came out swinging, didn't want to, drop games 1-2, able to get one off. I really feel like Magic was ready to put this series away. Of course, and that last one, the Raw, I think is one of his stronger picks. So I think for both these guys, maybe playing, they're less desired choices here, but also saving them in the bank. When you got a unique map like this, you want to have a plan, like really have a strategy, and it's not really winging it. I'm sure that like they've got their practice strategies here with Ordinos and Zeus here. So I'll be really excited to see as we get into Age 2 here. There's just so much quick action here because you've got essentially fishing boats that you can attack with land units and the docks as well, and that's kind of a very different from any other map we have out on the typical ladder.
I like it, man. I think I can't wait to have more maps with I don't know, what are we going to call it? Amphibious water, the traversable water. Yeah, that doesn't quite make sense, but you know what I mean. The human unit's able to walk on water. I think it's awesome, man. It opens up for so much variety in maps. And me personally, being a long-time player, having new maps, that's what really keeps things fresh. So I really like it. It also opens up the door for really aggressive strategies. We've seen Zeus be really aggressive with hoplites, with Minotaur, etc., trying to kick the enemy off of one side of water really quickly. That's what I'm predicting from Magic. Exact same thing. I don't really expect anything different. We could maybe see, a decent Dionysus time for some skill of play as well. There's a lot of potential there, but I think this game is going to ramp up quickly and be exciting. And the big question is, how is Rappo going to handle that? How is he going to handle potential Minotaur spam, potential, just potential restoration pushes, that sort of thing?
Well, and certainly, right out of the gate, bolting down one of those oracles is quite a move, right? Like it's not a super high valuable unit. So a lot of times you see that saved for maybe a myth unit or something or later on in the game. But going with that oracle just really shows he wants to hurt his his favorite income potential right out of the gate. So just going for just any eco edge he can get. That's just the use of that bolt so early on. And we do see the age up on the way, and it's going to be a Minotaur, certainly, for Zeus. And on the other side, Prometheus. So those are going to be the myth units we'll have running around here very shortly.
Dude. What? Why is he going up through Prometheus? Why is he going through Prometheus? We've seen Oceanus getting Caladria, and there's the military barracks academies getting dropped right away for hoplites, of course. I'm super surprised to see Rappo going for Prometheus. I trust him. You know, he has something up his sleeve. I just don't know how deep his sleeves are. If you catch my drift.
Already getting the upgrade there for his Prometheus. You can see as soon as you hit the next stage. We also do see upgrade for the Greeks immediately on the water. So we're going to have some action here very quickly. Hoplites in queued. So he made double barracks. So he's really going to be going for that. 1, 2. Yeah, there they are.
And then we have double counter barracks on the other side for Rapple, if I'm not mistaken. What is that? Straight up Terma? Going for a whole bunch of Terma? That's good play, man. We saw that last week before, something like that. We saw that pretty good defensive potential for Terma. Just the ability the mobility they have, and the shoot and scoot type of idea. It can be really great defensively. Still, how well is it gonna work? That's still TBD. Zeus is still so freaking strong, man, with restoration potential and so many hoplites. Hoplite speed is pretty decent as well. Anyway. Can he defend is the big question.
Yeah, going to have a nice shoot and scoot capabilities. That Minotaur are going to be working away on that dock as he has heroized one of his Terma already. Several heroes out there. You see a relic in hand. I actually noticed these guys have largely left a lot of the relics out on the map. I think that 40-minute game or whatever, they never touched the relics, or took forever. But going from pretty early on here. And looks like he's going to be just enough Terma to push him away. I mean, you've got to know when you're investing in these hoplites that these Terma are just going to kite you all day long. They're never going to let you get a hit on them. Open up with that double barracks though, and then now he's not queuing anything. So really interesting. Kind of was I think feigning that, hey, I'm going for some quick early aggression here, and now it's looking like he's banking for the next age. Is the vibe I'm getting? He's training no military units, maybe just showing hey, I'm gonna really push you. He's got a few units running around, and now he's gonna be looking to age up.
Triple. I mean, he started with a double, but now even a triple barracks play. But he's not, like you said, stop production. Must be for Dionysus play here. There is one other potential aside from Dionysus. It seems intuitive for him. Nice little Vil snipe right here. He's actually got to be really careful.
Oh, they survived.
Wow.
Beautiful nice micro. Fight.
Well, absolutely. Here's the thing though, Fitz. You'd think that since it's a water map, he would go Dionysus for Scylla, right? Because Scylla can help you just completely take over one side or both sides of water. But what we've also seen is that Dionysus or is that Apollo? That's Dionysus, right? Oh, snap. Okay. Never mind. I was going to say, we've seen some... Well, yeah, there is potential with an underworld right into the base of Atlantean, but we will not see that. It shall be Dionysus after all. I got it, Vodka. Thank you.
I don't fault you. The number of minor gods and the fact that that's half an inch big and you don't know every avatar perfectly. Yeah. Unbelievable. I thought you were a god.
Well, they're new portraits, man. They're new god portraits. Give me some time.
Okay, so we see the Terma pushing in. He's got a nice mass of those. Look at those 52 military population right now for Rapple. So going to be running around with these Terma, trying to take some shots where he can. Now, when Magic hits the next age, I guess he'll upgrade his hoplites, but he's still going to have the same problem of these just running around for a long period of time. So I don't know if you can just power through that with upgrades and stuff. Maybe they can. Okay, Peltus. So he drops some archery ranges. So that's what we're going to see right now. And there we go. Out on the water. We've got some water myth unit action on the north side. Those fishing boats are about to be in for a rude awakening. Here he comes. Dun, 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 dun. Fishing boat's gonna be under fire as we see the Turba also going from snipes down here on the south side.
Interesting game. I'm not really sure. I think the Rappel needs to be super careful because these Terma are great, but once, there's a little bit of a timer for him since there's Peltas out. Nice little snipe. Peltas plus Hoplites, man. Should he be staying in here? What is he doing?
Where's the Hoplites right now? I guess he's taking a few hits. It almost looked like he wanted to pick off a few villagers or wanted to take off the low number of Peltas. But yeah, definitely as those Peltas numbers grow, it's going to be make the lives harder for this Terma mass. Look like the hops are going on kind of a northern sweep, and also taking the southeast dock. So going to be just controlling water, as it looks like Magic is just he's got him to turn around and go fight back at home. So got him right where you want him.
Indeed. Sure, there's a reaction to get the dock back up. Nice. Here's the big question, though, Fitz. There's Thea coming in, and I know for sure that is Thea on the right-hand side. Think of it. Yeah, that's right, Vodka. Take that.
Yay!
I know that one. Anyway, that's going to be nice. Sure, you could get Dryads out. You can get Stimpers. A Shockwave. Hello, our first Shockwave of the day. Okay. Was it decent? Was it...
It almost got them closer. Like, he spread them out to go after the Terma. I think he's microing somewhere else because he just lost tons of Terma there. Yeah, this is where it gets hard. Like, it's easy to do the shoot and scoot, dodging of one mass hoplites, but when you've got Magic with 2-3 groups of hops running around, you can't really manage that shoot and scoot micro as easily. And that's why I think you saw right there, those hoplites, if they do close the distance, they get bonus versus cav, which Terma also have a tag.
Yeah. Ooh, those things look nice. But real quick,
cool.
Look at those things. Real quick, there's actually 6 oracles out for Rappel, so his favor income is pretty dadgum decent. He can go for a good number of myth units, which is maybe what he's gonna need to try and fight against this strong-looking Greek army here. Here's what I'm thinking. We got heavy infantry coming in. Oh, heavy infantry is coming in right now, Fitz, for the Greek side. I was thinking gold situation, man. The gold situation is a little bit sketchy for Rappel, but maybe with Sky Passages, maybe he can survive any type of big game-ending push with Resto, with bronze, etc.
Yep, and we do see engagement coming here. It looks like he's going to take this in this choke point, and there is bronze. So going to really be pushing this fight pretty hard here. We've got a few Dryads out, as well as the Stamfellian Bird up there. And the Hydra getting some more heads as there we go. Restoration comes in, drops down another tree. And this is going to be an all-out fight here underneath the Atlantean base. We do see the Hydra still high in HP as it gets more and more heads, as it gets more kills going on here, making that more and more lethal. Man, big fight.
Absolutely, dude. Those hoplites are so killer, man. Plus, he's got the Peltas going after those. Dude, those Terma aren't doing anything against this bronzed army. Are you kidding me? Look at the pop numbers. 39, 38, 36. That is dropping like a... What is that dropping like? They're dropping like flies, I guess you could say. I don't know if Rappel can survive this, dude. The Terma weren't doing anything against that Greek army. The Hydra's up to 4 freaking heads. How does... Dude, he's switching over to Arcus. Look at the production for Rappel. He's barely got any production going, dude. He is not queuing. Is this the end of the game? He barely has any military left over. That Hydra is so... Dude, that Hydra is chomping. It forces him to retreat, I guess, but still... Maybe Rappel will survive, but he just lost so many freaking units right there.
Well, it's gonna be more than losing the game. If he loses this one, this is the series. This is the match, and it's almost like Terma are meant to counter archers, of which Magic was making mostly non-archers. So the early shoot and scoot strategy was cute and all, but he says, okay, I've got my armored men here to see you with their pet dragon. And doing pretty good here. I am not really sure if Rappel's going to be able to hold on. He's going to need some crazy turn of fate. Not to mention his gold is being poked on the east side. That Hydra is just ripping through. And now he's lost the Sky Passage. These guys can't escape. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. That's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen.
believe so. Look at all the favor he could be using. There we go. That is it. He could have used Shockwave. He could have just, I don't know, used more reason. What happened there by Rappel, man? What happened to him? He was looking like he was okay. He was surviving. He didn't lose a dock early on. I don't know what just happened, but it seemed like suddenly he just took such a big nosedive. Did he overinvest into Terma? Did he? I don't know, man. I don't know. There we see a really clear difference in economy there. Eventually, they're super equal, but eventually, Magic taking over, man.
I think that
What
that
just
might have been
happened?
the shortest game in the series. We had, I mean, every one of these was so long. So yeah, that was just a quick action. I mean, Kurlager, it's kind of perfectly placed there, right? Like at position 4 in the series, you start to go late. It's like, okay, let's throw this in the mix. We'll figure out who's going to win this series real quick.
Wow. Well, so that means Rappo gets knocked down to the lower bracket. Magic doesn't have his impeccable record. And also well done by Rapple to pick off that game, but looking a little shaky here on this Karlager match, man. Looking a little shaky for sure.
All I can think about is that Hydra, to be honest. I mean, with that many mouths to feed, I'm surprised if Magic can actually do it on only one job. So, first series complete, folks. A win for Magic, but now we have no one with an impeccable record in the main event. He has dropped a game. Rappel has proven he can bleed, and Magic has proven his versatility and also his ability to out-micro. So, with that in mind, I think we're going to have a quick break for the cast before we bring them back in. Kind of crazy actually to think about the way that played out. 3-1 result means Magic now sits in the upper bracket, but we need an opponent for him. So let's get ready. Actually, I don't think we've got any time to waste. Like, we need to be like rolling as quickly as possible. We've got 4 more series to do today. Up next, we have got Mr. versus Recon, which remember is a rematch of the last finals we saw in an Age of Mythology tournament. And of course, the outcome there, well, most people would expect it to be Mr., right? But we've already seen that the god can bleed. He dropped a game to Super Fim. Recon has been hard on the grind. He's had other partners to match up with. So it could be a very different outcome that we see. Maybe the Trash Panda is finally ready to slay his hero. But that is going to be ready in about 2 or 3 minutes. So if you guys want to quickly get yourself a drink, get yourself some food, I recommend doing it, considering we are, 2 hours and about 50 minutes into the broadcast, and we still have 4 more series, because now we know the outcome based on the first matchup. We are going to have a Rappel versus Grass showdown in the lower bracket after the next series. And then, of course, we still have 2 additional lower bracket games to be played out, which will be Pegasus versus the loser of Recon Mr. And then, of course, we are going to watch the winners of those 2 lower bracket series clash in the final lower bracket before we move into tomorrow, where we will open the day with, I believe it's going to be the winner bracket into the lower bracket, and then, of course, the grand finals. Crazy to think there's just so much action crammed into 1 week here on the ETC channel. Remember to subscribe if you haven't already, considering I know you guys want to dodge all those ads. And, well, if last weekend is anything to go by with 4 best of 5s, I think we were trucking towards 7 or 8 hours. I wouldn't be surprised if today is a 10-hour sitting. But I think we're about ready to actually get ready and into the draft for Mr. versus Recon. Kind of curious to see what got value picked here between the 2. Very similar ideas. Obviously, they have scrimmed together a lot historically in the past. So with that in mind, I'm wondering if Recon has had some extra players that he's been screaming with secretly, because I know that they kind of had this pool that they played together. You have the Aces members. Recon almost feels like an honorary member there. I know there was rumors about him potentially joining the team. He just needs to sign the contract. Don't get me started on esports players and signing contracts. So he's probably still been screaming with them a lot, but I do know that players like Hasu, Rappel have also proven to be formidable in the practice in the last few weeks. Mr. just being the god as always. But I think we are ready to bring back our casters to start dissecting the second series of the day. Crazy end to that last one as well. Like I'm still flabbergasted by Magic's level of micro. But we are going to have 2 masters in microing themselves coming up next. We've got Recon versus Mr. Boys, run me through this. Talk to me about the history, the legacy of these 2 Iron Maiden, because, a lot of people need to see will be familiar with them from 4, but it goes a lot deeper, a lot further back for these 2.
Yeah, they have not been very big rivals or competitors. They've more so been buddies for a long time. They were never really so both players. Recon is an old AOM player, Mista before he ventured out into other games. He was an AOM player, many moons ago as well. They were never really competitors or rivals or anything back then. But eventually, as they both started to play different RTS games, they, became buddies. AoE 4, you mentioned, that's when they really, started to become um, uh, I guess, started playing more so against each other competitively, and then now we're seeing them, matching up in 2 S tier tournaments. So they're more so buddies than rivals, and we've seen that. We saw it on stage at the Wooloo tournament, giving hugs and everything before the match. But anyways, I said this at the Wooloo final. If there's one player who really knows how to get Mista, you would think that it would be his rival, not his rival, his scrimmage partner who he's constantly playing against, which would be Recon, right? You would think so.
And you know what? Maybe you kind of revealed a little bit of what was coming. We had Recon in the chat earlier when the Freya game was going on, Fitz, and he mentioned he hates the ball power so much. I responded saying, so you're going to ban it, right? Right in there with an unexpected ban here. Freya, when so many other players would have maybe thought of Poseidon, Isis, 4 as higher value bans.
Yeah, the Freyr ban, not one I've seen very often. I mean, ISIS, yeah, you get that, but Freyr gonna be banned. Yeah, I guess we'll have no giant boar running around here today, at least with that's concerned. But it's a best of 5. Mista's known to do very, very well in every tournament he ever plays. Recon gonna be out for blood though here today. Looking like the game number 1 here, Oasis, gonna be Kronos versus Hades.
And am I the only one kind of surprised, Maiden, that we don't have a 4 pick? It just got completely ignored.
Whoa. Dude, what is happening? We saw Rappel picking Magic's gods, Magic picking Rappel's gods. We have Freyr banned by Recon. We have no Thor pick. We have Kronos as the first game pick by Magic, now by Mista. Everything is just flipped on its head, in my opinion.
I mean, the day has started off with unexpected outcomes within the bigger picture, and I think we might have that being a trending format here in the upper bracket. It's time already to hop in. We're going to waste no time here. Mista versus Recon, upper bracket, a rematch of the Wooloo Grand Finals. Will it be a repeat of history? Let's find out.
Here we go, the Genesis Retold Finals. We've got a best of 5 here today. Starting off, down in the south side of the map, we've got the Mista. Going to be playing as Kronos, hailing from the Atlanteans. And on the northwest side, we've got Tag_Recon. Going to be playing as Hades from the Greeks. And we are on Oasis to start this wonderful match. This is the rematch of Red Bull Wooloo.
Indeed, Fitz. I don't know how these players are feeling mentally being so deep into this tournament, the nerves. I wonder if the nerves, I know we talked about how these guys, the group of monkeys, very important relic. These guys play against each other so much. They're training partners, etc., etc. I wonder if their nerves ever get the best of them. They've both played literally on the big stage multiple times before, against each other even. But I wonder if the nerves are really going to get to them at all.
At this point, I really don't expect. I think these guys are both stone cold killers. I don't think anything will phase Mista. Recon, both of them, and it goes with experience. They have so much experience playing on both, as you mentioned, the big stage at a LAN versus the virtual. Like, this is obviously got to be like easier than when you've got everyone staring at you in a room. And they do so much practice. Professionals like this, I just imagine like they've got their plan. They're gonna go out for it. I think maybe in the later stages of the game, you could. I mean, certainly they'll have adrenaline going if anything is a factor.
That's a fair point. Maybe if this was the lower bracket, if maybe the tournament life was on the line. This is double elim, and this is the upper bracket, so the stakes are high for sure, but they're not quite as high as they absolutely could be. There's no tournament life on the line, so to speak.
So in chat says Mista's about to pull a Jake Paul on Recon. Man, well, hold on a second. Mike Tyson went out all of the rounds, so you're saying this is going to go all the way, all 5 rounds. I mean, I think That would be great, but we'll see here. Now, there we go. A shift already. Temple moving forward. So Mista using that special ability of Kronos to get that forward, and that means when he hits the next age, bam, have a myth unit out, going for that harassment, and boy, he'll have some fun with that running around Recon's base.
He's even going to have 2 myth units out. Not Prometheus. Kronos gets double the free myth units. So he's going to have double the fun on that forward position. So here's what I want to know. What we've seen a lot of Kronos players do, and we actually saw it earlier today, you time shift your temple forward, you get your free Prometheans out, etc., etc. You try and do some harassment, and then you pull back and you follow it up with the second town center. I want to know if Mista's going to do that exact same thing. Because against Hades, it's not like a rush against Hades, especially with this back gold mine and a good number of goats. It's not like a rush. He's even got monkeys to defend, dude. He's good to go. It's not like that's going to be the best, I think, strategy to go harass and aggressive and whatnot. So he's got to go for the second town center play, right?
Yeah, I think Miss is definitely going to drop a second TC down there. He's going to be doing, this will be, just like we saw in the last series. It'll be a little harassment forward. We'll see a second town center. At least that's what I imagine is going to happen. We got that Vault of Erebus upgrade coming in right now for Recon, which will give him a little bit of a gold trickle. And there they are. Prometheans going for a little bit of an attack. Let's see if they can find anything. They could wrap around maybe to the wood and gold on the north side. Perhaps could harass that just a little bit. Monkey's going to be running right down the middle. There we go, marching all around. They're not scared of those arrows, just kind of seeing what's going on. There we go. Next age up, Minotaur is out on the field.
Dude, Ajax is I know it's super important to pick off oracles. That's the favor generators for Atlantean. But at the same time, does he not need a hero back in his base to fight against potential Prometheans?
Oh, well, he's got Achilles coming. Okay. There we go.
There's a TZ.
Yep. Monkeys though say, hey, what are you doing here? We got monkeys trying to stop the towns there. Gonna be slapping that thing. This is some Mother Nature attacks here, and actually doing some damage. One of those gonna maybe kill one. Look at that. Oh, he's inside that. Of course,
dude. Oh, those monkeys are sneaky strong, man. Are you kidding me? And here comes the Minotaur. Are you kidding me? Is he gonna
the monkeys?
Monkeys for the win, baby.
The lions are really strong too. Like, you got 2 lions, you could kill villagers with this if they don't pay attention. Like, those lions don't mess around.
Oh, dude, there was a couple weeks ago. There was an Anatolia game where I am of the opinion that Tiger Boss lost the game because he did not get the golden lion relic and his opponent did. Not even joking. They're game winning, man. They're game winning for sure. Second TC coming in for Recon as well. I'm liking this aggression, man. With the monkeys and the Minotaur. This is great. Where's his heroes? He needs some heroes to join the party.
Yeah. Well, ultimately, both players will be on 2 TC. We had a little cute, monkey and myth unit battles, but no devastating damage really done there in the early stages of this. We the Minotaur sending them flying, but both players on their second TC, kind of setting up their economy game for the long run here. So there we are. We're settling in.
Indeed. I'm not sure. I guess we could see some Terma aggression, some Terma play, Terma harassment, I guess, early on. So, yes.
He's heroized that Terma, and you can see that Minotaur's trying to get out of there. They're speedy boys, but there, Achilles just in time to turn these guys around. Yeah, there's going to be dying pretty quickly.
Achilles
okay, so Prometheans get mopped up, and now both players, doesn't look like they're training any military from what I can see. It's just all into the eco boom at the moment.
Yeah, I think that I don't know about, well, I mean, there is some potential for some Terma abuse, but I think that on the Recon side of things, with your heroes, monkeys, and a Minotaur, you could do a pretty decent amount of damage. I mean, we've already seen a lot of harassment on his side. He needs to find something, something more than that. Is Recon on 2 hunt spots, giraffes on both sides? Is it? Oh no, that's monkeys up there. Monkeys for the win, baby.
Yeah, I'm not always the biggest fan of gathering the monkeys. I don't know if this is true, but like there's always there's a lot of them and they're all spread out, and it feels like you just do so much walking around with like what you're seeing right there. It's like I'm pretty sure the efficiency of monkeys has to be like way worse than getting other hunts.
It's hey, micro for the win, man. You can micro those bad boys.
Maybe not as bad for the Atlanteans.
Good point. Okay. Fair enough. I'm a carnivore. Okay. I'm a big fan of eating monkeys.
Oh yeah, you eat a lot of monkeys, huh?
Oh yeah. It's a big part of the diet out here in the West. We like our monkeys.
The North American monkey.
Yeah. Minotaur goes down, everybody. Speaking of a monkey, that turkey just lost his monkey. Minotaur. What else? Yeah, we're not going to see a whole lot aside from this.
Now we do see, looks like Terma's being trained down the Atlantean side. We do have some Hippias being trained for the Greek, so there's going to be a little bit of runaround going on, but I think it's going to be a lot of this, just taking some pot shots at each other. I like that Recon's kind of building his web of walls already. He's been working on zoning his opponent, and that can really help, knock down things like these Terma running around, harassing him, doing a good job. He's basically got that northeast corridor completely blocked. I'm assuming he'll probably just continue to wall out in a web, it looks like.
Well, so I saw Soup in the chat. Most of you guys know Soup. He's a competitor. He cast with me last week. He says that this is actually a favorite matchup for Kronos. I want to know why. I think potentially if there's maybe with time shifting, maybe with a heroic timing, you can get some decent harassment on exterior gold. Maybe keep the Hades player in his base, something like that. If that doesn't really work, Hades just seems like such a powerhouse as the game progresses that I don't really know what Kronos can do at a certain point in time.
And Ajax is just really bringing Achilles down there. Just walking so slow. Achilles could have got out of there. Oh, here they come. They're coming back. Oh, I want some monkey zoom. Can we get some monkey zooming going on there? I need to see. Yes, there we go. Causing chaos. Oh. Now this is the Zerglings you got at AOM.
There you go, KP. There's your Zerg action.
Uh-oh. There you go, run past him. Oh, no, there we go. Ajax is not going to be long for this world. Age Up is on the way. It looks like, oh, there we go. We got the Sentinel. The Sentry is going to be there. Not going to do a whole lot other than zone those Terma away. Anyways, Recon is aging up to the heroic age. So on to the heroic age. Mista still hanging out in age 2, looking for some stuff to raid. Oh, he went around the walls. I think there's villagers on that far north side. Aren't there villagers just right up there, just hiding? I think they are. I see a little blob. Yeah, it's a 2, not a whole lot, but that's going to take literally forever for them to get to that wall. He needs to be careful. Oh, look at this. He's kind of trapped him. I don't know about this, Mista. I guess he can, if he can take down that wall, I guess is his plan. But he's kind of trapped at the moment. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. That is a big pickup. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 villagers up for grabs here. That is maybe... He thought he had his opponent trapped, but maybe he just trapped him in the wrong spot.
But check out those Terma, dude. He comes in from behind with the Hippias and the Manticore. Maybe the Terma is actually Mista who's stuck or trapped, whatever. Check this out, man. He's gonna building block him in. Sick.
Wow, absolutely great base management there by Recon. Able to put his Terma. That's a complete cleanup. So that's, both sides kind of sucks. You lost a lot of villagers. You lost like all of your Terma. It stinks, but like, it's hard to compare those villager numbers when you're up against like Atlanteans, right? It's hard to look at those, but definitely a big moment there. Great base building from Recon.
Absolutely. Now here's the thing: Recon is already up through Apollo, so that means that the game gets a little bit complex for Mista. Now that Apollo is for certain in, because sure, like it's almost like they're playing a game of chicken. Is Mista gonna time shift forward and try and get some aggression going? Is he gonna slow burn this? Is he gonna, go over to a town center, try and take some map control this way? is Recon going to do the same thing? Both players have the potential to either time shift or underworld and jump to the other side of the map, or just some type of a push, craziness, raid, something like that. So I think that Mista, on the side of Mista, Underworld is scary, man. Underworld is scary, especially with Hades on 2 town centers for so long. I don't know, maybe Chaos, very nice.
Oh, nice use of that restore at that moment. Of course, Chaos hurts a lot when you got a Manticore there in the middle of your army, but Mista, looking pretty confident here. We've got a front line of, we've got Prometheans, what else we got in there? A little bit of everything, pretty much.
Hodgepodge.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna send Recon packing. He went for a big attack there on the man, and Mista's ready. Good, really good, convenient timing there with the Chaos. He perfectly used that.
Well, the brutal aspect is that Chaos, you can repeat Chaos so many times, man. That TC ain't going up, not at all. He's going to pick those vills off. I think, were those the same vills as before? I don't think so. Maybe
I think
he
lost a lot of those villagers earlier, and here he goes with these again. This doesn't feel very great, because I don't think really Mista's lost any vills. I wish we had a vill death counter, but it is what it is. But he's done a very good job. He has had military losses, but like what's more valuable, like in the long run, keeping that economy going, he can repop his military. Going to be time shifting that fortress away. So he thought he had that gold on lock, and that's not going to be the case.
Yeah, not at all. He still has a potential to go up Mythic, however. I know you get the when your building gets deconstructed, you get the resources back. So he's losing more villagers, by the way, on that wood line. Got to be careful there. He gets the resources back. He can maybe try and drop it again. But since he's built that fortress, that does unlock Mythic for him, and Recon is just right around the corner from Mythic. If he decides to go there, however, it looks like we have more skirmishes before Mythic, however.
Yeah, split army here. Kind of similar to before, where Mista had half his army behind the wall, some from the reinforcing line. It looks like Recon's kind of routed those reinforcements, and then we got raid of Promethean on the west side. Man, that one Promethean causing problems. He's trying to get some gold going again. And yeah, Mista's just all over this now.
Indeed. I'm a little bit surprised that we don't see her Mythic Age coming in, Recon. He just could have easily sold some resources and jumped up Mythic, maybe go for some really exciting Underworld, Earthquake, something like that. Maybe he wants to go with Festus instead. Anyways,
I think he needs to spend those resources on military right now, because you can even see, even right now, like, he's got all that food in the bag. It looked like he wanted to age up, and maybe he was trying to, but, I mean, his gold income he's got to be able to maintain his map control. I can't age up at the cost of losing all of his gold and villagers and stuff. And here comes Mista. He's trying to get another fortress up. Is he just gonna deconstruct that again? That's so cheap to do. It's still reloading.
Indeed, good point. 10 favor to recast it, but he's saving them for Chaos. Chaos so brutal, man. Although, hey, I guess you can deconstruct your way back into that gold mine. That could really complicate things. Speaking of, and there's the mythic. We do have Artemis incoming for Recon. He's feeling comfortable enough with his military numbers that he wants to click up. A little bit late though, I think, man. I think it's a little bit late. Yeah, look at that production over on the side of Mista, man. Look at all those numbers coming in.
Well, he's sitting at pop max, 205 out of 205. He's also has, 4 settlements. Mista is in the driver's seat right now. Like, sure, Recon might be aging up, but like, if you look right now at his eco, at his military, at his map control, Recon's got a lot of ground to make up for if he's going to come back in this thing. Still got a long time left in the age up. There you go. Raids on that gold. That's going to be absolutely brutal. Not to mention Idle what does make inside the fortress right now.
Dude, I mean, sure, we see that Mista has pre-queued his mythic age up. I'm pretty sure that there's another decon right there. Good call.
Wait, what happens to the villagers that are inside that when that happens?
I think they just pop out.
If that happens, I didn't know if they killed him or something.
Oh man, that would be so brutal. Lose your vills and your fortress. There they are.
Okay,
well,
so go ahead.
Okay, so Implode is coming in. Once Mista can actually get the resources, he's planning on going mythic. It's going to take him a long time to actually get there, but he's thinking about it, right? In the meantime, this is exactly what I'm talking about, man. Remember, there's an underworld on the table and also Earthquake coming in as well. So this is where things get complicated. Sure, if there were not god powers to be used and specific god powers that we have, sure, this game gets complicated for Mista because he could get completely, not blindsided, but he could get completely backstabbed, I guess, if that makes sense. Careful with those archers there,
By what army?
Yeah, fair.
Earthquake
lose all those
coming
archers.
in. There it is. Not gonna do a whole lot though. Like, okay, he's gonna lose his town center. Maybe, you know, take out a few towers, palm trees, but not super meaningful there on that earthquake. And now it's like, okay, well now what, right? He's down on military, just being absolutely pushed off gold. I mean, I think he's hanging on that northeast gold mine for now. But now you see Mista pushing in even further, and he's going to be getting some of these upgrades. As now we do see he is aging up at one of his, you know, he has 3 other town centers. He doesn't need that one, and he's already going back.
There we go. I was gonna say, where's the follow-up, Recon? Where's the follow-up? He just lost all that army, like we just saw with what army? I mean, this if he the town center does end up going up. Well done by Mista. I think this was a little bit too late for Recon. His earthquake mitigated. The underworld is nice, but he doesn't really have a lot of pushing potential with it. Maybe he can do some economy damage here with those archers, possibly. I think Mista's handled this well, or rather, Recon didn't quite execute quite as well.
I think Recon was just in such a hard spot, like we mentioned, like going to Mythic, while sometimes can save you or put it in a different position, like Mista was just steamrolling forward, and it's just, that's, a Mythic Age God Power is not going to be enough to knock someone, alone to knock someone like Mista, you know, out of a game. You've got to have everything else going for you, and Mista's just attacking on 1, 2, 3, 4 fronts. Just absolutely control. Now the Earthquake did do a good job of it delayed this age up, if anything. So at least he's got that going on for him right now, and he's continuing to push through there. But he was able to build that town center back so quickly. Still look at the population. Mista is currently up just barely.
This game ain't over just yet. I know that Implode is coming in real fast. That could completely... Oh, dude. Are we going to have a Chaos into an Implode to delete the army? Okay, maybe not.
In his own base?
Yeah, are you going to implode yourself?
You want him to implode his own base?
Yeah, like you said, he's got TCs to spare, right?
Yeah, that'd be a move, but yeah, a lot of Arcus on the back line. Those are kind of like the longbows of Age of Mythology. Okay, he's doing it.
He's doing it.
But, they tried to escape. They didn't make it. Sucked in. But taking collateral damage.
Wait a second, what just happened? Could he not jump into his underworld?
It sucked him in, I guess. He tried. It looked like it.
Are you kidding me? That is so huge. Look at his oh my god. Look at his military pop now. Look at Recon's military pop. He's down on Vils. His military advantage is the one thing that could have kept him in this game. And I guess he just loses everything to Implode. Are you kidding me? Now he's not got no gold mine.
Here come the boys. They're marching middle. He says, forget these side gold mines. I'm going mid. But Mista's already there. He's going to see this immediately. And if you look at that production right now, both of them, I guess, just spamming archers. We see a lot of Murmillo in queue as well for Mista. Of course, we've got some of those late game upgrades coming in as well. But yeah, Recon's on life support at the moment. But his main base is still going. There's no troops in there, but it feels like Mista's just getting ready for the knockout punch here.
Oh yeah. He's what, swinging back, he's queuing it up, cocking his arm back. I mean, there's too many snipers here, man. Maybe a Chimera, if there's a bunch of Chimera with a special attack, maybe he could smoke all these Arcus. It doesn't look like it's happening, though. Boom, there we got it, boom.
and it's going to be the Mista taking game number 1 with Kronos. Just going for that. Both players went for the 2TC build. Rather kind of slow start to this game until we really got into the third age. I absolutely loved. I think my favorite moment, maybe of today so far, was when Recon trapped all of Mista's Turma behind that wall. That was like just such great micro and base building. But unfortunately, where that could have been a big takeaway, he lost a lot of villagers there early on. And then, really leading into the middle stages of this game, Mista just had such presence on those gold mines on both sides. Those deconstructs on the fortresses, just keeping them off gold, just the unrelenting attacks on all sides was just really huge. Not to mention, there was a moment like Recon was floating 2K food for a long time. It looked like he wanted to age up, but just like knew that he needed to like spin that gold down to defend the fights that were coming in.
Yeah, look at that eco difference, man. That eco difference is completely crazy. Mista, yes, they both went for the 2TC play, but evidently Mista's 2TC play was so much stronger economically. He just blasted Recon out of the water economically. And, I completely agree. I think maybe what, and they're the villagers.
I love it.
He ended up saving 2 of those vills, but oh boy, are these Terma toast. Check out this building block by Recon,
Right
keeping them
here.
in there with a couple houses. Beautiful,
Oh man,
beautiful.
that's just great. If you had not lost any villagers behind this, I felt like Recon would have been really sitting pretty. But as cool as the moment that was, I don't even think that I decided it. It was just really the continued pressure he put on the gold mine, the decon on those fortresses. I mean, you look at the favor there at the end of the game, like the amount of favor he had using chaos multiple times, just like he couldn't keep a fortress up. He just kept poofing away every single time.
I know, dude. I think that's ultimately, I don't know. Okay, 2 things. One, if you guys in that little replay, if you guys looked at he lost what, like 3, 4, 5 villagers in that little skirmish before Mista lost all of his Turma. But if you look at the eco number difference, it was 80 eco pop to like 58 or something like that for Mista. Let's take a quick look at it. Yeah, like 56 to 76. So already, even without losing those few villagers, Mista is already so far ahead economically. And we saw on the timeline eventually afterward that it just completely snowballed after that. So sure, the eco damage was, was nice. It was of course it's nice killing vills, but at the same time, Mista's macro was just way ahead of Recon at this point in time. But it is a consolation prize such a good highlight. It is a nice consolation prize getting all those Turma kills.
Yeah, and here's where they had that big chaos. Like this felt like really the next turning point. You get age 3. It seemed like Recon was getting the momentum. You look at the map right now, and then boom, just like in a bad choke for this to be coming in. You can see that his own myth unit did a lot of damage against his troops, and it really felt like after this fight, like the momentum was all in favor of Mista from here. So just a really good timing on this. I wonder how it would have looked if Recon maybe had held back a little bit here and I don't know, took that third TC sooner or just played a little slower. But should, could have, would have. Mista taking a decisive game number 1. And oh my gosh, is this the implode in his own base?
Should be. We'll get there here soon enough. Here come all those talks coming in, and oh boy, those guys are going. They're going to the underworld, literally, after
I thought they'd
implode.
be able to escape. I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Implode's pulled him in.
Look at his military pop. He starts off with 83.
Watch him try to run. They
85.
try to get in, and no. Or maybe he didn't. I don't know if it was a misclick or it just doesn't let you. Maybe it locks it. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is.
Well, I agree with you. After that chaos, when Recon, that second highlight we saw, when Recon went forward, he got chaos, the Minotaur, et cetera, or the Manticore, et cetera. I agree. That was a little bit of a turning point. But I think that the game was still pretty wide open. Mista was ahead, and so on and so on and so on. But with the underworld potential and the power of Hades, I think that the game was still open for Recon. What I think really did it in for Mista, or for Recon, however you want to look at it, all of the little skirmishes over on the left side of the map. Like there were little groups of army that Recon would just lose to the Cantarius. His fortress would get deconstructed. He would lose a couple of villagers on the gold mine over there. That gold mine was hit multiple times on the left-hand side, partially because of the deconstruction. So I think that's what really, it was just kind of the relentless jabs, the Mike Tyson boxing, little metaphor we're going with, just the little jabs And eventually he got that big powerhouse haymaker with the implode. Without those little raids and the little bits of harassment, I think he still would have been in a pretty decent position to continue fighting, and this game might still be going.
Well, that game is down. We're going on to game number 2. This is a best of 5, and we are heading on over to Tundra. It looks like Mista is going to be playing as Ra here, pulling out the Egyptians, and Recon going to be playing Odin, bringing a little bit of Norse action. What do you think we're going to see here in this matchup on Tundra?
We've seen this matchup quite a few times in this tournament already. And typically what it turns into is Ra goes aggressive with barracks units and Wadgets with an eventual possible switch over to slingers. But usually against Norse, you're going to see axemen, some spears, of course, with a good number of Wadgets. And we've seen that be pretty successful, but not completely. By all means, Odin's got been able to fight back and got wins, etc. But we have seen this exact matchup several times before. Will these players kind of repeat that same format of a game? Good question. I don't know. But that's what we've seen recently, so that's kind of what I'm expecting. I guess there's some potential for Sphinx play as well, but we've seen Wadgets thus far.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what is Mista's style playing Ra, right? Because you could have that defensive, get to H3, go for amygdals. We've had a lot, chariots have been more popular in the meta even recently, even though, slingers are still strong, but not as strong. There've been some balance changes to those, but previously we just saw completely barracks units in some of those other series. We also saw in our previous series, the Egyptians lost in every matchup. So let's see if that'll change here for Mista playing Ra and Odin. Of course, this is a very open map. You see typically a lot of raiding cav. You've got those ravens going to be getting some line of sight out on the map. Will be interesting to see. But chat, hope you're enjoying your day here with EGC TV. Big shout out to our production crew doing a great job with all the casting and the overlays. And of course, we had those replays, instant replays, a fun newer feature here on EGC. But this is the rematch of Red Bull Wolo El Rey Nado. These two played against each other back about a month or I guess over a month now ago, and they're getting a chance at it. But Recon needs to get some points on the board, as it sounds like we're about to head in.
Here we go, folks. Game number 2.
Welcome to the finals of the EGC Genesis Retold. We've got Mista playing today as Ra over on the north side of the map, and down here on the south side, I'm giving the casters a hard time. In reverse order, we've got Odin down here. Recon looking to maybe get some points on the board. At least that's going to be his goal here, as we've got the Norse versus Egyptian matchup.
Indeed, Fitz. We've seen last week, Mista dropped his first game of a tournament, so the big question, will Recon be able to continue that progress that Super Afim started? And interestingly enough, everybody, last week, that one game that Mista lost, it was actually on this map. However, the roles were a little bit reversed. It was actually Mista playing Loki, and Super Afim was playing Isis, going really aggressive, super aggressive 1TC with Isis. It was a really fun game to watch. Anyway, so the roles are reversed here. It'll be interesting to see if Recon can get that Tundra dub off of Mista here. Honestly, looking at the map, I'm liking the map for Recon. Lots of hunt potential with Odin, tons of hunt potential. His back gold mine on the bottom side of his base, pretty decent if you can find that bad boy for us, vodka. Forward, yeah, man. I mean, even on the top right side of his base, left side, decent caribou there. Lots of food options. That's awesome for Odin, man. Really awesome.
Yeah, I see chat saying this is Bambi paradise. Pretty sure Bambi wasn't a caribou. Maybe the Rudolph. Norse version of Bambi. Yeah, maybe it's Rudolph. I wonder if we'll get a holiday biome coming up here. Maybe these would be reindeer or something. Santa mountain giants. Who knows? Could be fun. But yeah, with a lot of hunts available on this map. Of course, Ra, which known for their farming. may not do any farming. Certainly doesn't seem like it's in your great interest. Now, I saw a little bit of micro here. His Pharaoh, he started off with him on the granary, right? Just empowering that granary. He didn't do this area empowerment right away. Just now, kind of like midway through the first age, moving over there to empower the monument now that it is buffing the gold as well as the construction of that temple as well.
Indeed. Speaking of gold real quick, we see the priest. Oh. Okay. Well, speaking of gold, it seems like looks like Recon sees pretty much all the gold. Scouting wise, we were just looking at Recon scouting, but Mista scouting as well. He's just starting to send out his his priest to drop a couple of obelisks, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, trying to get an eye of his own gold mines. And he actually does position that gold. Yep, boom. He positions that obelisk in the perfect position. Sees a couple of those gold mines down there. He is going on the right side. If he continues building these obelisks, possibly to... Oh, he's going both sides for obelisks. Knowledge is power, folks. Get that scouting in.
Yep.
See what your opponent's doing.
Just a little tip for all you noobs out there. When you're playing raw and you build your monuments, make sure you tap that with a little empower, because empowering the monuments gives you extra vision. So you want to build it, hit it with a quick empower to get some extra vision, and then move about your life.
Oh yeah, we got an ISIS impersonator here, having the double priest going for all those obelisks around the map. Anyway, if he ends up getting those, I mean, you see that priest on that bottom side. He's going to see a lot of crucial eco down there. He's going to find that gold mine. He can maybe eventually find that second gold mine behind Recon's base, which he's inevitably going to be going for. We do have Ptah coming in.
Just what we need. More caribou.
Yeah, babe. Yeah, buddy. It's not, I guess Rudolph isn't quite a caribou, but, we'll go with it, right? No Bambi, it's Rudolph.
We got the Valkyrie looking to probably take out these obelisks, which it does very quickly. How many takes it? What, 4 hits? Yeah, it's easy. Easy to do for the Valkyrie. And we got a barrack, the 2 barracks.
Double barracks coming in, double Wadjet coming in. Not too surprised to see that. Looks like Mista's liking that Wadjet aggression that other players have been going with.
Oh, we've got a forest fire. The houses are on fire. The wood line's on fire. Now, of course, those houses are free, but they take time, villager time to build. We'll stop the wood a little bit, so maybe slow down if there was like a big slinger dream here. Maybe kind of more importantly, opening up the backside of that base if he wants to kind of run around and do some raiding. But just a little god power harassment there.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Especially because, you could maybe say, oh, you use a forest fire, it kills maybe a couple of Greek houses. That's a bunch of wood to, maybe pop blocking them a little bit. But like you said, Egyptian houses are free, and he's already spammed them. So it's not like he's going to get popped. It's not like he's losing resources. I think that's just kind of a waste of a god power right there. There's plenty of other opportunities, especially with the possibility of Wadjets and barracks units going out and aggressive across the map. There's plenty of opportunities to potentially use that forest fire in a much better way, in my opinion.
I'm not bold enough to question Recon or Mista's use of any god power, but yes, it is certainly a way to use that forest fire. And we do see the raiding cav now to accompany this Valkyrie across the map. Now there you see it. There's going to be a spear, axeman, and Wadjet combo. Not super speedy. He has some nice wall segments that can maybe he can escape behind here. Doesn't want to take this fight, I don't think. Yeah, he's going to turn around. He's going to keep running around.
Yeah, no way, Jose. Get out of there. Get out of there. I am definitely bold enough to question Recon. I've known Recon for many moons. I can question him, till the cows come home, baby. Fun fact, actually, speaking of Recon playing Odin here, everybody, I have a tournament series called Fimbulwinter. Fimbulwinter 1, about 10, 12 years ago, something like that. Recon actually beat me in the finals of Fimbulwinter 1, so he's got quite the Nordic success, under his belt. Even so, I'm criticizing him.
I'm hearing that we need to have an EGC best of 21 Iron Maiden versus Recon. We'll do a 24-hour, actually. 24-hour.
Oh, does that mean I have to play for that long?
Yes. Last man standing.
Recon's a dad now, so he's got, he's I might want to take advantage of that while I can. He's having to deal with
I'll tell you, you have the
baby
advantage.
brain.
We've got Recon wrapping around on the south side with some raiding cav. Really a lot of positioning going on, killing of obelisks, some extra walls, but nothing super impactful yet. Just kind of positioning, not very unlike the previous round we had here as we get close to the 10-minute mark. And Wadgets are running around. It looks like he's just trying to restore his line of sight. Really wants to have that line of sight to know where his opponent is. Raiden Cav could maybe grab a villager here if they're crafty enough. Let's see if he gets it. Raiding underneath the TC, goes for the fight, gets us around, and he is going to get one villager. Okay, at the cost. Oh, he survived. His one horse, he survived. Oh, looks like Spearman maybe made contact there as he was on his way out. Loses 2 or 3 of his raiding cav. So there we go. First action, first blood spilled of the matchup. But I feel like this is going to later. Both these guys doesn't really look like they're overcommitting. Mrs. got a pretty sizable army here. How many? Oh, there we go. Okay, I take it back. Overcommitting. There it is. He is committing to taking out those gold mine, and he's going after those dwarves. He got a few of them. I'm trying to see how many died. 1, 2, maybe 3 of them. But a nice jump nonetheless.
Absolutely, and actually fits. If you look at the minimap, the gold situation for Recon, sure, he's got 600 left in his main base. The gold situation for Recon, because he does not have map control, it's a bit sketchy. Sure, the shifting sands can let him jump onto that bottom gold mine really quickly. But it'll be interesting to see if he really heavily, completely invests into this classical age and continues going for some type of gold control. Really interesting because we have Scotty coming in for Recon. Just clicked up a moment ago.
Yep, so going to be going up to the next age, as it really looks like Mist is just starting to get the surround going. A lot of map control, obviously invested in like double the military right now. Look like 110 versus 50 military count. So Mista all in on the military. He's even bringing in some slingers, so he's planning on staying here in H2 for a while. Now, while the Egyptians don't have the greatest kill power in H2 as far as like sieging down a bunch of buildings, he can just, as you mentioned, just keep him off those settlements, keep him off this gold, just starve his opponent out, which also could be a very effective method here.
Oh yeah, big time. Evidently, Super Afim with the one victory, scarred Mista, so he's going for the same thing, just with the raw trousers on instead of Isis. He's liking that, dude. He's going for more spears, more Wadgets, man. Look at that economy of Mista. He's basically pushing it to the limit, only floating a little bit of resources. So, can Recon survive the spam, man? Scotty is good, but you can't delete an army with Scotty these days.
And here we go. The spin snakes are going for the temple. We got villagers trying to move up north, I think, to the gold. It looks like that could have been for food as well, but a raiding party there ready to get him. But for now, it looks like Miss is going to be turning around. He is sitting on max pop, by the way, 176 out of 175. Yeah, he's going for that gold. I think he realized it. I was looking to see if he had 50 favor to do another shifting sands, but I don't think he has enough monuments for that.
Well, yeah, he's been spamming those Wadgets, so doesn't quite have that favor banked up. The one really nice thing for Recon, the saving grace, if you will, the fact that Mista, his army and those Wadgets are so slow. So sure, he's up on that top gold mine, and sure, Mista has had some nice raid coming in here. He has had some nice map control, but his army is just so slow going back and forth on those 2 gold mines. So that's maybe saving grace for Recon in order to keep his gold income going.
Very nice raid, but yeah, bigger problem. His gold is under attack, and that is just a sheer number of units. Nice split screen, but we got the freeze coming in, the deep freeze on the Egyptian army while the raid's going in on the north side. So Recon able to get a nice little pickup there on some of those villagers. I don't think Mr. really reacted to that. It looks like he lost a few vills in the mix there, but able to get some hill forts up as it's going. Is it going to be enough to hold his position when the ice thaws? Another 30 seconds.
Dude, look, this is the big thing. He's attacking the army. Recon's kind of attacking the army, but he's barely doing any damage. So that's the thing. In what, 15, 14, 13 seconds, this army is going to defrost, and oh boy, it's going to be scary. Look at all those Wadgets. There's enough spam here. I don't think that hill fort is going to be enough. Recon has got to get his army his production going ASAP. Otherwise, he's going to... There may not be siege power, but power in numbers, I suppose you could say. Strength in numbers here.
How many Wadgets are there? 8? What? I can't... They move so fast. That's a 9. Oh my gosh. Okay, so this is it, boys. We got Mista rolling in here with this Age 2 Egyptian army looking really powerful. Looks like Recon has pulled back behind the hill fort. Will it be enough? Completely idled off of gold. Food pretty low as well. Eco count, of course, dwindling. Man, Mista just bringing the pain here with all these myth units.
Oh, yeah. With all that spam, all that military numbers, he doesn't even care about the hill fort, man. Just pick off the villagers, pick off the army, and he's sitting pretty. Eventually, he's going to have a big enough army left over to take down that hill fort. And what does Recon do from here, man? Look at those bars, the bar graphs up top. Ahead in villagers, ahead in military by a long shot.
I think Recon goes and refills his water and gets ready for the next round because... Mista is going to be probably taking this one pretty decidedly. You know, I used to think the Wadget was like a defensive myth unit, but not these days.
Not these days. Indeed. Indeed, man. Those things are scary these days. They do that passive little poison damage.
Yeah.
It's sneaky strong.
Okay,
there goes
so...
the last throwing axeman, and that might be the last throwing axeman of the game, dude.
Yeah, on top of that, Mista has used this as an opportunity to take a settlement expansion. So he's just done some massive damage, and you'll see this a lot of times pros, when they get ahead, your goal, get ahead even further. He's going to try to just really start to push. Now, if you look at the score doesn't say he's that far ahead. I mean, he's got a little bit of army down here. We've got some tech advantage and that stuff, of course, contributing. Nice little raid there, picking up those villagers. But here comes the Egyptian army. He was starting to get some ranged heroes, maybe to pick off that back line, but it looks like he is being chased.
Slinger's OP, dude. There are not enough Goaty there to try and counter all those Wadgets. The Slingers, with some simple micro, the Goaty should be sniped easily by the Slingers. Same with those throwing axemen. Holy smokes.
Yeah, we've
those
got
Goaty dreams. I don't think they're going to be staying in this game longer.
Run!
Yeah.
A spearmen are speedy. Look at him go. My cat just jumped on top of my towers, threatened to turn the computer off. No.
No. It's okay. We got vodka here, and we got backup laptop for vodka as well, so everything is fine.
Another raid coming in, the spearmen. And that's going to be it. Looks like we tap out. We got 2, 15-minuters. Mista coming ahead with another victory here with Ra. Very, very, very aggressive. Ra at that, staying in Age 2, never went to the 3rd age. Took that all up to 15-minute mark and takes the victory.
Yeah, with those exposed resources, man, you don't necessarily need to go. And with such a big population, amount available these days in the classical age, you don't necessarily need to start, getting siege potential out. Not in a matchup like this. Check out those mill units, man. That is a severe drop for both players, but for Recon, ouch.
Well, and his goal wasn't he never really pushed into Recon's main base. He just stayed on the outskirts, right? Started with that shifting stands on that gold on the southwest side, pick off a few dwarves there. His goal was just to keep him off gold, to just starve his opponent out. If they're not going to come out of their base, just starve them out, have the flood of units, and it was enough for him to just basically that second gold mine when they put that hill fort down, that freeze, like that was the game right there.
Oh yeah, the big question, in my opinion, what could or should have Recon done differently? Is he just going to do the exact same as Mista and just completely invest into a giant classical age army? Maybe that could have given it to him. I like his decision trying to go for the Scotty play, Frost, use that to secure a gold mine. That's kind of the historical, I don't want to say meta, but kind of the historical solution in a situation like this. But this Retold is different because you have such a bigger amount of population to work with in the classical age without without additional town center. So apparently Mista's
I
like
think it's really hard
Egyptian.
for Norse to really, you don't want to play a super drawn out H2 against Egyptians just because of the nature of their counter army, Axemen being so good against so much of their composition. So I think going up third age seemed like a good move. I think it just really came down to Mista just controlling those golds so well. I mean, there was a lot of walling that happened. Maybe he could have somehow secured one of those gold mines with some more building, but how the cookie crumbles. Mista did just a good job driving that game with his map control with his army. And now we're gonna be heading towards game number 3. Mista looking to try to get a sweep here in this series. And it looks like we're gonna have Ornos versus Gaia on Kurlager.
Yeah, we were talking in the previous series, Magic and Retold. It seems like a lot of players are trying different It seems like Atlantean is viable on this map, but we're not entirely sure who or which one is most viable. I think I've seen Gaia repeated mostly just because of economy strength, but there is definitely potential with Aranos there as well. Apparently, Mista thinks there's more potential than I think. I don't know. I gotta give the advantage here to Gaia, but let's see what he's able to pull out. Do you have any ideas?
It'll be our first Atlantean versus Atlantean of the day. If you think of the last series, they had banned out Gaia, and I mean, Gaia's been so strong lately. Now, there's been a lot of little balance changes, so for me, it's hard to cast big judgment off of one weekend of tournaments, or even from the multiplayer ladder, which plays very different from tournaments, but. All in all, Gaia has stonks have been up, right? Gaia launched and was like way down here, Gaia and Ra, and now we've had Ra and Gaia got up to top, and now it's all like balancing out. So I feel like Recon's gonna feel pretty confident with this. He also knows, like, you're right, this is it. It's game number 3. He doesn't have any points on the board. He has to win this game. I would imagine has confidence, has a game plan going ahead here with Gaia. Ornos, though, we just saw last game, also a popular pick here on this map. Of course, you got those sky passages, and boy, Mista having even more mobility with a god like Ornos with those sky passages around the map is certainly deadly to be up against.
Well, the big deadly aspect in this matchup that Recon needs to be very careful of is Shockwave. Shockwave, because Gaia doesn't really have an aggressive god power to match Shockwave, I can easily see how some aggression and some land army control could be really nice for Aranos in a matchup like this, because he has the threat of Shockwave. That can really give him that early battle advantage over Gaia, and then you kind of follow that up and allow that to snowball. So maybe there's some potential there for Aranos to because the land army can also harass the fishing ships at the same time. Maybe there's some potential there for Mista to abuse, but still, that guy Eco, like you're talking about, it's nasty. It's crazy.
Yeah, very good. And I'm just kind of looking at the other gods we have left in the pool. So say, Recon is able to get a victory this game. We're looking at Mista's got Set and Poseidon, on the bench ready to come out. But then also we have Recon, Loki, been very, very strong recently, Loki and Zeus. So perhaps like that's where he's looking to reach as he goes further in the series. Also the maps, a little bit of a different order here for this matchup. We've got Kurlager, but if we go on, we've got Savannah and Ghost Lake up for grabs. So definitely some opportunity out there for Recon. I think let's see in the chat where my Recon fans at, where my Mista fans at. Let us know. You've got the prediction, of course. Gamba's at the top. You got to get that prediction going on. What's it going to be? Game number 3, Mista versus Recon. Boy, come on. Aren't there supposed to be some raccoons spammed in the chat or something like that? Spam this rack to bring Recon back, something like that. Let's see it.
Come on, folks. If you guys want more action, you gotta channel, you gotta manifest.
There it is.
Your support. There we go. Thank you, Tintin. Finally. Alrighty, Fitz. I believe we have game 3 coming up.
Here we go. It is match point with this final series between Recon and the Mista. We've got on the south side of the map, Recon going to be playing as Gaia. The Atlanteans bringing a little green here out today on Kurlager over that snow. On the other side, we've got the Mista playing as Ornos, and he is going to be looking probably to go for a dock expansion, as both of them likely be doing. It's a Atlantean pantheon mirror, but different gods.
Indeed, indeed, and so both players, they're not quite mirroring each other either on their dock placement. We see up top here, Recon or Mist up top there. And then yeah, Recon down here starting off on the bottom side. Usually players can go both sides of water, so this doesn't necessarily mean they're going to have a free boom on either side, but you never know. It could be a little bit interesting. It also could be interesting. Fish is not a huge economic boost during the classical age. But even so, I wonder if maybe if on the Arano side, maybe Mista can try and match a little bit of the eco prowess of Gaia with fishing ships potentially. And maybe, I don't know.
Well,
maybe if he can get some harassment that can help out his
one thing to
food,
consider when you've got Gaia on a we'll call it a water map, but a hybrid map, whatever, is the Gaia forest, right? You can spawn that right by his town center. So it's a very small detail, but like, okay, those citizens and Atlantean citizens, when they're walking, they're losing more resources than like a regular villager walking around, right? Because they're Chad villagers. But so like even walking out to that next wood line is time wasted and resources not coming in. He's immediately got this nice and close to the town center, super safe to defend, and he's able to just get that wood output, of course, from the advanced gather rate from those trees.
True. It's just one of the several, economic features, features of Gaia. Real quick, it's not like the Atlantean build orders are the most, interesting thing to be looking at during the early parts of the game. But I do want to comment. I think the Gaia Lush looks really nice, eh?
Yeah, it looks. I particularly like it on maps like this where you can really see it. I don't like it as much on like the really green maps. It's hard to really tell it sometimes. But yeah, it looks just so cool on these kind of like white background. Looks really nice. Where the Gaia base begins, and look at that. Really continuing that fish boom there with all those trees that are coming in, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they play this as we go into the next stage.
Hang on a second. Look at the villager. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say the village discrepancy. It was 16 there for a second. Recon was pretty behind by a whole citizen, but never mind. He just equalized right there. Anyway,
let's take a moment, maybe take a look at the relics we have on the map. Let's see. It's kind of hard to spot them sometimes on the white, but okay, we got the increased tower attack against myth units. Probably not a super high value one here. Odin's Wand. Temple rumors are cheaper. Okay, that's going to be okay one to pick up. We've got in the middle of the map, Eye of Horus. Town centers provide more population. Can really help, especially in the late game. I guess if we get to pop max, we probably won't really hit here. Heroes regain hit points while fighting. I always think for Atlanteans, right, that's got to be good. But when you have typically a lot more heroes in your army overall, we have Prometheus Age up. And I think that's all of our relics there. So nothing that gets me too excited.
Yeah, the TC one, could be decent. Hero one also could be decent. Probably not going to make a huge difference here, however. You see Mista building over on this right-hand side. I believe the Recon's fish numbers should be better. He's already fishing on both sides of the map. So he's already got that eco advantage over Aranos. Mista's got to, make something happen. That's really his position, being playing against such a strong economy. He needs to try and make something happen. And he's actually advancing way faster compared to Recon. Recon's at least a whole citizen behind. Maybe even 2. You should be clicking up here in just a second. Probably going through Oceanus. Yeah, it's like 60 seconds almost behind. That's maybe no bueno, man.
Yep, there's that age up in. We got Prometheus, we got Oceanus on the other side. And yeah, that time, I definitely would feel a little uneasy with Mista being up so much earlier. I mean, he kind of has the way he played this. Like, that's how this was going to go, right? But nonetheless, nothing would make me feel super comfortable about my opponent being ahead so quickly with how aggressive he likes to play.
Yeah. Having said that, one thing we saw, I can't remember, it was last week, I can't remember the matchup exactly, but one of the players, it was Zeus against Atlantean, one of the Zeus player was trying to raid fishing ships instead of going for docks, which meant that, with a little bit of micro, I believe it was maybe Recon on the Atlantean side, a little bit of micro with your fishing ships and some defensive units and whatnot, you can really have just a insane economy to follow that up. So I wonder if Recon's actually doing the same thing, just going for the ultra greedy eco play here into maybe a good heroic timing, something like that. I don't know.
I was just looking up real quick to see what the God matchup rates. Of course, the sample sizes are always low when we get new patches and everything. It looks like across all ELO ranges right now, Gaia has a 53% win rate versus Orno. So nothing too major. And really, you know, when we look at like the top of the ELO range, it's much closer. I think 50% there. So should be a close matchup. I was just trying to see if anyone had like a clear advantage from the stats.
Interesting. Well, this map really can shift up, you know, meta and expectations in that regard. Especially with, dude, like, aside from the fishing ships, screw the fishing ships, just go for gold, huh? Like, he can just sit back. Do we have a tower upgrade? We do have a tower upgrade coming in for Recon, so that's going to help him defend. But if he's not careful, he's still going to lose citizens here, man. He can still sit, maybe out of range of the towers, maybe not. But those towers are perfectly placed so that Mista just can't quite sit in the little pocket right there to press that gold mine.
And he's got that Crenellations upgrade coming in, so really leaning into those towers, you know, early on. Oh man, down she goes in the wood line. Nice pick there by Mista. Recon making some navy out here, it looks like. Oh, did he just cancel that one? Maybe it was on the south water.
One big thing real quick, before we, you know, get into too much craziness, there are, as who pointed out in chat, Tintin or whoever in chat, there's 6, and Vodka highlighted it, 6 oracles already out for Mista. He's got 45, 46 favor in the bank, right? This can eventually become super complicated, a big problem rather for Recon, as he's trying to fight Terma with these Bireems right here. Maybe it's going to work fairly decently well, but the big, like I said early on, the big question is God power reusages, if that makes sense. Shockwave reusages. That's a weird word to say.
I think it's a recast, but
recast. That's that feels
making up
better.
Words out here.
I can do that. Thank you very much. Reusage castings. Anyway, that's the big problem, of course, playing against Aranos. So that's going to be a big hiccup there for Recon to try and handle. And with 6 oracles out ASAP, dude, it's looking a bit sketchy as that favor number climbs.
Yeah, running underneath these towers have been upgraded with the Crenellations, so they do, I believe, additional damage to Cav, which I would believe these count as. But it doesn't look like he really cares. He's sitting there with the Promethean's going to work on taking out one of those towers. Not doing a ton of damage with the Terma, but besides, it's enough value.
Dude, he's abandoned this gold mine, but Vodka, check bottom side. Recon is the first to do this. He took an exterior town center, and now he's going out to the gold mine on the exterior. Yo, does he not need some land army to try and handle this?
He's just gonna age up. He's just gonna see what happens here in the next age. So he's heading on up, just taking his time. I mean, the Terma aren't enough threat to like kill his buildings. You know, you saw how long it took him to kill one tower. I guess the Prometheans were able to do that, but he should have enough time to do it. Let's hope it's the right decision, because boy, it better be a calculated one when you consider the fact that this is match point. He can't afford for this to not go well. And we also see Mista is going to the next age as well.
Oh, Izzy, that's true. We have Hyperion on one side and Thea for the Gaia side. One of those military barracks was just denied. Well done by Mista. I wonder if he's going for some Contarius action. Trying to go heroic and Contarius to counter those, you know, the strong classical age units that Mista has.
I'd imagine here. And you would also imagine that, okay, for Mista, he's got to expect that that's coming, you would think. And, you know, do you make your own Contarius maybe? Or he could also go for some Catapeltes. Yeah, Catapeltes seems to be the pick right now.
There we go. Power
spam.
Nice. 3 of them as well with Crenellations. I believe he got Crenellations earlier, so it's a pretty secure gold mine over there. Again, he needs to get those military numbers out, but it's a start. It's definitely a start.
Okay, so we got upgrades coming in. There we go. The Servant out on the water, just hanging out, getting a few hits in. A little attack at the crossing, and he's going to be targeting that water. There we go. Going after the towers, but 3 of them. Oh, yeah, I guess he can take this out. We do a tree being pulled down. We're going to probably put that at home. There's that Carnivora. The God Power is being cast. Of course, Chaos is available, but there's not really an army to use it on right now. I can't use it on towers.
Chaos the towers. The thing is that Recon, he got all of his Cantarius upgrades early on. He got Levy, I believe, to make him faster. He got Heavy, Poseidon Secret, etc. So those bad boys gonna be, oh yeah, they're sexy, man. They're super sexy, but he doesn't quite have the numbers just yet. I think he has what, like maybe 4, maybe even 5 military barracks trying to spam him.
Look,
looking at his
spamming.
Catapult.
Yep.
Pretty good catapulties plus the whatchamabobbers. I don't know if it's gonna work, bro. I don't know.
I mean, right now the biggest difference is, Recon has a bigger economy. He's got the 2 TCs, but Mist is bringing the pain. Of course, you can't see like the idle time right now, right? So he needs to get onto that gold, and Mist is doing what he does best, just sitting on the resources, right? He's not going in after the town center, just sitting back on those resources, and so it'll be a matter of like, can Recon put together enough an army to really challenge this? A few, Cantarius aren't going to do it, and he's running out of the gold in his main base.
Just heroized a bunch. Look at that production, though, dude. Check out that production. He's spamming Cantarius like mad. Are they? I mean, I know catapulties are crazy sick against cavalry. Those are very upgraded Cantarius at the same time. Are we underestimating their potential over there? Ooh.
Well, I'm not sure how many catapulties he made, I guess would be the question of like, if he has enough of them, he might just go for it. He's also got, Brute on the back line to help, and the bird, but Chaos comes in. He's going to put basically all of those units at about half health, and he also sees what's there, and man, doesn't feel great to have those catapulties on that front line up against you. There we go. Shockwave on top of it. This feels like doing so much damage against this, but those Cantarius are elite units. Can they be enough to sway this battle? It looks like the catapulties are dying. I think he's able to maybe hold this fight, especially with the help of the bird and Groot.
Dude, unbelievable. I thought that the Chaos, Recon took that fight, like you said, with his Cantarius at basically half HP because of the Chaos and the Shockwave to follow it up. I can't even believe that, oh man, here come the Sky Passage action that's just starting. I'm surprised that Recon ended up taking that fight, man. I'm way surprised.
Yeah, he's able to win that. Cantarius, I mean, they're just really, really good calves, but now that he's seen, like, okay, what do you have? Look at his army now. Now he's just doubling down the catapulties. Now he's getting those upgrades. I'm not sure that's going to work a second time.
Yeah, you see Recon, his production, he's starting to mix in Arcus as well. I think I prefer Cantarius Arcus as an army comp rather than simply counter units with some... man, what are those things called? Why is my mind blank? Not Dryads, the Atlantean ones.
What color?
My brain is...
the Atlantean Dryad?
Yeah, they're both Atlantean. I'm
what
an idiot. What are those?
How many
what
arms
are those? Right there. What are those things called?
The
Why
bird?
am I brain... No,
the Satyr.
Satyr! God!
Yeah. Satyr, I don't even know her.
Anyways, I can't even remember what I was going to say about it. But anyways, yeah, a little bit of raiding happening. Is he trying to drop a Sky Passage right there?
He's trying. Well, they weren't doing it. There we go. So he might be able to escape. Maybe, but definitely going to lose some. 1, 2... Okay, need to get inside.
Maybe more. Hello.
Something else must be going on. Okay, he jumped in.
Yeah, Vodka, we must be missing something. What's happening?
Whoa, watch out. Surprise.
There we go.
Okay, so all over the map, this is what Mist is doing. Go over that gold. Look at the villager count, 94 versus 58. So does that show fishing boats as well?
I don't think so.
I never trust the numbers in the UI.
Yeah.
But yeah, right now, look at the pop space right now. Recon 205. Oh, nice pop.
Nice pop indeed. It is hot in that sky passage. Recon just walks right into such a big raid. Ouch, that had to hurt, man.
He's just camping and waiting for something to show up.
Well, so both players with the Cantarius. Cantarius have pretty good speed, plus the sky passages. Both players have pretty good mobility around the map. With sky passages not being destroyed, it's better for the Uranos player here. I don't really know what this game is weird, Fitz. I've never seen a game like this. How this is shaping up on Kerlauger, man. Like, we have outside TCs taken, sky passages all around. It's just a weird game. It's cool. It's a cool.
And like on paper, if this was any other game, it's like, okay, Recon's got 3 TCs. If he stabilizes, you'd think okay, he's got the sizable advantage.
Yeah.
But this is the Mista we're talking about. I'm not so certain, what that's going to mean. Not to mention, Mista's been very aggressive all throughout this. Doubling down on the Cantarius right now on those outskirts. We do see attack here on the gold. He's just continuing to keep the pressure. And now Recon taking a 4th TC in the middle.
Wow. Dude, the sky passages allows Mista to just jump back and forth, side to side. But there's also the middle that you can't forget about. And so, as you just mentioned, there's TCs. He's just pushing straight through the middle. Maybe that's the key to success here for Recon. Screw the sides, just go straight through the middle. There's gold, there's TCs there, man.
Yeah, it looks like Mista is going to be coming back to the sky passage. It looks like he's moving that direction. And we're all over the place. Oh, there we go. A little bit of pop, but can't really tell who's gonna win that one there.
This is kind of stuck there. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Arcus on the back line. So many of them. The DPS is just so huge. He's got so many of those heroes, able to just try to micro onto those Catapeltes and take them out. I feel like Recon should be okay out of this, but collateral damage on both sides is it. But Recon got his sports settlement up and takes a victory off of Mista. Mista dropping a game. The rack is back. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen, as he is hungry for the victory.
Dude, he gets it done when he's on the ropes. Gaia for the win, can confirm. Dude, Mista did a great job with that sky passage play, but it wasn't enough to beat the economy, man. Well done by Recon.
I think we just confirmed Gaia OP, or is it Recon OP? We'll find out if he can go the distance, because I think Gaia looked like set up for success there. But just really well played with the eco, really leaning into, those early upgrades for the towers. He went for basically no military, right? He went for TCs, went for triple towers, bought himself the time to get his eco in just a solid spot where he was able to take this all the way across the finish line.
Wow.
All right.
Trash Panda Strikes Back, boys. We finally have a series. We were a little bit worried we're heading towards the 3-0, but, we've got to break this down. Some interesting things to think about there. I was sitting there, and I was watching the way that was playing out. You were highlighting it, the greed of him going for the external TC and the tech while being pressured. I was getting flashbacks to, if you remember the Vortex game, right? That was, I believe, his final game might have been up against Magic, where I believe it was same map, and it might have been Zeus versus Gaia. That was the polar opposite of where you don't get away from that greed. This was how you execute. And if anyone's going to do it, he keeps saying he doesn't like the late game, but I would refute that point because Recon seems comfortable there.
Well, and certainly up against the Terminus spam, towers and upgraded towers at that are going to be very good at it, right? They're not going to be able to take out the towers. He was using his Promethean Shard to very slowly take out a few of the towers. But I think that's a great way. When you're getting harassed by Terminal all over, you're not going to catch them. You can make your own, or just make a few towers, age up, take your own settlements.
But, Maiden, there's an interesting kind of turn here, right? Because I feel like Gaia was maybe meant to be saved for somewhere else. It almost seems like the Zeus felt inevitable for Kalauga, right?
Oh, that's interesting. That is a good point. Although That's a good point, man. I wonder what Recon expected Mista to go for. Just looking at his draft set at the time, Poseidon and Aranos as options. That's a good point. What else? I wonder what Recon was thinking. What else do you go for? Do you go for? We haven't really seen set Poseidon. We have seen. I think it was down to Poseidon and Aranos. For whatever reason, he preferred Gaia, I guess. Gaia, we're talking about how strong Gaia is, but if you look at Recon's draft, it's actually his last pick.
Yeah.
Neither of them went for Gaia until the very end.
Do you think that's maybe because it's been figured out from a public standpoint, right? Because we were talking about stats before we got live here, Fitz, right? Like I'm looking at it. Gaia by far the most played at the upper echelons, right? Second place being Raj behind, but it kind of feels like maybe Gaia is the most drawn out. And I know that Mr. and Recon frequently are looking for that edge. What's next instead of what's the meta now?
Yeah, that's certainly a thing. You don't want to just sit there and just play the strongest. I mean, there's also could be the thought that like, okay, well, Gaia is going to be banned, right? Of like, we've seen him Gaia banned in a lot of situations, maybe like just wasn't in the game plan, right? Just assuming like that was going to be off the table. So maybe just like a happy surprise there at the end, I would imagine. But yeah, I mean, I said it before we started this one, like what civs are coming up next? And we're seeing Poseidon, Loki, I mean, two absolute great civilizations. And I got to say, Recon got a little momentum going, and Loki, really, really strong. Been on a tear lately, and but at the same time, Mr. Poseidon ran all over the map. I don't want to go up against that.
It's a fair point, right, Maiden? Like looking at this map, I mean, to quote Recon, I remember at Wallow, his feelings were Loki's just kind of OP, man, right? Do we feel like it's OP in this matchup?
Historically, I would say definitely yes. Historically, Greek in general struggles with the mass myth units, of course, only having a handful of heroes. But I think historically, definitely in Loki's favor. Retold is a different story, but Recon plays Loki differently. We're talking about greedy play. Recon doesn't play Loki with kind of that Loki brain, Loki macro, Loki brain, where it's just going balls to the wall, head strong into victory. He plays it in a kind of a boomy way. It's surprising. So I'm not too sure what this is going to turn into, honestly.
We're going to have to find out. Is it going to be aggro or is it going to be defense in the late game? Recon has had a mixed bag with both, but he's finally able to cut and bleed the god. Mr. Second time in this tournament drops a game. Will it be the third? Let's find out.
Game number 4 underway of the Mista versus Recon. Recon getting some points on the board, and he is out for blood. Let's see if he can do today. Down here on the south side of the map, we've got Recon playing as Loki, bringing out some Norse action for us here on Ghost Lake. And on the northwest side, we've got in the color blue, it's going to be Aces, the Mista, playing as Poseidon.
Fitz, I think we're talking about how Loki typically favored in this matchup. However, I do want to say that on two gold mines, I was going to say two TCs, 2 gold mines, I think that is really good news for Mista on the Greek side of things.
Mm-hmm.
Not early on, but flaming weapons is such a scary potential. We anticipate to see Hermes on the side of Mista. So ceasefire, that can mitigate some of a flaming weapons push. But time after time, we just see legacy AOM, retold AOM. We've just seen flaming weapons, such a crazy strong push for Loki. So having said that, if we can jump back over to Mista's side, I find it very peculiar to see Mista on the back gold mine to start. If you look at his 2 golds, yeah, he's on the back to start, and then he's on the front as, saving that for later. I think that's a little bit sketchy and kind of opens the door for Recon to hit that with a nice heroic timing. Again, thinking of Recon playing a little bit more, less balls to the wall, less YOLO with Recon or with Loki, a little bit more boomier eco play, kind of finding his time. I wonder if he's going to find a really nice time on that gold mine right there.
Now we see right now that Mista is saving that lure. What's the rationale behind that? He's waiting to use that. Is there like a certain time to do that after he's eating his initial hunts? Why is he not using that lure like right out of the gate?
I don't know. I don't know. I guess, yeah, he could use it over on those chickens. Maybe he doesn't want to have his. How does I can't. Back in the day, you could lure your own starting hunt, depending on where you put your lure. Maybe he didn't want to mess with that. Lures can be used as a granary. You can drop
Oh,
off
it
resources
scales
there.
later on. Is that maybe the case with different ages?
Possibly getting some more chickens to spawn as well. And yeah, we just saw Hermes coming in. We got Versetti coming in. I don't think there's any surprise there for either side, heroic-wise. But again, I'm a little bit surprised to see both players actually starting on their back gold mine instead of taking that forward exposed gold mine first. Interesting.
Yeah. Okay, well, we've got both players aging up here right now, and maybe some centaurs for the first time today. I don't think we've seen any. I've not had a ton of Greeks, I guess, in our previous series, but gonna be some centaurs out on the field with Hermes coming right on out, and boom, there he is. These things can be pretty deadly in numbers, and boy, Mista, he's so good at microing. If he can keep those alive, the area damage of the centaurs can just be catastrophic in the long run. When you start to get 5, 6 of them or whatever, it can really become damaging. So we'll see if he leans into that. But it does look like I think that was a barracks. I think he's going for the hops again, which seems to be what he likes.
Or was it a stable? It's either barracks or stable. Hop.
Oh, it is a
Yeah,
stable.
stable.
Okay, I misread the blueprint. Okay, that's what I would have expected here for Bazan.
Yeah. Well, so we saw this exact something. It was, I think this was this exact matchup between Rappel and Ulysses played it so picture perfect up until the very end. 2 gold mines. We don't need to go into it all too much. But essentially Rappel, he was forcing little, just wasn't pushing outside of his base, where Loki, where it's open and Loki can really take advantage of you anyway. So I wonder if Mista can do something similar here, get a decent heroic time, not take any damage, get a decent heroic time. I know he's got a stable out, but he's not going for mass military. He's only got that one stable, not even producing at this point in time. But eventually, if he can go for those Hippospis, man, ouch, this is rude. If he can go for those Hippospis, there's such a brutal counter to what Loki can potentially produce. And you mentioned the Centaurs, those little pockets in your base. If you can take fights in those little pockets, that special attack of the Centaurs can be pretty brutal, even against myth units, even against Herseer, against basically anything.
And you've got Atlanta out there running basically as fast as the Centaur, pretty fast, speedy hero. And we've got more Hippus on the way, a very kind of a concave base building here. Recon has built a very safe defensive base, not really indicating to be going for like a town center expansion. Both players training up an army, so we're gonna have some Age 2 action here before straight to the next stage. And boy, we know from from Mista, he's okay staying Age 2 a long time. If you think back to that Raw game that we saw earlier, but could be working on that house on the side. I guess since that tower isn't upgraded, not a threat. Free house.
Oh, picking off the house is gonna be
on the wood.
Absolutely. Special attack, man. Silly little centaur. He needs to be careful of that berry patch, however. That's his food right now. Yeah, we see Recon. He's got his double great haul out. That's nice, but he's the one playing passive here. He's the one going for focusing on eco, macroing, etc., forcing Mista to come and do something against him. Look at those goat numbers, by the way. Check that out. We got an Aurochs, we got chickens. Oh my, we got 17 goats. Yo, that
the
is
goat.
Yeah.
12 on this side, so similar, I guess. Lots of goats on this map. And yeah, Mista just circling around, trying to find some value. Recon's did a good job so far. I mean, he lost a house, that stinks, but he's been able to keep him at bay, hasn't taken any major damage. Of course, Loki leaning into the Herseer because special, of course, as they do damage, can poof spawn a free myth unit. So really gonna lean into that. But Mista gonna stay away. He's not really gonna sit there and just take fights from him, feed the beast. So for now, just some more positioning.
Yo, this is a little bit interesting since he stopped. Yeah, okay. Mista stopped. He stopped his Hippias production. So I was thinking, okay, are we maybe going to see a heroic age? No. He's swapping over to hoplites. As you can see, he's queued up a hoplite. He dropped a couple of military academies, and he's going for that second town center that we just saw. Definitely not what I expected. I guess with the double gold mine in your base, there's a hunt patch up there up top. pretty decent resources for Mista. Maybe Mista knows Recon, man. He knows that Recon's not necessarily going to go ultra aggressive in the classical age. He's going to wait for his timing with flaming weapons or something like that, I suppose.
I feel like he's anticipating some raiding cav because he's making this Haas, which kind of seems weird. I mean, they're good generalist units, good mainline to have, but almost wonder if he thought he was going to get a big raid over there north side. Nice split screen there as we see that second TC finishing. Herster moving in, they could actually just start sieging on this barracks, and that's in fact what we're going to see. I'm going to go after those villagers. Just going to start hacking away there. Here comes the cav, and the centaur has not made any additional centaur, just been that original one free one so far. But yeah, look at that, his resources, as we point out. Age Up is about here for Recon. He's not going to just take a fight when he doesn't need to.
Here's the problem, though, Fitz. He's going to have a nice, he just clicked up through Bragi, yes. He just clicked up through Bragi, that's nice. He's got a little chunk of Hersier. We've seen this done plenty of times. Hall of Thane's Hersier into a decent Bragi timing. But the big problem, or rather the difference between how Recon is executing this strategy versus how I would say most other Loki players try to do it, is that you go aggressive with your Hersier. You force your opponent to play defense. You're harassing his economy, and then you follow it up with your nice heroic time and battle bores and so on and so forth. He doesn't have any, as we see these Hippias, going to stop that TC from going in, from being built. Okay, I was just about to say, those Herser have not queued or banked up any favor to try and spawn any myth units in a big fight. And not really, that's a big problem, Matt, because in a big fight, if you try and go for a flaming weapons push, some type of aggression with Loki, you want those myth units to pop out. In order to get those things to pop out, you gotta have those Hersier, all of your units actually these days, to be attacking so that they can bank up those favor numbers, whatever.
Nice split of the army here. We got basically Hersier on three fronts fighting, and Mr. largely doing a good job of just kind of playing keep away from him. He's taking hits, then backing off, just really harassing as we see the Age Up come in. And we also do see Mista will be aging up as well. So I don't anticipate seeing flaming weapons right now. He could certainly use it. I don't think he needs to.
I think he needs to either. He wants to finish the TC. There we go. Whew.
Banking up some favor for a free myth unit. It's got to be on the way soon. And right now we've got 2 TCs for both players. A little bit later for the Norse to get theirs out, but it's there. And Age Up's on the way. We got 2 boars out already. Is he going to go for a push here after he builds himself some infrastructure?
Yeah, man, it's like, look, I mean, we got a Dionysus that just came in here. It's like Recon's biding his time. But eventually you got to get some type of a push going. Otherwise, like, look at this point in time, Mista's eaten all of his hunt, gonna capture or grab this boar maybe if there's a hero nearby. He's taken all of his hunt. He has a bajillion goats, 17 bajillion goats. And he's on gold mines, man. Recon hasn't really put the pressure on him. He's not playing typical Loki. When is he going to put the pressure on? When is he going to go for some type of push, some type of something? It seems like the later this goes, it's just going to be better for the Poseidon player, I think.
I like that double boar little raid there. He's able. I think he was targeting the villagers, but he did some damage to his Hippias. And now you do see some counter infantry out in the field for the Greeks now that they're in the 3rd age. And just some more positioning, not really big commitment. Now, what's interesting here is like, okay, scoreboard. Mista can afford to be a little more risky. Granted, he's very calculated in every moment of always, right? But for Recon, it's like he needs to be a little bit more careful, right? He needs to win this. He has to be a little bit. I don't know. You can go for it, go for the risk, right? Or take your time, be a little more risk adverse. Not really sure. I'd be a little uneasy if I was him in this position.
Well, I almost get the feeling like he's playing it almost like Greek, where he's getting his TC, he's getting his he's macroing, he's building up a nice army, and he is doing that. And with flaming weapons and Loki, it can be really scary. But again, he's just missing that harassment aspect. Maybe this goes back to what KP was talking about earlier with Norse and Egyptian kind of switching roles almost. How the meta's shaping up these days. I don't know. It's weird watching a million Loki games in my day. This is just so a standard, man.
Mista's got the Age Up pre-queued there, so he's trying to go to the Mythic Age. He's just about got it. Just a little bit more gold, and he'll be aging up. Not looking like Recon's aging, so be interesting if he goes for like a timing attack while Mista's aging up. Would be interesting. And you look at the military pop, Loki definitely has the advantage in that regard. So I feel like right now is the window for Recon maybe to go for some kind of big fight here. As you see him running around, it looks like he's got forces on the west side going for a raid. Looks like troops moving out to the middle of the ice. I think he's getting ready to go for a big attack. See what he does.
Yeah, he's...
Could even dive with the flaming weapons or something.
Maybe, man. There's still bronze and ceasefire, so he's running out of...
That's true.
It's running out of potential, I guess is what you could say. Those Hippospis just completely smoke the Berserker. The thing, like, if you look at Recon's production, yo, he's going for Berserkers. Okay, fine. You know, Bragi Berserkers can be sick, of course. Forseti Bragi Berserkers can be sick, but Hippospis just smoked the entire army except for the Battle Boars. Does he not need something to counter the Hippospis?
You would think so. I don't know. It's interesting he hasn't gone for that. Maybe he's just going for a numbers game, going for another town center. But yeah, a lot of heroes there in this fight. Ooh. Oh, there we go, some throwing axemen, so he does have a few. This might be the fight he decides to take it. Here we go, free myth unit, and there it is. Flaming weapon's going to be used. Will he decide to use ceasefire or bronze, or just save it up for a later date? There we go, bronze is underway, so probably no ceasefire right now. And another free myth unit spawns out. Of course, as you do more damage with flaming weapons, it's like you're more likely to spawn more and more myth units as you move that. But a weird spot, he's currently building a town center instead of fighting with a few of his units. A little bit awkward in that regard. So flaming weapons up against bronze. I'm trying to see who's winning when the dust settles. I'm surprised he didn't have all of his troops fighting that whole time. Another boar, high value myth unit to have. Certainly nice. The Hydra getting a few more heads. It'd be nice to get the Cursor up on that perhaps. I think Recon is going to hold this. Just barely. That Hydra has done a lot of work.
Oh, the gold mine. Vodka, eventually go over to the other gold mine. Eventually go over to the other gold mine. Yo, check it out. Battle Boars on the fortress in the gold mine. So Recon actually had the twofer going on. He's defending that TC. He's going for the gold. That makes a little bit more sense. I thought that fight down there was completely nuts. But it turns out I'm the nuts one. I didn't see this other attack, counterattack, whatever you want to call it, over on this other side. Maybe this is actually going to work. Mista still has gold in his base, sure. But that was a nice little attack over there, getting that fortress down. Yeah, that. Oh my god, look at those Norse buildings.
Oh, there goes all those towers. There goes the town center. Opening up the main base, but yeah, he doesn't need those towers, whatever. But certainly more susceptible to raiding now if it comes in. Pegasus checking this out, but Recon already has been up on these TCs. Recon's still in age 3, by the way. So, you know, yeah, mega house. Looking at, well, 160 out of 130. Yeah, he can't train anything right now.
No, man, that's the secret sneaky like benefit of Earthquake. It's nice to take out a town center, but all the houses are rather more important to pick off. Completely just nerfs his production there for, you know, a minute or so. Polyphemus maybe can block this TC coming in. Very nice. Boom. Oh!
Boom! Okay. Oh! These myth units need to get out of there. Watch out.
Get out of there, boars! Run for your little lives!
Cyclops. He's still working on it. Okay.
Well, dude, I think this is completely insane how Recon has kind of come back into this game. Once I saw Earthquake coming in and that flaming weapons, I thought he was completely toast. But somehow, he actually won that fight. He's pushing on the gold mine. He's ahead in the actual military. Speaking of popped, bro, it doesn't even matter that Recon wasn't popped. Look at Mista's pop. He ain't got none, and he needs to use a defensive ceasefire. Dude!
Yeah. This is looking really, really good for Recon. Now, Recon's still in the third age, but yeah, Mista, he kind of threw the punch with the Earthquake. Recon's been able to hold that double-pronged flaming weapons. You know, he had two. He had been spending all his resources on military while while Mista spent his resources on aging up. He's now sitting on top of Mista's military reduction. He's getting some hill fort right there in the front line. I think Recon's gonna take this all the way.
Dude. Look, 219 favor, 220 favor. He is just a sniff away from another flaming weapons, which could, I mean, where are you going to use it? Does he even need flaming weapons? He's got such a military advantage at this point in time, but that could just bust him right through a town center and to close out this game potentially. I think this, for me, this game has been completely turned on its head. Wow.
You know, we got I Am Magic in the chat saying, you know, Recon has a kid now. He's got a win to put this, save up for college, put food on the table. I mean, he's got extra motivation, and I gotta figure out his secret, because I've got a 6-month-old and I have to like probably do 1,000,000 chores for the rest of the weekend for doing this casting today. I don't know how you got permission with like a 1-week-old to do this. So yeah, he's probably gonna be in the doghouse after all this. He's got to win.
Yeah, he's got to win, man. There's a lot. You guys think there's tournament issues on the line? His tournament life is on the line. No. There are much more, much bigger issues on the line right now.
Okay, so Mista, he's putting up a little hold here. Look at these archers. Of course, that big old hero, nice siege damage there as that fortress is going down. Yeah, look at that crush. Very nice. Okay, so Recon needs to finish this one because Mista is growing in power. He is aging up now. Okay, so doing up a front line. Gonna try to hold this, but Mista looks angry. I don't think he likes the disrespect he's been facing here.
Dude, but here's the thing. Recon took his foot off the gas pedal, and he's allowed Mista to come back with a pretty decent looking army. There's the next flaming weapons. There's another battle for everybody. We have Fimbulwinter that's coming in about 1.5 minutes to follow it up. I think that's what Recon was waiting for, I guess. A Fimbulwinter to just put the nail in the coffin. Flaming weapons might do the actual trick before Fimbulwinter comes in. However, Fimbulwinter for the win, hey. Last gold mine is right here, folks. And Mista hold on to this gold mine.
Yeah, it's looking like Recon's gonna take this one. He's pushing up. He's got Age Up coming in. This is looking really nice. We got battle boars all over the place. 1, 2, 3 of them running in there. Pop 130 pop right now versus the 253 pop of Recon. Recon is doing an absolutely great job. Wow. He's learned from the past and he is coming back swinging. Looking great. Here we go. Get ready for the God Power coming in soon.
Fimbulwinter, folks, coming in hot, or rather coming in cold, I guess you could say. Fimbulwinter coming in cold. We might not even get to Fimbulwinter, bro. Are you kidding me? We might not get to Fimbulwinter because there's nothing for Mista. When has he been in this position? Are you kidding me? Recon pushes it to game 4 in a best of 5. He could go for the reverse sweep here, dude. Are you kidding me? Not only has has Recon found a little chink in the armor, a missing scale on the dragon scale. He's found 2 of them, dude. That means there's got to be more. What are we witnessing?
Yeah, look at that. That's highlights. It was like all Loki there. Recon just really dominating that game. I think it just really was when the flaming weapons hit. He saved it for the precise moment, put a lot of resources into military value, and right when Mista invested in an Age Up, he's able to get a double pronged attack, and was able to just really write his own story from there, playing just super aggressively once he had his eco kind of set up behind him, not overreacting to the early raids of the Hippus and the Centaur. Just a really well played game, and man, here we go to game point with series point. It is 2-2. Unbelievable! What a great series Mista vs Recon this has turned out to be.
Big time. Recon came to play. Not only he might be playing Loki different from what we've seen, evidently it's working to beat the GOAT, the dragon, the Mista. Crazy, man.
And that'll take us to game number 5, Savannah. Set versus Zeus on Savannah now. Here at the end, we're at the end of the draft. They've used all the civs. There's nothing left here. They've got to make it count on Savannah. Set versus Zeus. Chat, who's going to win? I see predictions coming in. I bet there's been some upsets with some of the EGC points. I want to know who are the big EGC point winners and losers in the chat today, because I'm not sure that the Vegas odds would have called this one. We're going to round number 5. I mean, this is like the fight last night all over, right? All the way to the end. Will it come down to a judge's decision?
I know. Man, it's Set against Zeus is a really interesting matchup here on Savannah because I think both have a lot of potential to get a lot of harassment going around the map. I think part of it has to do with 2 million points have just been, what is that? Sorry, looking
that
at
is a
that
huge redemption coming in. So let's get the lure going on here, not the lure, the lore going on of EGC. So if you guys didn't know, EGC TV, they got their start doing AoE 3 tournaments. Was here casting with Drongo and Harrison and the likes back in the day, and there's a gamer you guys should know about. His name is Hazza, but goes by H, and I know he's been playing Age of Mythology, actually. I've seen him out there, and he's even been streaming a little bit. And Magic has redeemed for 1 million EGC points. So Pesty beat Hazza, was one like the goat of AoE 3, and Pesty beat him once, and has never had a rematch. He's 1-0 versus H. And for 1 million points, he's supposed to do the rematch. Now, I will say, I've seen this redeemed before, and Pesty has not lived up to it. So we need to figure out what we're going to do here, because Pesty has got to play this match. And I think we got to like probably cast it and everything. Like, I don't even know which Age of Empires or Mythology it needs to be played on, but this needs to happen.
It's gonna be just a plethora. It's gonna be an ultimate show match. All of the age games.
Across all the ages. Oh.
Yeah. But enough about that, right? Enough about that, Fitz. We as the counter is going down. Let's see if Pesty has a comment that he might want to throw at us. Anyways, game number 5, folks, coming in hot.
This is it, guys. We are at the very end of this series, and boy, it wouldn't be the finals if it wasn't Mista versus Recon. And you know, in tournaments past, you've seen Mista take easy sweeps, no big problem, right? Not a loss. They've touted the history of how Mista hasn't lost a ladder game. Nobody can beat him. And here we are. Recon has taken 2 back-to-back wins off of the big boy. Can he get it done here today? We've got on the south side of the map, Recon going to be playing as Zeus, and up against a very formidable opponent, Mista on the north side is going to be playing as Set. We got the Egyptians versus the Greeks to decide it all out here on Savannah.
We see he's converted monkeys already. He's going for the monkeys, not wanting to go for rhinos or anything like that. Or elephants, rather. We saw how much damage those monkeys did earlier on the Oasis game, right, Fitz? So beware of those monkeys once he gets at least 6 of them, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Those monkeys can raid better than you think. And already out there gathering up some of those hunts with the Set animal conversion. So, you were talking early on about like nerves and stuff, and if Mista was capable of feeling nerves, this is the moment. He's never in this position. He's never in this position, right? He's been dominating, and Recon probably getting pretty excited here, up to game number 5 in the series. So we'll see what happens.
And that's exactly what I was gonna say. If there's, when you're in the final game, when you've been sweeping people left and right like a proper broom, and he might be re-swept, if that makes sense, like the reverse sweep, I guess. Mista's been doing the sweeping, but he's getting a broom right to the face. If Recon takes this game, it will be a reverse sweep for the win, folks. And actually, the winner of this goes on to play against Magic. So who do you want to see in the upper bracket finals? Magic versus Mista or Magic versus Recon?
Who does Magic want to play too? I wonder. He's been watching, getting some good intel on his opponents. So we'll see. We got Magic versus Recon, 6-hour best of 5. Oh boy. I don't know how I'm going to explain that one to the missus, but we'll see when we get there. But here comes the age up. We got H2 underway here for Recon. Mista has not clicked up yet, and just now doing that, going to be going up with Ta.
I'm expecting this game to be I don't. If you look at the town centers around the map, the town centers are not, at least on Mista's side of the map, That left guy, that's kind of naked over there. Right guy, kind of naked over there. I know there's giraffes in gold. Okay, fine, there's giraffes in gold back there, but that's a very forward town center to be taking against Zeus, against Greek. So I'm not so sure if the 2TC action is going to be the play here for Mista. But what does that mean? Is he going to try and get a nice heroic time? Is he going to try and go for some barracks units, some aggression, take those giraffes that are near the town center eventually? I'm not so sure. He's going to be maybe on the back foot to start since he's later to advance. But I think that's going to, for me, that's the next big question is what is Mista's decision here? Is he going to go for barracks play? Is he going to go for heroic play, booming? I don't know what he's going to go for.
Taz about there right now for the Age of Minotaur, the hero coming across the map, and that's going to be a town center expansion immediately. Recon's not messing around, going right for that. So it's going to be 2TC. Oh, he goes for the vision. I think it saw that. I don't know if we can see the line of sight. Yes, so he knows it's there. Oh boy. Here come the monkeys.
I'm telling you, dude.
Not again. Oh, they got the gazelles and monkeys and pharaohs. Oh my, down goes the watch at the bolt. Zeus unleashes his wrath. Villagers should be able to take out the animals, but they got to micro quite a bit. They do a lot of damage versus them, but you already see lost one villager. TC is stalled. Another villager very low in HP. Oh, loses 2 villagers. This is a huge raid here early on. Of course, he doesn't have the pharaoh back at home. But TC has been stalled out, and a nice attack here by the Mista.
No, dude. Yes. It's a good point, man. You can eat that trail of monkeys, headed over to that TC. Yeah, drop a granary. That was really nice, man. I'm telling you, those monkeys, those things, they can do a lot of damage, and we saw them pick off a couple of bills there, man. Very well done. This is maybe catastrophic. Yeah, Recon deletes the town center. He loses some resources from not being able to build that TC. That's a little catastrophic.
I mean,
right there, man.
Game point against Mista and going for a naked second TC. That's a bold move. And
Sure.
sometimes it works out, but in this case, Mista was absolutely prepared and clearly knew it was coming. I mean, he was ready to jump on that.
Yeah. I think that was a misplay though, man, by Recon to go for the straight town center.
What are you doing? He's still waiting there. Maybe he thinks they're still going to come back for a TC. Maybe he thinks, okay, Mista's going to go for it. I'm going to wait here for it. So training up some spearmen as well. We just see up north, and yeah, Mista in the driver's seat right now.
Big time. There is an alternative though. You see him grabbing that left side TC. There is the giraffe patch and the berries over there. That's not too shabby. However, if Mista just goes straight up into and he's checking it, that monkey, man, those monkeys. Oh, shoot, there he goes.
Oh man, they tell tales. They better get out of there. He knows it's coming. Uh-oh.
Dude, this could be it right here. I'm not even joking. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's not like this. You go to game 5 to this?
I know.
Oh gosh, and now there's spearmen too.
And another
Minotaur's
elephant
gonna
as
get
well.
wrecked.
Yo.
On elephant, yeah.
He has to restore, dude. He's got to restore. Restoration. Yo!
Didn't use it.
Oh.
Okay, there it is. Villager's fighting. He's fighting for his life. Oh boy. Not like this. This is not how he...
Where's Heracles, man? He's going for the TC now. Where's... Oh my
gosh. How did this end like this?
Oh
man. I thought we'd at least have a game, but man. Maybe he had to go to bed. Maybe, he had to go take care of the baby. But unfortunately, for Recon, came so far, fought back so hard, and Mista catches him on a naked second TC expansion, and that was all she wrote.
Double naked, man. He went for the double naked TC. The audacity. The greed hath been punished. It worked out on Karolauger, man. It worked out on Karolauger, but not on Savannah, unfortunately. Well, I don't know about unfortunately, but yeah. Ouch. Ouch. I'm telling you, dude, it was all about the monkeys. All about the monkeys.
What
Yeah.
the hell was that apiary? Like, are you kidding me? We have those 4 games, and then it's literally decided by the RNG of one of the worst relics apparently in Age of Myth appearing. I don't think we can say it's the worst one anymore. Like, that is absolutely absurd. I mean, I was thinking about this Iron Maiden, and Recon's actions seem really greedy. But the cool detail was the fact that he saved the bolt. Most players in that situation, that matchup, bolt the priest, right? He holds it for the widget. The problem is he clearly wasn't expecting relic monkeys to also show up in his face.
I know. I mean, well, we don't see the aggressive shifting sands anymore, man. We don't see it anymore. And so if you and in fact, we know exactly what Recon had in mind. He was convinced, he knew for sure that Mist was going to go straight second town center because that's exactly where he sent his both his Jason and his Minotaur. Boom, straight over to the TC. He wanted to do to Mista what Mista did to him, essentially. So honestly, we haven't seen that aggressive shifting sands in a long time, but it's still a threat, as you guys saw here.
I mean, still an incredible series and fits. We've never seen Mr. this close, sweating this hard to being annihilated. I mean, an absolutely phenomenal set between these two to get it to 5 games the way it actually played out.
Yep, definitely the closest. I think Vegas odds had to have a play here. Like I don't know. Like this, Mr. doesn't lose, right? Lose 2 games in a row in one day. Like we need a camera to zoom in. I gotta see if there's any sweat on his brow or anything. But yeah, I mean, credit to Recon playing really well, Mist as well, and also as we play more tournaments, right? Like early tournaments, the players got things figured out, but you know the game gets more figured out over time. You also get to figure out players more over time. They've had some footage on each other, right? And they, know the play styles. They see them play against other, S tier players in tournaments. So, yeah, not a big surprise, but I think Recon should be very proud of that one. Very well played.
And guys, there's just still so much more action to come. Recon isn't gone. No, he's going to be pushed down to the lower bracket where it's going to be a sweater form for Pegasus. Pegasus, last time he matched up against Recon, that was a 3-0. We will, of course, see later today if Pegasus has been able to improve to the point that he can slay the beast, or if it is likely to lead gradually to Recon clawing his way back up. Rappel versus Grass should be up next, though. But before we get to that, we're going to hop to a short break. When we return, it's lower bracket action. 3 series across which 3 players will be eliminated. Go grab yourself a drink, be parked in your seat. You do not want to miss a single game because now there's no more forgiveness.
But there's a carnivore again. He's coming in for the backup, or the follow-up rather, with a shockwave soup. Are you kidding me? TC's going up for sure, but is it going to force a restoration?
But there's some nice damage dealt to Recon here still. 1 villager dead, and I think surely a few hoplites died in that process too. Here
we go. Where we're going to see the chaos. We got to see the chaos, but we have curse and restoration. There's the chaos. There's the restoration. There's a carnivora. What about our shockwave? Let's get the... There it is. Everything's happening. Nice. The fortress is definitely going up, but still, Soup. He's got a lot of hoplite numbers, but are the numbers dwindling?
Was so big here, but the heavy Murmillos, dude, I'm telling you, they're so strong.
Big fight, man. Here it is, Soup. There's the golden bronze dinos. There we go. Are we going to see a resto? There it is. Is that a little bit of an early restoration? Plus, we have the Murmillo raid up on the top side. I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you.
Big Recon raid. And you know, Recon, he's ready for this. He's got so many hero archers now, and that's why the early restoration was cast.
I gotta get this out, though, Soup. I gotta get this out. Wait, do I? He shifts on the gold mine, but the dwarves are running.
That's a really good shifting sense. That's a really good shifting sense. 1 dwarf dead, 2 dwarves dead, soon to be 3, 4, 5, however many. And Recon does not have a gold income right now.
Let's see if the robot Recon can save this gold mine right here.
Huge raid, forcing the villager berserk conversion. Sick local swarm, such a good local swarm, hitting both the military and the villagers.
Oh, and it travels and got a couple of dwarves at the end. Oh, and the throwing axeman and Goaty are coming in, man.
15 seconds remaining of flaming weapons. Player doesn't want to fight here, but the issue is if he doesn't fight, that Mikkel is going down and all those mills will die too. So Bruce's player just caught between a rock and a hard place here.
Indeed, and remember, this is match point. If Recon and the blue takes this, he moves on to the semifinals, man. A freaking rock giant comes out. This is big. This is big. Is this game? A couple of big fights. Is it gonna? I mean, you would argue that it's going to be better for Rappel here because he's the one with the Huntress Axe coming in, plus the heavy raiding cavalry. There we go, the picture-in-picture, baby. Look at that. We can even zoom in on both spots. It's amazing. Who's taking this
Every
fight, though?
cavalry
Soup?
upgrade is the big one here. That's the
Yes.
big upgrade that makes the difference here. And now
Ooh, Carnivore as well.
taking the fight even further.
This is huge for Ulysses, is it not? He picks up a lion. He should pick up a couple of other, like the centaur.
I think this is huge.
Picking up.
Whoa. Dude, these Contarias are so strong, and Ulysses making it work so well here.
I know.
It's crazy. It's a full hoplite versus like 2/3 Contarius, but Ulysses still feeling very, very confident.
I don't know.
I'll take the fight on the fortress even. Now he's forced to retreat. It's too much. He bit off more than he could chew. Ooh. Yeah, no, the Arcus are out now, meaning these hoplites, actually when they can get into melee, I think they're quite good. There's the Earthquake. Taking down a town center, nothing more than that. We'll see if it even takes down a town center. Ulysses can repair this. The citizens
It should go down, right?
Oh my god, it does.
What?
He's gotta be it now.
Is
Ulysses kind of messing up here. He's way outside of his comfort zone.
Rock Giant gets spawned! Are you kidding me? Ulysses may be caught out. Has Rapple found an opportunity here?
Rock
There's
Giant.
the chaos.
Oh my god, now flaming weapons is in. Surely flaming weapons is in now. Grab it.
He's got to use it. There it is. He's got to use it. A couple of battle boards are down. Another giant gets spawned. But look at the army of Rapple. Okay, there it is. It was kind of hiding behind the manor. Oh my goodness! Look at the carnage. Look at Ulysses' army numbers, his citizen numbers. He's getting thrashed.
Yes. Which only costs 100 resources Frey. Here's a big fight occurring. A lot of military numbers for the Frey player. There's a Minotaur
And no
there.
restoration suit.
No restoration, but there's a Herser killing the Minotaur. Really well, Michael, from Ulysses. Rebel not managing to pull it back either. And I think the Norse player will come out victorious here. There's a...
What? Okay, but hang on, Soup. Is the play here for Ulysses to go ultra aggressive and try and end the game in classical? Does he back off and go heroic? What's the play here?
It's looking like the play is to go ultra aggressive, although I'm not
He's
sure if I
going
like
for
it.
it.
I'm not sure if I like it. The Achilles is, this fight, the Achilles is perfectly positioned against the Valkyries, although they in turn are taking down the Minotaur, which is exactly what Ulysses wants here. These two heroes are gonna die in no time. And then 7 Valkyries with Thundering Hooves and Disha Blood up. Whoa, is that fighting it? Huh.
Welcome back to Genesis Retold. We've had the upper brackets, we've had some epic series, but what I have not seen enough of is blood for the blood gods. That's right. We are now at that category, at that part of the session. It's lower brackets for the rest of the day. By the end of the day, we will be down 3 additional players. We have got a phenomenal set of matches lined up for you, and we can have a look at the bracket to show you how things have been lined up. If you have not seen the games, I recommend going back, because even if you see the results here, they delivered. In the lower bracket, after an insanely close series up against Mr., we're going to have Recon versus Pegasus, the second lower bracket, but we open with Rapple going up against Grass. Rapple coming close to maybe taking a second game out of Magic, especially that game number 2, a bit of a drainer, but it shows you just how competitive, how close this is going to be. And it's going to be up against one of his teammates in Grass. Grass, who has looked formidable, one of the youngest players, I believe the youngest player actually remaining, and might have been the youngest player at all in this tournament. I think 17 years old. You know, the question I always say is he going to be this game's version of Stewie 2K, to make a Counter-Strike reference? All of that to come. Remember, we're also going to today do the final loser bracket, the round 2, before we get into tomorrow, where we'll have 3 sets. Tomorrow we'll have winners bracket, losers bracket, and then a grand final best of 7. But let's focus on what's ahead of us. A best of 5 between the Aces members. After that, Recon versus Pegasus. Pegasus, we're going to have to see if he leveled up, because last time he went up against Recon, it was a smooth 3-0, but we'll get to that when it's time. For now, I think it's about time to hop into our first elimination set of the day. Up next, we've got a best of 5 between Rapple and Grass, and we are hopping straight in to game number 1.
Welcome back to Genesis Retold. We've got a brand new series for you coming up. This is going to be part of our finals. It's a best of 5 and a clan battle. We've got Aces, the Rapple, going to be playing as Zeus over here in the color blue on the east side of the map, and he's up against his teammate. It is going to be Aces Grass playing as Loki in the color red here on the west, and the map we have is going to be Marsh to kick off this series.
Fitz, this is going to be a very different game. I predict it's going to be a very different game. We saw Recon and Mista, almost the same matchup. That was Loki against Poseidon, whereas we got Loki against Zeus here. So it's going to be interesting to see the discrepancies. This is a completely different map. Marsh plays very, very differently compared to Ghost Lake, for sure. I think Grass, knowing Grass's style, I think he's going to go a lot more typical Loki play. He's going to be going a little bit more harassment, aggressive, taking the initiative, etc. Rappel, I'm not sure what Rappel's going to do. It looks like he has a decent town center back there. He might think about some TC play, potentially at some point in time. Oh, those are pigs back there. I thought there were maybe some Aurochs or Hippos. Maybe not then. It's not the best town center back there. Anyways, I'm expecting a lot more aggression. We see the spy getting used by Grascoom early on, so I don't know. Instead of just watching these guys macro, I'm hoping we see some micro instead.
In this map, it's got 6 relics, a little bit more than you usually see. So let's take a second and do a little relic check here. Oh, I like that one. A pair of lions will appear. And boy, you guys just saw the monkeys. Wait till you see the lions in action. We'll see if they pick that one up. One of my favorite relics. Villagers regenerating hit points. Sounds all right. It's all right. It's a mid relic right there. We've got, what's that? Pygmalion statue. Who's someone tell who's Pygmalion? Increases villager hit points. That's a little nice. Keeps you away from raids. You get 2 villager relics if you want. Arrow of Heracles increases the attack of ranged soldiers and ranged heroes. Always a nice one to have there. And then we've got the Pelt of Argus, improves all units line of sight. Knowledge is power. Line of sight. That's a good one. I like that one a lot. And last but not least, we've got our 6th relic of the day. It's going to be temple improvements are cheaper. So 6 relics, boy, oh boy. Let's see if the players decide to go for those here in transition of the game. But certainly a lot of fun stuff. Is the guy who made a statue and fell in love with it, says Soup. Thank you so much for our mythology lore.
Imagine having the name Pygmalion.
Pygmalion.
Speaking of Pygmalion, I can't remember what the other relic is called. The one with we got Athena coming in, we got Frasetti coming in. Yes, exactly that one right there, vodka, right in front of Rappel's base. Maybe it's the one. No, it's the one with the ranged archer. Wherever.
You have a 1 in 6 chance.
There we go. The arrows of Heracles. Arrows of Heracles. Really didn't know Heracles had arrow. Anyway, I think that one's kind of a scary one, potentially. I don't think that the relics are going to make a big difference. However, that one potentially could. We know that Zeus, Hades archers, super scary. Zeus archers not quite as scary, but by all means, if you get a nice ball of those archers with a relic, that could eventually be quite scary to try and fight against. Sure, there's plenty of counterplay that Loki has with myth units and whatnot, but still, that's potentially scary. I don't think the other ones are really. Oh, that's right. The golden lines and the arrows of Heracles. Those are the big ones, right? Yeah. Let's see who gets that bad boy.
They probably won't grab any of them now that we've talked about them. Oh, you did one. There we go. Yeah, he's going for one of them. There we go.
You already grabbed it. What's this one? The Pygmalion statue. There we go.
Yeah,
I don't know
what
the
statue. Well, he's got the spy, of course. So Grass, he kind of knows what's going on. He knows what what myth unit his opponent has. You got to know that there's a spy amongst your ranks somewhere. So gonna take it a little careful. He's there on the berries and base, creating a little bit of a choke point. He's going to build a wall there. Maybe put in a wall on the other side of those trees too, so you can go out to those hippos later. Perhaps just playing very defensively. You always want to build. In Age of Mythology, you want to make sure you build your base in a way that's going to kind of build walls with your houses and your barracks and your armories and whatever, which is different from Age of Empires 4, where you can run between the buildings. That's kind of, AoE 4 is kind of the outlier of all the Age of Empires, because usually in the other games, you do build like this all the time. But look at this, an easy pickup for the hero, Troll. A little bit far. Is he going to get away? He's close to get out. Not today, not today.
But still, Jason's going to lose some HP for it, so I hope that Troll's worth it, man, because he's just given free favor, essentially, to those Ursa right there and losing free HP, kind of, almost. Speaking of base building real quick, shout out to our Victor earlier today, Magic. He actually posted a video, if I'm not mistaken, YouTube video about base building, so it is a very important part of AOM. Most Age games. I didn't know in AoE 4 that you could go between the buildings.
Yeah, AoE 4 is the only one that's different, where it's like you just kind of put your buildings wherever because you can run between them. different, but is what it is. But Cursor's out here getting some damage. Of course, this is Loki we're talking about, so every one of those smacks is a tick, 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 tick on the hidden favor meter, and eventually we'll get a free myth unit spawning out. So we'll get there soon. And archers, looks like gonna get a few of those. Just playing defensively, taking his time here. There's some Cav Herser. Looks like Grass is looking to play rather aggressive here. He just continues to bring units across the map. Go in there, take a dive.
Yeah, no surprise there. No surprise there. I predict really what Loki wants to do here, just contain Rappel inside his base, make sure he has enough map control. What we're seeing right here, he's hunting in the middle of the map, so he wants to make sure he keeps Rappel in Rappel's base so that he can try and take advantage of that hunt around the map. Oh, that's a bummer, losing your scout. Whoops, Rappel. Anyway, that's really all the name of the game for Grassengrim, trying to play the containment game. There's not a ton of game-ending damage he can do just yet, but that is a little bit of raiding perhaps here and there. But other than that, he just wants to get a nice roll of timing on top of this bit of harassment.
Diving into that raiding Cav. Not sure that's where he wanted to be. I mean, in the end, that wall's gonna come in handy now as he wraps on this side. Not gonna find anything to get. Can you squeeze through there? No, that's completely walled off. Yeah, it's not ranged. Yeah. Oh, you can. I guess yeah, you can do this without the towers being upgraded. Certainly, do some damage there. So that house is going to be going down. Will it house him? Actually, will. Oh, it saves it at the last moment. I thought he was going to take it out. Archers though, getting some shots off. They're on the run, so not going to be able to get the kill. They're going to run away.
Again, it's not a ton of damage, you know, a little bit of house damage here, little maybe a teensy bit of idle time on, you know, wood villies, berry villies, something like that. I think Grass is playing this just fine. Really, we have a very adventurous Minotaur here, looking for some eco to harass. Looks like
Age up underway, trying to get some more walls going on there. Just gonna be taking those out. Yeah, that's no problem right there. Oh, the Minotaur gets out.
Dude,
was that the noise?
That's it. What was that? Let's hear it again. Yeah, that's a Minotaur for sure.
Builders go flying. A nice split screen. Man, we have the best production crew in all of esports here. Did you see that split screen? That was just beautiful. That was beautiful. We didn't have that back in the early days of the AOE3 tournaments on here, so it's great to see how far we've come. I can't wait to see the Pesty versus H rematch coming up soon.
Right, it's coming, right? Anyway, yeah, that's a nice bit of damage. Like, you know, you'd think that Grassengrim, being the aggressor here, that he would be chilling, not having to worry about his economy. That was a sneaky little Minotaur. Actually, where is that Minotaur? Vodka, do we know where that Minotaur is? He's still chilling down there. He's going for round 2 on that gold mine potentially, but there's a Herser nearby. Yeah.
Guy moves. He just really moves. Look at him. He's booking it. I'm always amazed how fast these things are. Like, they look like they're heavy units that like take time. Like, no. They are fast. They're like Mike Tyson in round 8.
What?
Hopping all around. Okay, H3, we got flaming weapons with Loki. Always a nice 1-2 punch you can do here if he goes for the attack. It looks like I see a death ball forming there in the middle. Will he push his advantage before his opponent gets to the next age? We do see Rappel is aging up to the heroic age himself, so I think he probably wants to get in there before that happens, but we'll see when he's saving it for.
Well, here's the awkward part, Fitz. Like, Rappel's doing a good job of not taking damage. Grass is trying to contain him, blah, 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 blah. But here's the interesting thing. Now that we're up into, what time are we at? We're at 10 minutes. Gold mines are starting to get close to expire. You know, big cataclysmic god powers are just about ready to come in. So, big question is, what is the... Actually, can you check real quick how much gold is left over? Is it, well, like 1,000 gold left over possibly in that mine? 600? Okay, so he's got a little bit of time, a little bit of a cushion to work with. Where does Grassengrim push in? It's on 1TC. Going for that push. Dude, is he seriously gonna dive the base? Nuh-uh.
I don't know. I like that he can escape the flaming weapons with his walls if he wants to. That's kind of the way he's built this.
True.
But yeah, he like knows. He's like, oh, he even built a double layer, or started to on the other side.
Yeah. I was gonna say gold mine wise, like which gold mine is it gonna go to? The one down on the bottom side of Rappel's base is super exposed and open. But yeah, this one up here is also kind of exposed and open, but there is that hippo, the group of hippos there as well. So he's gonna be able to park his army. Boom. Park his army right there, take the hippos, get the gold mine afterward, and just play it from there. He's got a couple of god powers to fight against flaming weapons. There's a lot of potential here for Rappel to survive against this crazy flaming weapons spike, but still, man, flaming weapons be scary.
They're just kind of taking their time here. I thought there was going to be a big fight. They looked like it, and maybe he was trying to get him to trigger some bronze or something. I don't know. It'll be a bronze and flaming web at the same time, most certainly. Archer's able to take advantage of these walls. Shooting at the board, not going to do a whole much damage, but targeting that backline does. Minotaur sending a raiding cav flipping away. And there's Herser rather fast. AC up to the north side. Those can hit a nasty raid if he's not careful.
I'm pretty sure that Rappel got the relic. It's a little bit of harassment over here that we're taking a look at. I'm pretty sure Rappel got the relic for his... did he get the Pygmalion statue? Oh, bro. I think... Yeah, check the relics real quick. Is that Pygmalion? He got Pygmalion statue.
Wow, he's got Pygmalion? Wow.
Okay, so saving Vills potentially because of that. But he didn't get the Archer one, actually. So those Archers, those talks are not quite as strong as they could have, would have, should have been, perhaps. Vills are, though.
Okay, so he's going to be building some more wall segments, it looks like. A lot of dancing around the arena right now, but they really haven't taken any fights. Just a few volleys here and there. Just when he thinks he's going to get it, he turns around. It's a lot of Herser. Army count 106 versus 88. Is he going to use it soon? Bleeding units right now to the Greeks up on the north side. But the surround coming in, I think we're going to see it. Yep, here we go. Let's
Rappel
get ready to rumble.
Dude, has Rappel pushed out way too far outside of his base? He's kind of out here in no man's land, and he's going to get completely surrounded, man. There's a troll on the Hippospis. Dude. Oh, God. Everything coming in, baby. God powers galore coming in. Who's going to actually take this game, or take the fight, and probably the game afterwards?
I'm not sure yet. We've got, of course, bronze, restoration, and flaming weapons. And on top of that, you've got free myth units spawning in. But it looks like, Rappel, I think Grass thought he was going to win that, but Rappel said, hold my beer, pops out this bronze, and does no problem there. I think it's just the number of Hippopis just counter so much of that army. It was just like tons of Herser, and they're just getting direct countered.
Well, it was all about the positioning, dude. It was all about the positioning. I think we'd have to go back and maybe look at a replay, but I think all of the talks were sitting right in front of the throwing axeman. Boom, boom, boom. Perfect counter right there. Rappel had nice micro. He repositioned his Hippospis to counter the Hersier. So I think it was just a little bit of some repositioning from Rappel, and boom, he just completely deletes that Loki army, man. I think we maybe got one myth unit spawn, a Valkyrie. All the other units just completely died right away. Crazy, man. I think Rappel can ride this wave to victory, honestly. Yeah. Look at the military discrepancy there.
100 versus 25. Yeah, that's going to be huge. I mean, Grass would have to do something crazy. And for Loki, I mean, that's one of the biggest things they got, right? Is that flaming weapons push with your big infantry armor. And at this point, he's got to kind of change tactics. He can't just really push into this. He's making throwing axemen. Looks to be his best option right now. Minotaur maybe could go for a raid down here. It's not looking so good at the moment for Grass.
At all, man. Are we gonna see another? Is that the same Minotaur as before? That'd be that'd be hilarious, dude. I think that's so crazy OP. The fact that the dwarves or the look at that, man. The special attack, it just drives me bonkers. Minotaur can do that. It grinds my gears, man.
This could. He's gonna get the dwarves. Run, dwarves! Their little legs can only go so fast. They're trying to get out of there, but they're just getting slaughtered right now. Ooh, I don't know.
Yo, those little dwarvies are pretty dadgum fast, man. They're like, I'm surprised they all escaped. You only lost like 1 or 2, 3 of them, something like that. Not too bad. Not as bad as it coulda, woulda, shoulda been. That's for sure.
Underneath the town center right now. What can Grass do to stabilize? He's got boars. He's got throwing axemen. Seems to be his move. Are there heroes in the that army running around on the south side? I'm not so sure. Yeah, like one or two. Okay, he's got some. Maybe the boar can help tank a lot of that.
Here's the thing. Here's what Grass is doing right now. Grass is playing. He's playing cockroach mode, right? If there's after losing all that army, he might not have the big, you know, the big counter push that he can put together. But if he can just play cockroach mode, he can maybe spread out his economies, just have random little raids like this with these battle boars, random Hersia raids, that sort of thing. He can maybe cockroach his game or cockroach his way back into this game. You know, Rappel's an extremely competent player and should be able to handle it. However, if there is something, if there is a door that he can, you know, crawl under, cockroaches, mice, man, those little things can get into everything, right? If there's a little crack in the window, he's going to cockroach his way back into it.
Oh boy, the boar's out there going for the little raid. He's trying, but we've got Hero over there to take care of those, and down they'll be going. And looks, yeah, just a few chases on the right, a few chases on the left, all over the place. Pop-wise, 170 right now for Rappel versus the 115 for Grass. So pretty considerable difference. He's got another 2 boars in queue, though. He's just been losing them pretty quickly to these heroes. A Greek hero is just going to be very effective. You don't want to stand there and fight him. You got to run away. And
Indeed,
yeah, he's got the spies. So he knows they're there in the middle, but he's trying to get in the raiding cav. Maybe he could do some damage here because those are archers.
Yo, this is kind of working. Like, by all means, he's still... Oh, God, maybe it's not working after all.
I don't know. It's looking like Rappel's on his John Deere ready to mow some grass. And then he's moving that down to the south side. He's got villagers on the run once again in big trouble. But throwing axeman going to loop around to the north side.
But still, he's not dead. Look, it's only a 10 villager difference, dude. And he's at about half of the military population. Again, man, I think he can cockroach his way back into this game. Maybe take a fight with a bunch of myth unit spawns to try and just kind of throw a monkey wrench into the equation here. The game ain't over, that's for sure. It's not looking good for Grass. You know, he's on the back foot, but hey, man, cockroaches have what? How many feet do they have? They got 6 feet or something like that.
No idea.
Oh, you don't know about cockroaches? Huh?
I know grass. I'm big on grass. I just got myself a John Deere this spring. I sent a picture to Mista because I knew he'd appreciate it.
Bro, I'm pretty big on grass myself. all right.
Big hits there, and another one, 3 boars. That's actually going wonderful. He's throwing those all over, sitting there with the healing spring too on the back line. About as good as he could hope for this.
Yeah, dude, you see what I'm saying? The battle boars can maybe use their special little buck attack, complicate and just make it all messy. Okay, never mind. There we go. Battle boar spawn for the win. Almost, more like for the loss. Grass decides to tap out.
Look at that fight there at 13 minutes. That's the picture. That's 3 god powers cast, and you know, Grass was the one who initiated that fight. So I think he thought it was going to go a different way, but unfortunately, not the case. Rappel with a pretty decisive victory here after that big old battle in the middle.
Oh yeah. Man, you think it looks like such a good opportunity. What is this? Resources collected. So Eco's pretty darn similar up until the very end, after he lost the map control and whatnot. Anyway, you think you have such a delicious looking fight rather, to just delete the army, but oh boy, no. Here we go, folks. Let's see the micro.
This one. I don't think Grass is gonna watch this, but yeah, this is what basically decided the game. We had all the god powers come on and out. Look at that army composition. A lot of Herser, and you look, all the Hippists are all on the north side, completely countering them directly. And bronze also. I mean, flaming weapons or bronze? Which god power would you rather have here? Right now, bronze looking pretty good.
Yo, big time. I mean, it was just pretty basic, simple micro from Rappel, and it was unfortunate, positioning there on the side of Grass and Groom, and his army gets deleted So hard, man. That's the story of the game right there. Big fat population dropping off the cliff, man. Holy smokes.
Well, it looks like we're going to be into game number 2 very quickly, which I love, getting these things moving along here as we've been moving. Savannah is going to be the next map. Arnos versus Poseidon. What do you think about that one?
Sorry, I'm all hyped up on Loki balls, man. Poseidon gets Ranos. I don't know. It's going to be a little bit chaotic. It depends on the Murmillo numbers, honestly, how well Poseidon is going to be able to handle the Murmillo numbers. I'm expecting Murmillo with Bite of the Shark upgrade. That's my expectation, and it kind of comes down to how many of those bad boys that Rapples could be able to spam.
Yep. I think that'll be definitely big. Well, game number 2, of course, best of 5. So first to 3 wins the series. Grass gonna be looking to get some points on the board. Gonna be pulling out Poseidon for this game. Yep. And if we look at his draft, that was like 4th in his draft. We see Rappel taking, I guess, a little play out of Magic's book, going for the reverse draft, right? Ornos and Zeus. He's picking his last drafted gods first.
Interesting. Very interesting. That's a good point. We'll know if it's, it'll be interesting to see what game 3 is if he goes for Thor as well.
Well, I'm hearing the sounds of the game, and we're going to be getting into it. Welcome to Genesis Retold. This is game number 2 of Rappel versus Grass, and it's a clan match, the Aces clan. I'm Fitzbro. We got Iron Maiden on the other side, and introducing your player on the south side, we have the Rappel going to be playing Atlanteans, Ornos here in the color blue. It would be the color blue. I'm looking at the color map. And on the north side, we're going to have Grass playing in the color red, playing as Poseidon. I don't know why. Every time I see Grass's name when I'm casting, this isn't the first time. I always just associate green. That's why I said it. That's he gets me. Anyways, here we go.
Fitz, I was gonna say, Fitz is definitely a fan, a fanboy of Grass. I think we can confirm, seeing green left and right here. Anyway, yeah, I think it's gonna come down to Murmillo numbers. Murmillo definitely the scary. I don't know if you'd call it scary per se, but I think that's definitely scary for on the Poseidon side. It is possible to go for a decent amount of Terma. Kind of depends on the food options. We'll take a look at the map here in a second and to kind of see what the food options are on the Aranos side to see how viable it is to go for Murmillo, Bite of the Shark upgrade, Oceanus, that whole thing. Monkeys, baby, vodkas, Yeah, looking at the food options, those external food options are definitely viable. Oh, mama, hello, rhinos. Definitely viable for Aranos with the sky passages. Definitely makes a lot more viable to go out there and get that exterior the food sources, food, gold, all that sort of thing. So it's kind of down to Grass and Groom to put the pressure on, get his heroes out early, utilize them, try to get the pressure going, force Rappel to have some idle time with those citizens, walking time if he can. Just kind of play it from there.
Yep, and we do see Allure being used right away here for Poseidon, a little bit different from what we saw in the previous series rather. Let's check out the relics we have today. Maybe starting there on the north side. Okay, Nose of the Sphinx increases building hit points. It actually looks like he turned around. Maybe he was going for that one at first. On the east side, we've got Hestia's Hearth. Villagers train faster. Ooh, it's a nice little eco one to have, as always. We got, 4 relics in this map. Tale of Cerberus. Myth units use their special ability more. 25% faster recharge time. That's a nice one. I don't know if I've really seen that one a whole lot. Then you have the Bow of Artemis. Ranged soldiers and ranged myth units are cheaper. So there's going to be some nice relics. 2 on the left and 2 on the right.
Those are some potentially really nice relics, man. The myth units use their special faster, the recharge time, etc. That's a sneaky Hermes coming in. And it looks like we got Prometheus. Prometheus, really? We've seen no, man, why? Is there a change in the patch? Why have we not seen as much Oceanus as what we've seen in the past? I feel like I'm missing something here. But anyways, regardless, that relic, man, can be sneaky strong. For example, on the Greek side of things, on the Poseidon side of things, if he gets Nemean Lines out, for example, even Centaurs, man, the Centaur special attack, the Nemean Lion special attack, those special attacks can be so broken brutal if he's using those bad boys back to back to back. On the Atlantean side of things, maybe we can see what are those things called? Satyrs. You know, satyrs can have a brutal special, you know, as well. So, dude, that's a sneaky, really good relic.
It looks like those arrows would be. They shot the Oracle. I thought he was maybe going to shoot at the Citizen, but he's trying to take out the Oracle, but it gets heroized, so it ain't gonna really matter. It's a hero now. Not gonna be really scared of him. Going to be running away, and he does have his first sky passage up. Did he build on the east side too? It looks like maybe he did. So of course, a nice little civ bonus there. Going to hop around those sky passages all around the map, which is kind of very interesting for Age of Mythology. And then we do have counter barracks.
Double stable. Interesting. How about on the, I know we have a counter barracks going up on Rappel side. What is this other building? Is it? I don't know if he's going for double counter barracks or. Okay, so Murmillo Terma, presumably.
Yeah, we do see some hip use on the way for Poseidon. No big surprise there. He did get the villagers trained faster. Oh, he's got it in his hands. He wants to take that home. That's a nice relic to have, but would rather harass the citizens at the moment. Promethean's coming out. Yeah, I think he's gonna turn around.
That idle time is really nice, man. A little bit more valuable than that 5% going back for his villagers. Anyway, Joe, man, Atlanta's out. Atlanta with the Centaur hitting the wood line. Not too shabby. This is what I'm talking about, man. Grass and utilizing those early heroes. Hitting that exposed exterior hunt. You know, doing what you can, finding what you can around that base. Not too shabby. Good reaction, though, by Rappel, by all means. Good reaction.
Yep, and he kind of knows, like, okay, once you see those sky passages, it just kind of gives you a target. Like, okay, keep raiding this, send units at this. Like, there's going to be eco there. Like, sure, he can escape, but this is idle time, which is, you know, resources your opponent isn't bringing in. At the same time, though, army can pop through their catapultes, right? Could be rather devastating, so you got to be careful. It's, yep, just like that. There we go. If you're Murmillo, but taking a fight that maybe they shouldn't at the moment. He hops through.
Oh,
I don't know.
surprise.
I feel like there should be like a slight cooldown on like how quickly you can keep hopping back and forth. It's a little ridiculous sometimes, but it is what it is. A little heroization right now on those units, and it looks like Greek hero will be going down.
Oh, that's a hello Hestia's Hearth right there. Delivery for Rabble right there. Very nice. A little unfortunate there for Grass, dropping that relic. Yo, I don't know about... I'm a little sketched out on this double Hippias play. Whoa, that Centaur just got smoked by Shockwave. A little sketched out by this double Hippias play, man. I don't know if that's really the way to be going against Aranos. I know we don't see any catapulties. We see Town Center coming in just now. We don't see any catapulties just yet, but still, it's not like Hippias are wonderful against Murmillo either. It's a little bit sketchy for me, but hey, man, Grass is the one competing close to the finals, not me.
I think he's going for just the mobility because he just, you know, there's going to be like 2, 3 sky passages. These guys are going to be hopping between, so he can keep the pressure on the eco, run back position, like keep running around. I mean, right now it's going to work nicely of like, sure, he can't take a head-on engagement against this army, but he doesn't need to. He's going for a second town center behind this. So his objective right now is to keep his opponent distracted, to draw any idle time he can, which is kind of what he's doing right now. You got his hip use, you got the Centaur doing their special attack, and behind this, his ecos, you know, building up.
Fair point, man. That is very true. Fair point. And we do see, I mean, he does have double stable, but it's not like he's mass producing those Hippias numbers, so he's idling his military buildings. We're talking about Grass and Groom, idling his military buildings right now. I'm not sure if he's going to eventually make a switch. Obviously, he wants to get those vill numbers out of both those two town centers in the short term. Yeah, three villagers praying right now, so maybe some Centaur numbers popping out here pretty soon. 42 favor, yeesh.
And it's a lot of villagers on wood as well, so that would lead to that. Or maybe even he could go into some kind of archer switch. But yeah, Centaurs likely could be what's on the way if he stays here in H2, which at the moment kind of feels like he's going to. Okay, he's able to find nice, right as he's about to get that finished. The citizen does survive. He's got a Pegasus, kind of keep an eye on that.
Whew. That citizen was getting low HP, bro. Holy smokes. He went right back into that special attack. Jeez. There we see Centaurs coming in. So interesting. Grass going for a Centaur play here, man. Not as common these days to see. Yeah, he's getting his tower upgrade. Make sure he's nice and protected. It's Centaurs kind of fell off a little bit. At least the mass Centaur numbers, they kind of fell out of popularity a little bit. But Grass bringing it back, baby.
And they still can be just so frustrating to deal with. But at least for Atlanteans, they can do like, you know, a bunch of ranged heroes. So not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, he's got I think 3 sky passages now, I believe. Did he finish that one? 1, 2. I think he's got 3 of them. Another raid coming in on the gold.
Nice. Shouldn't do any damage aside from idle time with those mana sitting right there, but still. Yo, just walking into the special. Careful there, buddy.
He could really use that one relic that's like it heals your villagers over time or whatever.
Yeah.
That'd be very useful for the Atlanteans. Okay, so towers have been upgraded. He's going to be targeting those right now. Centaur numbers starting to grow, and he sees that. I mean, at the point that you start seeing 3 centaurs, you got to be a little suspicious. So, like, okay, there might be more on the way. You might need to start thinking about what your solution is going to be for the never-ending kiting that they will be doing, because you just know that's what they're going to sit by that town center and just keep doing that special.
Well, plus on top of that, man, you know, a really common, as we've talked about plenty, a really common win condition is gold control, gold pressure, you know, even a push on a gold mine, exterior gold mine. But if you're making so many centaurs, which are getting chased by so many heroes,
A nice ceasefire. Yeah, I know. There's been talk about like centaurs dropping off, and man, they get, when you have an infantry heavy army like we're seeing here, like this is gonna be just so deadly. Like the position he was just in with those centaurs, just like those specials flying around everywhere, and just like that area damage just could be. He's actually upgrading them right now, the Polemark centaurs. So I don't know the best. I kind of feel like you almost like have to have like heroized Terma to try to chase him down. Otherwise, like he's just gonna bleed Rappel's army. But we'll see. Sure. Let's see what Rappel's got in store, because I get whooped by these things.
Well, but he's making centaurs, which, you know, that's just a little bit less gold that he needs to invest into, you know, other military units. So that means that he doesn't necessarily have to push outside to a gold mine quite as fast.
That's what I'm talking about.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 upgraded centaurs, man. Those things gotta be ultra careful.
Yeah, at least he's got a large number of heroized units.
Yo, did he get the relic? Did he get the relic for the special attack?
Oh, I don't know.
It was in the far left side, wasn't it?
Oh, man.
Yeah!
Oh, my gosh. Your worst nightmare against these.
Dude! Dude, check it out. Plus, we got Aphrodite coming in. And again, those Nemean lions. If you can get a couple of Nemean lions out, you get like 2, 3 Nemean lions. That special roar that they can do, it can complete. It's essentially almost like not a chaos. It's almost like, you know, it's, I don't know, kind of like a chaos a little bit. You can just stun the entire army. It's insane, man.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty huge with this age up. It doesn't look like Rappel is going to be aging up himself. He continues to grow his army numbers. Now he's got a lot of a fair number of Prometheans actually on the front line. He is get the catapult, his heroized ones chasing down the centaur, so they won't do as much damage against the heroes. But here comes some archers. He's gonna kite back to the walls.
Nice, man. There's enough army, Rappel's army is large enough that you can't strictly rely on those centaur special, man. You got him. It's a good thing he's mixed in those talks right in the nick of time as well. Right in the nick of time, I like it. Got the Hippias going for some harassment. Good mobility, like you were talking about before, Fitz. Very nice, very nice.
Yeah, well, I'm seeing. I saw a few Hippias queued up already for the Greeks, so he needs to be careful. I know he's been leaning heavily into these Murmillos and the Catapultes, but yeah, he's got 3x3 trained those right now. Oh, a nice pickup here if he's able to get these citizens.
Potentially, he's gonna lose some hips for it though. Those Catapultes, man, are so brutal. Probably, yeah, yo, three citizen kills, not too shabby, man. Not at all. Speaking of citizen kills, hello villager kills. That's a good enough army right there to do some serious damage, man. Oh, mama.
Yeah, he's gonna go for the wraparound. Is he gonna be able to get the surround on these guys? Let's see. Oh boy.
Oh, yeah.
This
Those
is
things
going
are
to
toast,
be
man.
killer. Oh, no. All those villagers. Oh. They're unarmed farmers. Miners, I guess. Complete cleanup. Can we get an F in chat for Grass's villagers?
No. He does. Yo, Grass and Groom deserves that so hard. I've been casting Grass Groom for years since he's been hitting the competitive scene. He has this problem, man. He has lost multiple tournament games because of leaving exposed gold miners out there. Dude, there were no walls, no fortress, no nothing. Just some naked, audacious, bodacious villagers out there mining away. He's lost multiple tournaments because of that.
Well,
I think he'd learn his lesson eventually.
Hades will certainly appreciate the new souls headed to the underworld. But unfortunately, no Shade's going to be coming back here today for Poseidon. Those villagers are gone. 52 versus 52 villagers. And yeah, we got, looks like 132 pop versus 176 of Ornos. I can't help but think, but Rappel's probably in the stronger position right now. We still have Curse, has not been casted. I'd imagine we'll see a Shockwave in the next big fight, but he's trying to age up, but he keeps spending resources. He's got almost there. It's cute. Come on. There we go. He's going to age up.
Yeah, man. That if you look at the build numbers, the eco numbers, man, that second town center was basically completely mitigated by losing that entire group of miners over there. Speaking of losing things, whoa, dude,
like
nice
that.
micro.
I thought he was going to get him.
I know, man. Yo, if he had a Shockwave, how much favor does he have? He doesn't have enough favor for another Shockwave, but that coulda, woulda, shoulda been so sick to Shockwave the Centaurs. He could have picked off easily 2, 3, maybe all of them. That would have been cool. Nice garrison micro there by Rappel. Very nice.
Yep. And we've got Grass just kind of chilling back. He's got 2 town centers, training up villagers. Getting, looks like all of his eco upgrades. I think you got to know his eco took a little bit of a hit there on that northwest side, and Rappel just looks super comfy all over the map, gathering where he wants, when he wants. And looks like Grass is going to be moving out towards mid. Might have a bit of a clash here.
I don't think Rappel wants to take this before Heroic, however, because his army, like Terma, sure, the Terma can technically counter the Tox, but still, all those Catapeltes and Murmillo that he's got in his army, those things are going to get shredded like crazy if he goes straight up against heavy Hippospis, man. I think Rappel needs to chill out, wait for some Heroic Age units to come in, wait for Stymphalian Burrs, Dryads, all of his Heroic options before he takes an engagement here.
Yep, we've got right now the upgrades coming in for the Atlanteans. Arcus being added to the mixture, of course. And it looks like taking out those sky passages, just kind of maybe stalling that escape route for the Atlanteans. But it looks like Rappel's thinking about taking this fight. Here comes that special. Oh boy, don't forget that 25% faster recharge on all those. We got the Namian Lions going to be stunning a lot. We've got pigs. Atlantean army turned to pigs. The Catapeltes wrapping around, trying to get on top of those Centaurs. He is actually wailing on them. Took 1 down, 2 down. And behind this, adding a town center. So it feels like Grass is confident he's going to win this fight.
I'm pretty confident for him as well, man. That was pretty dang good micro there by Grass and Groom. I know his Hippospis doing a lot of the work, but that backline of ranged units, nice micro there by all means. Having that curse in his back pocket helped as well. That was a nice little fight, man. That was a really nice fight for Grass. I think Rappel kind of jumped the gun there, dude. I think he jumped the gun a little bit. Knowing that Curse was in the mix, he didn't have heavy infantry. He didn't really have a lot of heroic age units himself. I don't like that fight for Rappel. That was a little bit of a mistake in my opinion.
Well, and I feel like Grass, like that's the type of move he needed to get his momentum back in this game. He lost so many villagers. He's now able to get a 3rd TC, take a decisive fight. This is where he wants to be, and I think he can now start to drive this. I would like to maybe see a little bit more raiding coming in with the number of Centaurs he's had, but he's just keeping his army together. Farmer transition has already kind of taken place as well, so his food should be pretty stable.
Yeah, that's a big deal, man. That's a really big deal, especially on the Atlantean side. Of course, Atlantean is going to have fewer citizens totally. So, but still, the transition into farms is pretty brutal for lane, and it's far too expensive.
Lion in the middle of the field, taking on some dryads. It's going to be going down.
This is a pretty scary looking army here, man. I know he only has a couple of centaurs that are in the army right here, but one of those Nemean lions just about halfway dead. But still, you saw how much damage, how much stun damage that one lion did in the previous fight. 2 of them that can stun the entire front line of the Aranos army here. Dude, he's got the snipers. Rappel's got the snipers in the back, which is sick. The Dryads, it's a good front line. Groot trying to hold the line. I don't know if it's enough, though. There goes a hero. It just looks like that army of grass is way too freaking strong, man.
That double stun is just so good. Every time he does this, like,
yes.
up, right at the beginning of his fights, it's just hard. When his front line just melts so quickly when they're not fighting, he needs to, like, maybe get some more hero eyes to Arcus so he can maybe try to target down some of those myth units. There's also something going on the east side, about where the villagers are. Okay, this can be, uh-oh. It's like a fortress.
Okay, finally, the fortress does go up, so a little bit of harassment, but the Vills are going to be okay here. The Vills are going to be okay here. Still, ultimately, if you're looking at the mini-map, the gold mine options, if Rappel does not have map control, his gold possibility is very sketchy. There's a fortress over on the right-hand side that we just saw covering that gold mine, and the other one's down on this side. He's lost map control. He's down on military numbers. Yo, look at this immigration plan. We got a migration over to this gold mine. Holy crap.
That's a strip mining operation. He's not planning on keeping that at the moment. Needs to take out that lion. It's going to stun again. Before he stuns again.
Holy smokes, man. We got the Zeus bazookas, those toxins, those the sharpshooters. That land in
nice tower micro there to keep those Arcus alive. Trying to allow. Okay, Grass takes the victory. You wouldn't have thought after his villagers got absolutely mowed over on the north side, but he's able to turn it around and Rappel, the big military drop off you can see there about right before the 17-minute mark, and Grass comes away getting some points on the board.
Very well done by Grass, man. He kind of played that. Not classic necessarily, but exactly what he needed to do. He did a little bit of harassment with his heroes. He had that mobility with his Hippias. He went on a town center. Eventually got the switch into the talks, etc. He kind of played that eventually he got the Nemean lines out. Took a really good fight with Curse. That was essentially textbook Poseidon play in this matchup. I think Rappel kind of messed up, man. He made this giant army and he didn't do anything with it. And then eventually the stronger Greek army with all those counter units, those Hippospis, it just completely smoked him in that big fight. That's all she wrote, man. I think it was a big misplay by Rappel. Just solid fundamentals by the kid.
Really good use of the mass centaur and the Hippies being able to just be really mobile, be able to just keep that Atlantean army at bay and just really harass for a long time. I mean, those even in that big fight there at the end, we had double lions dishing out those stuns, and then you had in the back line centaurs getting with the area attack. That's just absolutely massive. And then just again and again, they stayed alive for a very long time. And I think having that one relic also helped the special attack being 25% faster. I mean, that's huge when you're doing a strategy like that. So really well played move there, and that's going to be leading on up to to game number 3 here of this best of 5, and we're going to be going on over to Ghost Lake. It looks like Thor versus Odin.
Oh mama, we got ourselves a Fimbulwinter match, everybody. Rappel and Grass have faced up before in Norse Mirrors, and this is going to be an interesting one. Thor in this recent patch, Thor had a little bit of a nerf, not a huge nerf, but a little bit of a nerf. You got to tweak your build order so you can't get those free doors from your armory quite as fast as you used to be able to. But even so, I don't know who has the advantage here, because I think that Odin has a good economy with the hunt bonus and dwarves. and a lot of flexibility and strategies you can go for, but Thor ultimately is going to have more dwarf numbers with the armory upgrades. So I don't know who's going to have the better economy. Maybe there's a door, window open, whatever. There's a window of opportunity for Odin to get some initiative going earlier on, since it's, Thor's a little bit slower going with all those armory upgrades. I don't know who has the advantage here, although ultimately. What's your take on it, Fitz?
As far as like a civ advantage, I think we're going to be very close. Thor versus Odin is going to come down to like how comfortable both these guys are with those respective gods. I think it's going to come down to their positioning. Does somebody leave 10 villagers out on the map to get hit in a big raid again? I mean, it's incredible he was able to survive. Come back from that, did just fine. But Ghost Lake, of course, we'll see. How the spawn ends up being. Those exposed gold mines can really lead to a lot of raiding. Odin maybe being a little bit more stronger in the cav and the raiding front, particularly early on. But let's get into this. Game number 3, Genesis Retold. We've got the Rappel versus Grass. Here on the west side, Rappel is going to be playing as Thor, already doing a little lure there on the Uruk back to the town center. And his opponent out on the east side of the map is going to be his teammate Ace's Grass, who's going to be playing as Odin here today on Ghost Lake.
Well, first and foremost, starting hunt, really nice. Going to be super, super nice for Grass, especially as the Odin player. He can, with those starting Aurochs, he can have a whole slew of hunt inside his base if he wants to use that great hunt early on. He can alternatively use, actually, who's going for goat numbers? Yeah, we just see more safe hunt. This is awesome. It's looking like, yeah, it's talking about great hunt. Goat numbers, man. It's a fight for the goats in the center of the map. Really nice. And 2 gold mines. So again, I don't know who really has the benefit here economically. 2 gold mines, who's going to take some initiative, try and get some map control, maybe put some pressure. My opinion, here's my take on beating Thor. I know that Thor, again, mentioned it, a little bit of a nerf with the most recent patch. But my take on Thor is that you can you mentioned raiding cavalry fits, but what about Heimdall potential? We haven't really seen a lot of Heimdall rushes. There's a lot of safe resources in your base on Retold maps, so really rushing with Heimdall not super common or popular or successful. But against something like Thor, going for kind of a later boomier armory build, I think there's potential there, man. I think it comes down to Grass needing to make something happen in this game. Otherwise, he's going to get outboomed. But
it's
I think
definitely the riskier to try to go for that age up we haven't seen. It would be fun. I would enjoy it quite a bit, but I feel like it's unlikely to see. It's not just 2 gold mines in this case, right? We've got Thor we're working with, so we got literally you could have 3 gold mines in base. He never needs to go anywhere for gold for a while here.
That's a good point. That is a very, very fair point, man. Okay, touche. Well, then what does Odin do? Where do you get some kind of advantage if you don't necessarily have to leave your base?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's like, okay, you think you wanna like harass with Cav sometimes, but yeah, what's there going to be to harass? He's got a lot of goats underneath. Like maybe those hunts could perhaps be some targets, but yeah, I would think maybe go for some kind of boom yourself, because how are you going to really there's basically 3 golds under that main base that they could survive for a long time. Would be probably the move, but it kind of depends on these guys' style. We'll see. Probably pretty early on here in the second age.
That's a very fair point. And honestly, a boom could be pretty darn sick. Like again, Grass starts with a really good hunt. And then Vodka showed us early on in that far right corner, there's a really good hunt behind Grass as well. We saw the Archie blows. We saw tons. Both players have it, rather. Grass going to see the other side. Anyway, goat numbers also. With double gold mine, sure, Odin is not necessarily going to have the triple gold mine in the base, but he does have the double gold mine in his base, plus a ton of goats. Check out the goat discrepancy. If you could, Vodka. It looks like Rappel has, what, 3 goats right there? 4, rather, I missed that one. 4 compared to, I mean, how many is that? 12? Plus there's 2 near that hunt patch that he can grab. So potentially 14 or more for him to grab. He's got, dude, maybe going for the 2TC play, maybe that's a possibility because he's got oodles of resources that are pretty darn secure. That's a decent idea, man.
Yeah. And we do see that age up is on the way already. And they're both going with the same exact age up. That's going to be Freya. So we'll see Valkyries running around. We'll see the forest fire in play as well. Look at this. Walling his opponent off of the food. Okay, now he said he could try to deny food. That's a good way to do it, certainly.
Kids these days. The audacity of the kids these days.
This is disrespectful. Building walls like this behind his... Hey, look at that. Oh my gosh.
Grass is... How old is Grass these days, everybody? Is he still 16 or did Grass turn 7? He's the kid. He will forever be the kid, regardless how old he is.
I saw chat say 18, but yeah, he's definitely... It's good to note because that's got to be like way lower than the average RTS player's age.
Yeah, what were you doing when you were 17?
17? Psh, playing Age of Empires 3, of course.
I was playing AOM. I just left school to play AOM, dude.
Yeah, I played a lot of the Asian Dynasties expansion with my brother. We'd play AOE3 together at home. I think I just got my own computer. Good stuff.
Oh yeah.
Nice Valkyrie raid.
Nice Valkyrie raid for sure, dude. Vil pick so far. Not only, check out the Vil numbers, man. 23 to 18, now 19. Starting off so far ahead, man. Getting the Vil pick is just like pouring salt in the wound, essentially. He's already ahead with a couple of free dwarves. He even gets a pick. It's sick.
Yeah, he's got a complete wall in on the on the northwest side for the memes, I guess. It'll be annoying here eventually. Forest fire. Oh, where did that go? Is that on? Yeah, there it is.
Dude, why did he do that? He forest fires, but check it out. Look at the walls.
Yeah,
he's going to open up the wall.
Well, I guess he can just...
Kids these days.
I thought for a second it was Rappel like burning down his own forest.
To get into the hunt.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, does that expose the wall?
I think it should if it burns all the way through. I think it should.
Why did he do this? Oh my gosh. He was in all the time. Wait. Oh, does it stand?
Dude,
no
way.
Incredible fire resistance of those trees.
Wow, we got Smokey the Bear joining the chat. Holy smoke, saving the forest fire. Oh my gosh. Saving the caribou, rather, PETA.
Wow. That was, I thought we were going to have cooked caribou there for a second. Okay, so we've got Rappel bringing raiding cav as well as Valkyrie out here to try to repel. Rappel's repelling Grass's raiding cav. Both kind of similar compositions. We got a few Herser in the mix as well. But for right now, it looks like Rappel's doing a pretty good job defending. Should be breaking into this caribou here very soon. I know you had a few back there working on that wall.
You know, we see Thundering Hooves coming in for Rappel in the blue. We already know that he's got his full line of copper upgrades. So Grass and Group needs to be a little bit careful, dude. We got a Valkyrie upgrade coming in. That's nice. Grass needs to be careful because eventually these raiding cavalry of Rappel are going to be so much stronger. They're going to have, I believe, copper weapons and copper mail ahead, and maybe even Thundering Hooves ahead of Grass and Group's army. So I know we might have this is a potentially big little skirmish coming in here. It's hard.
It's fine. It's just kind of cav on cav, scrappy battle there. Not a whole lot of difference other than numbers. A few units being pulled back for some healing, I think, for the Valkyrie. But Rappel kind of being on his home turf, I think he should be able to win this with the reinforcement numbers. Pick off that Valkyrie would actually be a pretty nice kill there if he can get it. He's trying to escape via out of the town center. I think he get down just barely. One more shot. Oh my gosh. Right.
Skin of her teeth, man. Well, okay, so at this point in time, Rappel is just simply ahead in villagers. He's able to take his back hunt. You know, he's doing just fine. He did just fine in that fight right there. He's even ahead by, 50% military roughly. I think Rappel's chilling, man. And even actually, Vodka, go back over to Rappel's side. Does he have 3 great hulls? I know he's not mass producing. Yeah, he's got 3 great hulls out, man. Check out those. Now he's starting to produce just now. Maybe saving a little bit of resources there for his Falcon, the upgrade. Anyway, if Grass isn't careful, I know he's got gold mines in his base, but he needs to be careful, and plenty of food. He needs to be careful though, man. If he gets completely outspammed with the Thor upgrades, he's just gonna be blown out of the water, man. Ooh, speaking of
Well,
blowing
he
out of the
doesn't
water.
need as much food if he just stays on a dwarven economy, of course, with Thor. Oh man, a lot going down there. Wait, that's a blue forest fire. Yeah, I guess to get red go away. Yeah, that's saves a few of them, but yeah, losing a few dwarves there in the mix, not the best. But it looks like Rappel's gonna be chasing this down.
Yeah, and he's got such a military advantage. He could continue chasing, continue. I'm a little bit surprised that Rappel's not putting more pressure on, man. He has defended just fine. He has, he got that early Vil pick. He took that first fight. I know he doesn't see the same stats that we do in terms of economy numbers, but still, I'm just a teensy bit surprised he's not putting on more pressure against Grass.
Rappel's gonna have like no wood left in his base. He's had the 2 tree lines torched. I mean, heck, he could. I don't know. I feel like 125 is a lot to recast Forest Fire, but I guess it'd be crazy to just keep spamming it.
Yeah, the ultimate wood.
I don't think I've ever seen it recasted.
Well, you'd think that, I know, same. You'd think that they would make it I am of the opinion that Forest Fire is weak in the damage that it does. I know that it does double damage. It actually kills units. Speaking of killing units, a little skirmish. It kills units and does damage, but it also depletes wood, so it is kind of a double benefit there, but still.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. Okay, big fight here right now. Rappel's committing to try and take out some of these barracks on the front line. And we have the Cav just facing off. But there's a herdman in there. There is. Rappel shouldn't be fighting this. Those are going to counter. I thought they were all throwing Axemen in first, but there's actually some herdmen in there, and those direct counter them. Very similar army count, but I would say now we've got, I guess, a little bit of the actual counter army in there now with the herdmen.
I think Rappel kind of lost his edge there, dude. He allowed Grass to rebuild some of these counter units. He's got a couple Valks, got those herdmen that you mentioned. I think he's A-okay now. He's still behind in eco numbers. Yo, he's behind by 10 Vils, dude. That's pretty big. That's a lot when both players are 1 TC. That's a ton, honestly.
Yeah, yep. Valkyrie's going to be healing up that army a little bit, so that's another thing to consider. We'll see. Rappel looks like he has returned home for now, but I think this is going to keep drawing on for a while here. Just kind of both running across the ice, taking a little fight, going back to their side. A little Aurora Borealis there, you can see. A little beautiful, little greenery. And there we go. Another fight taking them. I thought they were going to do it. No. I saw the Aurora Borealis for the first time. I've never seen it before. It was visible in Cincinnati last spring. It was pretty cool.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
How is that possible?
It was very vibrant. Yeah, there was a certain, I guess, solar storm or whatever. But yeah, we had the northern lights of the Aurora Borealis was visible in the Midwest. It was pretty crazy.
That's not fair. Yo, I'm jealous, dude. That's like one big reason to go up to Northern Europe to see that bad boy. Speaking of Northern Europe, we got Southern TC going up with a big fight as well. Herdmen, some throwing axemen, mostly RC on both sides. Dude, look at that clump of raiding cavalry right there. Rappel's raiding cavalry are just bumping into each other, doing a whole lot of nothing. Now they're finally engaging. He's taking the fight onto the TC.
It's hard to tell who's going to come out with this. I think Blue's got a bigger army. You got the reinforcements, though, that's sitting there in Grass's base. It's also the town center laying out some shots. I think Rappel did tons of damage. Looking at the count, he's actually got double right now. So came out ahead there. These guys staying in Age 2. But I'm still not sure, like, even with mopping that up, the town center still stands. Villager count still, well, I mean, I guess Rappel's ahead in that front, too. So this should be probably considered a victory for him.
Wow, dude, that looked like it was fairly even, especially with the town center doing a little bit of damage. But boom, in just a moment, everything just started dying, dude. Even those raiding cavalry just bumping into each other, wasting a whole bunch of time. He still ended up taking that fight. That went, in my opinion, surprisingly well for Rappel right there. Very nice. But Fitz, like, this is he takes the fight right there. Okay, fine, he's going in for a raid, and this could potentially be really sick. He's going to get further ahead in his Vil numbers, which is just amazing. But at the same time, why is he not really pushing in, going for the kill? Where's that killer instinct, Rappel?
Nice surround. A lot of Valkyries in the mix for this one. It actually stays alive there with his villagers. I mean, Grass going for the additional town centers, trying to, right the ship for that. Would maybe like to see Rappel grab another settlement himself. But I think he just continues to push his military advantage. Takes out a house there. Keeps trying to siege forward, but just like these scrappy battles, can't really commit to taking down all this infrastructure.
Yeah, but he's got numbers though, dude. He's got numbers. And so it seems like he wins a fight, he gains an advantage, and then he doesn't really capitalize on it. Another big fight coming in. Yo, we got Aurora Borealis all over the place here. Holy smokes. Medium infantry for blue as well for Rappel. Now who's going to win the fight? Defender's advantage here.
We'll see when the dust settles. All I see is the green auras when these fights are going on.
When the Borealis settles.
Yeah, it's very, very scrappy. I'm trying to see if there's anyone raiding on the sides. It looks like everything is concentrated here in the middle. You look at the numbers at the top. I still think just like a big part of this is like Rappel is playing on Grass's turf. And he has the reinforcement, right? You got 1, 2, 3, 4, military buildings there, pumping out reinforcements as Blues units are coming across. So if he really wants to try to, I don't know, push this away in this age, it kind of almost feels like he needs to consider some forward base options. But I'm not really sure that's the answer. I don't know if they'll consider aging up here soon. And don't forget, with both these guys having a pretty cav-heavy army, this game could shift very quickly at any moment, right? As far as these close and safe golds run out.
Very true, man. Very, very true. And we actually have Scotty. Speaking of heroic age, Scotty is pre-queued. Not quite queued, but pre-queued over there for Rappel in blue. Man, look at that Borealis. It's like I'm in Cincinnati, dude. It's like I'm in Cincinnati. It's beautiful. Retold for the graphics for the win.
Yeah, that's like a once in a lifetime. You'll see that here. Okay, but it looks like another Cav army going to be facing off. And yeah, that age up Rappel is going to get that. And that's going to put him in a really good spot. It doesn't look like Grass is really in a spot to age up. And that could be pretty impactful when he gets to that. And look right now, he's wrapping around. Could go for some raids there on these villagers. Oh, is this totally walled off? No, I think he can sneak around. Yeah, he can.
Ooh.
He's not going to.
I want to know what the kill-death ratio is, honestly. Because for the most part, going for speaking of kill-death ratio, we could have a whole lot of death ratio about to happen. Wow. So long, if the last thing you see is an Aurora Borealis, hell yeah, I would go for that. But still, lovely raid. Yo, look at the fill numbers now!
Yeah. Completely. I mean, I just said a little bit ago, it's like, soon this is going to change with all this cav. It didn't come down to the gold run now. It's just as a good rate on the Vil line. But age up coming in, this is just such an awkward time for this to be happening.
Dude, Scotty comes in. Okay, dude, I would sacrifice a TC for a 20 villager raid. Are you kidding me? That just completely flipped. Sure, he's ahead by an age, but still. That was a wonderful raid. And remember, okay, actually, he can use his Dwarven Goldmine. I was going to say, the gold situation, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, he can use his Dwarven Goldmine in his base, so he does have safe gold for now. By the way, Rappel has 2 TCs. He took that town site on the bottom side of his base. Boom, there she blows. I don't know when he took it. I wasn't watching. But he has that, so he can recover. It's now Rappel with 2 TCs compared to Grass with 1 town center. So he did get some counter damage, taking out the TC. Blah, 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 blah. He's ahead by an age, but still, things just got spicy. Fitz. Oh, no.
Yeah, Rappel's taking out a lot of that infrastructure at the front of Grass's base, but Grass firing back. Look at that. He's got all those Valkyries and help his cav. He's aging him on his own. Gonna get a surround on that Frost Giant. I thought he might take it. Gonna run away.
Man,
use the frost, I wonder.
I don't know. Actually, the interesting thing is that Rappel is pushing in here 5 minutes too late, bro, because that gold mine is dead. It's gone. He needs to. The thing that, as we see some random units getting, dying here, Grassgroom actually saved his second. Yeah, look. He saved that gold mine for later in the game. So he took his exterior gold mine first. Now he's back in his base, a lot more secure. Taking gold back there. He's got 3K to work with. There's your answer.
Waiting for the double freeze.
Oh, that's grass that used frost. Oh.
Yeah. A lot of ice out here today. Oh, I thought I heard a trader. Did someone get a trader going there? I swear I heard one. Okay, there goes. Double freeze. Deep freeze. Can't even tell we got froze. That not a whole lot there.
That's what, like 4 RC? Are you kidding me? He didn't freeze anything.
Pretty bad.
Are you kidding me, dude? Rappel is kind of throwing this game, man. What is he doing? He's been in such a good position. He's back on the same number of villagers. Dude, I thought Rappel was finishing this game. But Grass is back basically on equal footing. Is he going to surround his army maybe and pick off more units? Yo, he needs to be careful. Rappel needs to be careful here.
Yeah, I can't really tell what's going on underneath all this frost, because of course the frozen units don't take much damage, as you know, but that'll be wearing off in 4 seconds here. And look at the army count at the top. Rappel 120 versus the 70 of Grass, so I would think he's probably in the better spot with them having very comparable unit compositions. Rappel did take a town center on that southwest side at some point, not sure, so helping with the villagers. He's actually crawled up about 7 ahead. And Rappel takes the victory. A very weird end of this game, but it was just kind of like a scrappy skirmish for like 15 minutes, it felt like here. Rappel walks away with the win, with the war.
What? What just happened? Rappel's throwing, Grass is throwing, gold mines are running, villagers are dying. What? I don't know, man. That's all I have to say. I don't know. Let's can we click on the military tab, please, Vodka? I want to see what the KD ratio is. Wow. Grass. Okay, so Rappel did have the much better kill-death ratio, killing 155 units. Barely got any Vil kills, but you know, whatever, still. I'm super surprised, man. That game was just back and forth, and I didn't know what was going on. I'm sitting there under their northern lights, just lost. What a game. Wow.
So many freezes. It feels like our brains need a little bit of time to thaw out as we get ready for game number 4. Little Maiden's face says it all. I mean, that was crazy. Okay, so I want to quickly go to Maiden to dissect that end of game 3, right? With the worst frost we've probably seen in the tournament.
Ever. No, ever. That's the worst frost I've seen ever.
I'm defend him in a way. I think the thought process for Rappel was, I mean, it didn't matter in the end, right? He just had such an insane lead on military. But the idea is freeze like 10 of his troops, and then you have military advantage in the fight, right? Because that freeze is going to last longer than yours. Like,
yeah.
Theoretically, it's very big brain, but as you'll know, the line between genius and idiot can often be very close. Like, sometimes they're mistaken for the other. So I think I get what Rappel was going for there. It just didn't play out accordingly.
No, it did not. Ultimately, dude, I just don't even know what to make of that game, honestly. I don't have really much more to say other than, yes, there's maybe some big brain action going on with Frost and this and whatnot. I thought Rappel was losing. I thought Grass was losing. I thought Rappel was losing. That's a Norse war, baby. I guess that's what the long and short of it.
I mean, the whole series just kind of feels a little bit wacky, right? We've had some cool back and forths. That one felt like a back and forths. I mean, the forest fires at the start, Jesus. Don't get me started. Once again, we went from big brain to small brain to back to brain. It was all over the place. But I think, like, one of the interesting things I want to go back to early in this series, Fitzbro, was the flaming weapons versus bronze. I feel like we've seen this a lot, and each time it just looks like bronze is better. Is that because Norse players have a tendency to build too many hearses? Because, like, in theory, with flaming weapons, hearses can just, like, match up against almost anything. But often in these fights, they're going up against a full infantry army.
Yeah, well, definitely, like, when you're talking about that previous game with the bronze versus flaming weapons, it was, you had the counter units, right? Because it's, like, obvious he's got this huge block of Hearser, and then he's like, okay, just made nothing but the counter infantry. And so when you look at that, when that flaming weapons maybe could have been really impactful, they were all fighting right up against their counter units. So obviously, you know, in a vacuum, to compare the two side by side is different than, like, that type of situation. So yeah, that's definitely why that fight, that he thought, clearly he thought he was going to win that, right? Because he popped that flaming weapons and is like, I got the surround, I'm going to win. And then he just got mopped up. So maybe he misread his opponent's army composition or just didn't know that that's how that was going to turn out.
Now, the reason I bring that up is we aren't going to get to see the exact same situation of a bronze issue, which might like bode better if it wasn't the fact we're getting a very defensive Civ. Maiden, look at the next game. What is the chances we're just going to get some late game booming? Because I see Hades, they let their TC expansions, special maps like Tundra, and Freya have been leaning into more of the late game on average.
Yeah, but look at the map. It's Tundra. Think of typically what we've seen, not typically, but a lot of the matchups we've seen on Tundra. We're into the game. Long story short, exposed gold mines.
Let's see how exposed they're going to be. Game 4, ready to go. Can Rappel close it in the 4th, or is Grass once again today going to take us to a 5-game series? Let's find out.
Welcome back to Genesis Retold as we go into game number 4. Grass trying not to get mowed down by Rappel here because it could be match point if Rappel is able to squeak out another win. Here on the west side of the map, we've got the Rappel playing as Hades. We had a little Frozen action, maybe a little Netflix Mike Tyson reminder from last night. Maybe it'll come back. Now we're back here again.
Yeah, hey.
Welcome back. Wow. Good to see you in the lobby. Game's over.
Yeah, KP, where'd you go, buddy? No, while we're waiting, I think we're just gonna jump back into this momentarily. What is what it sounds like? Is that what it sounds like?
Nailed it. Welcome back again to game number 4. We've got Rappel playing as Hades. Not freezing this time, looking great. And he's going to playing up against Grass, who's playing as the newest god in all of Age of Mythology. This is Freyr coming out of the Norse pantheon.
Yeah, so Fitz. First things first. Vodka, go back over to the red side. Go back over to the red side. Gold mines, man, gold mines. There's a big opportunity. Yes, very often you see Hades. Exactly. You see Hades, playing defensively, town centers, et cetera, but there is a very big opportunity, particularly against Norse. Athena, Goldstarf, baby. Athena, Goldstarf. You can do that with 2 town centers if you want, honestly. But if you look at the red gold mines, man, those things are both forward, both very non-defensive. So sure, Freyr has opportunities to drop an Asgardian hill for There's options. There's also plenty of options for a really strong Greek play to just straight up Goldstarf. There is restoration. There is Athena. Maybe that aggression is typically associated with Zeus, but with Tox as a back line, these Hades Tox are so ruthless in Retold. It's I don't know. I'm feeling nervous for Grass here, man. I'm feeling nervous for Grass here. It depends on Rappel's play style, what he personally wants to go for, but I'm feeling nervous for Grass.
Well, and as you talk about the archer capabilities, maybe we can take a second. Let's look at all the relics on the map, because there's often relics that tend to lean towards buffs for archers. Ooh, armor improvements, 50% less. That's always a fun. 50% less gold cost. Okay. See what else we got out here. We got the improves all building line of sight by 8. Nice line of sight bonus. We've got the tail of Cerberus. Myth units use their special attacks. You saw this one earlier, right? Recharge minus 25% for the special attacks. We could see the centaurs again. And okay, then farming 10% faster. Okay, so nothing majorly here for archers today on the map for Hades.
Well, that's good news if you want to see 5 games, folks. That's good news for Grass and Groom because, or that's good news for you if you're rooting for Grass because it's a best of 5, and this is match point, man. So if Rappel takes this, he goes on to the next round and faces either Peggy or Recon. Anyway, there's a lot of exposed resources here, man. So I think that, it's not like Hades is known to be the most aggressive god, but by all means, with Restoration, and you actually see Athena coming in right now. He's already clicked up through Athena, so he's going to be about 20, 30 seconds ahead of Grass. I can easily see lots of aggression really paying off here for Rappel.
Yep, he's pre-queued that Vault of Erebus for that gold trickle. There's Ajax coming up during transition. What? Deleted the storehouse. I guess not in the spot he wanted it. Maybe built it a little too close to the gold. So gonna pay a little wood for that. A little villager gather time to build that second one. A little bit of a whoopsie daisy for Rappel, but Tiny wants to do that. And I'm trying to look at the macro as they're aging up. We've got 6 on gold, 6 on wood, 3 on food. I'm not really sure if they're going to go for a TC expansion perhaps here. There's that Minotaur right away.
Looking at his eco, if he's going for a second TC play, then you'd think he would have a whole lot more resources banked up. What time is it right now? 3. Yo, that is an early advance, man.
He's going for a vault of air, but it's so quick. They cost a lot of wood too.
Sure. What's the follow-up, however? I'm torn. I'm not torn necessarily, but I'm not sure whether or not he's wanting to go for town center or wanting to go for some military units here.
Yeah. Well, right now I'm not seeing anything, so I know just a second
TBD.
here. Yeah, to be determined. Zoom. There we go. Got some defensive options there with the Sentinel God power, and just kind of waiting to see what Rappel's play is going to be. But meanwhile, we've got Grass has advanced up with Urur and has a Dragger walking around there. See if he drops down that Asgardian hill fort somewhere close. Maybe holds on to that one.
Okay, Longhouse to start. Not too surprising. Great Hall looks like coming up as well. Okay, not too surprising. Not the most aggressive, exciting thing to start. I actually very much dislike, if you go back over to that gold mine of Rappel, he should have maybe swiveled around those sentinels. That sentinel right there is kind of interrupt. He repositioned his storehouse and everything, and then he ruined his gold mining operation anyways with sentinel placement there. Anyway. Not quite as aggressive as, maybe we would have expected, maybe I expected, but even so, it'll come. Patience is a virtue.
And yeah, you've got the Great Hall coming in, so likely some military going to be on the way here from Freyr. And for Rappel, it looks like a lot of gold in the bank for one, but a lot of villagers on food. Kind of feels like he's saving for an age up. I mean, he does have a military academy, maybe for defensive purposes. It feels like maybe he might go straight for aging, but he could spin those down pretty quickly if he wants to.
Dude, Fitz, I have zero clue what Rappel is going for here. It's 6 minutes into the game. We have no second town center. We barely have our first military building. How, man? He needs so much more food.
Yeah, I know. Maybe he's kind of, he's got an army. Oh yeah, he's gonna age up, but
why?
Kind of risky.
Aphrodite? He wants to go for Aphrodite? He wants to go for a straight Hippospis? Counter units or something? Why?
Yeah, maybe. And it looks like Grass is, of course, been building up an army. I wonder if he's gonna throw a hill fort down here. Kind of looking like, yeah, there it is. Right on schedule.
Huh. I think this is weird, man. I think this is really weird because Rappel had to have scouted where the gold mines were. I feel like he's just giving Grass the gold mine, man. Sure, like you can kill a hill fort in Heroic Age, whatever. But even so, I'm super surprised.
Yeah. Yeah, look at the armory. He's definitely hiding that in the back of the base, like trying to show that he's not aging up. So going for the little sneaky age, but gives Grass all the room in the world to secure his gold expansions. Gonna have the hill fort out there as well. I do see he's training a Pegasus, who's gonna go get a little bit of intel. He's kind of flying blind right now. Quite literally doesn't know what his opponent's doing. For all he knows, even in 2 town centers.
There's Aphrodite. I think he has a Catascopos. I think there's a scout up on that top side, maybe. Is that what that's up? Up. A little bit further. Boom. No, those are all. Sorry, vodka.
Those are the
dude.
Wild
is he hiding his Pegasus in the water?
Yep. Keeping an eye on the water. Okay, Aphrodite is on the way. And more Pegasus being trained up in the meantime. And we see some barracks. He's going to see the armory. He's going to know something's up. Like, okay, you're aging, right? Like, there's nothing out on the map. Sure tell sign of that. So obviously going to be going for the counter infantry. If you're in Grass's side of things, throwing axemen probably would be the move. He does have a fair amount of them currently. Man,
dude, check it out. Sorry.
We checking.
He's just going for straight hoplites and talks. So Why? I'm so confused. Is he wanting curse? It's not like he's banking up favor for Nemean Lions. Does he want? He just wants the gold starve with curse and a Nemean Lion and his hoplites and talks. I'm confused here by what Rappel's doing. Somebody explain it, man. Somebody explain it. This is so weird.
Yep, and we've got Rappel just kind of running around, seeing what he can find, but all the gold villagers are on the far north side, taking that, I guess, that distant gold before taking the safe gold closer, I guess.
Yeah. I guess.
Kind of wild spot to be.
After all that, after all the peace, Grass decided to hunt a little bit too, a little bit too cocky in his hunting. Yeah, we see the dwarves up there. We see the dwarves.
Did he not learn his lesson from the last time?
I know, right? It's not a bad mind game to play. He's like fortifying this gold mine.
Yeah.
True. That's very true. Very, very true. He's
Well,
baiting Rappel over here on this gold mine. He's baiting Rappel, but he's not on that gold mine. Ho ho.
Yeah, he's pretending like that's where he's gathering gold.
Psych.
Well, it's working out so far. Hasn't found it. Pegasus are out, but they're not in the right spot. And he is aging up, it looks like, right now. So we're going to have a heroic battle here, too. There's the Nemean Lion. Of course, Curse is available as a god power to convert some Norse units into piglets.
I know Vodka showed this a second ago. We do have A here coming in. That's the Heroic Age for Grass and Groom. That's the Tempest God power potential. Plus the Rock Giants, man. Rock Giants, a little bit scary, especially as Greek. Even Greek in the Third Age, you still only get, 2-3 heroes in your army. So those Rock Giants, man, potentially scary. Dude, Rappel is so confused. Look at, he's wandering his army around the edge of the map. Where is the economy? Where is the gold? What is happening? Yeah, what is his army doing over there, dude?
He's just chilling.
He's literally on the opposite side of the map.
I'm surprised how passive Rappel has been since he hit the next age. He's just amassing troops, I guess. Maybe expecting there to be villagers there.
I see he's got a bunch. He's got 4 villagers on favor. Rappel does. He's got 40 in the bank. I wonder if he's going for some Nemean Lion action. It's a little bit later. It's not like he's going straight Nemean Lions, but what else would he be banking up all that favor for? He's used curse, or he has not used curse and restoration, so it's not like he has to buy a god power. Little raid here. Should probably get a couple of Vil kills, right?
Especially if they stand still.
Yeah, seriously. Bank. There's 2. Okay. What's next?
Yeah, it's like he's getting upgrades clearly, so he's waiting for these upgrades to come in. But now, Grass has had time to get his own upgrades, so I'm not really sure now. Look at the army count. I mean, very similar. Grass has actually got more still, spread out a little bit more. But yeah, we got Tempest, we got Curse, who's obviously going to influence the next big engagement.
Are we gonna see it? Something's happening. I can feel it. There's the curse. That's not too bad, man. Grass forces the curse to be used and then just backs off. He doesn't necessarily need to take this engagement. Take it when it's favorable. With some RC coming in. Tempest coming in. Restoration probably going to be used here momentarily. There she blows. Who's going to take this fight, man? Can the Hades Talks carry Rappel to victory here? Maybe no, dude. He's starting to retreat already. Resto, not enough. Not enough for the win there. Not too shabby for Grass, man. Tempest for the win.
Yeah, that's probably one of the better Tempests I've seen in a while. Grass doing okay. Look at the villager count, 42 versus 90. This is time. Go, 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 Grass. He's got to go push his advantage because his military is up right now. See what happens.
Walls can stop him temporarily, and in fact, it's Rappel that's got kind of a dual mining operation happening. Got a little mining operation right here that we see on screen. He's a little bit north side, or kind of leftish, northish, middle of the mapish side as well. There we go. Okay, so actually Grass sees it, man. Gold starve not necessarily happening right away, but still gold pressure at the very least, eh?
Yep, let's see. Can Rappel kind of defend and hold his position? He's got a lot of archers. Oh, man. It's going to hurt.
Man, both the Rock Giants and the Nemean Lions, both their special attacks, so sick. There's actually a couple of Draugr out right there. One just went down, but the Draugr have 2 went down. Yo, is that Chiron or something picking those things off? What is Rappel doing, dude? It's 34 villagers to 49. It's 28. What is happening? Is Rappel even playing anymore? What just happened? What is he doing this game? It's like he's not even playing the game. What is Rappel doing? He's just lost everything. Where is he losing villagers? Were there villagers in that army? Yo, where is he losing villagers?
In the mining camp. Yep. There you have it. Okay, Grass gonna take it. The reverse sweep. He's got points. It's 2-2. Okay. We got ourselves a ball game.
Yeah, but what ball are we playing with? No, I guess I should ask Rappel that. What ball is Rappel playing with? What just happened? Seriously, what just happened?
Well, I was kind of interesting. He took that fight. He had a big archer ball. He had that wall like right behind him. I thought maybe he would scoot behind that, but I don't know. It almost kind of looked like he had given up for there. He just kind of stood there and took that fight. Didn't even try to hide it or anything, and maybe just realized like that was just the situation of where he was. I wasn't really sure what the game plan was with like he went straight for H3 and then kind of just sat there with it. He didn't really push anything. He wasn't able to scout. I mean that rogue gold mine in the far north. I mean that was kind of random, but I'm not entirely sure what his game plan was. It kind of looks like me going for a fast H3 with no plan. But I'm sure he had one. We just had to ask him what it was. But Grass was able to just pretty much just play it slow, take his hill fort expansion, and then just follow him up to H3, get a really good attack there with the hailstorm. So good on Grass and getting 2 points on the board. He was down in the series, and now we'll be taking us all the way to match point game number 5.
I'm a little bit blown away, bro. Like, Rappel is a really high-level player. He's so talented and has so much potential. I don't know what in the world was happening there, man. I don't know what in the world was happening. This is one of the weirdest games I've ever seen Rappel play in my entire life. That was weird.
Well, I'm sure he's going to be forgetting that one because we're going to game number 5. It looks like Rappel is going to be playing Isis versus Kronos. Grass can be playing Kronos. Kronos has been really popular lately and really coming up as far as this. I was looking at the stats earlier. Kronos has been quite popular. I've heard that they haven't done so well in the tournaments, so we'll see here. It's their life is on the line here for this final match of Blue Lagoon here, Isis versus Kronos.
Let's go, man. Game 5.
Welcome back to Genesis Retold. It is currently 2 versus 2 as far as the scoreboard goes. I'm Fitzbro. We got Iron Maiden here, and this is match point. Who will win here as part of these finals? Rappel going to be playing as Isis down here on the south side of the map with the Egyptians, and on the northern side, it's going to be Grass. Also, well, he's going to be playing as Atlanteans. Kronos, maybe a little bit of time shifting could be coming in here today. The map is Blue Lagoon.
Well, Kronos, until today, and maybe last week, has had a bad win rate. Magic has definitely turned that around. So let's see if Grass can maybe continue hold the Kronos flame. I suppose you could say. I don't really know if there's one god who necessarily has an advantage here. It kind of, I think, comes down to resource spawn. Blue Lagoon's a type of map where you can have really sketchy resources outside of your base. That could maybe cause a problem for, on the Isis side of things. Maybe Kronos has the potential to take advantage of that. But what we've typically seen, and actually we saw Rappler earlier today, he went for some pre-siege action, if you remember that. Actually, that was the first game of the day, man. It feels like a lifetime ago. He went for kind of a delayed pre-siege, type of thing against Magic. And Magic handled it exceptionally well.
Same thing here, perhaps. I don't know. Yeah, because you're right. That's what he did earlier, right? It's pre-siege. Could we see the same thing here? Quite possibly. Grass right now, we're dropping down that temple. I wonder if he's going to open up with like the early. Typically, you see the forward temple, right, with the Prometheans running around and raiding. We'll see if he goes for that. Let's take a minute and do our relic check of the game. We got 4 relics here on Blue Lagoon. Okay, we got increased health. Oh, boo. This is one of the worst ones in the game, but there it is. Okay, it's great to have less cost of drop-off points when you're Egyptians and they're already free. But I guess the build time would be nice.
or Atlantean.
Yeah, heroes do more damage to myth units. Okay, that could be decent. And then last but not least, we got myth units are more resistant to pierce damage. So some myth and anti-myth relics. Okay, so I don't know. We got some mid relics out here today. They're okay. And Temple putting it forward.
Temple coming in on the front. He sees it. We haven't really seen these initial Prometheans do a whole lot of damage fits, so I don't really expect there to be a whole lot of damage done that Grass could accomplish here. I think it'd kind of be a miracle. Honestly, Rapple played this earlier today. Yeah, he's dropping houses already. Speaking of stronger houses, which might be a necessity, it might be a nice relic to get on this map or in this situation.
Yeah, housing,
Anyway,
yeah.
well, I think
wall with houses, yeah.
Well, there you go. And of course, Rapple's not going to go out and get that relic right now, but I think he can handle this pressure just fine. I think it'll be interesting to see how Grass follows this up. If he just immediately pulls back his temple, if he tries to continue some type of pressure, I don't think he's going to accomplish really anything here. So,
and we've got the Flood of the Nile tech coming in right now for Isis. That's going to be a free food trickle. Of course, a unique technology when you're playing as Isis. Don't forget to get that bad boy. Always good to have. And he's up in the next stage. We've got Eclipse for God Power and a Sphinx running around somewhere. Probably looking to do some harass. There he is. He's found that temple. And then on the other side, of course, you got Prometheans jogging around and some heroization he can use over and over again.
This is a little bit different. If we take a quick little, I mean, we see the Turbo coming out. I'm curious, Vodka, if it's double counterbarracks or just single counterbarracks. We don't see. Okay, so he's going for double. Not as big surprise there necessarily, but we don't see the immediate second town center like what we've seen.
Lose that?
He just lost his temple, dude. Wow.
Flew a little too close to the sun. I mean, it's coming. We immediately know that's gonna happen, right? Wait, that was I thought it did delete it for some reason. I didn't see the Promethean. I was like, is he throwing? Okay, we got Sacred Cats tech on the way right now for Isis. That's gonna be buffing his food gather rates across the board. It's gonna be nice to have. We also have Prosperity just about to wear off, so getting a little bit of a gold boost. You actually see it's almost 1,000 gold in the bank. What's he going to do with that? He's going to throw down some more barracks. He's going to go for TC expansions. We'll see here in just a moment.
You'd think that'd have to be, again, we're expecting some pre-siege action. Priest, it's got to be a town center, right? TC, something to follow it up with that. I highly doubt he's going for Priest production right now. He's got 16 on food, though, man. Rapple's seems to be targeting heroic, but
yeah, maybe he just was banking his gold and his I think you're right. I think he's fast heroic worked so well last game, he's gonna try it again.
Yeah,
but this would have to be pre-siege, right, if he does this.
It looks like it. If he does have a barracks out, so there is some potential there to trickle out some slingers possibly. Something like that.
We gotta call out Rapple played earlier today, right? This is the second series of his. He's been playing for a long time.
No.
So something to consider. I mean, I can't remember how many rounds the other one went. I mean, he's played a lot of games today.
It was against Magic. That was the 3-1. So 4 games plus this series against Grass by all means. He's a young whippersnapper, though, man. He's not a teenager like Grass, but Rapple's a young whippersnapper. He can go all day, baby. No problem in that regard. At least he better not be. When I was his age, I was able to play AOM all day. Not anymore, man. I'm getting old.
Well, my baby just hit 6 months old today, so I've had less time than ever to play video games. But it's fun to have an afternoon casting with you here, Iron Maiden, and getting to see all the action here at the EGC. Definitely don't get to see as much of the sports as I typically would be following, but there's been other fun things going on around here.
Well, the matches are delivering so far today, man. We've seen some drama, some upsets, some losses, some wins, etc. It's been exciting. We also see some Neftis coming in as well. So 30%, or not 30%, Halfway there, sorry. Hyperion coming in as well. He's got Heroic Agent coming. This is interesting, man, because we saw Magic get a similar heroic time, but he had the double TC play, whereas Grass and Grim's going for the Terma play and the 1 TC heroic advance. So similar-ish in their heroic time is to try and play against the probable pre-siege, but very different in the 1 TC versus 2 TC.
Yeah, here comes that heroic, and I think this is going to probably go pretty quickly here. Granted, it's 2-2, so I don't know if they'll throw all the cards and all the chips in right now, or will they take their time? Let's see. Do we see Priest in queue already? Keeping an eye on that production. Needs to probably secure his next gold, I would think. Yeah, these Term are doing such a good job at picking off a few priests.
You know the interesting thing, Fitz. He's Kronos. Kronos has deconstruction, and first we're gonna see Ancestors Eclipse in the base of Grass and Grim. This is not a bad idea because the Terma are completely out of position. So sure, the Satyrs can try and counter these the Ancestors, but there's still too many, dude. He's got to get back there.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, Ancestors is so much weaker than it used to be because they used to like all instantly spawn or whatever. They take the time to crawl out of the ground now. Largely, like I guess it half helped the Satyrs, but didn't do much else other than that. Scorpion gonna get killed pretty quickly there by Heroi's Cantarius. Kind of feels like it didn't do much other than distract.
By all means, distraction is valuable. You can see he's dropping a monument and probably a Migdal on his forward gold mine, talking about Rappel. However, you're right, there we go. So he cannot get deconstructed. That's what I was going to mention real quick beforehand. Anyway, yeah, I don't know if it was necessarily wasted, but that's a really clutch or crucial, strong God Power combination that he didn't really get a lot of value from.
I can't help but to think of like, what is Rappel doing here? He's got interesting Eclipse Ancestor usage. I guess a lot of Spearmen. We are seeing some Migdal play here. Some Camels. We haven't seen a whole lot of Migdal action, honestly, this entire day. We had a Camel out chasing around, but I need more than one.
I think it's a pretty decent idea because I think what Grass was thinking of, you could tell he's not taking the second town center, got to get a heroic timing, and he's going for Cantarius. That's a good play in general, but again, I think that he was maybe expecting the pre-siege action, and that's not actually happening. So it's almost like Rappel is countering the counter, if that makes sense. If he sees a lot of, there's a lot of Term, a lot of Cantarius, bro, Camels are going to smoke that, honestly. So I like it, man. I think it's a good play.
Yeah. Yeah, he would need a... The only thing I would say is, like, he kind of showed his hand by showing him one camel. I'm like, he's got this whole cav army, and I'd be like, okay, hold on a second here. Like, but for right now, he doesn't really have... I mean, it's purely Spearman, I guess, but as we've seen before, Cantarius are very strong. They could probably take this, see what happens. Man, I would love to have an Eclipse and Ancestors right now, but we don't have it. Chaos going to be causing problems on the Egyptian front line. You see a lot of units taking damage. Pharaoh going to get caught up in the action, goes down. This could be the end of Rappel in this tournament. I mean, he's just got his army completely mopped up, didn't do almost any damage to Grass. What's he going to do here?
He's going to get deconstructed. Look. Is he going to do it? He's got to do it. Deconstruct the Migdal? Massive. Seriously, man, deconstruct the Migdal and then just clean up everything. Are you kidding me?
You're micring, it's very easy to forget it, and I don't think it's going to matter, though. He's currently wiping out this priest, trying to do something. Fancy footwork around the Migdal right now, popping in, popping out. We got the priest taking out the Mithridates very nicely. Maybe you can get on top of the Satyrs with those as well. A few Camels coming out, but nothing of any volume. Migdal continues to stay up. There's that deconstruct.
Yo, it's about time, and Grass takes the game, the series, and Rappel gets knocked out with
reverse sweep.
A reverse sweep. The broom, dude. That's 2 games. 2 games back to back. Just weird. What happened to Rappel in the second half of the series?
I'm getting my broom out in chat because that was a little wild. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I mean, it would be interesting to ask. I don't like to make major speculations. All these guys are just, such good pros at this scene. I mean, Rapple had a lot of games today too as well. But yeah, it felt like Rapple was in control early on in the series. And then like things just slipped away. Those fast heroics, that previous game, it really was unclear, what the direction of that strategy was. And then for this one, it seems like the Spearman just got absolutely mopped up in that like one big fight, and like that was it. It was really what that game came down to.
Well, we were. You want?
Well, I think we need a moment to reset our brains because what a turnaround. I mean, we might have to rebuff at Iron Maiden there. He seems to be paused, seems to be frozen because this series, the second half, I mean, you can maybe argue fatigue, you can argue that the burn, the long series, but you can't take anything away from Grass. Snatches victory from the jaws of defeat, stares down the barrel of one of the best players with a 2-0 up, and manages to claw it all the way back. What more could you ask for, Fitz?
I mean, you got to give credit. I mean, Grass just had an absolute great performance. He was on the ropes, and he, was looking like that maybe he was about to be out, and just kept fighting. I mean, even when his first point in that series is when he had got like 10 villagers rinsed or something crazy, and he turned around and won that game. I mean, just like, big congrats to him on just like a great performance. The series. It's a best of 5. There could be 5 games, and he took it all the way to, up to game 5.
Kronos just feeling really good right now, Maiden. We've seen it time and time again today, at least. Like I don't know what it is. I feel like based on the games we've seen today, I almost want to say that Deconstruct is borderline OP. We saw it in the Mr. Recon series. It was absurd. And although it took him a while to click the button, we just saw how decisive that ability is when you're on the back foot. When you've got them on the ropes, it is the KO to any sort of recovery.
I know, and honestly, it's a little bit funny because Kronos started off with such a bad win rate, and now it's completely flipped. All it took was a little magic from Magic to really turn things around.
But we will not be treated to a Kronos this time. We've got our next lower bracket series. The winner of this, of course, will be going up against the Kid Prodigy Grass, who is actually got to be loving life right now. It's getting pretty late in Europe, but he's in NA, so it's kind of prime time for him. But we've got to talk a little bit about this one, boys, before we hop into game 1. Recon versus Pegasus fits a rematch from the round of 16, where when they last met, Recon won 3-0.
I mean, Recon's hot right now. I mean, we just saw that. I mean, if you were here earlier today, I know it's been a long day. We're gone 6 hours of this broadcast, but Recon versus Mista went all the way to game 5. And so if I was Pegasus, I'd be a little scared right now because Mista rarely loses. Recon, he's got that dad energy and he is on fire. And yeah, I'd be scared if I was Pegasus right now.
Fire under his ass. An extra person to have to pay for in this world, of course. Recon, congrats on the kid. But, got to give it to him. He's looked on solid form. I think we had Magic earlier in the chat saying the person he doesn't want to go up against Maiden is Recon. He's the guy to watch out for in this tournament.
Wow. I missed his chat there. That is a very interesting comment right there. By all means, Recon taking 2 games off of Mista is insane. And having him Mista as a training partner, that's 2 of the, top level players. Of course, they're going to be, the scariest players to play against. Honestly, Recon's bringing it today, and mentioning that he's got that dad fire in him.
Right.
He's fighting for the fam these days. That sets a big little bonfire under your keister, that's for sure. So maybe that's the secret to victory.
I mean, Pegasus has been looking a little bit better as time has gone on, right? I think the start of the tournament, he looked a little bit out of shape. We questioned whether maybe he was going to make it deep. Did he have the robustness of the pool? Looking at this draft, does it instill confidence in you, Fitz? Because we've got some Freyr in there that hard to execute, has looked formidable. Oranos has always been looking good. The Poseidon, the Ra, like, does this kind of give you the draft that you're looking for to see Pegasus take in the series?
Interesting to see Zeus banned for the first time today. I don't think that's been banned. We've seen the Loki bans before, but yeah, I've been really impressed at seeing how Freyr's been doing and how Cronus has been doing this tournament. Freyr's been looking pretty good. Granted, we've had some weird games for some of those, but like look at this first game. We've got Ghost Lake with Thor and Ra. I'm thinking back to the earlier in this year today when we had I think it was Magic playing. Was it Magic or Mista who was playing Ra on Ghost Lake? They all start to run together now for me. But we had the gold running out just on this map, and I think it was a similar matchup. I think it was Thor versus Ra.
I believe so. Wait, if there's Mista series on Ghost Lake, I'm pretty sure it's against Loki, right? So that was...
It was Magic, wasn't it Magic Rapple on Ghost Lake?
Yeah, I think it was Magic Rapple. You're correct, Maiden. Yeah, so we've seen this before. I mean, interesting matchup. Thor definitely a potent pick, but you know what? We're only a few seconds away. I think, by the way, that Zeus pick, or ban rather, Recon probably worried because you have Kalaga and Anatolia, so some flexy there that makes it a little bit scary. But Pegasus respecting Recon's Loki because, as you said earlier, Maiden, that was a weird Loki execution that we saw in Ghost Lake earlier today.
If it works, it works.
If it works, it works. But I think we are ready to kick off another elimination series. Whoever falls here falls eternal in Genesis Retold. Will it be Recon? Will it be Pegasus? Let's find out.
Welcome back to Genesis Retold. We've got a brand new series with two of the best players in the game fighting for their life here in this tournament. We've got Pegasus playing in the color blue here, Ra, here today, and his opponent is going to be Tag Recon, who is going to be playing as Thor. A little bit of Norse, a little bit of Egyptians, and we're on Ghost Lake as we start out this best of 5 series.
Yeah, I like what Pegasus is doing. He sends us pretty straightforward, trying to grab those goats. The vodka just took a look at and check that out, man. He's going to find all those puppies. Oh, yeah. Very nice. Here's the interesting thing, Fitz. So Recon played earlier today, right? And he had such a killer series against Mista, taking 2 games off of Mista. Eventually that game 5 kind of flopped, I guess you could say. That was kind of a funky one, but Recon's had a really successful day, man. So I guess my point here is that he's had a successful day and he's already been playing. And so I wonder if he's feeling good, he's feeling sharp, he's feeling, confident, etc. He's warmed up already. Pegasus hasn't quite, I'm sure Pegasus has played a couple of warm-up games for the day. But still, I wonder if he's just not quite warmed up to the same level as Recon. I think it'll be interesting to see. It's a best of 5. It's not the shortest series in the world. It's not the longest series in the world. But still, it'll be kind of interesting to see what type of a start that Peggy is going to be able to pull out, with the beginning of the series.
Well, that would certainly be like a question I'd be interested to ask some of our pro players who've done these days where you've got, back-to-back best of 5s, whatever it has. Like, how do you feel, whether you're the player coming in, for the sake of we got Recon here, go like game 6 versus Pegasus coming fresh. At the same time, Pegasus has had time to see Recon in action, right? He could have watched the broadcast, seen that, okay, here's a few of his plans he's got. You got to have, mix up your strategy a little bit, but there is a limitation of a few, stronger strats that people are going to do with certain civs. So, he at the same time, while Pegasus might be just getting started here, has probably more intel on Recon than Recon's going to have on him when Recon's been pretty busy today.
That's a fair point, man. I think that's definitely a fair point. At the same time, I know KP already mentioned this earlier. Recon smoked Peggy 3-zip earlier in this tournament, so I don't know. There's some interesting mind games, an interesting mental aspect, I guess you could say, kind of complicating things that, someone's warmed up, someone's, getting intel, the previous matchup. There's kind of a mind game, man. And at the top level, sometimes it comes down to not only execution and how you're actually playing in the game, but also those mind games that you're playing strategically in the draft, previous matchups, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, so now let's take a second and for the Egyptian's sake, we've got our first gold. Where's that second gold expansion going to be? Because that's what I always think on this map is, that's where the win condition is like, okay, south side, is there anything north? We got, I guess, that up on that hill. So all of them feel far away. Maybe he could do some wall segments there, could maybe defend that. But those are going to be kind of the areas of the map I'm going to be keeping an eye on in H2 as that gold starts to run low. I feel like Pegasus is likely going to lean into some of the barracks action here, playing really aggressive with Ra, likely. Now, he has talk, could go into farming, of course, but, you know, the earlier you go into farming, the earlier you're going to burn through that gold and need to go to that expansion. You know, the clock's kind of ticking of like, you need to get a Migdal out there or have a big military force to defend. And so we do see, I think it's a barracks right away, and we do see the Wadjet, so could be very similar to when we saw... Who was it? Mista, who was just spamming this raw H2 army. 2 watches right away.
Well, the interesting thing, we haven't necessarily talked about it so far. Remember, Ghost Lake can give you 1 or 2 starting gold mines. This is a 1 gold mine starting, map. So sure, and looking at that gold right there, it's forward for recon. So sure, he has a Dwarven gold mine. He has that backup that he can, secure if needs be. But I still think that there's I think there's a lot of potential still for Peggy to go aggressive. I don't think Peggy knows about the gold mine position. I know he's got some forward obelisks, as we can see here, but I don't think he necessarily knows about the forward gold mine position. He doesn't necessarily know how much potential there is there to push in and do some eco down.
Yep, immediately going for a little bit of harassment. And, where Thorson, like, okay, with 3 Wadgets, there's Axemen. Like, what are you going to do? Bring your Herser out to attack this Wadjet? Because those Axemen are going to completely wreck you. Troll try to take a shot at it. I guess half health with that one rock he throws. But that forward gold kind of annoying as he's got his Wadjet spin poison, taking out a villager, actually, with the triple. He's able to pretty quickly do that.
That's sneaky strong. Sorry, man. That's sneaky strong with the range right there of the Wadgets. With that poison, like doing that passive damage continuously, you can easily snipe villagers at range and just have your Axemen sit back on those Wadgets and just protect them, no problemo. It's sneaky strong, man. Recon needs to be careful.
And we just see the units continuing to run across the lake. He is going to be pushing this. I mean, he really could just sit here and just keep pushing, right? That's the only gold mine. I'm sorry, he's got the Dwarven mine. Don't forget about that. But he's gonna be chewing through this. He could really have a nice spot to camp if he decides he wants to keep taking this fight. We just see him spearman in queue as well.
Yeah, I like it, man. I like this aggression. If you're a fan of Recon, maybe you don't like it so much, but that watchtower is a nice upgrade to get, but it's not nice enough because he's gonna pick off that mine, and then he can really sit on that gold mine, man. Clock's ticking for Recon. He's got a strong army with those with all those upgrades that came in early. He's got a nice, a nice villager lead, but still, gold is, you don't have trash units in AOM, so eventually you got to get that gold income going.
Yeah, so if you're sitting here, as Recon, you've fallen back to your gold on your town center from your Dwarven mine, right? You're losing some of your front line. He's just kind of falling back. He's even doing some farms here rather early on. I'm trying to think about, like, what's he going to try to do to get himself out of this situation? Is he's getting a Hall of Thanes right now. It looks like he's making more Herser, but Herser really not going to take on the Axemen. He almost needs, I don't know the ticket. This seems really hard to deal with. I think aging is maybe your only hope. This is hard.
Goaty is a really wonderful answer to this unit comp, but again, like you said, you got to age up. You got to get the resources. Looking at the resources he has, he's got 100 food. That ain't happening anytime soon, especially if he's trying to produce Herser. Herser expensive, man.
And they're not going to kill Axemen. You almost need the throwing Axemen, but like, okay, well, how are you going to kill all these spitty snakes? This is looking grim.
Well, then there is maybe one little I don't know if it's a silver lining per se, but you can invest a lot of all your food into aging up heroic, and then after that, if Goaty and throwing Axemen, they do cost gold and wood, so you can maybe sell resources. I don't know. Man,
oh boy, that gold's about to run out. Oh, you can see the next one.
Yeah.
Oh boy. What a slow siege, too. Slow burn.
Hey, if it works, it works. If it's a win condition, it's a win condition. You just gotta wait for that Dwarven gold mine to run out, and then you're sitting pretty.
Yeah, his villagers are on the run, and now he's gonna be on the hunt. He's got that forward base kind of taken out and circling around, seeing if there's something he can pick up as we see more units in queue. He's got upgrades coming in. Look, make maybe even a farm transition as he gets the cheaper farm upgrades for later. Maybe
Well,
just
that's
getting it
one
for later.
that I think Recon only had like 3, 4, or 5 goats, something like that. He had so few numbers of goats, which is forcing him to go into that the farm transition early on. And yeah, we just saw there's still a handful of goats left over on the Pegasus side of things. So not a whole lot of herdables on this map, which is a bummer for, in this case, it's for Recon. But again, like you said, that does also force the transition. Is he going to snipe? Oh my. He ends up getting the I think that's a crystal shard or blue crystal shard, I think, right? The relic he sniped. Anyway.
Nice. Okay, well, not pushing in, taking his time. Now maybe we could throw an obelisk down to keep an eye on his opponent, but he kind of knows where he is. He's got him surrounded. Come out, your hands up. The Egyptian snakes are waiting for you. Oh, yeah, Herser. What?
Look at the amount of favor that Recon has.
63.
He has 60. Yo, he can cast the gold mine again. He just needs to wait for Bragi to come in, and then he can cast that heroic age dwarven mine, and he has a whole extra safe gold mine. How did he get that much favor, man? Just the Hersier attacking random units here and there? Are you kidding me?
I'm not entirely sure, because I didn't really see him fighting a whole lot.
Yeah, right. Ooh, he got the, what's it called, Hammer of Thunder? He got that Thor upgrade, the Hammer of Thunder. So his Hersier just, that much more beneficial, I guess. There it is. Wow.
How much gold is on that?
3K. Wow.
Okay, that's pretty nice. OP. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Watch out. They're pretty speedy, though. They can get away.
Polythane's Hersier, man. They're speedy enough. They can outrun the snakes.
Yeah. Okay, so we got a little farm transition going on for Ra. We see that scalloped axe for those axemen. So you do not want to be a Hersier running into those axemen right now. It's amazing how much Recon's survived on no resources.
Well, dude, he's got plenty of resources, right? But he's, he's just, it was the gold at the time that seemed sketchy, but now he's got an extra 3K. He's, no problemo. I like the idea of Pegasus going aggressive and pressuring the gold mine, blah, blah, blah. I like the idea. I guess I just completely underestimated the amount of favor that Recon could get in order to recast the Dwarven gold mine. I don't know how he got that much favor, but wow, has it saved the day.
Yeah, that was all part of the plan, clearly. Well, we got some Berserks in queue now, and Recon looks just like calm and collected here. Now just waiting to get this goodie now, which can start to take off. I don't know the magic number he needs to one-shot the Wadjet, but it's certainly going to help when this big fight comes.
Yeah, we see Electrum bullets coming in, by the way. So the slingers are going to be that much better. We were mentioning that Goaty were the answer early on, but that transition into slingers are definitely going to change the paradigm here.
Getting some good picks. Uh-oh.
Here we go.
This could be a good fight for... There we go. We got the flaming weapons. This is going to be absolutely a great fight. Oh, using the shifting sands. Good moment. He's got a few troops left out there. But, just dodging that flaming weapons as he runs across the ice. And probably good use of that. It was looking like he was about to get him.
Absolutely, man. That was kind of a sketchy... We've seen some sketching shifting sands today where a lot of military units are left behind from the shift.
We got
he doesn't lose.
Coming up.
He doesn't really lose too many, honestly, from the ones that were left behind, but still. What do you think about that flaming weapons, man? It seems like he's trying to find some value here, but it's not really doing a whole lot.
But Axeman now will turn and take this fight. Should do very well. Got the swarm on the back line. Locust. Ooh. They're going to hit his own farms? Will they eat the farms? I don't know. I'm about to find out. Guess not.
Guess not.
They're friendly bugs. They know. They're trained. Trained locusts.
Yeah. Huh. Well, okay. It kind of feels like we're back to square one. Like we have both the heroic age god powers used, we have the classical age god powers used. We've got all the god powers used. Now what? You know, we're back on the starting gold mine again. It's kind of like we're back to square one a little bit. Second town center actually came in for Recon over there on that right corner. Boom.
Yeah, I can tell Recon's gonna be taking his sweet time today here. Buckle up, guys.
You know, what's interesting about that is that Recon is... actually, what time is it? I don't know if Recon is in the UK right now. He's from the United Kingdom. He's from England. I know Peggy. I don't know where these guys live right now, but I feel like they're somewhere around... I think Peggy's somewhere around, like, GMT +3. I don't know exactly where he is, but the time of day is maybe going to play an interesting factor into the series as it goes on.
Yep, and more Gyoti on the way. Should help to take care of all those Wadjet. He's making some laser crocodiles for the back line. Like they're in queued. And okay, we got another armory up. So we get some upgrades going on there. We got more slingers in queue. We got upgrades for slingers queued. A little bit of raid out here on the gold. Recon's like, psh, I'll just spawn more gold. He's got 100 favor.
He does. Wow.
150 favor. Holy cow.
So here's the funny thing. Like, Peggy's kind of sitting on the front of his base. Like, oh, the gold mine is the, he's going for the gold starve, going for the gold pressure. But all Recon does is just take a fight, get some favor, drop a Dwarven gold mine, take a fight. He just keeps cycling through that. All the while, he's got a second town center coming in. I feel like Peggy's got to shake things up. He's got to do something different in order to find a win condition here.
There comes another gold mine.
Exactly.
Oh my. This can't be legal. How much?
Gotta
What's it cost
maximize
next time?
mythology.
150. 150 for the next one.
That's nothing, right?
This is when we need KP to be playing the role of Zeus and just like smite random things. Do something!
Come on!
There's a scenario like that I used to play. It was like, I don't remember what it was. Sims or something. Someone was played God and then like cast random God powers on you or whatever.
That's exactly what it was, man. Sims.
Okay, let's see how this goes. We got the laser crocodiles lasering down from the backline. Slingers as well. Gyoti trying to pick them off. But Slinger is going to be doing a good job at mopping up a lot of this Gyoti as well. Looks like the front line Egyptians have fallen, leaving just the Slinger and then the Myth units on the back line. Will they be able to hold it? I'm not so certain of this. Certainly going to be a close one. Military count very close right now. And gets to this last Gyoti, and I think the Egyptians should just barely hold kind of this. But where's the reinforcements? Where's the reinforcements? The alligators are trying.
On both sides, where are the reinforcements, man? Finally, we see some of Peggy's coming across. A nice, thick blue line heading across the ice. Those Petsukos, man, those slingers shredded those Gyoti. Man, it was without those Gyoti numbers, like the Petsukos could clean up.
Petsubek. Never smile at a laser crocodile because he will take down your town center. There you go. And okay, so villagers a little confused what to do, but yeah, that town center expansion did not go very well.
No, it did not. I like the idea, though, because behind that TC is a gold mine as well. I know that he's not necessarily super concerned about gold mines, but by all means, eventually it's going to get pretty darn expensive as he has 100 favor in the bank again. By the way, if you didn't see that, Fitz, we got Osiris coming in for Peggy in the blue. So some catapult play, catapult, and myth units, those axes, etc., with the Son of Osiris to boot. That's maybe game-ending push territory, man.
Yep, Son of Osiris probably can. We got the laser crocodiles running around, and looking like Pegasus is in a pretty strong spot, but I'm not going to make any assumptions here until we see another big fight maybe unfold. With Age 4 coming up, so they're going to be big. Wow, that thing survived. Oh, did he delete it or lose it?
I think you've deleted it.
Deleted it, hopefully, yeah. It's just, woo.
Okay, Son of Osiris is coming in, but here's the big kind of complication is that where these fights are taking place, it's super, super open on the ice, and so around the ice, I guess. And so open positions, that's bad news. Typically, it's bad news for Son of Osiris, and it's good news on the Norse side of things. You can surround your opponent, right? If you have the numbers to do so. Having said that, Peggy's got he's got a big army here, a lot of units. But typically, you want some type of infrastructure, a siege tower. You want not watchtowers, well, just towers, amygdals, something like that, to potentially save your Son of Osiris, so that he doesn't unnecessarily lose HP. You can't heal him up. So this is maybe an interesting complication of the situation, the Osiris situation for Peggy. He needs to be careful with that guy and not be too cavalier with him.
There's the rock. Son of Osiris on the way. Where is he? There he is. Smiting all these mortals. And now we got some real action. This is one of my favorite god powers of the game. Look at him. So smug, walking across. Oh, there's a goatee. So maybe you snipe him down. Need to be kind of a little bit careful. I don't think he has a myth tag on him, does he? I don't think so.
I don't think so, no.
He's a hero myth god power. He transcends all tags.
Indeed. Okay. Another hill fort taken down. Where's the game-ending push, though?
He needs a catapult, and this will be really scary.
Exactly. Do we have a siege work somewhere, Vodka? If you can check the base, check just random blue dots around the map. Nothing there. Migdals, that's something.
Oh boy, it's gonna be the slow bleed.
Of course it is.
Oh, trying to age up. Pretending to age up, maybe will. Maybe some Ragnarok.
Ooh.
I mean, he is max pop. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna throw up if he just sits there in his base the whole time making villagers and then somehow this Ragnarok wins. My worst nightmare.
That's one way to surround Son of Osiris with 100, or I guess 87.
200.
Yeah, units. Okay. One way to do it.
Okay, in fact, crocodile laser beams do melt steel beams. We see the longhouses going down. Okay.
They do, man. They have sneaky crush damage. It's sneaky.
I love this. This is good to see. Remember when they thought Sebek? Everybody laughed at Sebek. Sebek was a meme. These little laser gators did nothing. Here we are.
They're about to do nothing again once Rag hits. We got about a minute, 70, 80
He's
seconds.
got to know it's coming, right? At this point, what do you do? He needs like a bajillion axemen, I think, right?
Oh, yeah. So Ragnarok is all about execution, man. And so, okay, going for town center, it'll be funny to see how long that stays up. The big question is, what is the supporting role, the supporting cast of Recon's army look like? If you just go for pure Rag heroes, you're going to get completely smoked by buildings or just these axemen, these Egyptian axemen. So having all these Goaty and these throwing axemen, these are crucial for Recon to hold on to until Ragnarok is actually used.
In axemen, entire Rag dies. Yeah, might. It's also Son of Osiris. He's getting this extra town center just for more HP. He's also, I guess, will slowly get some villagers back if that's his goal to boom back after the Ragnarok. Certainly can, but he spots that pretty quickly. He'll be staying out of the way. By the way, he has 150 favor right now to use as he pleases. Maybe multiple Ragnaroks. I don't know how much it costs to recast, 350 or something.
Yeah,
here she comes. Okay, Ragnarok is in. Here come the boys. Everybody's a hero now to the dance floor, and let's see what happens. Ragnarok, it's not your time to retreat. Retreat the other way. It's time to attack, my friend. There we go. Big fight coming on up. He knows it's there. Laser Gators are going to try to keep him at bay, but will they be able to? Oh boy, here comes Ragnarok.
Not against all those Rag heroes, man. The Gators aren't going to do nothing against that. Look at that pop completely getting smashed, dude. He's even got a fire giant there as well.
The dog doesn't even like it. Unbelievable. We got the heroes continue to push forward. And one laser gator left, but not for long. He's already got... does he have more villagers coming back? Don't they retrain? Oh, he's popped. He can't. It's, 300 pop versus 120 pop. Oh, boy. Watch out. Here he comes. Okay, so we've got the heroes right now circling around on the north side. We've got villagers on the run in the middle, a bunch of axemen ready to the party, it looks like, finally. And he's going to be going to the next gold mines and just run away from them. But Recon, the clock is ticking.
It's true, man. He needs to be super careful. Rag is all about execution. He's close to another flaming weapons. His vodka's showing on the stats up there.
Oh my gosh, a flaming weapons could be huge. I think that's what he's waiting for. I think you're right.
He needs to fight a little bit in order to get the favor for it, though.
Yeah, just a little bit more. You just need 10 more favor, 9 more favor. That's what he's waiting for. Any moment he could use it, if he is. I don't know. We're watching it. He might not be. Okay, crushes that fight. Still. Okay, he's finally got down to his legal pop space. But Pegasus hanging on.
Just barely, though.
Uh-oh, a lot of gold in there.
The gold situation, there's 0 on gold for Peggy at this point in time. There are no gold mines under his control. He's going to lose that Migdol, lose some vills, probably lose a gold mine there as well. This is precarious, man. This is very, very precarious. Peggy can't take too bad of a fight, even though he has economy to rebuild units. He can't take too bad of a fight. Same with Recon.
A lot of villagers. I almost wonder if Recon will just take the other town center and just start slowly booming back or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Might as well. Okay, so the villagers going up against the heroes of Ragnarok. Heroes of Ragnarok, though, taking them out. Unarmed villagers going down. Okay, more axemen in queue and slingers.
This is what I'm talking about, man. You see how, Recon is not just diving everything into a town center, into the main base of Pegasus. He's playing this really cautiously. Well, I think you could argue he's maybe playing a little bit too cautiously, possibly. Starting a trade route, that's interesting. Yeah, maybe playing a little bit too cautiously because he's allowing Peggy to survive, rebuild his army, rebuild his army, rebuild his army. He's still got those 70, 80, 90 villagers that have been working the majority of this time. Maybe Recon's been too cautious here.
Yeah, he's certainly booming back. Like, you see him like building up that trade. Like, he is not like trying to all in with that rag. He's trying to do damage, but also just like start to boom back at the same time. And now he's healing up. I mean, pushing his army far, but is this too conservative play? Would he have been better off just like going for the throat? I mean, it was looking like he had some good momentum, but yeah, often at this level, it's hard to end the game with one Ragnarok that somebody knows is coming. But I don't know, trying to boom back to this is going to be very hard. When you're sitting there with 22 villagers against opponents, who's also in Mythic Age. It's got Son of Osiris out in the field. I'm assuming Son of Osiris. Wait, he might have died. I assume died.
Yeah.
Son of Osiris, yeah, he gone. Yeah. Anyways.
He gone. But there's, he has all that 275 favor banked up, right? He doesn't necessarily need to use that for flaming weapons. I think it would be a good idea, but an alternative idea would maybe to be sell resources, go for fire giants. I think fire giants would be really difficult for Peggy.
No. The second Ragnarok. It could happen.
Yeah, dude. Oh, that's a good point.
Oh my gosh, I swear. It's gonna happen.
He's banking up those bills for it, man. 3 town centers, pumping them out.
Yeah, he's gonna get this. He's gonna get more vills. Oh, there goes a lot of villagers. Oh my.
Amazing.
He's gonna run away. What is going on here? Game 1. We need an admin decision. Who wins this series after this? This is gonna be a 10-hour series.
There's the flaming weapons.
There it is.
couple of fire giants as well, man. Dude, I think this army, I know flaming weapons is strong, but I think this army, he's just losing. Recon's losing way too much, man. Sure, he has 33 villagers, but he's losing so much. I think that Peggy's economy should be better, even though he doesn't have gold income, right? I guess.
I mean, it's like a game restart. We got, what, 60 vills for Raw, 37 for Recon, plus we got traders, which you're not seeing. Assuming there's some traders out there. I mean, who knows? We're in overtime.
I know. Pretty much, man. We're pretty much.
Recon's out here playing Mongols. He's got talent markets in both corners. He's ready to go.
AoE4 experience coming into play. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah. Markets win games.
Indeed.
Okay, well, Axeman, as we see, absolutely mops up Ragnarok, if we didn't already know that.
Trade caravans as well. Honestly, I think that it was like the second flaming weapons usage was a cheeky idea. I don't think that was the play though. I mean, like I mentioned multiple times, execution, and I think that was one situation where he was doing just fine. Just finding damage where he could whilst building back up his economy. I think his economy was just too far behind, so he can't rebuild an army fast enough. Peggy's looking too good.
Almost wonder what putting that favor into like some more fire giants might have done, because there's not a ton of priests out on the field actually.
Yeah, exactly.
This thing can do quite a bit of damage, as you're seeing right now.
Exactly. Especially against Axemen, dude. All those barracks units. Are you kidding me? You get a couple of raiding cavalry out to try and snipe pharaoh priests, etc., and then you just rely on those fire giants to burn those Rax units, no problem. I think there's a lot of potential there. He needs to be careful with that one fire giant up there he has left over. That's maybe one pathway back into this game for Recon. You think it's over though?
Well, the Cavs certainly do well against Axemen too. Axemen and Fire Giant, it's gonna be good against this composition right now. There's not really any spearmen in there. Oh, look at this. He's building a little wall for his catapult he's gonna put there. I like it.
Cheeky, indeed. Does Recon not know about that gold mine? Vodka, if you can, real quick, switch to the point of view, the fog of war of Recon. There's that gold mine against the edge of the... Okay, he does see it. For some reason, he doesn't want to go for it, however. Thanks, man.
Well, villager-wise, 60 vills for Thor. Recon's almost back in this thing economically. I don't know how like eco upgrades and military upgrades where he stands. Looking at the score, says Peggy's up by about 4K.
Pretty even. I'm surprised he hasn't taken out that town center just yet. Honestly, that's with all that pop. I guess he doesn't really have a whole lot of economy to work with. We're talking about Pegasus, by the way. But finishing off that wall and getting just one simple catapult to slowly take out that TC, definitely worth it, man. He has enough resources that he could do that easy.
Okay, so we got raiding cav right now. Going in for the fight. Going to be taking out, I guess, a few spearmen there. And the purely Axeman strategy is going to use to mix in some spears now, as we're seeing, because it's just a lot more cav these days. And boy, oh boy. I'm not sure where this is gonna go. I mean, there's still gold up for grabs for Recon. Egyptians need to get some gold market going. I guess he's got some markets going on.
I think the only way back into the game is Fire Giant. That's the really only way, or maybe some type of a big throw from Peggy. I think he's got enough of a rebuilt infrastructure, some gold income and everything. I think that he's okay. Fire Giant's maybe the way to go, honestly.
Get that Fire Giant out there. I guess they'll go heal him up. But the Spearmen doing pretty good against that raiding cav, as you're seeing right now. But we do have some throwing Axemen in the mix, so able to equalize against the Spearmen. And the economy is almost leveled out. Recon's down about 50 pop right now, so that's what's going on at the moment. Looks like he's going to throwing Axemen, should mop this up.
Well, how long can he hold on? How long? Peggy's got those cheap Rax units, as you can see on the minimap. They're just streaming across the map. if he can just spam, I think he can maybe spam into victory. There's a Rain with 92 vills, man. His eco should be pretty decent. I think he's starting to trade. He maybe has a decent trade route down there as well. We can check it in a bit. Look at those Axemen just get shredded. Ooh, mama. And that's it.
Whoa, what a game. Number 1. Pegasus holds off the Ragnarok. Recon sat in that base. He got all his villagers, and he tried to win it there about the 20-something mark. But not today. The Laser Gators, Son of Osiris, Axemen, they were too much to handle. And Pegasus takes the victory in game number 1.
He definitely earned that one, man. He fought both of them. It was a good fight between the two of them, honestly. But both of them hanging in there. A good fight by Peggy. And he ends up earning that. Either of them would have earned it, that's for sure. Good fight by both players. Here's my take on this, man. If you're not a Thor player, or if you're not a Norse player, I'm sure you'd be pretty ticked off seeing that type of gameplay. Just the fact that Thor can start off with being ahead by villagers and then just sit in his base on gold mines. It's nice if you're a Thor player, but if you're against the Thor player, that would, that kind of grinds your gears.
Yeah, well, very slow, methodical play from Recon. Obviously had a build order and strategy with that, but wasn't able to pull it off there in game number 1. So Pegasus takes a victory, rather drawn out one, but gets the victory there for that. And that's going to be taking us to Anatolia. So we got some hybrid map action. We got water on both sides, and will be interesting as we're going to see Hades and Poseidon here in game number 2.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Anatolia. It's not a super popular map, honestly. It can be kind of difficult to play. A lot of people don't really like it. But Poseidon against Hades, not really a big surprise here. I don't know if either god necessarily has an advantage over the other. Maybe the Hades archers in the middle of the map, you can get some nice choke points, forests, and what are they called, in cliffs and whatnot. So there's a lot of potential, typically, for some Hades archers to be, just crazy strong. I don't know. It could also be really open and favor some hips, some cav on the side of Poseidon. I don't know who has an advantage here, though. It's gonna be an interesting one.
Yeah, this will be the first time we've seen Anatolia here today being used. So be interesting to see how these guys decide to play this. You've got, of course, the water on the side. You got TC's kind of in a forward position, and you've got Poseidon nice on water. You got actually a Greek matchup, right? Hades and Poseidon. It's going to be the battle of the Greeks here coming up. So I saw a lot of chatter building in Twitch chat about Ragnarok. Is Ragnarok OP? Is it underpowered? What do you guys think? I think it seems like it's okay. It used to be like, you don't want it to be an absolute win condition. It sucks if it's the far away, but you also don't want to be terrible when you're giving up your whole eco. Like it was medium, like okayness. Like I don't know. It feels like it's okay right now.
We haven't seen it a whole ton. We saw Rag last week and we saw Rag just now. Aside from that, it's been a long time since I've seen a Ragnarok, so proof's kind of in the pudding. People aren't super confident with it.
Yeah. Well, like anything, right? Giving up your entire economy for military that's supposed to win the game in like one button, like, is a gamble. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see where the balance of Ragnarok always ends up moving. But with that, it sounds like we've got game number 2 coming up here for this best of 5 Recon down in this series. And Pegasus got 1 point on the board. Welcome to back to Genesis Retold. We've got game number 2 here on the northeast side. Pegasus is going to be playing Poseidon out here on Anatolia, and his opponent is going to be Recon playing Hades. It is a Greek matchup, and we'll likely see a push for the water here very early on.
We're seeing a big push for the water, man. Yeah, click up there. That is a very, very aggressive dock there by Recon. He went very much so more than just halfway up that water line. He's a hey, man, we've seen Recon play a little greedy on previous maps. He is not shying away from that style. Going very aggressive with that dock. Hey, man, I like it. Just complete mass that side of fish, take it over early on. Why not, man? Why not?
We got Pegasus right now with a what are those things called? They're not Pegasus.
Hippocampus.
Hippocampus, yes. Out there on the water, going for a little free scout. Nice little thing for Poseidon.
It is nice. He easily knows whether or not Recon is building on his side of water or not. I think it's a super nice little advantage. Find your dock early on, or find the lack of a dock early on. It's nice. I think it's nice. What I was Fitz, what I was talking about, the middle of the map, just if we can kind of scroll or just look at the mini map across the center of the map. I think there's some nice choke point potential here, man. Of course, there's some open areas for sure as well, but there's some nice choke points here for some Hades talks to be fairly brutal. I don't know if we're actually going to get to that point. I'm not sure how heavy these guys are going to go onto water, but it's something that Recon's going to have to be really careful. Wow, really careful about. The docks are kissing there up on that top side. Peggy doesn't want to give it for free. Wow.
Yeah, building right by each other. And of course, docks shoot at other boats, right? When you're garrisoned inside them. Got a little boar leering going on at the town center. You're able to get that in. Go for 2 of them at once, actually. And yeah, getting ready for just continue this water boom, and then it's going to be some scrappy battle on the water, I think, when we get to the second age.
I agree. There's not a whole lot, in my opinion, to really discuss. We can maybe we can maybe look at a Vil going down. That's something to shake things up, honestly. Anyway, I think it should be fine, honestly, unless we have some nice micro here from Recon. Can he pick that thing off? It's going to try and body block that guy. Recon.
He's getting more Vils coming.
Yeah.
Can he save him?
Pulling 2 Vils to save the one? What is happening? What is happening?
That's teamwork. Was that an accident? Look at him go.
I think he sent it out there on purpose to make sure that he gets that dock up. Jeez. Is that a raid? Do we call that a raid?
That was interesting. Idle time.
Yeah. Archaic raiding, man. Archaic Greek raiding. Vilna rock, something like that. Gold positioning. The gold positioning. Gold. This map is iconic. Gold's in the middle of the map. Town center's middle of the map. It's not a ton to really discuss so far, but could maybe, if one player gets some initiative, you're definitely rewarded by having that map control. Could come into play, I guess you could say, eventually. Just have to see how the game plays out, Fitz.
Yeah, we got a second dock down there on the south side, so he's got multiple docks. So it looks like blue largely has the southeast sea, with red largely with the advantage on the northwest. The docks right by each other will get really interesting as we get in the second age. Both players clicking up right now. We got Athena and we have Hermes.
I think water is super tricky to play these days. I think it's part of the reason why we don't see Mediterranean in the map pool anymore. Of the ladder, Midgard is not anymore in the map pool. You know, we see Anatolia, Karlager is kind of, this weird hybrid map for tournaments. I think, what changed is that in Retold, in Classical Age, you get all 3 of your military ships. And so it's really complicated. Players aren't really used to, there isn't a really tenured established meta for how to play water. I think it's really complicated, and I think it's partially why we don't really see a lot of Anatolia matches. Map picks, I guess you could say. It's kind of can be kind of a complicated map. And as you can see, it's really complicated. Like, we got docks all over the place, fish just kind of scattered all about. It's weird, man. It's weird. It's going to be a weird game a little bit.
Yeah, we see the Age of is in. Centaur is moving on out. There's a Minotaur as well. And we'll see where they go with it. A Minotaur is obviously going to be a little better at taking out a dock. Centaur more for maybe doing some raiding on the wood line or whatever it might be. Ajax coming along for the right as well as he picks up a relic. What relic does he have there? See, he's got these. Reduces the cost of aging up. That's a nice one. Our Secrets of the Titan. Really nice.
Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Okay. Now, who's going to invest harder into water? It seems like nobody's building a ship so far. We just have that one trireme up on the top side. What is that building right there, real quick, Vodka? Oh.
What does the dog think that building is? I love the dog aggro. Centaur getting a little raid there on the wood line, taking the villagers back to their town center. Or to another wood line, but they're getting more shots. Achilles, though, coming to defend.
Okay, sorry.
Unbelievable.
What did I miss? What's happening? What did I miss? Some random... what?
I can't believe your dog barked once in 7 hours. That's just unbelievable.
I'm trying to be fast with the mute button, man. Hey, it happened. Scared the crap out of me. It did. Anyway, okay. Yeah, complicated. I'm sure you don't get that with your cat, right?
Oh no, my cat just turns off the computer.
Okay. Well, okay, yeah. So again, whoa, we got Aphrodite coming in over on the recon side of things. Okay. Fast age, indeed. And Hippias coming in, lots of Hippias coming in for Peggy. So Peggy's got a good eco by all means. I think he could pause his production and zip up to the heroic age himself. Looks like he wants to go aggressive. He wants to put pressure on. I like it, man. I like it.
Right now we got Achilles on the run back. We got the Hippies. Maybe we'll get him. He's trying. They're very, very low HP. Might get it. Achilles running. Stay off that heel.
Does it impact the horse?
Oh, yeah, hit the horse's heel? I don't know. Oh, man. Wow. Barely escapes, but does nonetheless. Wow.
That's nice, man. He can maybe survive and regain a bunch of HP with a possible restoration. Maybe not going to be used right now, but okay, there we go. Restoration. How much health is Achilles going to get back? Most of it. Lots of it. There you go. Half of it.
We got up on the north side. The army still chasing around. The Hippies trying to get out of there, but oh, turn into pigs! Aphrodite gets it. We also got the Namian lion.
Nice. Yeah, this is good, man. Skilla should clean everything up. That's really nice. We also already see that fish upgrade coming in for on the recon side of things. So that fish eco should be just skyrocket his eco. Since Peggy isn't heroic just yet himself, that should be really nice for his economy. Get nice economic advantage. There we see. That's got to be Dionysus coming. No. Dionysus. There we go. Wait, he went through Aphrodite. Oh yeah, of course. Everybody gets a free Hydra. That's right.
Yeah, we got both players right now fighting it out on the water, but it looks like at the moment being age 3 with some dragon guys is pretty nice. We got Skilla running around, taking out all the docks. So that's going to be complete dominance for recon on the water. It looks like.
Okay, very nice. I'm liking the hoplites and the lion to counter all those hippies. Sure, there's heroic age coming in, which is going to be good for Peggy, but at the same time, what is it going to make? Just more cavalry against all those hops and mines and whatnot. I'm liking this what Recon's got going here. Basically, gets the whole top side of water also controlled. I think he's looking good here, man. Sure, he already used his curse, so he has to find a way to try and eventually... Big raid coming in down on that bottom side. Nice. Very nice. He's going to have to find a way to try and fight against bronze eventually, honestly.
Yeah, we got the Hippies. Yeah, nice split screen there. Loving that. See the Hippies running through. And age 3 is up. We do see a Hydra there chilling out. Is there 2? How many lions are there? Is it just keeping it canceled?
I don't know. Hey, make up your mind, Lion. More raiding coming in down in recon space. We got, just YOLOing both of the armies. Whoa, look at that hippie is going not wild over there. Forces the ceasefire. Nicely done by recon. That's a big win, man. That is a big win.
Mm-hmm. He's got complete control of the water right now. This is looking really good for recon. He's got the sea. He's got the myth units out there patrolling around. He's sitting in his opponent's fight at the moment in his base. Pegasus in a little bit of trouble here.
That's actually amazing. He's got that entire top side, upgraded fishing. We're talking recon. He's got the entire top side, upgraded fishing ships. Plus, he's harassing this right-hand side as well. And he's got kind of map-ish control-ish with all those hops. This is wonderful. Recon is starting off strong here. Starting off real strong.
Yep. And we see the stable going down there in the front line. Of course, we got some militia there to raise. That's a nice little bonus for Poseidon. And he's going to be losing some more of those. How is he going to defend against this? We look at the military pop right now, or just total pop, 140 for Recon versus the 90 of Pegasus. Military pop about double that. So Recon is barreling forward towards the victory right now. Pegasus needs to do something big soon.
Oh, yeah. These raids are maybe a decent idea, but Recon's got enough back in there to he's got some hops back there to defend against it. But look at all these stables, man. He's just going for stable. That's wonderful, but what about all the hoplite? You know, Recon's just making hoplites, no problemo. And I don't know how Peggy can come back into this game with straight cavalry.
No, it's over. He's gonna just, I mean, he can just spam whatever he wants at this point in this. He's got skill of patrolling both seas, just a few hippies out there. I mean, Recon just really dominating this, doing a really good job on a hybrid map. Looked like they just maybe this just played right into his hands.
Seems like it, man. I like the potential aggression from Peggy with the stables, you know, dropping a bunch of stables, but he never quite got like a proper spam. He was kind of torn. Do I go for some water pressure, water defense, you know, and ultimately it was Recon who's putting the pressure on the land. There is a bronze, however. Maybe he can take a fight straight up with, you know, against these hoplites with the bronze. Some potential there, I suppose. Here we go.
Okay, so bronze, see what he's going to do with this. He's going to try to stop this TC expansion. Hoplites, of course, going to be pretty good against this cav. You also got a Minotaur in the fight. Bronze, obviously, they're going to do better than usual here in this engagement. I mean, this will be his best chance at equalizing this right now. Let's see what he can do. Townsend goes up, but he's going to be repairing it as it burns. Another 20 seconds left on this bronze. His reinforcements, maybe he could use a few more barracks. He only got 3 right now. We do see, okay, villagers slaughtered on the north side while this was going on. So he's probably doing just fine.
Oh, that was so clutch. I didn't even see that. Attaboy vodka catching all those hops, killing those bills. This is catastrophic for Peggy. Sure, that was a good bronze. He picks off that town center as well. Yeehaw. But at the same time, remember, Peggy does not have fish. He's only got those 28 villager numbers. That's all on his economy. Recon's got 35 vills, 34 now. Sure, he's losing some vills, but he's got both sides full water of economy left over as well. This is so much, but if they're both losing vills, dude, it's so much as a bigger advantage, I guess you could say, for Recon. Boom.
And there you go. Recon takes the victory, gets some points on the board. Just really looked like he came into this game prepared, had a game plan, and just executed it just flawlessly. I mean, he had took control of that water so quickly. Both of them brought it up the gut there. It just looked like it was a different game compared to that back and forth we really had in that previous one.
Well, now having said that, Fitz, I think that Recon in both games, Recon clearly had his game plan. It's just in that first game, you know, Peggy was putting the pressure on and really complicated the game plan. Whereas here, it seems like Recon, his game plan was just, you know, not necessarily smooth sailing, but it was, you know, smooth swimming, I guess, for those skill of it. It was well done by Recon, well executed. In fact, I'm really interested in that in the eco timeline. Did I miss that? Did you show that, Vodka? I want to see that eco discrepancy between the full fish and the and all that catastrophic, all the dead vills right there.
I mean, quite frankly, so far an absurd series. Game 1, Game 2, polarizing games entirely. We had the late game boom. I'm not going to lie, actually, Maiden. I was a little bit worried that we were going to basically spend 5 hours on this series alone. But Recon has reminded us and reminded himself that sometimes it pays to just play aggressive. I don't know, though. I'm a little bit disappointed. I was hoping for the triple Ragnarok in one game.
Well, you're worried about, you know, a long series. We're only in game 2, Buckaroo. There's plenty more to be had.
Wait, we can still get more rags, right? So we could return to a weird state, but I mean, the pacing of the maps, in theory, shouldn't get us there, right? It's not like we've got closed maps like Alfheim being drafted. Kalauga up next is also kind of an interesting one to look at, right? We've got the double Atlanteans, and we have seen both of these pull out wins. Wasn't it Recon earlier today? Was it? It was Uranos, Mr. and Gaia Recon, and he won that game.
Mm-hmm. True. So we've usually seen the Greek preference. I don't know if it's a preference, a common pick on Karlauger, but you know, seeing the Atlantean picks here, honestly, I have nothing new to say about this. It just, to me, it all comes down to shockwave numbers. It just kind of all comes down to shockwave numbers and how well Pegasus will or will not be able to utilize it.
And, you know, obviously we could see very mirrored opens here, right? Double Oceanus, just playing with the water makes a lot of sense for Kalauger as well. Welcome back, Fitz. It's been a long day. I think we are almost at the 7-hour mark. What's your prediction? How many more hours on this series alone?
On this series alone, I think we're going to be hitting the 8-hour mark in this series. I would assume, but we'll see. Recon's Gaia, though. We've seen Gaia. I mean, earlier today, Gaia just slaps, particularly on this map. Like this could be a pretty deadly one. Pegasus playing Arnos. This is actually the same exact matchup we've seen on Kurlager before. But just considering how well Recon did on the previous hybrid map, this could be another landslide. So let's hope Pegasus has got some in the tank for this one.
Let's find out. We've had 2 polarizing games so far. One feeling like it could go on forever, and one swiftly ended. Let's see which end of the spectrum we're going to lie as we hop into Kalauga for game number 3.
Welcome to Genesis Retold. It's game number 3 of the bottom bracket. Recon versus Pegasus. He has got both these guys. They're playing for life to stay alive in this tournament, and let's see if they can do it. The scoreboard currently tied up. Recon going to be playing. I'm sorry. Let's start with Pegasus. Pegasus going to be playing as Ornos here on the north side here, and his opponent on the south side will be Recon playing as Gaia. You see that lush. It feels like Groundhog Day. We've seen this matchup before in this tournament. We've seen actually the exact same positions on the map. Gaia does very, very well here. So I'll be anxious to see maybe what Pegasus has in store to try to counter it out.
Hey man, Gaia, yes, you know, the unbeatable Gaia economy. Still, you know, we saw what Mista just about pulled off with Uranos a little bit earlier today. So still, you can't discount those shockwaves, man. You really can't discount those shockwaves. I still think there's plenty of potential for Uranos to fight back, do his own bit of eco damage, et cetera, et cetera. Especially, in fact, Vodka, if we can, Recon's gold mine. We saw earlier Mista hitting the gold mine of Recon. Check it out. Sure, there's a tower right next to it, but you know what we saw the Uranos player doing eventually, which was Mista in that game, going for those Terma, going for the abuse, et cetera, et cetera. Unfortunately, he couldn't get it going because of the tower upgrade, which we of course might see again. But that gold mine's even more harassable than what Recon had earlier today.
Yeah. Well, it was Recon on this map with the tower upgrades, right? Going straight for the second TC expansion. Well, it would be interesting. We talked about this earlier of like, okay, we saw Recon do that already, right? Pegasus might have watched that game too. And might say, okay, I got a plan how I'm going to deal with that. So we'll see. Will Recon change his strategy up here this time, or is he going to try something different? Or will he just rinse and repeat? Is it so good it can't be stopped?
I don't. Maybe, you know, maybe I'm not the one, you know, playing in this in the tournament. But having said that, on the left-hand side, far left corner, Vodka, the second town center that Recon took in the previous game. Check out where the gold mine is. Remember, he got kicked off of the gold mine. Yeah, check out that bad boy on the opposite side of that wood line right there. That thing is Sketch City, man. Sure, there's some good resources over on the side, but I think that this map is the resource generation is different enough that sure, perhaps Recon can go for the same thing. I don't know if the resource generation really helps him go for the same strategy, but you know, maybe he can execute it, maybe he can pull it off potentially. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see for sure. So similar last map, we got both players on the water on both sides, but a little different here. These maps have what we call shallows, meaning that the ground troops can walk over the water and they can also fight. So, you know, a hoplite can run up. Well, there won't be any hoplites in this game, but a Murmillo could run up and take out a fishing boat or something like that, right? So it makes it a little bit different. Not to mention, when you get those Age 3 water myth units, you can have those roaming up and down water, maybe fighting against land units. It gets a little crazy, a little different, but we like it. It brings some fun action here.
Indeed. Once again, we see Prometheus coming in on the Uranos side. I need to check the patch notes again, man. See what happened to Oceanus that makes these Uranos guys want to go Prometheus instead of Oceanus. I don't really know what Prometheus gives you in a matchup like this that is better than an Oceanus pick. I don't really see it, but it's both Peggy and Mista going for it. So I'm probably wrong.
Clearly, you're in the wrong because we haven't seen any Oceanus here today. Or, you know, the meta changes and the patches change and the balances. So we'd have to go digging through the patch notes, which can be hard to keep up with. They've been bringing us several updates here since launch. And in fact, we've had some balance changes. We even had Arena of the Gods most recently launched, a week or two ago. And I'm sure everyone's waiting. We all know that there's some kind of DLC on the horizon for the Chinese Pantheon. Wonder when that could be coming. But yeah, it's been nice seeing the life cycle of Age of Mythology. We're here just a few months in, continuing to get some quality of life improvements. There's even I think a Xbox controller only ladder.
Oh, is there really? Oh,
I think you can queue no cross input if it works. At least that's the rumors.
Yeah. That's right. Anyway, having said that, we are getting into the game, and we have double counter barracks, if I am not mistaken, on the blue side of the thing, or of the map. Boom, boom. There we go. Terma incoming, Oceanus incoming. We have, in fact, that wall. Hey, man, you remember what I was saying about that forward gold mine? He ends up walling it up. That's something. But, if Prometheus is going to give you something, it's a Promethean to punch through that wall. That's something, by all means. Do we have the tower upgrade coming in? We do, folks. Very nice.
That's going to be the exact same strat, right? He's got the towers getting upgraded. He's going to go for already that TC on the left side is what I would expect to come out next. He's rinse repeating from what we saw earlier today.
Very nice. It is forcing, however, Recon a little bit of a reaction here. In the previous game, or last time that we're comparing this to, he delayed his army, he went for town center, but you see he's dropped 2 military barracks right here. I think this is more so forcing so much more of a reaction from Recon here. This is nice by Peggy.
Yeah, looking good. And now we do see, it's funny, this is deja vu. This is exactly how we saw first Mista, right? It was all Terma, and this is the exact same matchup, same spawn, other than the towns that are on the top left. He'll go for that right tower.
He even builds a second tower right there, man. Recon is nervous about this forward gold mine.
Yeah, he's got the manner to jump in if he needs to. Needs to pull that guy away. Is he gonna micro him? Loses a heroized citizen.
I don't know, man. This is looking pretty decent for Peggy. A little bit of a bummer with such a forward goldmine spawn, but he's kind of doing what he needs to. Recon is to try and defend against it.
Yeah, we got Crenellation's upgrade coming in. That'll help considerably against these Terma, but not scaring them away for now. We also have, there we go, some healing from the Caladria. It's going to help with those villagers.
Too bad he didn't have it, have a Caladria a couple seconds ago when he lost that citizen.
Yeah, trying to force the idle time. I'm not sure we're going to see the TC expansion here. It's really not for a bit. Oh, there we go. We got a Carnivora in on the action. Spawned on in. We got some healing as well. And these towers now, 2 towers, Crenellation upgrades, going to be doing more damage. It feels like they just tickled the Terma though. They barely take any damage.
Dude, I mean, Recon's building his towers. I like it. You got to do something. But he just right, he's building it, but he's building his towers further and further back, and so eventually the Terma, Pegasus's Terma, maybe Carbalist at some point in time, they can just sit back in there and range the. I don't know if the towers can range his ranged units. If you see what I'm saying, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, we'll see if he decides to target in these towers, but for right now, maybe looking a little scared. He's going to be hanging back, let him get that gold. And I think this is going to be a recon age up coming in, looking at the current resources. On the water, I'm not sure if they've been really fighting at all. Maybe do a little quick check. I don't see any boats. It's just fishing, just merchants.
Indeed. I'm not super, after that third tower going up, I'm not super surprised to see Peggy deciding to book it over, you know, to hit the fish, hit something else. Like maybe there's some potential to keep some ranged units over there, but you know, hey, there's damage to be done on the water at the very least. Maybe that's a better decision to head out to water instead. And there's the click up, man. Good call. Thea coming in, quarter of the way there. And Hyperion actually on Pegasus' side as well. Broke for both players.
Pegasus is his side. He's going to be aging up. We got both players going up to the heroic age. And now we'll see a little bit of a troll out on the water for some fishing boats. But there you go. You have some boats to defend. A little action here. We'll see if anyone goes for any talented expansions. But right now, looking like both of them hanging out in one. Certainly not, at this point, not turning into that exact mirror of what we saw Recon do earlier. A little bit of an adjustment to the game plan. And we'll see what happens when we get into the third age.
If he tried going for the boom, that would be suicide, man. He had to invest what? I mean, that's 900 resources into saving this gold mine right there, dropping 2 towers, and then also, you know, getting the tower upgrade on top of that. Wait, that's not 900. Whatever, hundreds of resources. I can't do math. However, Fitz, if you the classical age was different. But if you recall, Recon did end up going for the straight Contarius numbers. And look, he's doing the exact same thing. We've got all the upgrades coming in. We got those backup military buildings to get those upgrades, and he's just going for the straight Contarius spam. So again, you mentioned Peggy saw this happen earlier against Mista. So does he have a different answer for it?
Making more Terma doesn't seem like the answer in Arcus. Like, makes me a little nervous here early on. Like, at least, I guess Vista had, the Catapultes or something. This army could just get rolled over by Recon.
Yeah. He needs time to produce, however, so there's maybe a little, maybe numbers-wise it could favor Peggy, but as time goes on, those Contarius are going to be super strong.
Well, it's going to take time to break through these towers. These towers going to tickle the troops a little more, do some damage. He's training. He's got a few of these going on. His economy's doing fine. It's just a matter of producing these units fast enough.
Sure. In fact, yeah, he doesn't even need to worry about the gold mine anymore. Sure, he lost some citizens, but no worries. He's got gold elsewhere now.
Yeah, it's not really. I'm not sure how much citizens are going to matter here in a moment. There's going to be a big clash likely with these Contarius moving out. A decent amount of Prometheus, but he's already upgraded those to heroes, so those not like those will slow him down at all.
What is going through Peggy's mind right now, man? He sees that there's only, 3, 4 citizens right there? There's not a lot of citizens on that gold mine. He has to know that Recon's going elsewhere for gold, right? At the very least, sending 1, 2 units to go scout out the mines around there. Yeah, can he actually see that, Vodka? You see his mana right there, man. There you go.
Okay, here he comes. Going for that raid, and he's going to get it. Okay. Got some Contarius of his own. That'll make things a little interesting. We take out the water. Okay, now starting to hit some of the eco on the outskirts.
Hey, Recon's building up those numbers. Got those Dryads coming out. Contarius numbers popping in. There they are. Nice. Saves day for the citizens, that's for sure.
Yep. And, boy, I don't know if he wants to take that fight quite yet. It doesn't have the numbers for it. Although here comes some Dryads. Here comes Bird. Okay, this might be it. I think to take this fight. We got Chaos. Not Chaos. Chaos for the other side, yeah.
There it is.
Use it. And this could be a very big battle. Not looking as good as it did the last time. For those of you who are eyes, Contarius, don't underestimate them when it comes to this engagement. And of course, we've got Dryads tanking up a lot of damage as they do. But it does look like Pegasus able to hold this engagement.
Indeed, man, that chaos right in the nick of time coming. Well, he already had it queued up, you know, ready to go, but still, chaos was brutal. The Terma and the Arcus are not doing a whole lot of damage against those Cantarius, but still at the same time, the Cantarius were just fighting against each other during the chaos for some amount of time. Actually, has Peggy pushed too far here, Fitz? There's a bunch of Murmillo coming in from behind. Has he pushed too far here?
Yeah, he's got reinforcements. Those Dryads would particularly be very, very annoying. Yeah, I think he might have overextended. He held that first fight, but also he's got the boats taking shots as well.
Yeah. It was a good first fight, but at the same time, the follow-up, he kind of takes maybe, you could say, the worst engagement with that follow-up. Whew. Peggy's got a central town center. He's got central town center, and that's where he's mining gold as well, so it's possible Recon can maybe hit him right on that gold mine, hit him fast with this. Let me look at that army. That thing, it's almost dead, honestly. So he's going to need to continue that production. But still, there's maybe small window of opportunity here. Okay, maybe not. He's deciding against it. Never mind. Wow, that's a lot of wood.
Yeah, look at the scoreboard. I mean, Pegasus 15K, Recon sitting about 22K. A one settlement game for both players so far, which is rare. You're typically about a 15-minute mark. Somebody's got taken a second one. But we got one. Oh, there we go. Right.
Yeah,
schedule. Maybe I didn't see that thing. But yep. Building a palace out there on that gold and going to be going for some raids out there.
Okay. Who has the advantage here? I feel like Recon.
Yeah, I would absolutely say so. But you know, that could shift very quickly. This is certainly going way later than our previous did. We see 175 pop right now for Recon. So I mean, that kind of tells a story versus the 150. And Pegasus is spinning down his resources at the moment. So, but Recon going to be creeping out town centers. I don't think this is gonna be a rather drawn out. Is the sense I get. He's taking that side TC. He's gonna probably take that mid TC. He's just gonna slowly move across with his creep. I don't think he's gonna try to go for the throat. We'll just continue to see more of these raids like so, and we'll go for the slow bleed here.
It seems like there's potential. The throat is maybe exposed with the. I mean, sure, Peggy's got a decent looking army, but you know, at the same time, like for example, right now his army is out of position. Could Recon with the fast, with the Cantaria spam, could he not hit that forward gold mine? That's just sitting exposed, and yeah, that bad boy right there. Look at all those exposed citizens, man. Sure, there's a couple units there, but I don't know. With Recon being kind of in the middle on the right side and the town center up on the left side, it seems like Recon's really kind of spread out his infrastructure, you could say. And whereas Peggy's kind of centralized, so if Peggy gets hit, he's gonna get hit hard, if that makes sense.
And we got those villagers right there, citizens up for grabs. Nothing really to defend him, so that's a lot of economy idle right now. Off of gold, he's got 200 gold in the bank. Here comes, oh boy, Groot's angry, coming after those barracks. Look at him, look at the siege they do. They're just great units. Yeah, that's gonna be painful. Oh, we're gonna turn around. Maybe he's afraid of what's coming.
Well, not a big commitment here from either player just yet, but when is it going to happen? That's my question. When is it going to happen? There's a lot of gold options. I'm a little bit surprised that Peggy hasn't used Sky Passages. He's Serranos. That is, we saw Mista, for example, in this matchup. Mista really utilized his Sky Passages very well, in my opinion. And we see pretty much the exact opposite here for Peggy. I think it'd be really nice to allow him to be jumping. Exactly. He needs to jump from side to side, man. Use that mobility.
Okay, so we see Recon with his palaces in the middle of the map. Chaos once again coming in. That's going to be brutal. It's so hard to have a successful fight anytime that hits. I mean, you take so much damage early on the front half of those fights. Good use of that, save up that favor, and the next cost will be 80 favor to use that again.
Oh yeah. speaking of Recon, I mean, yeah, check that out. I like those towers, honestly. I think Recon's got a couple of tower upgrades, by the way. I'm loving it, but at the same time, those Cantarius are pretty decent to just take fights and raid underneath it. Is this, man, we've seen Pegasus go too deep once before. Is this too deep once again, man? He might be throwing away his army. Check out the army population numbers. 50 to 101, 48, 46. A potential another overcommitment, and boom. When is Recon gonna just hit him back?
In due time, he's playing with his food and just slowly creeping. Yeah, that was like another case where it was like a good fight for Pegasus, but then the follow-up cost him a lot of resources there.
Yeah.
I don't know the better. I think he's really just trying to get to those villagers, but just really hard to do at the moment. So I don't know if he needs to mix in some small siege options when he starts to win those, but like the real thing is those dryads are just so tanky. When you got a big ranged army like this, like, and not to mention all the cav, like, it's hard to get momentum going.
Oh yeah, indeed, very much agree. Well,
KP says he's dragging it out so that he doesn't have to change the diapers tonight on baby duty. That's it's a good strategy. Good strategy, indeed. Sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. Till the internet gets unplugged.
Okay, fine. Recon's going for the slow burn, and he's just inching or, stepping step by step. He's just getting in a better and better and better position. If you see exactly, vodka, exactly, on the right-hand side, Recon is, cleaning up water, cleaning up any potential, ownership of the Pegasus may have over on that right-hand side of the map. He's solidifying his position in the middle. Left-hand side, he's got a presence, but it feels like Recon's kind of spreading out. He's spreading around the map, taking control of the map, and he's defending himself really well at the same time. I don't really know where the win condition is necessarily, but he's just, when you're ahead, you get further ahead, I suppose, is the theory right now. It's working out pretty well for him.
Well, if you look, Gaia's got more total pop, right? 235 right now. And in addition to that, okay, what do you do when you're full pop? Well, add some towers. Those are some extra damage you can do. They don't cost any pop space, so he's doing that. He's creeped forward. He's got all of his tower upgrades, so that's kind of like the extra men out on the field. He sees this Arcus trying to take off those citizens, but I mean, gold could be interesting in the later stages of this game. As far as, well, I guess he could put a market right in the corner with the way the settlements are set up. So we could have a long one here. Buckle up, guys. I hope you got some popcorn. I need someone to deliver me. I want some popcorn and a Coca-Cola. Oh man, that'd be great.
If you are in the European or, further east time zone, you better be getting yourself some caffeine, some espresso, some coffee, something like that, because I agree with Fitz. This game is not, even though, man, look at the Cantarius in that far right corner. He's just so close to, stopping that TC from going up, but nope. Anyways, this is going to be a long series, and don't forget, everybody, we have another one, if I'm not mistaken. We have another one to cast afterwards. So not only do these boys that are playing right now have this match to play, this series to play, but they're going up against Grassgrim afterwards as well.
Yeah, we definitely need to get some hype going in the chat. We need some hype for the players, for the casters, for the observers. Let's go. We got 20 minutes of Atlantean action. It is stalled out. Recon has the wall of towers and palaces and everything, and he's going up to the Mythic Age. On the way, baby.
Both players. We got Hecate coming in on the Peggy side, and we got Atlas coming in for Recon in the red. So that's going to be Implode and Tartarian Gate on the field soon enough. At least I believe that's Hecate. However you say it, Hecate. Anyway. It is.
I'll let you go for that one. I'm not sure.
We'll go the Anglophone version, Hecate, the anglicized version, I guess you could say. Maybe Implode's not really gonna matter here, man. Although if he picks off this TC right here and implodes this army, boom, there's the Implode.
Here comes the Implode. It's gonna be sucking everyone in and exploded. Oh, coming on up. Uh-oh. Boom!
Nice. TC stays up, but just barely. Look at those farms burnt to a crisp. There they go. Carnivora for the win, man, to finish her off.
Oh man, they tried to get away, but not. It definitely more aggressively implodes you. You used to be able to just run away from it. It was like embarrassingly bad.
It's aggressive implode. Indeed, man. This could be what the power, the spike, the crux, the spike, the whatever that Recon needs to try and turn this game into a victory. He's looking good. I don't know if it's Arturian Gate, which is going to be about a minute away. I don't know if it's Arturian Gate is going to be deadly enough to come back into this after losing a TC. I think that maybe Recon can start hitting gold mines and, you know, maybe put the nail in the coffin. The game ain't over, but he's in a nice position here, that's for sure. And there we go.
There you have it. Recon with the very slow, methodical Gaia playing. This is the Gaia you fear when you get up against in a match. It's like they're gonna play their game their way, take the time, and then just crush you over the finish line. And that's what we saw here. Recon with Gaia, definitely a force to be reckoned with. We saw earlier today against Mista, bringing it out here against Pegasus. And that's 2 hybrid map wins in a row for Recon, putting up 2-1 in this series.
Very nicely done by Recon. I think it was a little bit sketched with the slow burn, but it definitely paid off in the end. I think that Peggy didn't quite. He was just missing the follow-ups. You know, he was initial great aggression, but that's kind of the repeat action throughout the game. Just getting a nice advantage and then kind of throwing it away, getting a nice advantage, throwing it away. And all the while, that guy Eco's just, you know, churning away.
Yep. Well, that's going to be taking us over to game number 4 of Recon versus Pegasus. And boy, oh boy, it's been a close one. There's been some long games so far. We had a Ragnarok slog for game number 1. Game number 2, we had pretty much Recon steamrolling on Anatolia, and then this one, a little bit more drawn out, but it felt like Recon was playing into, you know, his strategy here. Let's see what happens as we go into the 4th one. I'll be interested to see what civs we got queued up for this one.
I like how, you know, we go on a little diatribe on how, it's, you know, buckle up everybody, this one's going to be a long one. And 2 minutes later, you know, it's over. Thanks a lot, Recon. Thanks a lot, actually, Recon. Thank you.
Game number 4 is going to be Marsh. Isis versus Freyr. So we haven't seen a whole lot of Egyptian success today, at least not as much as we have in tournaments past. Freyr has been red hot from what I've been seeing, and getting pulled out here could be pretty good. Pegasus playing Freyr on Marsh. What do you think is going to happen here?
I like how Peggy plays Freyr, actually. And, you know, Freyr is pretty hot. Who was it? I think it was Recon who banned Freyr in the series against Mista, which was kind of funny. So you're absolutely right. I've seen Peggy pick Freyr once before. I believe it was on Alfheim. I believe it was against Ra. He like what I've explained, you know, before, he built up a really solid forward stronghold by going up through Oler, getting that early hill fort forward, and kind of hanging on to that forward position. He eventually takes a town center and uses his golden bursty aggressive. And anyway, this is against ISIS, however, and so I don't know if that same idea is going to be as beneficial against ISIS compared to a god like Ra. In that game I'm referencing, it was a very boomy Ra. I think it was against Chemo or someone like that. I'm not 100% sure, but you know, the strategy, the situation is very different against ISIS, since ISIS has that big push potential with Ancestors and Eclipse. I don't know what he's going to do, but I think I would be very interested to see him try and pull it off, honestly, to go forward.
Yeah, and looking at the picks we got, you know, say Pegasus gets the win here, and we go on to game number 5. I mean, left on the table is Odin and Set, which I feel like is what we saw at the end of that last series. But you know, we're done with the Atlanteans. We're done with the Greeks. That'll what's going to be left for us if Pegasus is able to get a score here. So Recon, he's played a lot of games today. He played a whole series against Mista, went to game number 5. Here we are, game number 4 right now against Pegasus. Let's say, you know, he's a dad now. Let's see if he can go the distance here. Not getting much sleep these days.
I think that maybe, but at the same time, it seems like Recon's kind of turned up the heat. So, maybe it's like playing under pressure or something like that, playing on no sleep, popping those Red Bulls, those whatever, those espressos. Maybe that's what's happening because he's looking great today, honestly.
Yeah. Well, here we go. We got about a minute left, guys. Make sure you are set up with some snacks and some beverages as we get in here. It's Saturday night, or maybe Sunday morning where you are. I'm not sure. Age of Mythology action. It's about 5:30 here on the East Coast of the U.S. And boy, it's been a long day of casting. We're coming up on about 7.5 hours, and we're only on game 4 of this. And there is allegedly another series after this, which is crazy. So this might be like world record tournament length.
Now, world record. That's exciting.
World record. We might have to go 24 hours. We'll just keep going till tomorrow. Let's just, just keep going.
Yeah, let's just do the whole thing, man. Go straight through the grand final. No problemo, right? I might need a sub. However, I might need a sub, eventually.
I'm waving at Oriental Snipers, Grandma. There you go. Okay, so we're getting into game number 4 here. Gamba is up. If you want to predict, looks like we got a lot of predictions right now. What did I see there? 20,000 on Recon, only 10K on Pegasus. So we got to see, where's the Pegasus fans at? Put your points in the board here. Let's go as we get into game number 4. Welcome to Genesis Retold, game number 4 of a Recon versus Pegasus. Go in the distance. Only one player will remain when coming out of this series as they get ready for the finals day of this tournament. And we're going to have over here on the east side Pegasus playing as Freyr up against Tag Recon, who is going to be playing as Isis.
I'm excited for this, man. I want to see a big inferno. We saw one earlier today on Watering Hole. Magic blessed us with a nuke. Let's see if Peggy can get a little nuke action going himself. One thing, speaking of, so Fitz, I was talking about, Peggy's preference to potentially get a forward position, a forward stronghold. I think this is maybe a decent map to do it on. Because right at the top of this screen that we're looking at, you see this forward town center. There's a decent potential. It's a forward TC, but it's not like right in the middle of the map, kind of off the beaten path. And so I think that gives Recon a target as the ISIS player to go and attack there. But I think that there's a lot of wood lines. There's a lot of kind of terrain in between. I think it's maybe viable on this map to go for that kind of greedy, aggressive, or whatever you want to call it, strategy with that early hill forward town center play, etc. I think there's potential. It'd be cool for him to actually pull it off here.
Yep, we see the Flood of the Nile coming in really soon here for Recon. So you get this really early on in this game here as he gets ready to go up to the next age. He needs to get that temple down, of course. So that's why you see so many villagers on gold. We got obelisks on the map to get some line of sight. And we've got some of those hunts towards the front of the base. You got that gold mine kind of right there in that forward position. So got to take some map control, take some settlements, move forward if you want to capture some of the resources here. And of course, there's also side settlements if you want to go for those as well.
Why is he scouting so aggressively? That's like really aggressive scouting, man. Is it like I'm thinking, does
forward
he want
base
to
coming up? Forward base, here we go.
Is it a new bite? Is he going to go for some new bite rating, something like that? He wants vision on town centers and forward hunt spots and stuff like that. I don't know. Myth units more resistant to it is Anubis after all. Okay, well there we go. Not exactly what I expected, but excellent. Drop sides. Build faster, that's okay. Not super important relic so far. Trickle of food, not super important relic so far. It's not bad though. Village HP, that could definitely be decent. There's locust potential, so that could definitely be nice potentially. Crush damage of close range siege weapons, nice. That could be good for rams, armor improvements, less gold. Yeah, I mean relics, none of them are really pointless, but nothing super game breaking or anything.
And he's definitely going up the Anubites. You're seeing it. He's going up. With Anubis, on the other side, we're seeing going to be Age of Udor. Not a big surprise there for the Norse. And getting a few Herser out on the field here during transition.
I wonder if Peggy expects the Anubis play. I wonder how he's gonna. He should have plenty of Herser out to defend against. Again, he doesn't. He wants just anticipating gameplay here. He wants to go a little bit more, not defensively rather, but just not wanting to go aggressively. I think he should be able to handle it fairly well. Bam! Actually, dude, just like that, we got 2 Anubites out on the map. Sheesh. He wants to get things moving right away.
Yep, going to be going for some raiding. That's why he was kind of scouting forward, trying to see where's the food, where's the gold, where can I hit. So he's going to be going for that and then see if we get any action. Again, the Herser right there in the spot. He probably wants to be attacking. See if he dives and goes for that or just runs away. Yeah, not going to risk it for now. I don't think. I'll run around.
He wanted action. Boom. There we go. We almost got ourselves some action. We also got Axeman following it up. So we have at least 1 barracks coming out for Recon. So he's wanting to. I like the aggression, man. He doesn't quite know what the base of Peggy looks like. I think it's a good one. I think Peggy has a good map, for sure. Seen worse. Definitely seen worse. But it's also open, so I think there's plenty of potential for aggression to pay off here for Recon.
We got the Anubis, Anubites wrapping around, looking for something to raid, but they really just haven't been able to find anything. Gold mines are empty out there in the open. He's just kind of taking the Herser for a little bit of walk. Oh, stops! Not ideal. But we do have a hill fort dropped by the gold in the food on that far south side.
Oh, I did not expect that, but I think it's maybe a decent idea. He's got that water to help protect it, town center, gold mines and everything down there. Not too shabby, man. I think that's nice. That's going to be difficult for Recon to jump in there and try and get some damage back on that backside, but he jumps over the tree line into the tree line, and now we're stuck. You know, back in old AOM days, those things would be stuck, but I think he's going to be able to jump out. There they go. Nice.
That was a little wild, but they got out and a little bit of healing. So going to end up okay. So we got slingers, we got some axemen, and it's looking like be a rather aggressive ISIS play. Don't forget we also have the serpents able to bring in at some point. As he takes down a house on that front line. All the food, by the way, is like towards the middle here. So if he can like kind of contain this, it puts him in a pretty good spot.
Well, I agree. There's options down on the bottom side. Some options, not a ton of options. But taking this map control, you know, this is definitely going to advantage Recon for sure. He's going to be able to take town centers if he wants to and just hunt for days and days. Yeah, there's a couple of hippos back there for him to eat. So it's not the worst thing in the world, but definitely want more, man. You definitely want more. Whoa. Peggy's macro going a little bit crazy. Is a good eye on that vodka. 12K, not 12K, haha, 1.2K. A gold in the bank. Little Miss Macro.
Just what he was planning.
Excellent. Perfect. Excellent. Actually, that's not too bad of an idea, man. Drop a market.
Make some dwarves. I don't know.
Jump up. Heroic. Not too shabby.
Okay, Axemen coming forward, going to be going after that forward barracks. We got Anubites, we got priests, we got slingers. Going to be looking to take that down. Meanwhile, behind this, going to be taking another town center. So there'll be 2 TCs on the board for the Egyptians. Just one for the Norse at the moment. He does have that hill fort down the south side to consider. Creeping forward with those obelisks. Can we see his line of sight right now for the Egyptians?
Should be pretty darn good.
Yeah, he can see a whole lot going forward there.
He even sees, I think he sees the, what is it called? Asgard. Yep, sees the hill fort down on that bottom side. So,
yeah.
Very well placed obelisk right there. Nice.
And it's looking like Recon's going to be aging up, looking at his macro. You think Pegasus would. He's had all that gold in the bank, but needs a lot of food in order to get that. So I think we'll see probably Recon age up, add some siege onto this, likely. But for now, yeah, so back was queued up. Oh, changed it to Memphis.
He's got that pre-queued. Gonna go honest. I like that, man. I really like He's got that forward TC. He's got, for the most part, map control. So I think Recon can have a really nice timing. He doesn't have the full Ancestors Eclipse push, but he's going to have Ancestors Snakes push given enough time. I don't know if Peggy's going to be able to jump Heroic to get Tempest at a sufficient time. Yeah, there's Neftis. It just started. I don't know if Peggy's going to have a Tempest, his own Heroic Age God power to try and stop a push like that. He's going to have to macro his little Tushy off if he wants to get there. Only 7,500 food in the bank right now. Things are going to get spicy here in about a minute, Fitz.
Yeah, we got the raiding cav wrapping around on the southwest side. Going to be taking out some of that vision. Age Up is about halfway done there. The Inuits try to get a hit on the raiding cav, but they're going to be able to run away. And just going to continue just to run around, buy himself some time. For Pegasus, still lopsided, lots of gold, needs to work on that food. He's got 25 villagers on food though, so should be able to correct that. We haven't had the serpents used yet, so maybe he'll use that when he calls in the ancestors or something later on, and we'll see.
Yeah, I can easily see a push. Well, if you're in Recon's situation, he just hit Heroic, yeehaw. I predict we're probably going to see a Siege Orcs coming down somewhere near the middle of the map. Going to be pushing in, although, maybe Recon's going to play it slow like he's been playing other games. So maybe I shouldn't, be counting my chickens here. But as he's maybe going to catch these RC right here in an awkward little position. Oh boy. Not bad. Anyways, do you push if you're Recon? You got a good army here. You need a little siege output. Do you push on the Asgardian Bastion hill fort, or do you push on the main base?
Good question. I mean, at this point, he doesn't really have any siege to do any pushing. I mean, he's got some spearmen, but I would think maybe the south side might be the better spot. But you also don't want your army in a bad position, so that's kind of tricky with the way the water is placed. Yeah, I'm not so sure what he's going to decide to do. But he needs to certainly take his time. I would say it makes sense. I don't know. He could almost consider just going to the next age, hit him with some mythic, but we'll see what he goes for. Yeah, water. Yeah, that certainly could be a thing. A dock, some water siege. Yeah, good suggestion there in the chat from Kron.
Oh, I like that.
Not seen any dock yet. That would be pretty badass with a siege ship.
Sure. There's A here, so... Oh, dude! Is he queued up Vidar right away? Oh, wow! That was fast. A here, right into Vidar right after. That means we got Inferno coming up, folks, in about 2 minutes. At least the potential for one in about 2 minutes. I think that Recon... he was so much further ahead in his heroic timing that it seemed like he had some potential to really push with an early Ancestors, early Siege, forward positioning, blah, 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 blah. It seems like he's wanting to chill out a little bit. What? Should he be going for Town Center? Should he be trying to go Mythic himself? I don't know. Vidar's probably going to be a big surprise for him, honestly, once we get there.
Okay, so we see Cav being picked off right now. Hippo's going down. And he's going to be grabbing a settlement, so he's just taking his time. I'm not even sure if that, what that nuclear Inferno Wolf will do. Could wipe out that army. When the economy is like so spread out and he has all these town centers, it's not as effective, versus that like one shot on the main base as the opponent's kind of on the ropes. I mean, Pegasus is kind of in that defensive position right now. I think I like using it more in an offensive way when I've kind of got the enemy running or pushed into a spot I want to hit their units and their buildings. But we'll see. We'll see as that Age Up's on the way. Right now, Recon sitting at 185 pop versus the 140 of Pegasus. And both players taking their time, but of course for Recon, he just needs this one more point to close this series out. He doesn't want to mess this up. He's gonna take a sweet time.
Indeed, there's a rock. I wonder if here's my thought, maybe going aggressive here, trying to use Vidar and the explosion to take out this Migdal, destroy a bunch of the army, and then just try and take immediate, really fast map control. That's maybe a possibility. Vidar's right around the corner. Was that Osiris possibly? Osiris maybe coming in, that just clicked up. Is that what we showed? Vodka, boom, there it is. Osiris coming in as well. The nuke hath come, or the potential for it, whatever. Where's he gonna use it? Big question. He just sacks the Migdal.
Oh boy, this could be a good spot. Now don't forget, Isis blocks God powers, but you know, you could cast this one, you know, and let it run into the zone, like, right? It's not, it has to be cast like directly on like a meteor or something.
Yeah. What's the range on that monument? He's even empowering. Oh, this is perfect by Recon.
That's something to consider. Yeah.
It's yeah. Oh god, look at that range of that thing. That is insane.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of protection right there. It'll happen eventually, though.
Hopefully. It better. It better. Come on. Find somewhere to use it, Peggy.
Osiris on the way.
Osiris or an explosion on Vidar, man. That's a potential counter to an Osiris, but golly, look at that range, man. That protects Son of Osiris to walk around. Yeah, he's gonna be able to use Son of Osiris around like half of the map, dude. That's just crazy.
Okay, so Egyptians with some commanding map control right now. Here comes the ancestors. Here come those serpents, and this could be the defining moment of this game. Let's see what happens. Pushing forward, the rock giant goes down. Will he pull the trigger on that Fafnir? Oh, Gillenbursty's out. Let's go. We got big angry Pumbaa gonna be running around. And Osiris soon. There you go. Is there? Where's that Pharaoh? Should be somewhere close. But he's getting. Oh yeah, he's getting healing because of those monuments. That's what's going on. And there it is. Here comes the nuclear inferno wolf. Will it do anything? I think he just
nuked himself, bro. We just nuked himself. What are you talking about?
Oh
just
my
nuked himself.
Gosh. What on earth? That is certainly a way to use it. So
it looks cool.
That might have been a little bit of a mistake from the. Maybe, I mean, what can you do? That monument just protects everything. You can't get close. Son of Osiris is like, nah, I'm not getting my hands dirty. I'm just gonna keep empowering.
Yeah, he doesn't need to, dude. Honestly, I guess the idea may be, Pegasus doesn't necessarily know that Son of Osiris is empowering the monument. So my thought is that he could have waited until Son of Osiris makes an appearance, which means that he would not anymore be empowering the monument. But again, Peggy didn't necessarily know that he was empowering that monument. There's a dock for some dock craftsmen over on that right-hand side. Could be really nice. And fun fact, everybody, Leviathan is actually a, check out that Leviathan vodka. It's actually a transport ship, transporting a couple of those camels over. Ta-da! Gonna hit that gold mine if he eventually finds it. Wow, I can't believe that. The nuke was cool, man, but wow, that's not what we necessarily
Yeah, he directly hit his own army. That was interesting.
And actually fits. It's 2-1, man. If Recon takes this, he moves on against Grassengroom. So I think it maybe is a little bit too late for Peggy. He's not thinking straight.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's going to tap out here. As soon as I say that, he will, you know, I guess. But he was going to fight. This is it for him. He's trying to do it. Hanging on for dear life. It's going to be very challenging. Isis is powered up, ready to go. There's Son of Osiris. It's going to be a struggle.
Oh, big time. It's like now would be the time to use Vidar to at least do a little bit more damage. There's a Tempest. I guess that's something, man. But still, if only it was a nuke instead of a Tempest.
Yeah. It is what it is.
There we go, those camels hitting farmers for crying out loud. That's how comfortable Recon's feeling right now. Yeah, just throw the camels into the main base, no problem. He just wants idle eco, that's all he cares about. He's got catapults hitting that. Yep, catapults hitting the TC, and boom. Recon takes it 3-1, man. This is better for Peggy than the last time they matched up 3-0, but Recon still smokes him 3-1. Well done by Recon.
Yeah, absolutely. Recon just methodical there. The ISIS take coming out with the early swing, going those anti-bite raids, kind of harassing as he could, and then just taking that map control, taking control of middle, and just like aging up, and just kind of creeping with his monuments, causing so many problems there into the game, but just doing a great job.
Monuments for the win, man.
A masterful strat by Recon. Make the games long, make the evening long, and that way all of your potential competitors tomorrow have already gone to sleep. So we have another series done, one more to go, but we got to dissect this one a little bit. Crazy series between them. That opening game set an awkward tone, but credit to him, things did speed up as we went deeper and deeper in this maiden. Like, especially that last game. Usually I'm quick to blame Recon if it ends up a late game. I don't think I blame him on that one fully, right? I think Freya can usually be quite difficult to turf out when they have a nice defensive position.
Yeah, for sure. And, it was actually Recon who was kind of pushing the envelope early on. He had the Anubites out. He had the barracks units out. He was going aggressive. He stayed 1 TC. He didn't quite want to overcommit, push too far in, so he kind of got the middle of the map, that central middle of the map, and held on to it throughout the entire game. And I think, ultimately, that's really what it came down to. Peggy didn't quite have that second TC early to get an eco advantage, so it was mainly just 1 TC for 1 TC, and, eventually we saw the rest.
We have seen plenty of the rest so far today, but if we go look at the brackets, we've still got one more giant rest to see before we can all go for a much-needed rest. 8 hours into this broadcast on a Saturday evening at Genesis Retold, and we finally see the end in sight for the penultimate day of Retold. Recon versus Grass. A best of 5 to close out the day. The youthful versus those that now actually have to raise the even more youthful. A daddy versus someone who's still probably living at home with dad. Pretty cool series to think about. I think what we're going to be looking to do here, guys, is we're going to get ready for a short break. But remember, when we come back, this is a very important one. Recon, Grass, I think we've seen potential there, especially in Grass, able to take down Rappel 3-2. No easy feat there. The reverse sweep at the end has to have him on a motivational high. At the same time, Recon in Europe has to be starting to feel a little bit of fatigue. I hope he's upped on the caffeine, and I hope it hasn't been too many sleepless nights as a fresh dad here. Otherwise, he might not be fresh for his final match of the day up against Grass. But before we get to that, folks, we're going to head to a short break. Back in a few minutes for a series I guarantee you don't want to miss.
But there's a carnivore again. He's coming in for the backup, or the follow-up rather, with a shockwave soup. Are you kidding me? TC's going up for sure, but is it going to force a restoration?
But there's some nice damage dealt to Recon here still. 1 villager dead, and I think surely a few hoplites died in that process too. Here
we go. Where we're going to see the chaos. We got to see the chaos, but we have curse and restoration. There's the chaos. There's the restoration. There's a carnivora. What about our shockwave? Let's get the... There it is. Everything's happening. Nice. The fortress is definitely going up, but still, Soup. He's got a lot of hop-like numbers, but are their numbers dwindling?
Was so big here, but the heavy Murmillos, dude, I'm telling you, they're so strong.
Big fight, man. Here it is, Soup. There's the golden bronze dinos. There we go. Are we going to see a resto? There it is. Is that a little bit of an early restoration? Plus, we have the Murmillo raid up on the top side. I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you.
Big Recon raid. And Recon, he's ready for this. He's got so many hero archers now, and that's why the early restoration was cast.
I gotta get this out, though, Soup. I gotta get this out. Wait, do I? He shifts on the gold mine, but the dwarves are running.
That's a really good shifting sense. That's a really good shifting sense. 1 dwarf dead, 2 dwarves dead, soon to be 3, 4, 5, however many. And Recon does not have a gold income right now.
Let's see if the robot Recon can save this gold mine right here.
Huge raid. Forcing the villager berserk conversion. Sick local swarm. Such a good local swarm. Hitting both the military and the villagers.
Oh, and it travels. It got a couple of dwarves at the end. Oh. And the throwing axemen and Goaty are coming in, man.
15 seconds remaining of flaming weapons. player doesn't want to fight here, but the issue is if he doesn't fight, that Mikkel is going down and all those spills will die too. So Bruce's player just caught between a rock and a hard place here.
Indeed, and remember, this is match point. If Recon and the blue takes this, he moves on to the semifinals, man. A freaking rock giant comes out. This is big. This is big. Is this game? A couple of big fights. Is it gonna? I mean, you would argue that it's gonna be better for Rabble here because he's the one with the Huntress Axe coming in, plus the heavy raiding cavalry. There we go, the picture-in-picture, baby. Look at that. We can even zoom in on both spots. It's amazing. Who's taking this fight?
The cavalry upgrade is the big one here. That's the big upgrade that makes the difference here. And now,
Carnivore as well.
Taking the fight even further.
This is huge for Ulysses, is it not? He picks off a lion. He should pick off a couple of other, like the centaur.
I think this is huge.
Picking off.
Whoa. Dude, these Contarias are so strong, and Ulysses making it work so well here.
I know.
It's crazy. It's a full hoplite versus like 2/3 Contarias, but Ulysses still feeling very, very confident.
I don't know.
I'll take the fight on the fortress even. Now he's forced to retreat. It's too much. He bit off more than he could chew. Ooh. Yeah, no, the Arcus are out now, meaning these hoplites, actually when they can get into melee, I think they're quite good. There's the Earthquake. Taking down a town center, nothing more than that. We'll see if it even takes down a town center. Ulysses can repair this. The citizens
it should go down, right?
Oh my god, it does.
What?
It's gotta be it now.
Is
kind of messing up here. He's way outside of his comfort zone.
Rock Giant gets spawned! Are you kidding me? Ulysses may be caught out. Has Rabble found an opportunity here? There's the chaos.
Oh my god, now flaming weapons is in. Surely flaming weapons is in now.
He's gotta use it. There it is. He's gotta use it. A couple of battle boards are down. Another giant gets spawned. But look at the army of Rabble. Okay, there it is. It was kind of hiding behind the manor. Oh my goodness! Look at the carnage. Look at Ulysses' army numbers, his citizen numbers. He's getting thrashed.
Yes. Which only costs 100 resources Frey. Here's a big fight occurring. A lot of military numbers for the Frey player. There's a Minotaur
and no restoration suit.
No restoration, but there's a Herser killing the Minotaur. Really well, Michael, from Ulysses. Rebel not managing to pull it back either. And I think the Norse player will come out victorious here. There's a...
What? Okay, but hang on, Soup. Is the play here for Ulysses to go ultra aggressive and try and end the game in classical? Does he back off and go heroic? What's the play here?
It's looking like the play is to go ultra aggressive, although I'm not
He's
sure if
going
I like
for
it. I'm not sure if I like it. This fight, the Achilles is perfectly positioned against the Valkyries, although they in turn are taking down the Minotaur, which is exactly what Ulysses wants here. Those two heroes are gonna die in no time. And then 7 Valkyries with Thundering Hooves and Disha Blood up. Whoa, is that fighting it? Huh.
Yo. Look, is it, Rappel, okay, Rappel's at 53, 54 favor. He's close, he's inching closer to getting a restoration. Has he pushed you far?
Welcome back to Genesis Retold. If you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, I don't know why. Because we've just given you 4 series, and we were like, 4? Not enough 4 picked. One more, give him one more opportunity. We're back for the last of today, but not the last of the lower bracket. No, there's still no mercy here. Whoever survives here is going to have to survive a culling of either Mr. or Magic tomorrow. But first, we focus on this, boys. Map draft underway. We're so early to this one, we actually get to explore it from the very beginning. Are we going to get an Alfheim? Do they want to torture us with an hour-long game?
Yeah, the little icon, the little template icon is green, so it's like, is it gonna be Alfheim?
It's all I can think about. It's all I can think about. Like, it would be a genius play by Grass. Like, remember, he's in America for Recon right now. It is almost 11 p.m. I'm pretty sure baby is crying at this point. His poor missus is having to tolerate it all on her own. But no, it is potentially tempo. What are we expecting out of these two fits based on what we've seen here? You know, Recon, he says he doesn't like the late game. I feel like he likes the late game. Graz, however, really seems one of this pump it and go type players, right? Very rarely does he seek the macro.
Well, it's going to be very interesting here as I just realized this is our third Recon series of the day as we hit, which, by the way, is a coincidence. It's not why the broadcast is over 8 hours long. Yeah. But 8 hours later, we're still here casting Recon. So we've seen a lot today, and we'll be reaching the bottom of the barrel for our comments as we have our three-peat of his best of 5 series. I'll be hoping for a 3-0, hopefully. But Recon versus Grass here. We're seeing Raw has been banned on Grass's side. We'll see who's going to be banned on Recon side. My cat's getting crazy after all this time, attacking me in the office.
This is where Fitz just gets to the point. Oh no, the cat turned off my PC. Yeah, sure, Fitz.
I went upstairs and the baby's like screaming, and then I'm getting yelled at by the wife. I'm like, I don't know, it's still going.
And she's like, can you just leave early? It's like, Recon can't leave early. I can't leave early. Back to it. We actually have a Freya ban. So Recon trying to do our service. Ra also removed from the pool. No surprise that Loki is high priority. I know that Recon loves it. It's weird when he plays it. And I also know, Maiden, that Recon fears the Loki pick.
Well, and there we go. Grass going with Loki straight up. Okay, I'm surprised. I thought Pale players maybe would just kind of tone down the Loki pick since Loki got nerfed just a teensy tiny bit with this latest patch. Oh, still feeling strong about Loki. I think it's super interesting to see the Freyr ban because Grass has picked some Freyr, but you wouldn't really think like bannable. If anything, it would be Loki that would be bannable. If you don't want you to be able to play it, you don't want your opponent to play either. I'm surprised that those two are flipped.
It is odd as well when you think of the fact that like Gaia has been looking very controversial today. There's also not really a map where I'd say Freya is like, oh my god, it's coming out, right? Like I mentioned Alfheim, that would be the one. But we do have the potential for Grass to yoink all of the Greeks, which, correct me if I'm wrong, is not very Grass-like, Fitz. I'm pretty sure he got his comeuppances as an Atlantean main.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, though, I mean, we're here on like, all these best of 5s. You don't get to be a main of anything very much. You got to do all these, pretty much every single civ. Looking at the map pool, we've got, Kurlager as far as one hybrid. As we saw, Recon did very good job that last game series we had on all themes. So probably good for Grass's sake that I'm not going to see that here. But yeah, we do see the Freyr ban coming in over there. We got a little bit of Raw ban. And you talk about stamina. I like to think like these guys are all professionals, but like I can only imagine Recon going on like an 8-hour day of this. I mean, I've done 8-hour streams of AOM, but there's difference between just like playing random casual like ladder games and being in like tournament fight for your life mode. All right, these are like survival rounds where we've been here.
I can assure you, Recon wouldn't feel the fatigue a normal human being with a normal diet would, right, Maiden? Like, where I'm going with this. This guy eats trash food, so it's just like pizza, chips, right? Like, it's why we really call him the Trash Panda. He doesn't need to go for that elegant like Taiwanese meal that gets cooked Szechuan spices for like half an hour. No, so he's probably just sitting there playing a Gaia game, clicking occasionally while reaching into like a bag of chips or across to a plate of pizza. I think he'll be fine.
It's fuel. That's calories, man, to burn all that mental power he's using. That's definitely calorie. He needs it, actually. He needs it, if anything, right?
Was there a gentleman's agreement here? There is not a Gaia pick on my screen, Fitz.
Yeah, where is the Gaia? I'm a little shocked on that. Not banned and not picked. That really does shock me because or maybe Recon's just tired of playing Gaia. I don't know, but like
I can do different things. I know other strategies on Kalauga.
Yeah, maybe he's got another one in the belt for that because I feel like he's just been owning with Gaia, so it's or a misclick that could happen. I don't know, but this will be interesting.
Yeah, I think the other thing that's kind of funky, Maiden, is the fact that 4 went all the way until the final pick, right? Like 4, I mean, especially Recon, maybe the game from the last series made him think twice. It's like, sitting in my base for 20 minutes doesn't always lead to a win.
Well, it's just interesting to see that throughout the Willaloot tournament and now Genesis, 2 S-tier tournaments, we've seen so much, even with, Chronos on the other side, for example, we've just seen such a variety of gods. Like, obviously, this is going to be banned. Obviously, this is going to be the first pick. Obviously, this is the weak pick. But even within the day, we've seen that kind of shift around. It's really wild to me, and it's really exciting. Retold being a new game, that's part of what makes it so exciting, is that there's so much unknown and to be figured out, and flexibility and changing, thing like that. It's really exciting, but at the same time, it's a bit chaotic, if that makes sense.
I think, there's potentially chaos coming with an Oranos pick on the opener. I don't think we've seen this today so far, right? We've seen quite a lot of Oranos, but usually I feel like it has been in mirrors against other Atlanteans.
Or Greek.
Yeah, we
Or
don't
Greek,
have. Yeah, no Gaia in that case. Where Grass has got, I guess, all the Atlanteans on his side with Kronos and Oranos, and we see Oranos been set here on Marsh. Usually we're seeing set like later on in these series. I don't think we've seen it actually picked rather early on. I'll be kind of curious to see if we see a little more aggression out of these guys as they've been playing here for a while, and I'm sure it'll be interesting to see if they have the same level of patience that we certainly had earlier on with some of the maybe some longer series as they've been have played several now here today.
I guess the thing you have to think here, Maiden, Oranos set, if we do eventually end up in the Mythic Age, is that something Recon would be happy with, right? Like set in the late game as Oranos, or is this a matchup where you have to play very aggressive and remain aggressive if you're Recon?
That's a good question. Rather than the actual prowess of set late game, I think what he needs to more so worry about is implode. So it's a nuance of what you're thinking. Late game is one thing, but that power spike of implode, it's really common to see set with just a whole big chunk of barracks units out on the map doing something. And so I think it's the power spike, it's the god power that he needs to worry about rather than the late game. It's the mythic god power.
You can shifting sands out of the implode, right?
I don't know. I thought you could jump through an underworld.
Yeah, you can't get an underworld. I don't think you can.
I'd be curious to that one, because obviously the difference with an underworld is you have to click on it, whereas shifting sands is targeted on the units. But I guess the other thought here is, in some ways, if you had to choose a civ in the late game that's going to get hit by implode, it's probably Egyptians, just because of how quickly they remass after they get hit by a big god power like that, right, Fitz?
Yeah, I mean, at least we don't have ISIS in this one blocking god powers like we kind of saw in that previous one. But I feel like with the set pick, that's going to be like an infantry heavy. He's going to look to cut off that mid, take control of a lot of this food, these settlements in the middle of the map, and just pin Oranos down. Of course, Oranos is going to be able to move around the map with those sky passages and such and be able to dodge as he can. But Obelisk, keep an eye on him as always. Or with set, we saw earlier today, right? It was the Recon game with the monkeys, right? It was the set monkeys up against, I think it was, that was the 5-minute game. I forgot that
was
happened.
Against Zeus, right? It was, I think it was Zeus or Hades.
It was the last series against Mista. Yeah.
Yeah, it was the last game. So maybe this is the plan. Grass is like, if I just find the monkey, get the relic, mental damage is done. But we'll have to see if it plays out that way. Just 45 seconds away. And yes, folks, the channel is still going. But this end is in sight, right? I think I've spent the last 4 minutes talking about what happens when we go Imperial, and I saw a look in Fitz's eyes of defeat. More defeat than a man has felt after 48 hours of no sleep from a baby. So let's see who's going to win. On the left side, we've got Recon, a man who may have a baby face, but he's actually in his 30s. He's more of a legacy end of the scale. And on the right side, we've got Grass, 17 years old, prodigy kid, looking to crack some skulls and show you that although RTS is seen as a boomer genre, the Zoomers are here to take over. We hop into Game 1, Marsh, a best-of-5 elimination series between Recon and Grass.
Welcome to Genesis Retold. This is game number 1 here with this best-of-5 elimination. We've got Grass playing as the Atlanteans. Oranos going to be the pick here today over here in the color red. And his opponent on the other side is going to be Recon. He's back for more. You've been seeing him all day playing his heart out. And he's been on a tear. Let's see if he can finish this one out here in a final series. He'll be playing set today in the color blue.
Yeah, are we sick of seeing Recon's name just yet? I'm not. I'm not.
I just have deja vu now at this point. I was like, I've seen this game already.
I know. Yeah, so okay, so how's this gonna go? Remind me.
Yeah, well, this is gonna start off. He's gonna go grab some animals. I don't know if he'll go for like a harassment with monkeys like we saw earlier today, but yeah, there we go. Some animals gonna be grabbed up for set, of course. This map has a lot of food, of course, in the middle, as well as 2 settlements in the middle, so it kind of promotes a lot of map control. But there is some on your side, as well as a settlement in your back corner with gold, so you can stay, you know, technically out of the middle of the watering hole should you choose to. But I would have imagined Sets really leans into the infantry quite heavily with his monuments giving bonuses for your barracks. So likely see a number of infantry units, probably Anubis going into the second age with some Anubites is what we've seen recently. We might switch it up. And then Grass, of course, going to be deploying those sky passages out on the outskirts on the map. It'll be interesting to see how he decides to open into this one. We've seen a lot of like Atlantean versus Atlantean. We haven't really seen Ornos, I guess, on one of these more standard non-hybrid maps.
Indeed. I think I agree with Anubites, man. We see that monument getting dropped immediately right next to his town center. So it's almost for sure got to be some kind of Mythina play. We've seen Wadget's work, by all means. Like, he definitely can go Wadget's. However, considering he did go Anubites just barely against Peggy, I think that's definitely a very big possibility. We will have to see, ultimately.
We see the deer, nice rhyme there. Deer getting gathered up right now by Atlanteans. So take a look at the relics that we have available. This map, of course, has 6 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Increased villager movement speed. This one, S tier relic. I love this one. Faster villagers, more resources, more fun. Good scales. We got the myth units are more resistant to pierce damage. Okay, that could be an okay relic to have. Nothing to write home about. Improves all units' line of sight. This is always nice. I personally love this as Egyptians. So we got obelisks all over the map. Extra building line of sight. Could be great. Oh, this is unit line of sight. I'm sorry. Doesn't help your buildings. Pelt of Argus. Then we got the Dwarven Horseshoes, improves cav speed. Not really going to impact, I guess, either of these civs in the second age, because they don't have cav until we get to the third age. I guess Terma, get a little faster. And then we have increases house hit points. Nice if you've got like a free house wall like the Egyptians like to use. And last but not least, we have cheaper siege weapons. So those are going to be our 6 relic options for today, should they choose to get them. We do see Recon's getting his upgrade right now for his priest to grab them if he wants to.
Wow, what is that villager, that citizen? That guy is way out in left field, out in the boonies up there. I know you can make a sky passage to get over there, but geez. Nuh-uh. Does Recon know that thing is up there? He's going straight there. Dude, he knows. How does he know? Animal scouting for the win, I guess. Wow.
Yep, we got villagers. Yep, there we go. This is kind of similar to what we've seen with Set earlier today. Now, of course, Citizen's very good against animals. You just got to be ready to micro to pick them off so they don't get you. Got some extra food there now. You can eat the boar. How about that? Nice guy.
Indeed, nice. Boars, that would have been maybe a little bit scarier back in the old days, but not the scariest thing, I guess, these days. Anyway, I almost expected a shifting sands over on set, kind of like what we saw Mista against Recon earlier today. I almost expected shifting sands over there, but not today. After all, not today.
Yep, we got a lot of villagers on gold right now. He's got a barracks there. I don't think he's built a monument to get the discount on it yet, or maybe he did. It's not red anymore, so it's a little harder to see with the little gold shimmer it gets.
Yeah, I think that's awkward, man. Why build your monument? We're talking about Recon back in his base. Why build your monument? Maybe he did just now. There it goes.
There it is. Yeah, he's got 2 of them.
Yeah,
and 2. Yeah, and with 2 of those bad boys, be starting to stack some of that favor up. Look at all those animals in the middle of the map. He's ready to go to war there with Mother Nature.
Indeed. No, I mean, they're not the scare animals. Animals used to be so much scarier. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. They don't seem quite as scary these days. Although unless it's a bababoon, right? If it's a monkey,
the monkeys. Good night. Watch out for those things. Got some slingers in queue. They're going to be working late this evening as we move into this final best of 5, and just more monuments. Going to take his time here, take control. I mean, this is pretty much what we just saw at the end of that last series he played on this map.
Yeah, the slow burn is what we're calling it. I guess that's Recon's nickname, Trash Panda, aka the slow burn, something like that. That's really his MO for some of these games. He's grabbing a town center in the middle. If you see that bad boy right there, Vodka. However, we're going to see a skirmish here as well. Possibly.
Oh, a big battle going on. Oh, I was told to commentate like I'm David Attenborough, but I don't think David Attenborough does skirmishes typically. Today we have the boar wandering around the town center. Now, usually like those things like lurk is like there's a shark getting ready to come eat the seal or whatever, or whales or whatever it is.
The trash panda.
A trash panda in his natural environment, taking a sweet ass time. Okay, we got the priest healing up that army. He's able to get a second settlement, and an aggressive one at that. So he's got some map control. He's sitting on 2TC now. It'd be nice for his economy.
Indeed, very much. Does that give him a whole? I guess it's not like there's a super amount of hunt right around it, but there's enough close by. That's gonna be nice. Yeah, there's enough close by. Good enough. Nothing too crazy strong.
I'm really tempted to type into ChatGPT, like, write me commentary for Age of Mythology in the style of David Attenborough. See if that pops out.
And you got to text to speech it afterward.
Oh man, AI is gonna get crazy. I like the little fog you got in the middle map on this little mist. It's kind of nice little extra effect. Oh, getting slowed down there by the Caladria as it gets picked off.
Well, so does Grass knows about that second TC coming up? What's his follow-up? We see a vision getting used by Recon. He wants to know what the situation is over on Grass's side of the map. But honestly, it just looks like Recon's going to be investing a whole lot into this classical age. And the question is whether or not Grass is going to jump heroic or not. And actually, there we go. Answer is in. Hyperion incoming. I like that move. I don't know what he's going to go for to follow it up. Would he just go for straight Cantarius? That's what we've seen a lot of so far.
Yeah.
Cantarius, maybe some Arcus, some Satyrs, get a decent push on this forward town center, possibly. Something like that, maybe.
Cantarius just really good unit, just in general. One of the best for the Atlantean arsenal. Decent amount of spearmen out though, so could, but we've seen him mow him over in enough numbers before. Get some Waja in the back line. He should be able to hold this fight just fine. Yeah, he's able to heal up. So yeah, the age up's going to be on the way. We'll let's see what Recon's plan is going to be. Nowhere close to really aging up. He's just kind of spamming out barracks units, taking advantage of his map. Not going for any raids or anything like that. Basically, Grass is kind of left to chill by his sky passages up in the northern quarter.
Yeah, pretty chill game so far. Just macro focused. Not a whole lot of damage for either player to really find. Like the slow army of Recon, he doesn't really want to push too far out from his main base because he already used Shifting Sands. So if he gets stuck out there, he's going to be caught and lose a lot potentially. And it's kind of a similar thing for Grass since Recon's staying home, staying cautious. There's not a lot of damage for Grass to really find, at least not in the classical age just yet. So he's just up through heroic right now. He's got the Cantarius coming out. He's got a heavy. Is that heavy? Got a heavy Cantarius coming out. He's got some Satyrs coming out. And yeah.
They got eventually gonna Nephthys over there for Egyptians, but doesn't really have the resources for it yet.
Close.
Yep, there we go. Gonna be aging up. And as you mentioned, yep, Cantarius on the way. A bunch of them. And what we haven't really seen today in the Egyptian? We've seen like almost no Migdal play. There's been like no mass chariots, no mass camels. It's been like complete infantry. Here it's set. I would imagine it's going to continue with infantry. We have seen a lot of Wadjets, but yeah, not a lot of camel love.
Indeed. Ooh. Chaos coming in, plus a shockwave all at the same time. Okay, you'd think he would have used that after the chaos was done, but whatever. Yeah. this push is nice, Fitz. It's definitely nice. He can probably kill this army, but is there... Well, maybe kill this army. The Wadges are pretty sick behind it. But what does he do after that? Does he try and go for a town center? Or try and kill the town center after that? Just keep pushing? Go for gold, resource control, something like that? What's the follow-up? Rather, who's
probably try to run around this Contarius and raid. Yeah, I don't think using Shockwave while they're in chaos is a good idea, because then they won't fight each other if they're flying through the air. So maybe a little whoopsies there. Got a little excited, but who am I to judge as we're about to hit the next age? I'd imagine he'll use Ancestors right now to try to bail, but I'm not so certain if that's going to be what we see. They're not going to really do a whole lot. Ancestors has felt rather underwhelming recently. Now they come out of the ground much slower than they used to. But the Egyptian army taking a lot of hits there during that. We have 44 versus 72 military count at the moment, but Eco still up.
Yeah, 2TC is going to give him that by all means. But still, now we have a heroic age to deal with. Nice raid, good call. Boom, hitting whatever food goal down on that bottom side. Got to use that mobility, man. He can take honestly really nice advantage of that Contarius mobility, because the army, the Recon's army is still super slow, especially if he tries to keep his Wadgets in with his army. So slow. There's a lot of potential for just harassment. There's some on the top side by that other TC down here, this gold mine. Plenty of potential for harassment.
And those Contarius numbers keep growing, and this is where it gets scary. Trying to have enough population of spearmen to take these fights can be really hard. There's that Ancestors in the back line. I don't think it's going to be majorly impactful, but it's going to help supplement this army. We got a lot of villagers. He's trying to get on gold. Look at that. He's got, what, 90, 100 gold in the bank. He's trying to get some gold going on, trying to block those Contarius in with some quick building drops there, and gets a little bit of value, but at the very least just kind of sent grass troops running.
I don't like that Ancestors usage, man, because it's basically a waste. He didn't need to cast it, and the really mobile, fast units, the Contarius and the Terma, they just zipped out of there no problemo. I think that's I don't know if it's a blunder per se, but I think it's kind of a blunder, dude. That's a clutch god power that basically just wasted there.
Yep. And yeah, he's going to be able to maintain that control, but basically, yeah, minions just chilling out till they go back to the afterlife. But we're seeing Atlanteans got a little bit of map control, right? He took a settlement on the north side, so they both kind of have equal footing here on the middle of the map. And really could be anyone's game at the moment. Eco count still in favoring the Egyptians. Contarius running around. That would really be scaring me, as you see he is adding up some wall segments to try to do something about it. But yeah, these things can just catch those villagers and take them out so quickly. There's the Scorpions. Go watch out.
Hunting around the map like that is a bit cheeky, man. It's especially since he went up through Ptah, he can get the Shadoof God Power or upgrade. Cheaper farms. You don't necessarily want to go for cheaper farms when there's so much hunt on the map. Definitely want to utilize that hunt, but still. With all that mobility, man, you got to wall like crazy to defend or something, man, something.
It's certainly easier to park them on farms and forget them, and just defend a central location. But yeah, it's harder when you keep spreading out on the map. But that's why these guys are some of the best. They've got the micro for it. Villagers very forward getting gold. Don't seem to care that they are under fire by the enemy.
Hello? You what? It's one thing to be hunting around the map, but he's got gold mines getting hit on the front side. On that bottom side, back where the Ancestors was used, I believe the Contarius are down there getting hit as well. Sure, there's spears there, but idle time on the eco, maybe a Vil pick here or there, etc. Grass is doing okay.
Spearmen chasing around this cav is just gonna take forever. They're gonna keep running around. This is gonna go on for a long time. That's a lot of military space. Meanwhile, he can push mid. Yeah, it's just a little tough.
This is Grass and Groom, the teenager from Middle America. He's just buying his sweet time. No, not a rush in the world. Whereas who knows what time it is for Recon wherever he's at right now. Probably struggling with the third best of 5 for the day. This is something to consider seriously. Your physical longevity. It starts to become a factor when you're on your 3rd series of the day, man.
I struggle with the physical longevity of my lower back when I sit here for 8.5 hours for the day. I'm trying to stretch it out. I can only imagine for these guys. I'm getting old. We got villagers going down on the settlement. He's trying to expand. He gets it up though.
Nice, nice. Good catch by Grass. Not quite fast enough, but it was a good catch, man. Good catch. Gonna have 3 TCs for both players. Palaces, Migdal's in the center. Again, these guys are just kind of jostling for position, trying to find some good raids here and there, but nothing, not any really game-ending substantial moves here per se.
Spearman gonna keep running. Maybe catch a little citizens off guard. Yeah, he's able to get that. Oh, he escapes. Didn't see that coming. Low implosion.
Yeah.
Shockwave, rather. Yeah, one of those.
Mini implode.
Mini implode, yeah.
Oh, the Garrison Micro. That's pretty sick.
Wow. Big Garrison Micro coming out there.
Spears are pretty speedy, and so they're able to zip out. But still, he caught a couple of those. That's like 2, 3, 4 dead, something like that. A couple of HP, some HP loss as well. That was a nice little maneuver there by the kid. Well done.
At this rate, I almost feel like Recon needs to consider upgrade those walls and start he's not gonna be able to get any momentum going if he's just constantly chasing Atlantean army. So he's had to wall up the whole map. Okay. He's adding some camels. Maybe the most camels we've seen all day. I was just thinking this would be nice for chasing Contarius down. And he's in fact going to now give them a little run around, a little taste of their own medicine.
Indeed. We saw camels in the game against Freyr, and aside from that, I think we saw one camel. Rappel made that one camel on the Blue Lagoon game. That's about it. Not a lot of camel play today, folks.
Camels naturally striking fear into horses who have never seen a camel before. That thing's pretty scary when they come at you. But
they spit.
There you go. They spit? Oh man, I've got a crazy camel racing video, but that's for another time.
What?
People in chat know. If you know, you know. The camel racing video. Okay, the Arcus gonna be taking some shots on the Scorpion. He's got a lot of Arcus too. A few destroyers as well. Spearman gonna be going after the town center.
Dude, what? Spears going after the TC. I wonder if those are Anubite spears, or Anubis spears rather. I can't remember what the upgrade's called. Spear of Dread, or I don't know, something like that. Yeah, ta-da. That thing is close to going down, man. Those spears are crazy strong. Whew. Speaking of Garrison Micro, hello.
Okay, yep, there we go. There you see his upgrades.
Takes down the town center. That's worth it, right, man?
Well, both of them going up to the next age, and he's getting his wall upgrades. There we go. He's been listening to Coach Fitz, bro. Getting his walls built. What was that?
Hey?
What animal is that just went down? Stork?
Crane.
A crane, yeah. Oh, man.
Well, all right. We got Osiris. No. That's not Osiris. That's Horus coming in. We got a Horus coming in, and actually
The gate. We haven't seen the gate yet today. That'd be a new one. Yeah. Where is he gonna drop it? Coming up. We've got the destroyers and the Arcus. We actually haven't seen a whole lot of destroyers today. Very nice infantry unit. Very good. Gets buildings. It's a infantry siege unit, and it also can tank ranged pretty well.
Yeah, their pierce armor is pretty insane, man. They're crazy strong. It's kind of like mini Ulfsarks or Huskarls. Kinda, not really. Yeah. Kind of. I don't know. Kinda.
There we go. Tornado coming on up. There's a tornado warning for the marsh area. Let's see where it hits. Coming up soon. Oh man, he built a siege unit, but not time. Here comes the gate. Where did he put it? I don't even know where it is. Where is it?
Where is it? There it is.
Oh, there come the spawn. Flipping on out. Bringing up all these demons to attack. That looks like a juicy spot for a tornado. Here it is.
Oh,
there we go. Tornado into GG. Recon with the victory. Coming out swinging. Woo. Wow.
What? Why did he resign after losing your Arcus? Like, what? Sure, you lose your Arcus, but there's plenty of fight left in this game. Is there not plenty of fight left in this game?
That was a total natural disaster of mythic proportions. There you go, guys, have it, folks. That's why you don't make the gate. You instantly lose the game.
Yeah, that'll teach him not to go implode.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that was certainly another Egyptian game out of Recon for today. Going to be taking the victory here up against Grass. A tight one, but it kind of seemed like it was... I don't know. The Spearman running around for a long time didn't seem like a whole lot of fun, but it seemed like it was exactly what he wanted it to be. He was going to be chasing that Cav to the end of time. So that'll be bringing us on up to the Tundra. We've got Odin versus Kronos. Odin versus Kronos. Atlantean and Norse action. We have some ravens flying around, some time shifting of buildings. It's going to get crazy.
Indeed.
I'm going to get crazy as we get longer here.
I wonder if we're ever going to see a proper crush. Not every, many Chronos games, we see the forward temple, we see the Prometheans doing their thing, and then they just time shift their temple straight back, and go for a second town center or maybe some turn. That's definitely viable. I want to see a proper crush, though. I don't know if Tundra is necessarily the map to do it on. What I mean by crush is you keep you time shift more buildings across the map. You get a super early advance, time shift everything across, and you just harass super early. I don't know if Tundra is the best map to do that on because there's so much safe hunt in the base, but there is only one gold mine in the base, and we have seen in plenty of other Tundra maps, there's plenty of unsafe gold mines. I'm hoping for that, Fitz. I don't know. It's towards the end of the day, and things can get crazy. A girl can dream, possibly.
Is
I don't know
this
if it's
not the
actually
map
happening.
that he went for the? No, he did on Ghost Lake. Sat in his base the whole time and went for Ragnarok. Was it this map? Tundra? No, it was Ghost Lake.
It was Ghost Lake, and it was Thor. It was Thor with Ghost Lake on Ghost Lake.
That's true. Yeah. So Odin. If you think all the way back to when Age of Mythology released, Odin was just dominating the ladder. In the first tournaments, it was Odin. That's all people played. So the players got a lot of experience with it. We see Odin picked here rather early on in the series. Recon's gonna be going for the throw it up against Kronos. Kronos has had a lot of love recently, and we'll see how he does here on Tundra. Will he go for that little rush that you kind of knows coming or not? I'm not sure. Chat, how you guys doing? Are you hyped? As we've got Recon, this is his third best of 5 of the day. Could you imagine? An absolute machine up against Grass. I see these EGC points. Let's see who people are predicting on. It's a split audience right now. 12K for Recon, 13K for Grass. Unbelievable. And all I gotta say is somebody in the chat should gift Fitzbro a sub because he's been casting for all day. So I'm waiting. Farming for subs.
Yeah.
There's a camel. There we go. Okay, let's get into it. Game number 2 of the Genesis Retold. We've got Recon playing as Odin up against Grass's Kronos. Kronos will be here in the color red on the north side versus Recon. We'll just keep messing with the observer. We got Recon and then we got Grass. And gonna jump around. Give it up for Vodka. He's been doing such a good job observing all day. Man, just when you think, casting's a little bit tough, man, being on there, dragging, following every moment, all of everything that's going on, he's just doing a great job. Look at the zoom. Look at the zoom. You won't see zoom like that anywhere else. The best zoom.
The best zoom.
The best zoom. Nobody else got a zoom like it. Vodka doing a great job. Thank you to I Am Magic for the gifted tier 1 sub. I feel seen. Thank you so much.
All right. Vodka's losing it, folks. Vodka's losing it. He's had enough of listening to Fitz and I just, go nuts all day. He's losing it. Yeah, how about that elk booty, right, Vodka? And digging it, eh? Well, okay, so Fitz, I don't think that a crush is actually going to happen, but I think it would be exciting. And for the sake of not having super long games, I think it would be very interesting. And I think that is an exposed gold mine that Grass and Group can possibly take advantage of, by all means. So I think there's some viability there potentially, especially since there's no gold mine dwarven gold mine to fall back on. So I don't know if it's actually going to happen. But that would be cool. We might just see Boomy play here, honestly.
This is certainly the Mike Tyson versus John Paul of this series. We got the kid up against the old man Recon. And oh boy, the only thing I know chat wants to see more is the pre-fight interview camera turnaround. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Well, where's the slap, man? We gotta get that. Yeah, John Paul. Yeah, John Paul, Jake Paul. John, Jake, Jean.
Yeah, the Pope.
The guy, you know. Oh. Well, okay. The temple getting time shifted over. It's on the correct side of the base in order to get some gold pressure going. It's a little out in the boonies over there in the corner, however.
Yeah, that's a little sneaky one. So gonna go for a little side rush there.
It's gonna be up at about. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's he's just gonna be sending some Prometheans to poke those hunters, the gold. I like this. He's probably wondering where it is. Like you always know that, like, okay, Ravens are gonna be looking out for this thing. You know it's coming when you're up against Kronos.
Sure. I like the 330 advance. It's good news. Advancing just now. There he sees an Oracle. Where's Prometheans, however? There we go. Double Promethean on the hunt. Forcing it idle. Very nice. Plenty of hunt to back up onto, but still. Yes, of course this is live, Desiv. Of course this is live.
No, this is not live. We are not live.
You might not feel alive. But we're live.
And we're alive in the second age. It's Saturday night, and we've got a temple being attacked by Promethean. Oh boy, that's not what he wants to see. Yeah, that's gonna go down. Is he gonna stop it? It's so close. Oh, I hate to see it. Hate to see it.
Dude, that's a catastrophe because he doesn't. His first temple gets deconstructed. His second, the second one gets busted. This is a small catastrophe for Recon right here. I don't see any follow-up aside from more Prometheans, but still, one Herser can do a decent enough job against the little children Prometheans. Yeah, he's not time shifting anything over, so he's gonna have to follow it up with the slow units, running across the map. This might be a case for a crush, man. That was a great denial right there of that temple.
This is what you wanted to see. He's going for it. He's bringing the pain. Recon, the old man, slowing down. He got, some punches in there early, but right now he's got this fist up. He's blocking, just trying to survive as grass is running all around.
Yeah, he's literally getting punched by those Prometheans, man. Those clay punches gotta hurt. Great Hall is up, however. It sounded like the temple just came up as well, so seems like Recon's maybe going to be able to survive here. Not that big of a deal, especially with the Valkyrie there. That's going to help big time. But still, that gold mine, that's a lot of idle gold, man.
Hey, I gotta say, today, I don't want to jinx it, but I'll jinx it right now. This has been proof that EGC production team has better streaming uptime than Netflix. If yesterday was any indication of that, it's been flawless. No freezes, no nothing. It has just been smooth as butter.
Hey, on top of that, the game hasn't crashed, so that's a big victory right there, huh?
Here comes the jinx. Big jinx. No, I'm confident. I'm confident in it. And we got this under control. Oh, the forest fire going to be going in. Trying to push those Atlantean troops back. He had this early fight here, but Recon, he's very good at turtling. You can put all the pressure in the world and he just won't flinch. I can't help but think that, now's the time, turn around, get your tempo out of there before you've really pissed him off, because Recon, he's upgraded his towers. I'm not sure how much more value he's going to get here on these pushes, but continue to go for it. I like it. This he's got spirit.
If he's able to pick up this tower, man, that gold mine's very open. The forest getting burned, it just opens things up, man. So the tower does go down. I don't know, man. Sure, Recon's good at defense, sure. still, he's slowly opening up that gold mine. Things are getting a little sketchy for Recon.
We've got, there we go. He's listening. He's getting out of there. No, that's Recon. He says, get away from my stuff. Chase me this way. Not gonna fall for that bait. Gonna be going for the, oh, he's got a little long, what's that thing called? Longhouse. Council. Great Hall. Oh my gosh. My brain, it's going.
Barracks. Temple.
Yeah, it's a barracks.
Armory.
It's a barracks. Yes.
Barracks. Academy. Gold mine, actually. That's what he needs to go for, man. Gold mine. Where is the gold mine? Did he jump down there, Vodka, down on that bottom side?
Yeah, where is he getting gold? There he is, down there on the south side. Needs to wrap around, maybe to harass that. He sees he's not on that gold, so it has to know he's somewhere, but that tower's almost down. He's trying to kill it. Sticking it, but uh-oh. Is he gonna get it? Down to 10 HP, but lost so many troops to do it. Oh, he got greedy, and now paying the price. Papa Recon's come to town. He has been angered. He's been under siege, and now he's gonna be bringing pain back the other way.
Papa Recon, let's go, Papa Recon.
We'll have 3 more nicknames for him by the end of the series.
Let's go, man. Recon's on fire, says Chew. Man, I think he's playing solid, man. He's really playing solid. He's up 1 zip here, and he's defended really well. I know he got kicked off of the gold mine, so he's mining gold down on that bottom side, but still he's looking A-okay. His military numbers are wonderful, 38 compared to 14 of Grassengruen, for crying out loud. I think he's doing A-okay. He needs to be careful because the gold miners are naked down there, unprotected. So he needs to be a little cautious. I believe there's an oracle that has vision of him. But still, for the time, he's A-okay.
Odin's Raven saw up on the north side that manor and some of the citizens, so he's raiding that. Oh, look at this, a temple on the other side. Wait, is that the same? That's a different temple. I didn't be able to say. He shifted it.
Yeah.
Get crazy. We only got 2 temples out here, but yeah, certainly not your conventional game. Promethean's running around. He's been maybe bringing the most aggressive Cronus Rush. We've seen most players go for the Cronus Rush into 2TC, but he's just been keeping it up, trying. But we'll see if it's a good strategy very soon.
Well, you gotta do the thing with the Crush, man, is that he didn't fully invest into the Crush. He kept his counter barracks and his military barracks back in his base, his starting base rather. So he didn't, fully invest into the YOLO play. Sometimes that's maybe what you need, however, because right now it seems like he's chilling, man. He's walling up that gold mine down there, and he's doing A-okay. So maybe it's the full investment that he needs. The thing is that when you try to go for that crush, the longer the game goes on, the weaker and weaker you get. Essentially, you don't have a shockwave to really, you don't have a Gaia Eco, you don't have a shockwave, you don't have something like that to really give you some type of power spike back into this game. So Recon's probably feeling pretty comfortable at this point in time, man.
Got the walls under siege here on this. Yeah, agent up there. Walls under siege on the south side. Really staying in age 2, not showing that he's going to try to age up. Bringing the aggression. We see the dwarves say, okay, they're coming. We're going to go back the other way. He's starting to migrate already. Going to get ahead of that as he's aging up as well. But be interesting is the Atlantean's not really showing any sign of letting off on this pressure. But so far, Recon maintaining the score lead despite this pressure. Oh my god, he never repaired that tower. They still got like 10 HP. Oh my gosh, 9 HP. Go blow that thing down.
Is he gonna do it? I think he's gonna do it. He's right there. There we go.
Oh, we missed it. Unbelievable.
Thanks a lot,
Unbelievable. Yeah. We were just talking about how good he's doing. He misses one thing. Now we can look at the trees in the corner. I'm okay with that. It's good looking trees.
Retold graphics, man. They're great.
Okay. Age 3 is here. Recon. He's got the deep permafrost he could put his opponent under. We'll see when he decides to do it. For now, grabbing some of those upgrades. Where is his army lurking? He's probably waiting to take this fight. watching with the Raven. It's interesting. He's upgrading his infantry, but he doesn't have any that I see right now. I guess he's got a few hers. Okay, he's got some hers. Never mind. Never mind. He's got a little bit.
Those aren't infantry though. It's berserkers throwing axemen or herdmen that would get the benefit from the infantry. There.
Yeah.
Or are you talking about grass and groom?
I thought the Herser don't get benefit from that?
From infantry
Shadow Tech.
mine upgrades? Only armory upgrades.
Yeah, oh yeah. Okay, here we go. Coming through the wall. He's got a market, trying to trade up some of these resources. Rather low on food right now. Not a great spot to be in. He still could freeze though if he was really in a bad spot, so he's okay. We'll see if he goes for that half freeze strategy we saw earlier. I don't know if that was a strategy or it just happened.
Yeah, it's a strategy for sure. It's a strategy.
He's playing with fire. He's got to know it's coming. There it is. There it is. Put into the deep permafrost. He's in trouble. Let's see what else is going on. He's going to wall him in as well. Oh boy. Here come those frost giants. I mean, you know this is coming. His grass is like, okay, that's fine. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's not going to look so good. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 frost giants surrounding. A 5th frost giant will be out by the time this gets done. He's walled him in.
I think this is really bad news for Grass and Groom, man. He dove way too deep, and once he got behind those walls right there, he's stuck now. And sure, he's not going to take a lot of damage during the actual frost, but by the time the frost is up, he's going to be stuck behind this entire army. I think he's going to lose a lot of units trying to get out of there, and I don't think he should take this fight either.
Oh boy, that grass will be going dormant this winter as the frost giants move on in and continue to bring the freeze. Oh my gosh. That is cleanup, ladies and gentlemen. If you've got small children watching the programming, please cover their eyes. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was a big mistake. I think that was a really big mistake on the side of Grass and Groom. Look at the army discrepancy. Exactly. Army discrepancy. Sure, fine. He's, a vill or two ahead compared to Grass, but other than that, Grass is ahead of Recon a vill or two, but still, he's a whole age ahead. He's upgrading his giants into rhyme giants, whatever they're called. He's getting rhymed for the giants. Yeah, there it is. So now, Recon's comfortable to start pushing out. He's got a sick-looking army.
I didn't know that's what that upgrade was called. I thought it just gave him those cool hats. They look like they're like opera singers or something now.
What?
that's all, the cartoon opera singers always got a hat like that. Helmet?
Yeah,
Sorry, helmet.
A hat. It's a helmet.
It's not a helmet. It's not a hat. That's a lot of frost giants.
Indeed it is, man. Yo, he can maybe... Oh, dude, that's a lot of frost giants. That's not very much army for Grass and Groom. He can he dive that TC with all those frost giants? Look at this army, dude.
Got to find
Are
out.
you kidding me? And if he dives a TC, Grass is on 1 TC with Hyperion coming in, man. He just needs to delay.
He's staying on this army. Yeah, but he might wipe this army and then still get it. I mean, they can't really take this.
Oh, buddy, I think he's too far away right now. There's about 30 seconds before Hyperion's coming in. Oh, buddy. Wow.
Recon's really running the show here so far in this series. This is looking to be deeply going his direction at the moment, barring something crazy in the next age.
Indeed. Honestly, look at the military, man. 114 compared to just 8. 8! These are his last units. What? 4 to 114? What?
Look at those blue bars at the top.
Yeah. It's all blue, baby. I'm blue.
Okay, so right now we got some Arcus in queue, going for some ranged units, but he's gonna need a lot of heroes. Those are almost all full HP as well.
Mm-hmm. I think this is going to be really tough for Grass, man. I don't know how he can come back. He can maybe spam. He's going for Arcus and Satyrs. I guess he can maybe snipe his way back into the game, but it's going to be really hard, man.
This is when he just attack moves on the other side of the town center and just goes, grabs a drink.
Yeah. Here we go, back in the middle of the base, man. Sure there's some satyrs, sure there's some snipers, there's a palace. I guess instead of going for the town center, just go for the palace and grab the gold star. GG.
There it is, the chaos. They've frozen each other. There you and he leaves. That'll be it. Recon, round 2, gonna be taking it. So far, Grass not putting up much resistance. Will the kid come out swinging in game number 3? Stay tuned to find out.
Honestly, that's kind of a fast 2-zip. But it's fast 2-zip. We might not have ourselves that 10-hour stream that we were expecting. Grass is going to have to pick up his, pick up some fertilizer. I don't know, some grass metaphor. He's going to have to do something. Otherwise, Recon's just going to smash his way through to.
We need some aeration going. Maybe that was some aeration. He definitely needs some growth here this next game. But all joking aside, we're being silly. It's been a long day as we approach almost 9 hours of this stream, which has been wild. But oh, look at that puppy! What's the puppy's name?
This is Toby.
Toby. Wow, you got one behind there too. Double dog. I got my cat over there causing problems, but sleeping. Well, game number 3 is on the way, and this could be match point, ladies and gentlemen. This might finally be the game Recon's looking for. And where are we going? Oh, wait, is it Kurla? Oh, they haven't picked yet. No, it's Savannah. I'm blind. I see it. Savannah, Isis, and Poseidon. Oh boy, we saw Recon's Isis earlier, and it was pretty scary. Up against Poseidon now. Savannah here, rather open map, but yeah, this is could be it. This is for all of it. Poseidon needs to get this win here for this next game.
I kind of like. I don't know what everybody else thinks. I kind of like Poseidon here, not necessarily with a big advantage or anything, but I like Poseidon here. The map is so open, and Isis is very, very reliant on outside resources outside of your main base. Sure, you got a lot of food and whatnot inside of your base, but Isis definitely relies a lot with no Shadoof, relies a lot on that exterior hunt. So I think there's a lot of potential here for Poseidon to get some harassment going, get those early heroes out, get some hips out on the field, force a classical age fight there. Honestly, maybe Recon's going to think about Anubites, like what we saw earlier, try and fight back with some harassment on the open map. But still, yeah. I think I prefer Poseidon. How about you?
Well, I think we likely could see another really aggressive. I mean, that's the way he played Isis in that previous series. I can't remember. They're all running it, but yeah, the Isis has been coming out really aggressive lately. Probably seeing anti-bites like you mentioned, up against some Cav running around. But as we've seen, Recon handles raiding pressure really well. I mean, all credit, Grass had a great push that last game. That Krenos, he was all up in Recon's face. In Recon, and when it just looks like, oh, he's got nothing left, he just sits there and takes his time, reroutes his villagers, down the south side in that last game, and it doesn't really seem to phase him a ton. So it's going to be hard, where your typical maybe ladder opponent, it could be easy to knock off with some convincing raid. You're not going to raid Recon out of these early on without some really serious business. But here we go, serious business. It is match point between Recon and Grass. Only one player will move on from this series, and Recon's looking to finish it up. Let's see what's going to happen here. We've got, on the south side, Grass playing as Poseidon, the Greek juggernaut, and on the north side, it's going to be Tag Recon playing as Isis out there, dancing with the Pharaoh already, getting his jig on. And he's going to be getting some gold and likely some Flood of the Nile here very soon.
Indeed. Remember that one time when I mentioned exposed resources? Those resources for Recon are looking well exposed, quite exposed. He doesn't have any gold, any food. He ain't got nothing anywhere near his base. There's a decent gold mine up on that top right side or right-hand side of Recon's base. up in the blue. But aside from that, not very wonderful, honestly. He's pretty much got what's in his base, and that's about it. So there's that Flood of the Nile upgrade pre-queued. You a fan of Flood of the Nile, apparently?
Big Flood of the Nile fan. ISIS was the first kind of main I was playing with Retold. So yeah, big Flood of the Nile fan. But we talk about this being match point and all, but today has been filled with some crazy reverse sweeps, or at least really reverse back to game 5. So I wouldn't count Grass quite out of this yet, but he certainly needs to get some points on the board here in this series. Savannah, lots of food out in the middle. You've got Poseidon, of course, using that God power to lure them on in for some extra food around the base. But yeah, gonna be, oh, look, an elephant. That's pretty nice. How about that?
Oh, yeah. That's awesome. That's really awesome. Grabbing an elephant from that lure. That's amazing, man. Having that inside your base is right next to that lure that you can use as a granary. Super nice. Very, very nice.
I don't think it still does it, but it used to. You could literally lure your opponent's hunt from their, like, so say you started with two Aurochs or something, you could literally get 1 or 2 of their Aurochs would walk across the map to your base. It was ridiculous.
It's brutal, man. It was so brutal. So brutal. And Hermes it is. There we go. Hermes it is. There's lots of villagers on gold there for Grass. So I want to know what's Grass's scouting look like, Vodka? Can we see the red scouting here pretty quick, or just for a quick minute? See what his scouting looks like. So he sees most of all the resources that are out and exposed. I wonder if he really is aware of how exposed they are. So I mentioned that because I wonder if he's seen how many gold villagers he has. Got the 5 hills on gold, maybe with only 4 on wood. Maybe he's not thinking of a second. That's my big question. Is how quickly is he or is he not potentially going for a second TC? Is he going to try and go aggressive? That sort of thing.
A lot of villagers on gold here in transition, and he scouted that. He did see this. Oh boy, is he going to go for a naked second TC? I'm sure he's learned his lesson from that. You think from earlier today, go for it. I don't know. That's a lot of villagers on gold. Did not use prosperity, by the way. You see him there for later on. Well, he still could get it, I guess. But for now, grabbing a lot of gold early on.
That's got to be 2TC territory. Just maybe not, the prosperity 2TC. But which one does it go for, Fitz? That one on the left-hand side doesn't have squad. Like,
I don't think he can go for it. He's got to know. It'd be so crazy, especially against Greeks like this. I think we'll just see maybe just stacking some gold and then starting to slap down some military buildings.
Is that a barracks that he's dropping? He's got 3 vills dropping it. I almost think it's an armory.
Yeah.
Okay, it is a barracks after all. Okay.
And he did go for 2 monuments. So Sphinx, I think, going to be in the picture here. We're going to see several of those. It can be nice to deal with like cav raids, all that jazz. So yeah, going to be going out there going for maybe a little raidy poo.
Just a wee raidy poo. Got to be careful, however, because there's a little Atlanta poo that potentially could come out for Grass. There she blows.
Speedy.
Speedy.
Yep, but on the opposite side of the map, this is probably best case for him, as far as if he's going on a raid with this Sphinx.
True.
No upgrades for him yet. They don't have their cool hats.
Or the helmets.
Yeah, I think that's like part of their head once they they upgrade. I don't know.
Built-in hat.
Oh boy, here we go. Dun 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 dun. Oh man, that was not where you want to spin to win exactly, but he gets a kill, so I'll take it. Targeting 1 villager at a time.
Oh.
No eclipse yet. Man, I love to just use eclipse like just super dang early because you just sit there and spin, and it's like it's pretty potent when you got 2 or 3 of these guys.
Honestly, an eclipse right here could have maybe been pretty impactful because Atlanta and Theseus are way on the other side of the map. And so he could have spent, 20, 30 seconds completely idling that economy of Grass and Groom. Decides not to go for it. He saves it for later, but still, it could have been interesting.
We got some spearmen out here going to be just running away for now, but Centaur are going to be picking them off as they can. Yeah, can't really take that fight. Got to back up. But Sphinx, they can see him, but probably going to take out those obelisks.
Well, Recon's out of chickens, swapping over to berries. I haven't actually noticed herdables. Was there a lot of herdables on this map, Vodka? Have they found herdables? There's 6 over there for grass, only 4 rather, for Recon, so not a lot of safe resources, man. I know he's hiding in his base for the time being, but eventually he's gonna have to venture out. Hirika Sphinx, that's the final upgrade for the Sphinx coming in. Eventually he's gonna have to venture out and find some resources. Looks like he's doing that now. Is he going for the TC now, possibly? Looks like it, actually.
Okay, so making the move. Trying to take that TC expansion towards the front of the map. I mean, he's got a lot of priests, so I think that'll keep the Centaurs at bay. They got some Sphinx to maybe distract on the back line. It does look like Grass still has troops looking around, but kind of out of position. He's going to be checking maybe the wrong town center if he goes out to the left there. But nothing to see. So this is working out perfectly for Recon.
Indeed. And I'm surprised because Grass has his scout sitting on that other TC, if I'm not mistaken. And so that left TC Vodka, if you're looking for it.
Ooh, nice.
Those are fully upgraded Sphinx right there, man. They get a Vil kill, which is sick.
The bird Sphinx.
The bird Sphinx, indeed. Picking off a Centaur, dude. This is really nice. Although the priests are going to get smoked by those Hippias if he's not careful. Oof.
Wow, that's a lot of arrows flying in there. Not able to really take out. He's trying to get to the Centaurs with his priest, but just out of range.
That could have been really bad, man. Almost really bad, but Grass is still surviving. They're trying to use a special attack. That's pretty good against those spears right there.
Yeah, really
No, should he be taking this? What?
Yeah, well, Grass with some excellent micro here. Was able to keep those Centaurs out of range of those priests and just so perfectly micro his hippies in the way when the priest tried to move up. Did a really good job here. But all that to be said, we got Recon on 2 TC. So his economy gonna start to begin churning here. He's gonna have lots of villagers underway without some like massive raids or something like that. So his military may be a little embarrassed at the moment. Poseidon has the numbers advantage. But for how long? We do see some nice healing here on this Sphinx. Another one in queue.
Yeah, that's so nice. He can go out with those Sphinx, do some damage, kill a Vil, cause idle time, do his thing, come back and heal him up, no problemo. If you're a noob out there, utilize those priests, man. Those things are super, super useful.
Well, we've seen before, like these mass Centaur can really haunt into these middle stages of the game too. Because like just taking them out, if you don't get a surround or a trap or something, it can be so hard. They just keep running around. The special attacks can just really hurt. Like, oh boy, here comes one. He saw it, tipped off. How did he see that? Was there an obelisk? Must have been.
Instinct, baby. Instinct. You're right about those Centaurs. There's 4 of them out. They're not, 5 of them actually with this guy right here. They're not upgraded, however. Not quite as strong as they coulda, woulda, shoulda been. A couple of those are low HP too, so they could be sick, but he also needs to be super careful of those things. Look at that.
We got the Hippius upgrade coming in right now. A lot of villagers on gold. No prosperity has been used yet. He's saving it for a rainy day. And right now, 35 versus 48 villagers is the story. And I think Recon's just going to take his sweet time here. I mean, this is match point for him. He's in a decent economic spot. Just needs to be careful with this whole marauding Centaur army. And there it is. Prosperity going to be used. Currently has 26 villagers on gold. So that's going to be a gold gathering bonus, which could really catapult him perhaps into the next age if he decides he wants to go that route, or he can stay here and keep spamming units.
Oh, Eclipse coming out just now, man. There goes one Centaur.
Oh, great time for that ceasefire. But Eclipse is longer. You should chase him down. Chase him down. Go get him.
Indeed. Where do you want to dive too deep with those centaurs? It's could,
yeah,
I
look at
guess.
that. Wait, oh, what? It was like grass just stood still there for a second. Where'd the Sphinx go?
There they are.
Looking for villagers. Oh, yeah. I'm nervous for the spearmen. They're in a bad choke point.
Against all those
Sphinx
centaurs.
raids and see what they're doing. Sphinx are going for villagers, I think. I don't know if they got any, though. Not very effective. Here comes the Sphinx. Is he going to turn and go for a spin?
One for a
He's not
spin.
using it.
Yeah.
Just keeps running. Okay, so clips still underway. Maybe get 3 villagers there if he gets those, but nice micro there. Picks up 3 villagers. Arrows flying everywhere, but that'll be that eclipse. Now doing a farm transition. So he used that prosperity, got a lot of gold. Now in farm transition. Ooh, another villager. That would be such a great raid if he could hit it, but he can't. Lanta's just right there on their tail, along with all the hip use. Needs to be careful.
Indeed, man. Yeah, we got Heroic coming in for grass for the kid. Could be good. How close are we on Recon's side? Recon not super close to going Heroic himself, so he's just continuing to... This isn't bad, in my opinion. Continuing to invest into Classical Age. He's on 2 town centers. He's double just about the villager numbers. Okay, so
another TC.
This is, I think there's, I mean, obviously Recon right now, he stopped his spear production, so he is targeting Heroic. But if he did want to just fully invest into full classical, I think that maybe be viable. Just looking at how bad and exposed the gold mines are, and Grass is only on 1 TC himself, he has such a big economic advantage. I think it's viable. Ancestors, though, that's also a way to finish up the game, however.
Okay, so he's almost in the next age. We got Priest. Needs to not lose his Priest. Needs them to be alive for the take out the Centaurs. Got a lot of Spearmen. He's going to sit back. He's on 3 TC now, just now aging up with Nephthys. His opponent, though, is in the next age. Has access to Bronze, which he could run away from, potentially. It was certainly a very good god power to have. Oh, big sandstorm over here on the east side, picking off a few of those. And this cat's going to go on a little raid. I kind of want to keep an eye on those things. Oh, we get the RB positioning. Oh, this is going to be hard to watch. See if the split screen comes up here. But we got the battle going in the Egyptian base. You got the Sphinx running around down south. Oh, there it is. The spin to win. Villagers taking casualties on both sides. Spearman just going to run away from those. Look at it. He's built a little wall to just try to buy himself some time. He doesn't really want to take this. Doesn't want to fight these until... Uh-oh, don't lead him to the villagers. Oh, he's so lucky they turned around. This might be best case scenario for him, unless he's trying to stop the age up. That is what he's trying to do, I think. He's going to go for it. And this is going to be so close. It's going to be so close.
Recon's advancing from his starting TC, so he can drop his TC and he's still going to be okay, but he's going to lose Bills for sure.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. That's something, man. He's still way behind in build numbers, but hey, you take what you can get. That's something.
So many arrows flying around. Spearman trying to take out the heroes. Then he's going to just release the Sphinxes on him.
Not the Kraken, man.
No
Sphinxes.
Kraken here. No Krakens here. That's a lot of hip use. Pure Spearman versus pure hip use. You would think the Spearman had the advantage, but they look pretty scared, and for good reason. The Centaurs, they hurt.
They're heavy now too. He can maybe take that, but those Centaurs too much of a threat on that back line.
You just give him the run around. He's on 3 TC, so whatever. He can run around. He can do this. It's his game. 72 vills versus 39.
Recon playing really solid here, man. He's not playing aggressive necessarily, but he is getting damage with those Sphinxes. Hey, speaking of damage with the Sphinxes.
Here they come. Oh, man. They ambush. The cat's going crazy. Oh, wow. Brutal.
Yeah.
32 vills for 75.
Exactly. Such a big vill lead. More than double vill lead for Recon in the blue. Those Sphinxes have done, just a couple vills here and there. and it's completely nerfed the economy of grass.
Yeah.
In fact, dude, if you think about it, he's been on around, the mid-30s of villager numbers for minutes on end. So he's like completely, as villagers are being built, like that's how fast Recon is picking them off. He's been around 35 vills for a long time. Wow.
Yeah, the dog says, "Tap this out, Judge. How can we let this go on? This poor guy. This is 35 vills versus 75. I mean, come on, what's he gonna do here?" The arrows all night long. He's gonna try. What can he possibly do? Let's see here. Centaurs and a dream. Take another town center there. Oh, not again. Here they come. Sphinx gonna go on another raid. He's just gonna stop that. That's a nice pickup. You get those vills. That's really good help.
Is that enough Sphinxes to just go for a TC pick?
Okay, so you just take that, and then, yeah, we do see TCs getting picked off by spearmen somewhere else in the map, as well as ancestors being called in. This is a red alert right now. Grass. Oh, look at the picture was ahead, but with that, Recon gonna sweep this final series of the day, and Grass going to be knocked out. Congratulations, Recon, on the big victory.
He just really didn't make a mistake, Fitz, in that game. He was taking bits of damage where he could. He was not overcommitting, and I really don't think that Recon made a mistake there. He lost some vills here and there, but aside from that, he really didn't make a mistake. Check out that. Wow, check out Recon. Wow.
Yeah, it's just a flawless series. Played really, really, really well. Hats off to all the competitors here, right? This is a long day for everybody involved. I mean, Recon's playing 3 series here, Grass here playing, pretty late, I'm pretty sure. But with all that said, like, it just really looked like Recon dominated in most of this matchup. Who knows what could have happened if it kept going on here. But yeah, just did a great job of getting those 2 TCCs, driving the games, controlling, and doing what he wanted to do.
What a long day it has been. A great way to end, actually. I think I haven't seen that many cats in Age of Myth ever. That was more kitties than you'll find in a pet store. So commiserations to Grass. Congrats to Recon. He survives the grand finals Sunday. But he's not in those grand finals, folks. He's in the lower bracket. He is going to have quite a tough time ahead of him. But, boys, just a quick kind of wrap up on this series. Props to Grass. I think this player has a long way to go. Still made, not in terms of skill level, but in terms of how long he can compete. A youthful lad, but he shouldn't look at this badly, right? Like, a top 4 finish is incredible when you consider how tough and competitive the Genesis Retold field is.
1,000%. We've seen there are several young players in the competitive scene. Grass is the youngest. Rappel himself is, in his early-ish 20s. There's others like Tiger Boss, and there's plenty others. But we've seen a lot of growth from players. So the fact that he's still a teenager and he's already competing, and he's up at the top 4 in multiple S-tier tournaments back to back, there's plenty of pasture horizon ahead of him. I think that experience, aside from prize money and this and whatnot, I think what Grass and Groom really is coming away with is experience. I think that's one thing that players like Magic, Recon, Mista, that's part of the reason why they are, such an echelons at such a high echelon. They have so much experience on a variety of RTS games, and Grass and Groom will get there. He'll get there. He needs to take his losses well, but experience, man, this is good experience for him.
Recon in the chat. My baby's behaving quite well, in my opinion. Yeah, good for you, mate. Mine's in the house. I'm probably going to go in and get told I have to stay out for another 2 hours. So, bog off. But you know what? Got to give it to him, Fitz. A long day, series after series. You'd think that fatigue was setting in, but can't fault him. I mean, we mentioned that last game especially felt flawless, but his execution across this series, you wouldn't really think that he was 9 hours into a competing day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, credit like I said, all the players here today just doing a great job. I mean, everyone was great, but what really stood out to me today is just Recon's performance was just dominant, great. I mean, go back to that Mista series. Taking 2 games off of Mista is dominant to me. I mean, no one just does that easily. And boy, I mean, leading into these finals, I'm gonna be keeping my eye on him very closely.
Oh yeah, it definitely inspires because we look at the brackets. We're down to our final few. That's right. Just 3 players remain, and tomorrow we will figure out which one is going to be the champion of the first ever EGC tournament in Age of Mythology Retold. Magic looking on for Mista, still that god yet to be slayed. He's proven to bleed, but he's never bled out here, yet to be defeated in Retold in total in tournament play, but has come closer today than ever before. And the beauty of the way that Recon executed, you look at those final 3 and you could believe any one of them would take it. You know what, boys? In fact, I'm going to get your feelings on this. Iron Man, going to you first. Based on what you've seen today, who do you think is thrusting that virtual trophy tomorrow?
Okay, here's my take. It depends on Magic's performance. He dropped a game today. That's fine. You know, nobody's perfect, right? We've seen evidence of that in Genesis, which has been exciting. But it really comes down to Magic's performance. I think that if Magic comes for years and years, I said this earlier today, he has the reputation of being just another level of a beast in tournaments. So is he going to turn that on? And is he going to bring that? If he does, Mista's looking a bit shaky, dude. Recon himself is looking ultra solid. I don't know if I've been quite as, impressed by either Mista or Recon this week and last week compared to Magic over the past couple of weeks. So depending on how Magic shows up, that could be, it's going to be interesting.
You feeling the same, Fit? So we got NA pride on the line here, or are the Europeans still the ones to clearly beat?
Man, that's a very hard call. What is going to be interesting to me is, Recon just had a big day of playing, like we just talked about, right? I mean, he just did this all freaking day. And you bet Magic, and we've seen him in the chat, and Mista as well, has been watching and seeing 2, 3 versions of his strategy or whatever all day. That's tough to go against when we got a finals and you're studying and scrutinizing like this. I think Recon's doing great, and he's who I want to say is going to bring out a huge comeback here from the series today. But just how it always ends up going, I think Mista's going to take it. He just always just finds a way. He got through it there this series today. Magic's great. I think he could go there too. Any of these guys, but Magic, every single time, Mista just finds a way to squeak through and get the win. And I would not be surprised if that happens again.
I think the scary thing here is, we've seen best of 5s, we've seen how close Mista can come to dropping it, right? In that series today. We're talking best of 7s finals, right? So if it is as clear as Mista's going to make it, even if he gets there, the question mark then is, the draft king, I call him, right? He theory crafts more than I think anyone else in Age of Mythology Retold. It was similar in AoE4. Has he cooked up something? Has he brewed up something that no one can see coming? That's the scary thought in my mind. I can see where you guys are coming from. I think Recon has looked vastly improved. Magic has looked incredibly improved from Wololo. It's crazy in my mind that although we might edge out Mista, it's not like 80%, right? 90%, like it would have been for Wololo. No offense to Recon. Practically everyone pegged Mista to just pedal his way through that like it was a breeze. But folks, we're going to find out if that's the case. Tomorrow, we kick off at the same time. Instead of 5 series, we're keeping it a bit more tame. We've learned our lessons. It's going to be free. Big shout out to the casters here. Big shout out to production. Big shout out to all of you who stuck through this 9-hour broadcast to see these outcomes. Tomorrow, I don't know if we'll crack that record, but what I do know is we will crown a champion, and hopefully you will join us for it. We'll begin with the upper bracket. Mista versus Magic. El Clasico within Age of Mythology. We follow up with a lower bracket up against Recon, and then we decide it in a best of 7 grand finals. Championship Sunday done right. We'll see you then for the final day of Genesis Retold.